In the world of this Manhwa recap, destiny is decided at the job change plaza. Everyone prayed for a legendary class to dominate the world. And our main character, he was no different. Years ago, the game world crashed into reality. Dungeons appeared spewing nightmares and monsters upon humanity. But to fight back, humans began an awakening Manhwa process, gaining incredible powers. They became the Awakened. Su Yang stepped up heart-pounding, praying for a god-tier role. But fate played a cruel joke. The system spat out the trashiest of trash classes, the Warrior, a meat shield. Weak early game, easy to die, and takes a fortune to upgrade. Compared to mages or assassins, it was garbage. The moment his class was revealed, the laughter started. His classmates looked at him with that fake pity that masked pure arrogance. But Su Yang didn't lower his head. He looked them dead in the eye. "Who let the dogs out?" He stared straight at Wang Fei. "Oh look, it's classmate Wang Fei. I heard you awakened the rare Ice Mage class. Congrats. But I also heard mages are squishy as tofu at level 1. Want to test that theory right now?" Wang Fei's face turned red. Rage blazed in his eyes as he prepped a spell to crush the insect. But before the brawl could start, his minions panicked. "Boss, hold up, look at that!" Su Yang turned his head. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. It was the Spirit Beast Guild, one of the top A-rank powerhouses of East Spirit City. Eavesdropping on their chatter, Su Yang froze. They were gearing up to raid the Black Dragon's Nest. That was insane. That's the largest S-rank dungeon in City C. It wasn't just full of elite mobs. It was the home of the 99th level world boss. The calamity known as Athos, the Black Dragon of Dark Flames. Rumor had it that even the strongest S-rank guild had been wiped out by its breath. But the Spirit Beast Guild had a squad of 4th job elites. They looked confident. Maybe they could actually pull off a miracle. This world belongs to the strong. Was he destined to be a bottom feeder forever, to be stepped on by the elites? Su Yang clenched his fist until his nails dug into his palm. Damn it. But when you hit rock bottom, the only way is up. Ding, a blue screen flashed before his eyes. Perfect soul detected. System initiating. Binding boss template. A pillar of light engulfed him. A new notification popped up. Boss template bound successfully. Su Yang was floored. A system Manhwa cheat. But what the hell does boss template mean? The system didn't wait for him to catch his breath. Mission. The host must assume the role of the dungeon boss. Objective: annihilate all invading players. Reward: killing players grants massive experience and their dropped equipment. Do you accept the role? Su Yang's jaw hit the floor. This wasn't just a power-up, it was a game changer. Usually dungeon raids were organized by squads. 4 men, 8 men, sometimes a 24-man raid team. Hell, some even brought 100 players for the big fights. If he could wipe them all out, if he sent them packing to the respawn point, the XP and loot would be astronomical. He could jump from level 1 to a fully awakened powerhouse in a single battle. Even a trash warrior class could become a god with that kind of fuel. Su Yang's heart raced with excitement, but a cold sweat trickled down his back. Wait, if I'm the boss and they kill me, what happens to my real life? The system, impatient as ever, started blaring. Alert: host is unresponsive. Auto-unbind sequence initiated. Countdown starting. Panic surged through him. Wait, what, you're leaving already? The numbers ticked down. There was no time to weigh the pros and cons. High risk, high reward. Even if I get stabbed by 100 swords, it's better than living on my knees. If I want to rule this leveling Manhwa world, this is the only way. Let's do this. Su Yang slammed his finger on accept. Make me the strongest boss you've got. The system roared to life. Teleportation magic swirled around him, tearing through space and time. When the light faded, Su Yang opened his eyes. He wasn't in the plaza anymore. He was surrounded by level 80 elite dragonkin. He blinked, confused. Where am I? Who am I? Why are there dragons everywhere? And wait, why are they so tiny? Aren't dragons supposed to be massive? Before he could process the scale of things, a thunderous voice echoed from below. "O noble king, you have finally awakened from your eternal slumber." Su Yang froze. His brain short-circuited. King, are they talking to me, Dragon King? A terrifying thought struck him. Did I just become the level 99 boss, the Black Dragon Athos Boing Seu? The system confirmed his wildest dreams immediately. Congratulations, host. Transformation complete. Current status: boss of the Black Dragon's Nest. Identity: Black Wings of Dark Flame. He couldn't believe it. He checked his hands, no his claws. The status window hovered in the air. Level 99. Boss Athos, juvenile form. HP 5 million. Attribute: Dark Dragon. Strength 3221. Speed 1102. Spirit 1321. Passive Dragon Bloodline. Physical and magic immunity at 80%. Skill: Destruction Black Flame. Mastering the fire element, you can unleash hellfire without mana cost. Damage type magic. Skill Dragon's Pressure. All lower-level beings suffer a stat penalty. Debuff enemy attributes reduced by 20%. Absolute Suppression. Active Skill Dragon Strike. A devastating physical attack dealing massive damage. Skill Dragon Roar. A shout that shakes the heavens. Reduces enemy spirit within 300 meters and inflicts stun for 5 seconds. Skill Dragon Eye. Omniscience within the dungeon. No corner is hidden from your sight. Su Yang felt dizzy. This wasn't just strong. This was broken. This is the power of a world boss. It was absurd. A 4th job player at level 99 might have stats in the thousands, but Athos, his stats were triple that. And that wasn't even the scary part. 80% damage reduction. It was basically God mode. Plus, the 20% debuff on the players. With those defenses and that suppression, their attacks would tickle. And with his infinite mana skills, no player could stand against him. This was ultimate power. A feeling of invincibility surged through his veins. It was intoxicating. Su Yang threw his head back and let out a roar that shook the dungeon's foundations. The minions below collapsed in terror, begging for mercy. Realizing he might have overdone it, Su Yang stopped. He had accidentally triggered the dragon roar. Oops. He cleared his throat, trying to sound majestic. Stand up, you useless lot. The dragonkin scrambled to their feet, eyes filled with worship. As expected of our king, even in juvenile form, your power is absolute. When you reach adulthood, the human world will burn. Su Yang glanced at his status, juvenile form. That implies he could evolve further. Wait a minute. Usually game bosses have fixed stats. But since he's the one controlling the body, can he level up? Can the black dragon become even stronger before he could ponder the mechanics? A shrill voice pierced the air from beneath his massive claw. You damn evil lizard, what are you crazy for? Let me go right now, or the elf race will make you pay. Su Yang blinked, surprised. He peered down. An elf. A real living elf girl. Is she an NPC? Since the game merged with reality, fantasy races existed, but seeing a pure-blooded elf was a first. Curiosity piqued. Su Yang lifted the entire cage she was trapped in, bringing it up to his massive eye level. But suddenly, boom! A massive explosion rocked the dungeon entrance. The raid had begun. The elf girl grinned. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Finally, a warrior had arrived to save the day. You wicked dragon, your time is up, she cried out. But as she turned around to face her savior, the colossal dragon was still staring right at her, sending a chill down her spine. Su Yang noticed the commotion and immediately activated the eye of the giant dragon to scan the intruders. Even as a level 99 boss, safety always comes first. The raid team from the Spirit Beast Guild seemed overflowing with confidence. Leading the charge was Lei Shan, a level 99 4th advancement powerhouse. He was the Thunder Destroyer and the Guildmaster. Beside him stood Li Dan, a level 98 4th advancement Holy Light Shielder. Then there was Chen Yuan, level 96, a 4th advancement Holy Paladin Healer, and Zhao Ming, a level 95 4th advancement Storm Multi-Shot Archer. To test their strength, Su Yang decided to send in the fodder minions first. However, the intruders completely ignored the aggro from the frontline monsters. Instead, their fire attribute damage dealers in the back unleashed their maximum speed and power instantly. As expected of the Spirit Beast Guild, their firepower and discipline were absolutely top tier. Those small fry stood no chance and revealed nothing of the guild's true power. Since this was a professional leveling Manhwa-style raid team, the Su Yang decided to crank up the difficulty dial. Suddenly, screams erupted from the enemy formation. Guildmaster, what is this? Why are they falling from the sky? Mother of God, look at their stats. Before they could even process, the Chaos level 99 Dragonkin warriors crashed down into their ranks. Guildmaster Lei Shan forced himself to stay calm. He roared for defense, then flashed forward to deliver a critical strike. Vice Guildmaster Zhao Ming instantly cast a team-wide immunity buff, blocking all incoming damage. He took command of the battlefield. Don't panic, backline retreat for range, melee engage the front, cycle your buffs and prepare for burst damage. Focus fire on the target. With that command, he unleashed a multi-shot storm arrow, raining wind attribute destruction from above. The Dragonkin warrior took the full brunt of the attack, and was instantly insta-killed. Watching from the shadows, Su Yang had to give credit where it was due. They actually had some skill. However, a single Dragonkin warrior, Tycoon, posed no real threat to the Spirit Beast Guild. Fine then, Su Yang thought. If one isn't enough, how about a handful? He grabbed a whole cluster of elites and hurled them straight at the players. Just as they finished the first elite, 6 more slammed into the ground to welcome them. Zhao Ming, gripping his bow, turned pale. Guildmaster, I've never seen this mechanic before. What do we do now? Lei Shan ground his teeth, cursing under his breath before rallying the squad. Damn it! What's wrong with this dungeon today? Why fear a few elites? We are the elite of the elites. Push forward. Adjust formation. Healers prioritize the injured tanks. Face the enemy back to the team. Attacks flew wildly as the battle escalated. The monsters soaked up the damage, but they were quickly turned into stepping stones for the guild's advance. Su Yang watched in shock. They are surprisingly tenacious. He intended to break their formation, but they chose to fight to the death. Yet with their current strength, defeating the boss was mathematically impossible. A thought struck Su Yang. Do they have a hidden trump card? After clearing the mobs, the Spirit Beast Guild didn't head for the boss room. They took a detour. Su Yang's suspicion grew. Is there something else hidden in this dungeon? He scanned the entire instance. What the hell? There was a tomb of the Dragon Slayers. Hidden away inside lay the Dragon Slayer Heart, a quest item that allows the user to ignore all Dragon Race passive skills and talents. Su Yang's eyes burned with murderous intent. I see now. In this awakening Manhwa world, mechanics were everything. Faced with a boss possessing invulnerable defenses, players would use specific mechanics or items to weaken it. If they can ignore my skills and talents, they can actually kill me. Su Yang refused to accept this fate. He could not let the Spirit Beast Guild get their hands on that item. Ignoring the ants screaming on the ground, Su Yang launched himself into the sky, flying straight for the tomb. Meanwhile, Lei Shan led his team deeper into the dungeon. Zhao Ming, covered in wounds, began to doubt his very existence. Guildmaster, the durability loss and supply consumption are way higher than predicted. Are you sure the Heavenly Secret Pavilion didn't scam us? Lei Shan turned back, his face stern. Impossible. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is the oldest strategy group in history. Their guarantee is ironclad. I traded the Void Ring for this guide. It cannot be fake. Despite the Guildmaster's confidence, the fear lingered in the hearts of the team. Lei Shan reassured them again. Even if small mobs jump out, the core mechanics of the dungeon cannot glitch. The Black Dragon boss will never leave its lair early. Then he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, once I get the Dragon Slayer Heart, I'm going to make that Black Dragon pay. Trying to lighten the mood, Chen Yuan chimed in with a lewd joke. Was mentioning an elven maiden in the dungeon. If we save her, we get a pass to the Elven Kingdom, a land full of top-tier beauties. Lei Shan's face relaxed into a smug grin. Just get the heart and victory is ours. Then you can do whatever you want. But his smile vanished seconds later. A massive shadow swept over their heads. Unaware of impending doom, they assumed it was just trash mobs or a small wyvern. But then, surprise, old man Su Yang stopped midair. His gigantic golden eyes stared down at them. The Spirit Beast team screamed in pure despair. Guildmaster, that shape, that's no wyvern. It's too big. Is that the boss? The Black Dragon? Impossible. Why is the boss out here? Zhao Ming, in this critical moment, for some still found time to curse. Those bastards at Heavenly Secret Pavilion scammed us. Chen Yuan, terrified, urged a retreat. Su Yang looked down at them with utter contempt. So without the Dragon Slayer Heart, you don't dare to fight? Is the undefeated guild really this pathetic good? I'll blow you all away and level up. Excitement coursed through his veins as Su Yang prepared to unleash a devastating breath attack. Lei Shan, enraged, slammed his weapon down. Murderous aura exploded from him. Nobody moves. Get back in position. We prepared for this. We have trump cards left. Get your heads in the game. Kill the Black Dragon and I'll reward you all. Attack. The team rallied, the promise of rewards reigniting their fighting spirit. Su Yang had planned to go easy on them, but that ship had sailed. Humph. I won't give you the chance to prepare. Su Yang whipped his colossal tail down, flattening the earth. The Spirit Beast members hit the dirt. Instantly, Li Dan desperately cast a fortress barrier to protect the team for 3 minutes. Chen Yuan activated a buff skill, Holy Light, boosting stats by 30%. Lei Shan, seeing his men failing to dodge, screamed for the survivors to counterattack. Zhao Ming stacked more buffs for a total assault. A bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, shaking the earth. Lei Shan prayed it would take at least 5% of the boss's HP. But hope is often the mother of despair. He screamed in horror. Our strongest ultimate skills only dealt 10,000 damage. But as the leader, once you ride the tiger, there is no getting off. Old Lei Shan refused to retreat, roaring at his squad to hold the formation and keep attacking. The Black Dragon's health bar hadn't even dropped by a quarter, and it had stopped casting skills. Keep chipping away at its HP. Su Yang watched the desperate struggle and sighed, complaining they were as annoying as a swarm of mosquitoes. He decided to let them struggle a bit longer, but playing time was over. Bored with the show, Su Yang launched himself into the sky, triggering the Dragon's Roar skill and gifting them a devastating breath of fire. It was a total wipeout. It seemed even an A-rank guild was no match for him. Lei Shan crawled out from the rubble, desperately calling for his team to recover their status. Usually a boss freezes after a major skill leaving an opening. Lei Shan looked toward the black flame wings, trying to shout, "Attack!" But reality crushed his hope. Su Yang had no cooldowns. Su Yang opened his massive maw and unleashed another catastrophic wave of flames. Lei Shan could only scream, "Damn you, Black Dragon, this isn't over," before vanishing into the sea of fire. Immediately a system notification popped up for Su Yang. All intruders eliminated. Congratulations, host. Experience conversion will now commence. This was the peak of a system Manhwa experience. Countless experience points flooded in, and his level skyrocketed without pause, the XP bar threatening to explode. Su Yang gained 99,000 XP, jumping straight from level 1 to level 20. He hit the cap for the first stage. Since the overflow was massive, he lost 40% of the reserve, leaving him with 43,000. The system urgently prompted him to perform a class advancement. Then came the loot explosion. Countless diamond-tier weapons rained down, mixed with a few platinum items. Su Yang struck gold low-grade agility potions, mid-grade strength elixirs, the flame baptism skill scroll, obsidian shields, and more. He was filthy rich, but the real surprise was yet to come. Su Yang's eyes went wide as he spotted a limitless obsidian shard, a special item. When applied to equipment, it removed all level requirements for usage capping at platinum rank. This item was broken. It meant even a level 1 newbie could wield god-tier gear. He could equip a level 61 platinum item right now. Su Yang shouted in pure ecstasy and decided to fuse it with his flame sword immediately. Even though he was only level 20, he could now wield the power of a platinum weapon. The intruders were wiped out and the mission was a perfect success. The countdown for the bonus instance began. 5 minutes remaining. Do you wish to return immediately? Confirm? He pressed yes. The system sent a reminder, but Su Yang, eager to advance his class, ignored it and warped out. A light flashed and he appeared, directly at home. I thought I'd spawn at the class advancement plaza. This system actually has a heart, Su Yang muttered. He checked the time, 7 p.m. It was too late to visit the temple today. He decided to wait until morning to hand in the quest. The next day at the Soul Hunter Guild's main hall, the receptionist gasped, "Guild Master, you're back so soon. Is the dungeon already cleared?" The doorman approached with bright smiles to congratulate them, but their smiles froze in terror. The sight before them was pure nightmare fuel. Lei Shan looked like he'd been through a meat grinder. His level plummeted to 90. Zhao Ming was unconscious, foaming at the mouth. His gear in tatters dropped to level 86. His diamond-tier weapon was shattered, a massive psychological blow. "My diamond boots!" a support elf wailed in the background. Lei Shan clenched his fist, his killing intent exploding. He was determined to settle the score. "Damn it, Heavenly Secret Pavilion is an S-rank guild, yet they sold us fake guides. I'm going to find them. If I can't clear that Black Dragon dungeon, I'll never let this go." Meanwhile, Su Yang had sold his loot and became an instant tycoon. With cash in hand, he immediately started spending like a king. He bought a container truck full of supplies for the Nanshan orphanage so the kids could live comfortably. "Little Yang, you've gotten stronger, haven't you? What class did you get?" Grandpa asked, seeing him carry a crate. Su Yang scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I just changed classes yesterday. Got lucky and made some money." Grandpa's face turned serious with worry. He warned him to be careful, saying dungeon monsters were terrifying. Su Yang just laughed it off. Terrifying, please. He was the monster they should be afraid of. After a heartwarming chat, Su Yang said goodbye to head to the temple. Grandpa stood there, confused question marks floating over his head. Class advancement. Didn't he just awaken? Stepping into the class advancement hall, Su Yang heard gossip everywhere. People were whispering about the Spirit Beast Guild's total defeat against the Black Dragon yesterday. Rumors swirled about chaos at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion branch. The Spirit Beast Guild was demanding answers. Su Yang chuckled internally, walking while lost in thought. Looks like news of their pathetic defeat travels fast. Heavenly Secret Pavilion, huh? So Lei Shan bought their guide to challenge the Black Dragon. They say Heavenly Secret Pavilion has a top-tier strategy team filled with veteran experts. If their guide was wrong, they'll verify it soon. They'll be my next opponents. Definitely not an easy target. But if things go well, I'll crush them early. Before he could finish the thought, a fly started buzzing. "Su Yang, why are you here? Didn't you already finish your class change?" Wang Fei approached from behind, dripping with sarcasm. Seeing a tiger and mistaking it for a kitten, he sneered, "Ah, I get it. No guild wanted you, right? Here to try your luck again? I didn't get to teach you a lesson yesterday, so today I'll show you your place." Wang Fei began channeling magic, ready to school Su Yang. But instant karma struck. Before he could touch a hair on Su Yang's head, a fist smashed into his face, rearranging his dental work. His lackeys froze in sheer terror. "Brother Fei, wake up." Su Yang glared at them with lethal intensity. "There was a fly on his face. I swatted it. Any flies on you guys?" The lackeys instantly got the message. They rolled away on the floor. "No need, sir. We'll see ourselves out." A guide from the temple approached, eyes sparkling. "That was impressive. How can I assist you today?" She clapped her hands, welcoming Su Yang with a professional smile. As she led him to the inner sanctum, she analyzed him, her mind racing with calculations. He looks like a rookie, but that speed and explosive power belong to a level 20 veteran. He must be a second-generation heir from a major clan, a young master I haven't heard of before. Standing before the massive statue of Ascension, she explained, "The statue will automatically assess your class and rank. It will assign a class advancement quest. Completion grants you your new rank." Looking at the colossal statue, Su Yang felt a sense of awe. According to her, the quests were generally divided into 4 difficulty tiers. Before starting, the temple offered guidance based on Su Yang's assessment. She suggested he take a 3-star quest. "Why not 4-star?" Su Yang asked, surprised. She smiled politely, but condescendingly. 4-star is extremely difficult. No offense, but your class is a relatively weak warrior type, and this is a solo mission. Class advancement determines your future. Choosing 4-star means likely failure, and you'd face the risk of never advancing your class for the rest of your life. Su Yang listened, but didn't care. He checked his stats and replied indifferently, "Is that so?" The statue finished its scan and displayed the options ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Su Yang was surprised to see a 5-star quest appear. The location, Cold Moon Forest. System quest defeat, 10 level 20, common. Dire Wolves, 10 level 20. Elite Violent Wolves, and 1 level 20. Wolf King Boss. Reward. Unlocks the hidden class Magic Swordsman, and grants a bonus 100 spirit attribute points. Great Epic. First awakening special skill for the Magic Swordsman. Warning. This job change quest requires solo play. You cannot form a party, and the use of traded equipment, props, or items is strictly prohibited. Clearing a 5-star quest grants access to the temple's hidden sanctum. "Wait a minute," Su Yang interrupted. "I thought there were only 4 difficulty levels. Since when does a 5-star quest exist? And what exactly are these temple privileges?" He fired off a barrage of questions. The receptionist gave a strained smile, admitting that the legendary 5-star quest did indeed exist, though the difficulty was suicidal. Across the entire nation, no one had dared to accept it for years. As for the specific rewards, even she remained in the dark. Only the high priest held that knowledge. She bowed her head, apologizing for withholding the existence of such a dangerous path. In this new era, a nation's strength was defined by its awakened. The government couldn't afford to let talented individuals stagnate at level 20 forever, simply because they bit off more than they could chew. The temple's goal was to foster high-tier powerhouses, not bury them. It was a logical policy. Su Yang merely let out a thoughtful, "Oh," understanding the reasoning. His mind raced, weighing the odds. A 5-star difficulty was no joke. It wasn't just about slaughtering a horde of elite monsters. He had to solo a boss without a guide to show him the ropes. Worse, he was barred from using any market-bought gear. Without external aid, failure meant his growth would be capped at level 20 for eternity. However, that bonus of 100 spirit points and the allure of the Magic Swordsman class were exactly what Su Yang needed. After a split second of cost-benefit analysis, the young man made his choice. Ignoring the guide's frantic warnings, he selected the 5-star Hell mode. Mission accepted. Time limit: 72 hours. Mission map generated. As the system notification chimed, the receptionist lost her composure, shrieking in panic. Someone actually accepted the 5-star death wish. I must report this to the high priest immediately. While chaos ensued behind him, Su Yang calmly headed to the Dongling teleportation hub to start his instance dungeon. They say a good beginning promises a good ending, but luck was clearly not on his side today. The teleportation gate was under maintenance, forcing him to burn precious minutes. The waiting area was filled with grumbling players, including Shu Yan from the B-rank guild Dark Feather. She scoffed with an air of superiority. "This is why I hate small cities. Even their teleportation arrays are garbage. Little Chen, stick close to me and don't get lost." Gu Shueqian, trailing behind, nodded nervously. The surrounding men gawked at the 2 beauties, their eyes glued to them. Suddenly, Gu Shueqian spotted Su Yang standing in the distance. Her heart skipped a beat, and a crimson flush spread across her cheeks. Noticing her reaction, Zhu Yan raised an eyebrow. The girl quickly stammered an explanation. "That's my classmate. He just awakened his class yesterday, same as me." The older woman frowned, sensing something off. "That doesn't add up," she muttered. This gate leads to the Cold Moon Forest. That zone is crawling with level 20 monsters. Why would a rookie trigger a death sentence by going there? Just then the announcement rang out the gate was active. Convinced Su Yang had made a fatal navigation error, Gu Sueqian stepped forward to warn him. But he vanished into the swirling portal before she could speak. Deep within the Cold Moon Forest, Su Yang stuck the landing. Not a soul in sight, he mused. Did someone already clear the mobs? Well, that makes my job. Before he could finish, shadows lunged from the brush. He sidestepped with supernatural reflexes, eyes narrowing. Found the mission targets already. Dealing with these beasts would be a nightmare for a normal player banned from using store-bought items. Good thing the rules didn't say anything. About gear I farmed with my own blood and sweat. Su Yang grinned, unsheathing his platinum-rank weapon, the blazing sword. As the pack clawed and bit at him, a shimmering energy barrier enveloped his form, absorbing a staggering 50,000 damage points. The moment the shield flickered and died, so he unleashed hell, slaughtering the initial wave in a heartbeat. Hunting you down one by one is a drag, he muttered. Why not bring the party to me? With a flick of his wrist, he scattered monster lure stones in all 4 directions. These stones, rare drops from lower-tier bosses, acted like magnets for every common and elite beast in the wild. And the results were immediate. Within 5 minutes, the forest floor was a sea of fur and fangs. Su Yang stood calmly in the eye of the storm, retrieving a stack of single-use magic scrolls. Let's speed this leveling Manhwa up. He activated Flame Sacrifice, and the forest erupted. The wolf population plummeted as damage numbers filled the air. His experience bar skyrocketed. Still coming, I've already toasted over 100 of you. Did I aggro the entire map? Fine, I've got enough firepower for all of you. He unleashed another barrage of scrolls. Meanwhile, miles away, others awakened on their own quests. Tyke were dragging their feet, utterly confused. What the hell is going on? One grumbled. This zone is supposed to be swarming with mobs. I've walked 2 kilometers and haven't seen a single whisker. Another player chimed in. I finally saw one earlier, but it completely ignored me and bolted in the opposite direction. It's like something possessed them. Since when do aggressive mobs flee from players? Does anyone have an explanation? Suddenly a light bulb went on for one of the party members. I've got it. Some maniac is using monster lure stones to hog the entire map. The others cursed in disbelief. Is he brain dead trying to turn himself into Wolf Chow? Talk about shameless. Fueled by jealousy, they decided to hunt down the culprit. Let's teach this greedy bastard a lesson. Using lure stones out here, is a slap in the face to all of us. But their bravado died instantly. The ground shook violently, nearly knocking them out of their boots. Holy! That magic fluctuation. Is that a third awakening mage, Matoman? What kind of high-tier monster is farming materials in a low-level zone? He's wiped out everything, realizing the gap in power. The trio suddenly remembered they had urgent laundry to do and scrambled to retreat. Back at the epicenter, the earth-shattering explosions faded. The trash mobs were dust. Now only the boss remained. Su Yang marched toward the Wolf King's lair, radiating confidence. This 5-star job change quest is easier than I thought. Even if I did cheese it a bit. Deep in the boss's den, a 3-man squad had been camping since dawn, waiting for the Wolf King. They were fully prepped and oozing arrogance, certain of their victory. Unfortunately, Fate and Su Yang had other plans. Su Yang strolled into the cavern, sword on his shoulder. The campers mistook him for a lost student and grinned. Perfect, the leader whispered. Let the kid be cannon fodder to tank the boss's first nuke. Then we swoop in for the loot. The Wolf King, enraged by the slaughter of its pack, had entered a frenzy state, its stats boosted by 30%. But to Su Yang, whether it was 30 or 50%, it made no difference. He walked in a straight line, blade flashing once. System notification, boss defeated. Plus 30,000 experience points. Job change quest complete. Please return to the temple to finalize class advancement. The hiding squad watched in stunned silence, their jaws hitting the cavern floor. Su Yang stood atop the massive corpse of the Wolf King, looking almost bored. Is that all you got? A final loot window popped up. Item obtained, Wolf King core. Used to enhance silver rank weapons. Su Yang tossed the core in his hand, humming a tune. Too easy. Time to go home and claim my power. The audacious thug stepped forward with a thick-skinned grin. Big boss, if you don't need that Wolf King core, surely you could whoosh. A blade sliced the air, stopping millimeters from Zhang Lai's face. Su Yang planted his sword into the earth, his smile cold as ice. Who was it that suggested using me as bait earlier? Zhang Lai collapsed in terror, frantically denying it. No, never. I wouldn't dare think that. But Su Yang's answer was a brutal fist to the face. If you want it, earn it yourself. The thug went flying, groaning in pain. He nearly gave me a heart attack. Thank God he didn't use the blade. Zhao Wu watched, eyes wide with disbelief. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me? Li Ba stood frozen. That's insane. One strike to kill a boss. Just who the hell is he? Back at the temple, a startled voice broke the silence. You're back so soon, sir. Did you have more questions? Su Yang dropped the bombshell. Mission complete. I'm ready for the class transfer. The receptionist blinked, trying to process his words. Wait, you finished it already. Please wait here. Xiaomo's eyes nearly popped out. You completed it? The 5-star class transfer quest. Su Yang nodded calmly. Correct. Staring at the screen, she couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. He only took the quest this morning. It's been a few hours. How can this be a Manhwa recap reality? Player Su Yang, 1st class transfer. Difficulty 5 stars. Status complete. It was real. Xiaomo's mind raced. He finished a suicide mission in a single day. If the system wasn't absolute, I'd call him a scammer. But the system never lies. He cleared it fair and square. And he didn't even take damage. Su Yang tapped his foot, impatient. Can we start the ritual now? She flustered, smiling awkwardly. Apologies for my rudeness. Please write this way. Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief internally. Thank goodness I alerted the High Priestess beforehand. A talent like this belongs to the church. Her cheeks flushed pink. Plus, he's totally handsome. I wonder if I can get his number later. She stopped at the Grand Hall. Please step up. The temple will verify your achievements automatically. He nodded. Fine by me. A pillar of divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Su Yang. Holographic text materialized in the air. Verifying class transfer quest. Common wolves 100 out of 100. Elite violent wolves 10 out of 10. And finally, Wolf King boss 1 out of 1. Verification complete. Quest approved. He felt a surge of raw power flooding his veins as the interface updated. Transfer aura acquired. A special reward for completing the trial. The color and potency depended entirely on the difficulty conquered. White aura for 1-star 2% boost. Green aura for 2-star 4% boost. Blue for 3-star 6%. Purple for 4-star 10%. But for a legend who conquers the 5-star hell mode, only the chosen few receive the supreme orange aura, granting a massive 25% boost to all base stats. Player Su Yang successfully transferred to Magic Swordsman. 5-star quest complete. Orange aura activated. All stats plus 25%. Magic Swordsman. A unique hybrid class, mastering both physical destruction and magical devastation. True power unleashed, level cap increased to 40. Overflow EXP applied 446,000. Levels skyrocketed instantly to 34,210. Attribute points awarded. Please allocate attribute points. Golden energy erupted around Su Yang like a supernova. He marveled at his growth. Strength and spirit up by 90, agility by 30. He was already level 34. With the orange aura and his flaming greatsword equipped, his status window looked like a glitch. No normal player at this level should have these numbers. This felt amazing. The new profile shimmered. Su Yang, level 34. Class Magic Swordsman. Strength 569. That is base 230 plus gear 339. Agility 123. Spirit 339. And then the ultimate prize, an epic grade skill book exclusive to his class. An ancient tome appeared in his hand. Skill, Demon Blade. Meaning mana condensed into a solid weapon dealing pure magic damage based on stats, scaling off both strength and spirit. Su Yang tested it immediately. Energy swirled in his palm, warping the air around him. The pressure was suffocating. This skill is broken. He grinned. Controlled by thought, no physical weight. Perfect for frontal assaults or sneak attacks. But the best part, it could level up. It was like having an heirloom weapon that never breaks and costs 0 repairs. Su Yang smirked. As expected of a leveling Manhwa 5-star quest, the rewards are in a different league. When the second awakening comes, I'm definitely going 5-star again. Xiaomo cheered. Congratulations, your name will be etched in the temple's Hall of Fame. You are now a distinguished VIP of the Transfer Temple. Su Yang blinked. Right. What exactly does VIP status get me? She flashed a customer service smile. One moment, I'll check the... That won't be necessary. A commanding voice interrupted. I'll handle the VIP briefing. A stunning woman stepped forward. Greetings. I am Bai Ling, High Priestess of the Transfer Temple. Xiaomo bowed frantically. High Priestess, you came personally. Bai Ling smiled effortlessly. For such a guest, of course I must welcome him myself. You are dismissed. Su Yang recognized the aura. The High Priestess was basically the branch manager of this holy site. A big shot like her coming out for me. Meanwhile, Xiaomo was internally screaming, tears streaming down her soul. My chance to flirt with the hot guy. Gone. She hid her pain behind a professional nod. Yes, ma'am. Bai Ling extended a graceful hand. It's too crowded here. Please, let us discuss this in the VIP lounge. Su Yang took her soft hand. Lead the way. A warp gate opened above them, whisking them away instantly. Spatial teleportation. A city-level priestess has high-tier spatial magic. Rumors were true. The transfer temple's hidden power was terrifying. Bai Ling chuckled, reading his expression. I'm not that strong. I just borrow the god's power within the sanctuary. You, however, you are the anomaly. In the history of Dongling City, a 5-star clear has never happened. Even in the capital Tianling, the last one was 15 years ago. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. Tianling was a metropolis light years ahead of this place, and even they only saw one every decade and a half. The gold value of this achievement is higher than I calculated. She continued. Per temple laws, a 5-star awakener is entitled to the following. 1. A monthly state subsidy of 10 million yuan. 2. The Hakim identity card from the X-Alliance granting a flat 20% discount on all transactions. Su Yang's jaw tightened. The VIP treatment is this insane? Forget the 10 million cash. The Hakim card was the real treasure of this awakening Manhwa. A 20% discount, spend 100 million, save 20. Add the monthly allowance, and money was no longer an object. He hit the jackpot. I have to admit, the transfer temple knows how to treat their elites. Bai Ling added, the Hakim card subsidy has already been linked to your profile. Here is your hunter ID, sir. You don't have to lift a finger for the paperwork. Also, you have the option to join any A-rank guild in the city. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Is joining mandatory? Bai Ling shook her head. Not at all. However, a solo player has limits in this leveling Manhwa world. Joining a guild grants EXP buffs, exclusive halos, and most importantly, the protection of a team. It's the optimal choice, isn't it? Su Yang understood perfectly. In this dog-eat-dog reality, solo players get ganked, and someone leveling as insanely fast as him would legally become a target. I'm not worried about trash at my level, but if a high-ranking player decides to hunt me, things could get dicey. Guild protection isn't a bad safety net, and my ambitions go far beyond Dongling City. Joining a guild is just the tutorial phase. I'll use it as a stepping stone to grind my power until I stand at the apex as the king of this world. He turned to her. So what are my options? She pulled up the data. Dongling City has 2 A-rank powerhouses. Based on your stats, the Spirit Beast Guild is your best match. Hearing that name, Su Yang's expression darkened instantly. He asked with cold indifference, Isn't there another one? What about them? Bai Ling checked the list. The other option is the Yu Yun Guild. Yu Yun has always been rivals with Spirit Beast. Their combat power is solid, but they keep a low profile. Su Yang didn't hesitate for a second. I'll take Yu Yun. She looked puzzled, but didn't pry. Understood. I'll process your application for Yu Yun immediately. However, there is one tiny detail you need to know. Bai Ling leaned in with a secret. Yu Yun is an exclusively female guild. Su Yang froze, his jaw dropping in a classic Manhwa recap comedy moment. Huh. Meanwhile, at Yu Yun headquarters, Lin Yuwu sprawled on a couch groaning. I'm dying of boredom. There's absolutely nothing fun to do. This was Lin Yuwu, level 85 guildmaster of the B-rank branch. Across from her, Lin Yuyun sipped tea and rolled her eyes. You ignore your own guild to mooch off my snacks every day, and you still have the nerve to complain. This was Lin Yuyun, level 99, the terrifying guildmaster of the A-rank Yu Yun Guild. She sighed. Guild management is such a drag. I just want to slack off. Suddenly, Zhuyan kicked the door open. You can't just ghost your responsibilities. We have a new recruit and you need to show your face. A shy girl peeked out from behind her. Hello, everyone, she bowed nervously. Greetings, Guildmaster. I am Gu Sueqian. My class is Ice Mage. Lin Yuwu looked her over. Not bad. You're actually adorable. You pass. The girl blinked, stunned. Ah, adorable. Just then, Lin Yuyun's system interface pinged. What the? The others gathered around. What is it? Did a war start? She dropped the bombshell. Our guild suddenly has a male member. Lin Yuwu popped her head up to check the system panel, eyes widening. Ha! She panicked. The guild chat is exploding. Everyone is freaking out about this guy dropping from the sky and nobody has answers. Notifications flooded the screen. Let me see who this daring guy is. A dude, seriously. Li Muzi typed, a boy, where's the guildmaster? We need an explanation. Lin Yuyun messaged the chat, newbie, why aren't you speaking? Rongzhe added, trying to play the cool mysterious type, and Yu typed, little brother, are you there? Lin Yuwu's face went dark. Wait, didn't you set the guild restrictions to female only? Did some admin mess up? The guild master rubbed her temples, defeated. No. This guy was assigned by the class change temple itself. He completed a 5-star awakening quest, the Holy Grail of System Manhwa lore. The temple flagged him as a VIP, allowing him to bypass restrictions and pick any A-rank guild. I literally don't have the permission to refuse him. Xu Qian covered her mouth in shock. A 5-star quest. That's the pervert difficulty tier. Someone actually cleared that. He must be a monster. Zhu Yan was curious. But why didn't he choose Spirit Beast? Lin Yuyan shrugged. Who knows whatever put this Su Yang guy on hold. I'll meet him later. If he tries anything funny, I have ways to kick him out, VIP or not. Xu Qian perked up at the name. Su Yang. Seeing her reaction, the guildmaster asked, You know him? It fits since the new guy is also from Dongling City. She hesitated. I do have a friend named Su Yang. But he just changed classes yesterday. He should be level 1 like me. Lin Yuyan lost interest instantly. Must be a coincidence then. Suddenly Rong Shui burst into the room. Guildmaster, big news. The Spirit Beast Guild just got completely wiped out in the Black Dragon instance. The room gasped. What? She continued, breathless. I don't know what those idiots did, but it was a total party kill. 100% confirmed. Lin Yuyan went into strategic mode. I didn't expect Spirit Beast to throw the game like that. We need to be extra careful with our giant forest raid. Rong Shui added another juicy detail. Also, Zhao Ming dropped his weapon during the death. I just saw a Stormhowl blade listed on the Treasure Pavilion auction house. Only one person in the entire city is bidding on it, obviously someone from Spirit Beast trying to buy it back. She smirked like a devil. Guess what I did? You didn't jack up the price, did you? Lin Yuyan grinned, minds syncing perfectly. Oh, absolutely. I got into a bidding war and drove the price up to 10 billion. Spirit Beast just took a massive financial L. Lin Yu laughed delightedly. Sister Rong, you're savage. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Zhao Ming spat out blood, crying literal tears of rage. Black Dragon Ice Witch. I will destroy you all. Lei Shan gritted his teeth. Damn it, the seller is anonymous too. 1.4 billion. That came out of the guild funds. Qian Yuan realized the damage was done. News of Zhao Ming losing his weapon is spreading like wildfire. This was definitely a malicious attack. He kicked Zhao Ming while he was down. Get up, you useless trash. How long are you going to cry on the floor? Zhao Ming wailed. Boss, stop kicking me. Lei Shan stormed off. We got the gear back. Now let's talk business. Later in a meeting room, Jutai level 115 Blood Berserker from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion spoke up. The strategy analyst sat at the head of the table. You're saying our guide was wrong, ridiculous. He lectured them. We have cleared the Black Dragon Fortress at least 5 times. Our guide is built on hard data. We verified every step. Are you sure you followed the walkthrough exactly? Lei Shan defended himself. We did. We followed the Heavenly Secret Guide to the letter. But the Black Dragon's AI was completely broken. It acted nothing like the guide described. Look, I respect your professionalism, but I swear on my life I'm not lying. Why would I sacrifice my entire elite main force just to prank you? That makes no sense. Suddenly a sword spun through the air. Lutsu level 103 5th advancement Shadow Hunter caught it on his finger. A bunch of losers. We spoon-fed you the victory, and you still got wiped by a trash level 99 boss. What use are you? And now you want to start beef with our exploration team who gave you the audacity. Lei Shan warned coldly. Watch your mouth, great god. Liu Ci smirked, challenging him. What if you're a noob? Practice more. If you can't handle losing, uninstall the game. Understand, Jutai cut in. Enough, Liu Ci. Shut up. He slammed the table. Heavenly Secret Pavilion values its reputation above all else. We do not sell fake intel. I will arrange an expedition team to re-verify the Black Dragon Fortress immediately. If what you say is true, we will cover all of Spirit Beast's losses. But if our strategy guide is correct, then you have a big problem. Then we can only assume the error lies with you, Guildmaster Lei, and not our team. We'll handle it this way, shall we? Tomorrow the 4 of us will escort you to the secret realm to verify the truth. Any objections? Level 108 5th Advancement Tyrant Priest Zhang Kexian awaiting orders. Understood. Level 104 5th Advancement Mountain Barrier Master Zhuang Zhen also agrees. From the back seat, Liu Ci yawned lazily. No objections here. Suddenly a suffocating black fog flooded the conference room. Putting everyone on high alert, Lei Shan shouted, Who goes there? Jotai quickly intervened. Relax, everyone. This is Sir Chen Lun from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion headquarters. Lei Shan froze a big shot from HQ level 115. Necromancer Chen Lun glared at Jotai and spoke with bone-chilling coldness. Didn't I tell you? If you're going to the Black Dragon Fortress, you must inform me. Jotai bowed, trembling. Apologies, Grandmaster Chen. This was just a logistical run for the Explorer group. We didn't want to disturb you. Chen-Lun waved his hand dismissively. Save the excuses. I'm joining you tomorrow. Jotai nodded. Yes, understood. The necromancer licked his lips, sensing the energy. Such a delicious soul. Harvesting it will make my treasures infinitely stronger. Killing it 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. My dear black dragon, I'm coming to claim you. In the corner, Jotai shuddered, thinking I really can't stand this old pervert. Lei Shan schemed internally. 5 fifth advancement experts plus a monster from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion flattening a 4th advancement dungeon will be child's play. This time it's in the bag. If they kill the black dragon, fine. But if the dragon wipes them out, they deserve it. I don't care if your guide is real or fake, I suffered heavy losses last time. I'll make you arrogant guides pay the ultimate price. Go ahead, tear each other apart. Black Dragon versus Explorer Group. It was a setup worthy of a dramatic manhwa recap. That night, under the cold moonlight, Su Yang lay in bed, lazily scrolling through the system interface. It really was an all-female guild. The chat channel was buzzing non-stop, and naturally the topic was all about him. Good thing I muted them, or I'd be deaf by now. A notification popped up. The diamond tier weapon, Stormcaller, you listed has received a new bid. Curious, he tapped the screen. Someone actually bid, let's take a look. But what he saw made his jaw drop. What in the world do these two have a grudge? The bid log stretched over 10 pages. Bid 1 Elven Noble bids 500 million. Ice Witch bids 501 million. Bid 2 Elven Noble bids 505 million. Ice Witch bids 505 million and 1. Bid 3 Elven Noble hits 600 million. Ice Witch counters with 600 million and 1. By bid 58, Elven Noble had slammed down 1,403 million. Su Yang was stunned. Over 1.4 billion. The screen flashed a prompt. Current bid exceeds average market value by 40%. Do you wish to sell immediately? He smashed the yes button. I have to thank this anonymous Ice Witch for driving up the price. The system chimed, transaction confirmed, sale successful. System detection. You are a platinum member of the Alliance. All transaction fees are waived. Additionally, a 5% bonus has been added to your account as a welfare perk. Credits received 1.5015 billion. Current balance, 1.5515 billion. Su Yang did the math. No fees plus a 5% cashback. That's basically a 10% profit swing. I just made a clean 100 million extra. This feels amazing, too amazing. This is the peak enjoyment a premium VIP member deserves. He closed his eyes. Time to rest. I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. This feeling of power leveling, like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, is seriously addictive. After tasting this kind of high, who would want to go back to grinding mobs manually the next morning at 7 sharp? A crisp alert rang out. Ding, boss incarnation mode cooldown has reset. He checked the challengers. 5 intruders from S-rank guild Explorer Group. 1 intruder from A-rank guild Spirit Beast. Do you wish to initiate connection? Su Yang slid out of bed and into his slippers, his eyes widening as he read the data. Whoa, the famous Explorer Group. They're known as dungeon killers who write the ultimate guides. Their guild is packed with level 100 plus 5th advancement monsters. They should have cleared this dungeon ages ago. Visiting now. Is it because the Spirit Beast team got wiped? Su Yang's figure began to fade into data. Whatever their goal, bringing only 6 people, means they are absolutely confident in their power. Well then I won't hold back either. Connect system updating. Confirming boss link. Connection successful. Su Yang grinned. Let's get this party started. My second shift begins. Looking at the monster before him, he noted, the elite mob that died earlier has respawned. Not surprising. The Black Dragon Fortress is just a diamond-ranked dungeon. Like in a game, everything resets eventually. Only star-ranked dungeons and above have permanent death. The dragon's massive red eyes shifted to the side. Lilith, the captive elf, scowled. What do you want now? To the Black Dragon, this elf was nothing more than a pretty pet. Come to think of it, why is she locked up here anyway? Before I linked up, the dragon just followed its programming. Just acting on instinct, I guess. Su Yang glanced at the surveillance mirror to spot the intruders. Chen Lun's face appeared, followed by Lei Shan's squad led by Zhou Tai. Su Yang wasn't shocked. 5th advancement job changers as expected. And Lei Shan from Spirit Beast is tagging along. Looks like they're here to clean up the mess from last time. The Explorer Group really has excellent after-sales service. He analyzed the situation. Their combat power is leagues above the last team. But as long as they don't grab the Dragon Slayer heart, they shouldn't deal fatal damage. Where should I ambush them? Better play it safe and test them first. Never underestimate a 5th advancement squad. In his black dragon form, Su Yang roared a command. You lot, take the Earth soldiers and intercept the intruders. The monsters bowed. Yes, master. Su Yang pointed a claw at one specific minion. Wait, you stay here. The monster pointed at itself, confused. Me. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the battle had already erupted. A sword beam slashed through the air as a warrior scoffed. Nothing unusual here. The guide was accurate. Did Spirit Beast actually lie to us? His teammate asked. Maybe they just failed and wanted to stir up trouble, Kexen warned. Don't get cocky. Keep the barrier up. We'll talk after we wake the boss. Suddenly, Liu Qi's eyes narrowed. Movement over there. Dust billowed into the sky as the ground shook. Murderous intent exploded as a horde of monsters poured down from the cliffs. The sheer numbers made them gasp. Damn it, why are there so many? The lead monster roared. Leave no intruders alive. Kill them all. Lei Shan pointed a trembling finger. It's just like last time, but there are even more of them. Zhou Tai frowned. Unexpected, but this level of trash can't threaten the explorer group. Form up, I'll hold the elite mobs. Everyone else clear the small fry, then focus fire on my target. The team shouted. Roger. Liu Qi unleashed a devastating Shadow Autumn cut, while below him Zhuang Zhen moved. Mountain Barrier Final Layer. Zhou Tai activated Holy Light Blessing, combined with Tyrant Strike, summoning a pillar of golden energy that pierced the heavens. Holy light flooded the canyon, disintegrating the monster wave instantly. Zhou Tai scoffed. What a waste of time. Keep moving. Watching from afar, Su Yang whistled. Impressive. That's a 5th advancement powerhouse for you. My power truly rivals a deity descending to the mortal realm, but that mysterious mage, he hasn't made his move yet. This won't be simple. Looks like I'll have to dirty my own claws in this Manhwa recap. Lilith let out a sudden agitated shriek. Seeing their master take flight, the monsters below roared in worship. Lord Athos is joining the fray. Wait, why does that feel familiar? You've seen Lord Athos before. Going out to battle? No, never. But why does this scene feel so nostalgic? She frowned, confused. How is this possible? Why is he engaging the enemy before the Black Dragon even appears? What on earth is happening? This wasn't in the script when I was captured. Behind her, Lei Shan trembled, muttering, as expected of the elite ancestor from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I've witnessed your team's strength today, but this situation isn't in the strategy guide, is it? Chu Tai gritted his teeth. Indeed. Just wait until this dungeon instance ends, we will... Suddenly, Chen Lun scoffed from the side. Can't even handle a few mobs, yet you call yourselves an undefeated guild. Hilarious. I'm just here to harvest some fresh dragon corpses for my collection. Lei Shan snapped back. Lord Chen, our guild's power may look weak to you, but this raid is clearly bugged. As the owner of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, you should be impartial. Chen Lun's expression darkened instantly. These brats have some nerve questioning me. Say 2 more sentences and I'll add a human specimen to my collection right now. A crushing pressure slammed down, terrifying Lei Shan. What? Chu Tai stepped in front of him. Grandmaster, please stop joking around. You'll scare our client to death. Everyone stay calm. He thought internally he actually wanted to kill him just now. This old pervert acts without thinking about the consequences. Chu Tai was fuming. If you kill the client, how will we get jobs in the future? Lei Shan noted the grudge silently. Keep rambling. Wait until you see the Black Dragon. Let's see if you can smile, then. Suddenly darkness swallowed the sky. He looked up, terror seizing his throat. Be black. Black Dragon. Lei Shan collapsed to the ground, pointing a trembling finger at the sky. It's the Black Dragon, Chu Tai gasped. The boss is taking action already. Why? Zhuang Zhen shouted. Is this a bug? Did the spirit beast lie to us? He barked orders. Formation. Old Zhuang, hold the barrier. Shan Mai Liu Tzu, prepare to shapeshift healer. Focus on Liu Qi. Keep my HP at 30%. The team roared, understood. A system window popped up displaying the Berserk Warrior talent tree found in this leveling Manhwa. HP below 30%. All attributes skyrocketed, damage reduction increased. Su Yang swooped down. Let's test you out, little expedition team. They launched a barrage of attacks. System notifications flooded in. Physical damage minus 15,893. Physical damage minus 14,519. Layers of attacks exploded upward. Su Yang analyzed the data. With this damage, something's wrong. Naturally, even a 5th-class advancement user, if they have damage reduction talents, won't be able to scratch me. Chu Tai dodged a massive tail whip, screaming, It's the Black Dragon's damage reduction buff. Take it slow. Don't rush. Liu Qi sneaked below. Using a tail whip at the start. Predictable. I saw that coming a mile away. Su Yang smirked internally. Do you really think you know why I did that? Seeing him fly past Zhuang, Jin realized too late. The boss. He's targeting the backline. Giant dragon charge aimed straight for Keisin Chutai, barely blocked it in time. Not on my watch. Su Yang clicked his tongue. Tsk. Missed a chance to delete a squishy. Suddenly a presence behind him. Your back is wide open. Hey, eat this. The system chimed attack speed and crit rate massively increased. All skills imbued with dark attribute effects. This was the power of an awakening Manhwa assassin. Liusa slashed down at the dragon's spine. Die, physical damage minus 13,291. Dark damage minus 11,784. He froze in disbelief. My strongest execution skill? Shadow Flash Instant Kill. It can one-shot a star rank mini-boss with millions of HPY against a diamond rank boss. Why does it only do scratch damage? This damage reduction is broken. Su Yang didn't wait. My turn. You're wide open. Go to hell. The assassin's HP bar, and his shield evaporated instantly, dropping to 1%. Su Yang mused, survived with a sliver. Lucky. But let's see how long that luck lasts. Seeing him fall, Chutai flew over. Liu Qi, Zhuangzhen landed nearby. That was too close if not for the shield I cast on you. Old Zhuang get potions down his throat now. Suddenly Keixin stared in horror at the dragon's maw. Energy gathered in Su Yang's throat. He gasped. That motion is that breath of destruction. Chutai screamed. That's a phase 2 white mechanic. It only triggers at 70% HP. How is this possible? A cataclysmic beam of fire engulfed the entire zone. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. Still alive must be that barrier master's ultimate defense skill. One more breath should finish the job. Huddled in a cave, Chutai panted. Why isn't this boss following the rules? It has intelligence. It understands strategy and targets our weak points. Stop joking. It's a diamond rank monster. It runs on a script. It can't just improvise. System alert barrier master ultimate. Sanctuary. 90% damage reduction for allies. HP regeneration active for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 360 seconds. Chen Lun stepped forward. I have to do everything myself. Bunch of trash. Finally, the master must take the stage. He began his chant. From the endless abyss I call upon the ancient soul. Heed my will. With your terror annihilate my enemies. Chen Lun roared. Arise, bone dragon demon Elsus. A massive skeletal dragon tore through reality, shocking Su Yang. A necromancer, he quickly analyzed. That's an ultra-rare class. High-level necromancers can even summon dungeon boss spirits. Does this bone pile rival my strength? Chen Lun commanded. Go tear my enemy apart. The bone dragon lunged at Su Yang. The impact was heavy. It's strong. It looks frail, but the power is real. Su Yang slammed the skeleton away with full force. Get lost. It crashed, roaring loud enough to shake the earth before unleashing a torrent of energy. Nether sea blue flame. Su Yang countered immediately. Breath of destruction. A beam struggle. You think I'll lose to you? The two powers collided in a nuclear-level explosion. Lei Shan gasped, clashing ultimates head-on. I've never seen a battle like this. Chutai thought that pervert Chen Lun is disgusting, but his power is the real deal. Su Yang's eyes blazed with fire. Not bad, but I haven't even started trying. He ramped up the output tenfold. The black dragon's fire consumed the area, swallowing the bone dragon whole. The flames rose like a tower to heaven. Seeing only a skeleton remains, Su Yang sneered. Is that it? Suddenly a skeletal claw gripped him tight. Su Yang panicked. I thought it was dead. What? The bone dragon dragged him down. It can regenerate. Chen Lun laughed maniacally. I have infinite corpses. Stand up and fight Elsus. Su Yang realized necromancy. Of course. The bone dragon reassembled in seconds. It slammed Su Yang with massive force. Physical damage minus 59,418. Su Yang grunted. Crap. Barrage after barrage pummeled him, his health dropping rapidly. HP 81%. He realized this damage exceeded any system Manhwa player class. If this keeps up, I'll lose. Desperate Su Yang whipped his tail, smashing into the undead monstrosity. He beat his wings, soaring toward the heavens to catch his breath. The bone dragon crashed to the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Looking down at the screaming beast, Su Yang realized something vital. Could this guy seriously not fly? Chen Lun knew the dragon's weakness, which was a real headache. Malus the bone dragon launched a long-range assault, firing scorching fireballs straight at him. He dodged with supernatural agility. Attacks like that will never touch me. But at this altitude, defending the summoner was a nightmare. Chen Lun seemed to realize Su Yang's strategy. He screamed, Malus, return and protect me immediately. That was the command Su Yang had been waiting for. He dove and grabbed the bone dragon. You fell for it. Su Yang hurled the beast from the sky. Go down! The bone dragon smashed into Chen Lun. His HP plummeted to 20%. Still that much health. I thought mages were made of paper. That should have been a one-hit kill. Su Yang glanced at the spectators. Zhuang Zhen shields up, retreat, blood shield, fall back to the safe zone. Keishin responded instantly. Roger. The interface flashed a skill familiar to any system Manhwa fan, shared suffering. It split damage with teammates, reducing the impact by 50%. He realized it was Zhou Tai's doing. That tank always saved his team at the last second. Without him, their numbers would have dropped long ago. Qianlun looked around in panic. Where is that brat Liu Qi? Zhou Tai tried to calm him. Master, please stay calm. I calculated the time, and he should be here any second. Su Yang heard the name Liu Qi. The assassin had vanished during the chaos of the battle. He disappeared a while ago. Did he go to steal the dragon heart? Keishin reported. Captain Liu Qi is back. Zhuangzhen sighed in relief. Thank God. Lei Shan smirked. We've won. Watching the assassin run back, Su Yang thought, just as I predicted. But wasn't it too early to celebrate? The monster Su Yang had tasked appeared. Lord Athos, I have returned. It offered up a shimmering object. This humble servant has retrieved the Dragon Slayer heart. I did not fail my mission. Su Yang praised him. Well done. The heart radiated a blinding divine light. Zhou Tai gasped in shock. How is that possible? Su Yang declared, You despicable humans. I was prepared for everything. The Dragon Slayer heart and the victory belong to me. The moment his claw touched the heart, he paused. A brilliant light exploded outward, stunning Su Yang. What is this? The system alerted. Unstoppable factor detected. The diamond rank instance. Black Dragon Fortress began to mutate. The dungeon level was upgrading. It was ascending to stellar rank. The tower outside began to tremble violently. Panic spread through the crowd. What is happening? An earthquake. Priestess, these spiritual fluctuations are abnormal. What is going on? Deep inside the hall, Bai Ling spoke. I sense a terrifyingly powerful aura being born somewhere within the secret realm. It was beyond imagination. Even the real world would feel the impact. Watching a pillar of light pierce the sky, she predicted that this world was about to face a cataclysmic event found only in a leveling manhwa. Lei Shan stood frozen. Impossible. Stellar rank. How can that be? Zhuang Zhen was terrified. I have never heard of a dungeon upgrading itself. Su Yang had evolved into the stellar rank Black Flame Winged Athos. Even he was surprised. I didn't expect an upgrade. Notification, level 100 reached. All stats skyrocketed and stellar grade skills were unlocked. He checked his system panel. Every attribute had increased drastically, revealing new data. Boss Black Flame Winged Athos. Growth stage prematurity. Level 100. HP 6 million. Race Dark Dragon. Strength 4,221. Speed 1,702. Spirit 1,821. New skill, Silent Hellfire Prison. Condensed from the most powerful black flames, it created a hellish prison, slaughtering anyone who dared resist. It dealt 1,000% magic damage. Su Yang was floored. It even had a resurrection ban. In an era where players didn't die unless their level hit 0, this skill was a total cheat. A crimson warning flashed. Warning: souls of classes killed by this skill cannot be resurrected. The user may choose to destroy them or not. Su Yang questioned the system. What does this mean? Oh, the system replied. Host obtained the key item Dragon Slayer Heart, triggering the upgrade. He was suspicious. The Dragon Slayer Heart? You mean, this black dragon was originally stellar rank, but the heart suppressed its power, lowering the dungeon to diamond. Now that the heart suppression mechanism is gone, the difficulty has naturally increased. Although he didn't fully grasp the prematurity part, the game had definitely changed. Deep in thought, he saw Liu Qi approaching. He glanced at the assassin. Liu Qi shouted, Brother Chu, I searched the tomb but couldn't find the heart. Is there a mistake? He froze. Is that the boss? Why does it look like a bird, and that light? Seeing the shining object in the black dragon's hand, Liu Qi panicked. Why is the heart there? Zhou Tai saw him charging and screamed, Don't act on your own. Get back here. He cursed internally. Did that idiot ignore the system notification? Does he think his speed makes him invincible? Liu Qi was confident. Relax. How can that stupid thing catch me? He dashed forward only to be blocked by Su Yang's massive claw. He was instantly stomped flat. Zhou Tai roared, Liu Qi, notification. Teammate Liu Qi has died. Lei Shan trembled. Captain Chu, what do we do? He thought desperately. A stellar rank boss usually required a raid team of 10 to 20 elites. With their current numbers, they had zero chance. They were the only ones left. Zhou Tai made the call. We can't win, retreat. Chen Lun was shocked. Zhou Tai, you want to run? The tank had already put distance between them. What else? Charging in now? Would be suicide. Su Yang assessed them coldly. Wise decision. But do you really think I'll let you leave? He shot forward, determined to wipe them all out. A glowing portal appeared at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Tai sprinted. I see the teleport gate, go! Lei Shan felt a blur rush past him. Su Yang blocked their path. They panicked. It's behind us. The exit is blocked. Zhou Tai commanded, stack every buff you have. We have to break through, save as many as possible. He opened his maw. Breath of destruction. A torrent of fire engulfed them. Screams of agony rang out. After one hit, they lay crawling on the ground. The damage of a stellar boss is insane. My strongest defensive barrier shattered in one hit. My mana is empty. One more attack and we're dead. Zhou Tai warned everyone. Put your valuable items in the void bag to prevent drops. Cut our losses. There is no hope left. Chen Lun was stubborn. Impossible. I will not admit defeat. I've killed you 1,000 times. I know every ounce of your power, stellar rank. So what? I can kill you again. He began to chant, undead slumbering in the Wolf Moon River. Use my power as a conduit. Break the boundaries of life and death. Let your existence descend upon this world once more. Army of the Dead. Thousands of spirits materialized. The skill description appeared. Summons all dying creatures on the battlefield to serve as subordinates. Duration is infinite, but it continuously consumes the caster's mana and HP. He commanded the undead, go tear the enemy into pieces for me. As the bone dragon clashed with the vanguard, Su Yang waved his hand with casual disdain. The trash mobs on the sideline could only watch in horror as the bone dragon unleashed a breath of fire straight at him. How arrogant. Is this tiny spark supposed to hurt me? It didn't even scratch my skin. The bone dragon's purple flames erupted with blinding intensity. But Su Yang, annoyed by the nuisance, slammed the beast into the ground with a single crushing blow before dragging it up by its skull. Chen Lun was struck dumb by this terrifying display. It took a long moment before he could find his voice. You damned beast, we awakened ones are immortal. We cannot be destroyed. Even if I fail here today, I will return to annihilate you and devour your soul completely next time. It's a pity a star-ranked dungeon cannot be reset otherwise. I would enjoy killing you over and over again. These words only fueled Su Yang's rage. Since you dare to speak such filth, do you really think I'll let you escape? Su Yang ascended into the sky, aura blazing. Let's test a new move on you then. Word Spirit. Silent extinction. Let the inferno of hell descend. Firepower engulfed everything in an instant. Agonized screams echoed through the dungeon as the undead army he summoned was incinerated to ash. Even Chen Lun was swallowed by the flames, shrieking. It's too hot. The pain. But next time, I swear I will make you suffer 100,000 times over. Su Yang cut him off coldly. There will be no next time. A sudden sense of dread washed over the necromancer as he gasped. What is happening? Why has my HP dropped to 0? Why hasn't the teleportation started? Why is my body not decomposing? Su Yang revealed the cruel truth, because you no longer have the chance to respawn. Disappear forever. The flames completely devoured Chen Lun. A cascade of system notifications appeared. You have slain level 110. Violent Blood Warrior Zhou Tai, gaining 2,198,763 experience points. You have slain level 108 Violent Pastor Zhang Kahan, gained 1,986,123 experience points. You have slain level 104 Mountain Barrier Master Zhuangjin, gaining 1,577,633 experience points. You have slain level 103 Shadow Hunter Luzi, gained 1,662,321 experience points. You have slain level 115 Necromancer Chen Lun, gaining 2,546,198 experience points. Accumulated experience plus 9,970,000. Level 40 reached. Second class transfer limit achieved. Please complete the class transfer quest immediately. Otherwise 40% of excess experience will be lost. Current accumulated experience 5,590,000. Meanwhile, the survivors barely managed to drag their lives back to the guild. The group looked like wandering souls who had seen hell. The doors burst open as Kei Shin's voice rang out. I'm back, Zhou Tai asked anxiously. How did it go? Is there any news about Master Chen? The scout shook his head. None. Even the information about Master Chen in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion has completely vanished. In this situation, either he was erased by someone, or he is truly dead. The news struck the three of them like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Tai recalled the horrifying scene, unable to comprehend how that monster ignored the level protection. and force Chen Lun to his true death. That black dragon. The black flame wings, Athos. Just what kind of boss is that his body trembled uncontrollably? This is no longer a problem we can solve. First, we must compensate for the loss of the spirit beast and leave the rest for headquarters to decide. A chilling fear rose in Jotai's heart. Only Chen Lun was permanently killed. Is this some special mechanism? Or did that boss intentionally spare the rest of us? Meanwhile, back at the apartment complex where Su Yang lived, bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight, he tilted his head back and downed a can of soda in one go, then collapsed onto the sofa with a satisfied sigh. Man, that was exhausting. Dealing with that exploration team was tricky. I had to make sure the spirit beast remained untouched. It cost me so much effort, but looking at his equipment panel, Su Yang felt a surge of warmth. Hard work truly pays off. As expected of an S-rank guild, the loot drop was incredibly rich. The screen displayed the equipment data. Star rank Dagger of the Ghost's Frenzy. Star rank Ring of Blood Rage. Diamond rank Cloak of the Night Knight. Diamond rank Amulet of the Fire Spirit's Sacrifice. Items: high-grade Strength Potion, high-grade Speed Potion. One-time use, Epic Skill Scroll, Thunder Prison. One-time use, Epic Skill Scroll, Dance of Judgment. One-time use, Perfect Skill Scroll, Frozen Barrier. Su Yang's eyes drifted to the dagger. But if we're talking about what attracts me the most, it is undoubtedly these two items. The sword information popped up. Star rank Dagger of the Ghost's Frenzy. Description: from the 7th assassination of the Ghost. It has claimed the lives of countless beings. The Ghost's Frenzy continues fueling the resentment of souls. Equipment requirement. No class restriction. Attribute requirements. Speed 300, Spirit 300. Level requirement, level 10. Attribute speed plus 800 strength plus 400. Trait, Shadow God. Consumes mana to grant invisibility for a short duration while increasing speed by 60%. Death Mark, consumes mana. Marks a target. If attacked while undetected, damage dealt increases by 300%. Legendary rank skill scroll, 5 charges. Storm Thunder, Heavenly Blade. Description: activates the 5th transfer skill Storm Thunder Heavenly Blade. Can be stored up to 5 times. Su Yang was ecstatic. I have to say, my luck in this system Manhwa reality is just too good. Last time dropped a diamond weapon, and now I've even snagged a star rank weapon. Unlike the storm summon, I can actually equip this dagger. Moreover, the legendary skill scroll is even better. It packs enough power to instantly kill a 4th transfer professional, and it has no usage restrictions. Truly terrifying. The status window flickered. Su Yang first transfer magic swordsman level 40. Ready for second transfer. He noted that hitting level 40 was great, but the overflowing experience points were a bit of a waste. However, Su Yang was still pondering one thing. That necromancer Chen Lun whom I killed. He definitely won't be coming back to life, right? A notification chimed. System confirmation. Necromancer Chen Lun has been thoroughly annihilated. The system's decision regarding the host this time was extremely precise. System analysis. After obtaining the Dragon Slayer's heart, the level 30 necromancer Chen Lun had a high probability of killing the host. If the host while acting as the boss is killed by other awakened ones, the host will also die immediately in reality. The host must handle situations with extreme caution. Su Yang let out a breath of relief. Killing him was the right choice after all. If I hadn't been smart enough to strike first, I might be the one dead right now. He smiled, predicting the future. After such a brutal lesson, that exploration team surely won't dare to knock on my door again for a while, right? Su Yang's curiosity piqued. Come to think of it, star-rank bosses are known as true spirit creatures possessing their own minds. So what happens during the times I'm not possessing the Black Dragon? The system responded. When a boss is paired with a successor, the system directly removes the original consciousness's ability to exist regardless of its level. During the time the host is not connected, the boss will act according to preset algorithms. Additionally, if the boss possessed by the host is killed by the host himself, it will automatically pair with a higher-level boss. Su Yang was surprised as he pulled out the Dragon Slayer's heart. Is that how it works? Is this the rhythm of destiny demanding I slay a dragon? And speaking of slaying dragons, I can't ignore this piece of equipment. It feels like everything has been orchestrated. Everything falls perfectly into place. Item information appeared. Level unknown. Dragon Slayer's heart. Description. The brave one who received the goddess's blessing has severed the head of the giant dragon. Dragon blood splattered everywhere, tempering the Dragon Slayer's blade. Taking the heart of the giant dragon became the proof of the slayer. In that moment of chaos, the vision of the nameless brave one was opened. The Dragon Slayer's sword was lost to the world, leaving only the proof of the kill with the brave one. Unlocked attributes. Spirit increased by 50%. Strength increased by 100%. Trait Glorious of the Dragon Slayer. Ignores the talent defenses of the giant dragon race. Damage dealt to giant dragon creatures increased by 500%. Unlocks Ancient Blood Soul Heroic Spirit. With the amulet infected by dragon blood, one can summon the Ancient Blood Soul Heroic Spirit to assist in battle. Unlock Condition. Equipment usage restriction: single-handedly kill a giant dragon. Restriction on using the Ancient Blood Soul Heroic Spirit. Each giant dragon killed accumulates 1 usage charge. Current charges 0. Su Yang surmised that this Blood Soul Heroic Spirit was most likely a legendary hero of old. Dragon Slayer. Obtaining such a legendary title proves his combat prowess is absolute, easily outshining even a 5th Awakening professional in sheer coolness. With a super-tier shadow subordinate like this, who in the world is left to fear killing the Black Dragon, changing classes and unlocking summons? That is the next objective in this system Manhwa journey. He pushed the doors open and left. It was time to accept the 2nd Awakening mission. Departure. Back at the temple, players gazed at Bai Ling in awe, whispering, "Is that the temple priestess? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Is she waiting for someone who could possibly have the temple priestess herself standing guard at the door for them?" Envy filled the air. "I wish a beauty like that would wait for me." She opened her eyes and prayed. "May the gods protect you, Bai Ling." Seeing him approach, she immediately asked, "How may I serve you, Lord Hero?" Su Yang was taken aback. "Lord Hero? What is with that title, and how did you know I was coming?" She explained, "Just now, the job change statue emitted the divine light of guidance. It is a signal that a Temple 5 IP is approaching, and in all of Dongling City, you are the only one with such status. As for the title, it is a mandate from the temple itself. I hope you do not mind." He looked away, too shy to make eye contact. "So that explains it. Still feels a bit strange." Suddenly, the system notification chimed: 5-star class transfer quest received. 2nd Awakening 5-star difficulty. Clear a diamond rank dungeon solo 2 times, and upon encountering the boss, he must slay it within 3 minutes. As far as Su Yang knew, the standard procedure was to form a party to clear a dungeon of the same level. But this quest demanded a solo run requiring a single person to conquer the dungeon alone. The system was clearly trying to make things impossible. However, for someone like him, these conditions were practically non-existent. Bai Ling offered high praise. "You have accepted a 5-star mission as expected. You are truly worthy of the name Lord Hero." Su Yang remained humble. "It is nothing special. By the way, do you have a map of the silver rank dungeons near Dongling City?" She replied instantly, "Of course. Please wait one moment." Bai Ling handed him a scroll. "Lord Hero, here is the dungeon map you requested. It contains not only silver rank locations, but also intel on the position and respawn times for bronze and gold rank dungeons." Su Yang nodded politely. "Thank you." Sensing there was nothing else to do, he prepared to leave. "I will take my leave then." But Bai Ling stopped him. "Lord Hero, please, wait a moment." Her expression turned serious. Not long ago, a terrifying incident occurred in a dungeon. The difficulty suddenly spiked, causing a high-level professional to vanish without a trace. Furthermore, the low-level wilderness zones are currently overcrowded. Blood is often shed over territory disputes. "Please, I beg you to be careful." Su Yang replied, "Thanks for the warning, I will watch my back." But internally he calculated, with so many low-level dungeons in Dongling City, where am I supposed to find 2 open silver rank ones? Is it occupied? Arriving at the destination, he saw a massive crowd. Are they throwing a party here or something? Walking up to the red warning barrier, Su Yang was curious. A silver rank dungeon, is this popular? He panted, exhausted. He had already sprinted to 7 or 8 dungeons, only to find them all claimed by others. Is my luck that terrible, or is this the universe balancing things out because I have been looting too much legendary gear lately? Su Yang pulled out the map again. Up ahead should be the entrance to the Cave of Agony. Seeing a group of people camping the entrance, he sighed in defeat. Why is there another mob here? Then he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Gu Xueqian. She came here too. She was pleading with the man next to her. Student Wang Fei, we arrived at this dungeon first. Could you please not steal it from us? Seeing the man, Su Yang was shocked. Wang Fei is here. Him again. Wang Fei sneered. Sorry about that, little sister Xueqian. This dungeon does not have the name of your Nether Rain Guild written on it. If you want to farm here, then take it back with your own strength. Su Yang pondered. Nether Rain. Is that the sister guild to Uyun? What a coincidence. Since it is someone I know, maybe waiting a bit before making a move will make talking easier. And so, Su Yang decided to intervene in this dungeon dispute. Changing direction, he landed heavily on the ground, announcing, "My apologies, but I do not plan on yielding this dungeon either." Luo Shan barking from behind, Wang Fei shouted arrogantly, "Our boss has his eyes on this place. If you know what is good for you, get lost, unless you want to stay and let us toy with you." As he postured, a blade stopped inches from Luo Shan's face. Helan, level 61 Third Awakening Wandering Swordsman of the Nether Rain Guild, warned, "Watch your mouth, or I will not hesitate to, take your head off right now." The lackey stammered, A third job professional." Wang Fei laughed arrogantly. "What is there to fear? We have a third job expert on our side too." "Right, Brother Li." Legion, level 63rd Awakening Martial Artist of the Green Mountain Guild, spoke with a cold voice. "Sister from Nether Rain, this is not a place where you can behave so impudently." Helan scoffed. "Are you an uncivilized ape, or is your brain so full of muscle that you do not understand the concept of first come, first served?" He replied haughtily. "I only know that the fist is the only truth that matters. You want to fight? Just wait until I call my brothers here. Do not go crying for those useless newbies behind you." She glanced at her team. Most were low-level rookies. Engaging in a deathmatch with this scumbag might not end well. But if she backed down now, there was no telling if this greedy trash would demand even more. Helan stared at Li Jian, hesitating. Should she strike first? Suddenly Su Yang stepped in, interrupting the tension. "If we are deciding who is right based on whose fist is harder, then I think my voice carries quite a bit of weight here." This was a classic setup for an awakening Manhwa showdown. The thug frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Gu Shueqian recognized Su Yang from the transfer center. "Thank goodness he is safe. But why was he here provoking the heavy hitters from both sides?" Wang Fei asked in a rage. "Why is it you, Su Yang?" Calmly the protagonist replied, "I should be the one asking that. Why do I run into a fly like you everywhere I go?" Wang Fei pointed to the man behind him. "Where do you get the guts to act so big? Look closely. This is a third awakening grandmaster. He could delete you with a flick of his finger." Legion threatened, "Kid, if you know what is good for you, kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe I will leave your corpse intact." Su Yang ignored them and walked up to Gu Shueqian. "Long time no see." She waved back awkwardly. Yeah, long time no see." Ignored completely, Wang Fei exploded with rage. "You dare look down on me?" Helan whispered, "You two know each other." She nodded. "Yes, we were classmates." The swordswoman was surprised. "Classmates? So he changed jobs at the same time as you. Why is he crazy enough to provoke us?" Helan turned and asked, "Did you just mention a class transfer quest? This is a silver rank dungeon. Are you in the wrong place?" Su Yang denied it. "Not at all. The second awakening quest requires clearing a silver dungeon." She was mentally stunned. Second awakening. Wait. If this kid changed jobs at the same time as Shueqian, he hit level 40 in just a few days. Huh. How is that even physically possible? Wang Fei cut in. "Let me tell you. Does this little brat think he is something special? Walking around acting like those top-tier masters, but he is just a trash warrior. Keep pretending and you will get yourself killed, you hear? If you have the skills, open your status window for everyone to see. Let us see how pitifully low your level is. Come on, if you are scared, stop looking down your pig nose at us. A clown like you trying to fool an expert only deserves to kneel and lick our feet." Su Yang looked at him with disdain. "Level 10 is it? If you were lower than level 2, I would not even bother attacking. But now, the system reminds me the death penalty for professionals level 10 and under is a fixed loss of 2 levels. Below level 2, you die without resurrection." Wang Fei raised 2 fingers, aiming straight at Su Yang. He condensed a ball of ice magic and launched it. Su Yang announced calmly, "Go soak in the resurrection spring." 1 slash. Wang Fei's HP instantly hit 0%. He stared in disbelief. What just happened? The system flashed a ruthless notification. "You have slain the level 5 ice mage Wang Fei. 100 experience points obtained." Seeing their leader collapse, the rest of the group panicked, rushing forward and screaming, "Brother Fei! Brother Fei!" Li Chen couldn't control his rage. He lunged forward, throwing a desperate punch. Su Yang casually stepped back, his voice dripping with mockery. "A sneak attack. You people really have no warrior's honor." The taunt only fueled Li Zhen's fury. "You brat, do you think you can kill my man and walk away alive?" The protagonist slowly drew his blade. "Well then, let's see how much skill you actually possess." Su Yang turned his gaze to Helan. "That goes for you too. You might as well jump in. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down later." She took the bait instantly, her face twisting with arrogance. This brat has a death wish. Who gave you the guts to act so high and mighty, daring to challenge two-third job awakened users at once? Your arrogance knows no bounds. Even if you are a friend of Xiao Qian, I cannot forgive this transgression. Lan quickly strategized with Li Jin. Brother Qingshan, let's put our personal feud aside for a moment. We need to teach this frog in the well how vast the sky really is. Li Jin replied with a voice like ice. Fine. I'll deal with you after I crush him. Without wasting another second, Li Jin launched himself into the air, bringing a fist down like a meteor. Go to hell! Simultaneously, Lan charged her sword, aiming straight for the kill. Su Yang unleashed his terrifying movement speed. I'll deal with him first. Li Jin's eyes widened in shock. How is this kid so fast? He immediately activated his special ability. I don't believe it. Thunder Tiger Fist. A fist crackling with power smashed towards Su Yang's face. The main character blocked with his sword, a slight frown creasing his brow. With a burst of strength, Su Yang swung his blade, sending his opponent flying backward. Lan seized the opening, slashing from behind, but her blade clanged against an invisible barrier. He scoffed. You sneak attack too. The moral standards of you third-job users are pathetic. The system-chimed gold-tier disposable scroll used the interference crystal. Its effect condensed a protective shield around him capable of absorbing a total of 80,000 damage points. Lan looked at her sword in sheer terror. My strike didn't even deplete half of that shield's durability. It must be a high-tier defensive scroll. And that weapon, no matter how I look at it, that's not silver tier. Could it be gold? Or even platinum? She realized the truth too late. He killed the Ice Mage so fast I couldn't even track his movements. I should have been more careful. Who could have predicted this brat was actually a monster? She wondered just what is Su Yang's background. Suddenly, the rocky cliff face before them exploded with tremors. Debris flew everywhere. Li Jin roared in humiliation. Brat, don't you dare try to run today, your daddy is going to tear you apart. Su Yang raised his sword, now swirling with intense firepower. I told you I'm in a hurry. As the blazing flames engulfed him, Li Jin's expression froze in shock. The protagonist declared, disappear from my sight. In an instant, the enemy was gone, leaving only fading embers. System notification, you have slain level 60, martial artist Li Jin. Obtained 3,125 experience points. Su Yang glanced back at the woman trembling behind him. Do you still want to fight? She forced a stiff smile, thinking, how the hell am I supposed to fight that? Seeing her back down, Su Yang nodded. Good choice. We are guild members after all. I didn't want things to get this ugly. Lan was stunned. Same guild. Is it possible, Su Yang added. Do me a favor and apologize to the guild master for me. I'll be taking this dungeon first. His status window popped up, a classic trope in this system. Manhwa. Su Yang level 40. Class Magic Swordsman. Guild Wuyun. 2 new updates appeared. You have entered the instance Cave of Agony. Job change quest initiated. Please complete as soon as possible. Cave of Agony. Requirement level 20 to 40. Party limit 1 to 8 players. He stepped into the darkness without hesitation. Dungeon Cave of Agony. Recommended level 20 to 40. Su Yang muttered to himself as he walked deeper. Aside from the Black Dragon Fortress, this is my first time officially diving into a dungeon. It feels fresh. If I remember correctly, the lore of this place is the Earth God's lair. Spotting a guard monster ahead, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Only one mob at the entrance. It was a level 35 evil Earth God archer. He drew his sword. For the first mob of my dungeon life, they sure are being stingy. Just as he finished the kill, a shadow ambushed him from the rear, a classic scene in any manhwa recap. Su Yang reacted instantly, gripping the creature's throat and crushing it. With a violent throw, he sent it flying, his sword dancing in a fluid slash. The log updated: slain level 35 evil Earth God archer plus 549 XP. Slain level 34 evil Earth God butcher plus 537 XP. Su Yang glanced around with disdain. Sneak attacks everywhere. This dungeon has a nasty personality. If his speed stat wasn't so high, that ambush might have actually landed. He recalled the fight with Li Jin. That battle was won purely by stat suppression. But in this leveling manhwa world, if I meet a stronger class, I'll need actual skills to win. A purple aura ignited in his palm. A rare opportunity. I'll use these small fry to train my magic saber proficiency. As he ventured into the gloom, a hissing sound echoed from the ceiling. 2 monsters dropped from above, aiming for the kill. They were instantly blasted back by the shield hovering behind Su Yang. His magic saber morphed, taking the form of a heavy warhammer. Su Yang slammed the hammer down, crushing the mobs into the dirt as they howled in agony. Suddenly, archers appeared on the high ridges, locking onto him. Arrows rained down like a storm, kicking up a cloud of dust. The magic saber shifted again, transforming into a crossbow. Su Yang aimed at the cowards who dared to ambush him. Bolt after bolt flew true, exploding the archers into mist. He assessed the situation. Passive defense is annoying. Time to pull the whole train. Su Yang sprinted forward, not pausing for a single second. A horde of monsters chased closely behind him. I'm almost at the boss room. Let's wipe them all out in one go. He spun around his weapon, shifting into a double-ended glaive. It expanded into a massive energy spear, flying forward with devastating momentum. Every monster it touched erupted into flames. Eat my 40-meter blade. As the mob train was incinerated, he nodded in satisfaction. Long-range close combat offense and defense. This skill is truly versatile. I'm getting more excited to see what my 5th job advancement brings in this awakening manhwa. Just then, glowing eyes pierced the darkness. It was the frost giant tiger level 40, the dungeon boss. Seeing its majestic form, Su Yang was surprisingly underwhelmed. The final boss of the Earth God's lair is a tiger. Did the pet overthrow the master? The game design here is a bit laughable. It wasn't long ago that we sat in the same classroom, but now the gap between us is an abyss. I feel like I don't even belong to their world anymore. As I step into the next dungeon, the system of this leveling manhwa chimes. Silver rank boss, bloodthirsty orc slain. Experience points plus 6,187. 2 silver dungeons solo cleared. Boss eliminated in under 3 minutes. 2 for 2. The 5-star class advancement quest is complete. A cascade of holographic notifications floods his vision. The completion of the 5-star trial has triggered a legendary hidden chain, a staple of any good system manhwa. Su Yang's eyes widen. A hidden quest. Phase 1 updated the lost rusted key. The briefing is ominous. A coordinate on the map marks the lair of a terrifying beast in hibernation guarding something ancient. The rewards for this awakening manhwa scenario are insane. A 5% boost to all attributes, a unique hidden class, and 4 legendary tier skill books. Warning. 1. This hidden path only unlocks after a perfect 5-star rating and is independent of standard class progression. 2. The quest chain will reveal itself in stages. It updates after each subsequent advancement. 3. The user may decline the hidden path without penalty to their normal growth. Time limit 48 hours. The clock is ticking. Seeing the accept prompt, Su Yang's lips curve into a confident smirk. A 5% all-stat boost is already mouth-watering, but legendary skill books, that is a game changer. Judging by the structure, there is definitely a Phase 2. This is the true value of a 5-star run. Accept you, bet, I accept. He pulls up the target zone map. It is the high-level outskirts of Tianling City. The average mobs here are level 40 and up. The terrifying beast mentioned must be level 50 at least. Without buffs, this would be a suicide mission for most. Su Yang unsheathes his blade. It is time to unseal this star-rank weapon. However, to wield a diamond tier or higher weapon beyond one's level requires specific conditions. Not only a flawless limitless gem, but also a grandmaster-level blacksmith. His hometown of Dongling City has no such artisan. Then a memory strikes him. That's right. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Their branch should be right here in Tianling City. They don't just sell dungeon guides, they peddle information. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit to those who once looked down on him. Rumor has it the pavilion is a key member of Alliance X. He wonders, how will they react when they see this? In Su Yang's hand, a card materializes, shimmering with dark elegance. Alliance X Black Gold membership. He steps into the Tianling branch, surprised by the bustle. The hall is packed with hunters buying guides. As expected of the top-tier information guild. Su Yang feels a flutter of nerves. A bit intense, he thinks. After all, he just sold them items and instantly became a nouveau riche whale. It feels a bit surreal. He checks his inventory. Item flawless, limitless gem. Effect can be socketed into equipment of any tier, nullifying level requirements. Balance, 2.8 billion gold. The hall buzzes with impatient shouts. Hey, isn't it my turn yet? I've been waiting until my hair turns gray. The receptionist bows apologetically. Please wait for your number. Su Yang navigates the crowd, sighing. So many people. Suddenly familiar faces catch his eye. Isn't that Zhou Tai and Liu Chi? Talk about a small world. The man trailing behind pleads desperately. Brother Zhou, can't you reimburse me for the damaged weapon that was a star-rank artifact? Zhou Tai scoffs. It was destroyed. The HQ not finding us is already mercy. What more do you want? Enraged Liu Ci kicks a pile of scrap metal. Great, so I have to grind dungeons for months again. A block of wood flies straight at Su Yang's face. He catches it effortlessly, his voice cold. Which uncultured trash throws garbage around? Liu Ci stomps over. Yeah, I did it. You got a problem. Su Yang steps up. Of course I do. Does having a high level give you the right to act like an animal? Liu Qi grabs his collar. Listen here, cripple. A level 40 scrub dares to lecture me. I am the law around here. Believe it or not, I will end you right now. Seeing Su Yang's calm smile only fuels his rage. What are you laughing at? Su Yang mentally adds him to the kill list. Fine. Next time you step into the Black Dragon secret realm, you are dead. Jotai intervenes. Liu Qi, watch your image. It is a small matter. Brother, let it go. Su Yang adjusts his collar. Is this how the great heavenly secret pavilion treats customers? I am disappointed. Jotai sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. Sorry, but we are a premium guide group. We don't sell strategies for your current level. Liu Qi steps in. Brother Zhou, why waste breath? I will kick him out. Su Yang calmly produces the black gold card. Open your eyes and look at this. Liu Qi laughs. Think a shiny piece of plastic scares me. Liu Qi slaps the card out of Su Yang's hand. Get that trash out of my face. Su Yang raises an eyebrow. Does this mole really not recognize treasure? The card lands at someone's feet. This is... Jotai freezes. Manager? Why are you here? Liu Qi beams. Brother-in-law, finally. It is Jia Yue. Level 120. Rank a city lord. Manager of Yongfeng City. He doesn't hesitate. Smack, a crisp slap echoes through the hall. Liu Qi hits the floor, stunned. Brother-in-law, why? I am your family. Jia Yue ignores him, picking up the card and handing it to Su Yang with trembling respect. Honored VIP. I am Jia Yue, manager of Yongfeng City. Please forgive my subordinate's blindness. Su Yang takes the card. No worries. Internally, he is intrigued. A big shot, huh? Jia Yue probes gently. To hold an Alliance X Black Gold card at such a young age. Have you perhaps completed the legendary 5-star class advancement? Su Yang nods. That's right. Jia Yue turns to Zhou Tai, eyes cold. Serve this guest with your life. No mistakes. Understand? Zhou Tai bows deeply. Yes, sir. Liu Ci's face drains of color. Huh. Jia Yue grabs him. I am leaving. Liu Ci, you are coming with me. We need to discuss the next dungeon run. He drags the struggling man away. Brother-in-law, let go. I can walk. Liu Qi screams back at Su Yang. Brat, don't get cocky, just you wait. Su Yang thinks, next dungeon is the pavilion, making a move. Zhou Tai switches to sycophant mode. Honored guest, how may I serve you? Su Yang cuts to the chase. I need the location of the Grandmaster Blacksmith in Tianling City. Also, do you have limitless gems? The treasure pavilion is sold out. Zhou Tai hesitates. The intel is easy. We have the gems, but the price is astronomical. You see? Su Yang snaps his fingers. If a problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. Thud. A heavy sack of gold hits the floor. Zhou Tai's eyes bulge. Understood, I will fetch them personally. Please wait. Su Yang thinks his face-changing skill is max level. Su Yang is impressed. Yongfeng City is the capital of this region, yet its manager bowed to this card. The influence of the transfer temple is terrifying. He leaves the building map in hand. Old Wolf's Smithy. To think a grandmaster hides in such a dump. The pavilion's intel is solid. However, Su Yang pricks up his ears. A conversation nearby catches his attention. Did you hear the expedition team is prepping for the Black Dragon secret realm again? This sounds like the start of another intense Manhwa recap arc. People have already died there, yet they still dare to go. A bystander whispered in fear. I only heard rumors, but looking around, everyone is terrified to make a move. Another voice chimed in, trembling. I bet the rumors are true. Even if you gave me 10 billion, I wouldn't step foot in there. Su Yang remained calm. This reaction was exactly within his calculations. Chen Lun's death had crushed the expedition team's morale like glass. They wouldn't dare return anytime soon. But I must subdue the Black Dragon quickly, Su Yang thought. In a manhwa recap like this, delays only lead to nightmares. Arriving at the smithy, Su Yang pushed the door open. Excuse the intrusion. I'm looking for Master Gu Yang. Inside, two beauties from the Dark Cloud Guild, Rongjue and An Yu, were already waiting. Gu Yang looked up from his work, his eyes sharp. A guest. Su Yang instantly recognized the women's high-status background. He nodded politely. Greetings, ladies. Here to forge equipment as well. An Yu zoomed in front of him, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Are you the new junior brother? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you like older sisters? Her overwhelming energy left him speechless. Rongshui stepped in, placing a hand on the girl's face and shoving her back. Su Yang, right. This is a Grandmaster level shop. Your level doesn't require this. Go to the street stalls. And Yu pouted, shouting, Hey, what was that for? Su Yang sighed internally. That's the second time I've heard that today. Sometimes explaining my power is just too much of a hassle. He silently drew his blade. Is this weapon worthy of this place? Master Gu Yang raised his heavy hammer. With a single strike, flames roared to life, filling the room with scorching heat. Rongshu couldn't look away. Is this the special effect of enhancing an essence-tier weapon? I've never seen such brilliance before. And Yu stared in awe as sparks danced like fireflies in the air. So beautiful. Rongshui glanced at Su-yang sitting nearby. Seeing his indifferent expression, she thought, he isn't surprised at all. It's as if he's witnessed this legendary scene 1,000 times. And Yu leaned in, whispering loud enough to be heard. What are you doing, little Shu, staring at Su-yang like that? Did you fall for him? Rongshui jumped, flustered. Stop spouting nonsense, I was just thinking. And Yu teased, grinning. Is that so? You rarely zone out like that. Rongshui snapped, turning red. Enough. Su-yang watched their antics, thinking, did I join the wrong guild? These two are chaotic. Hours later, Gu-yang held up the gleaming blade. It is done. Su-yang was impressed. As expected of a grandmaster. He succeeded on the first try, whereas I blew up tons of materials last time. Su-yang took the sword, feeling its power. Master, what is the fee? The old man waved his hand. I poured my soul into this. Usually I'd charge 1 billion for the handling fee. But today, this old man forged with pure joy. I'll make an exception. It's free. A grandmaster forging for free? A lucky break. But Su-yang played by different rules. I won't take advantage of an elder. Money is easy to earn, but a connection with a grandmaster is rare. Please accept this 1 billion fee. I plan to visit often. Gu-yang gave a thumbs up, grinning. Young man, you have backbone. I'll accept it then. I await your next visit. And Yu looked at him completely love-struck. He turned down a freebie and dropped 1 billion without blinking. Is this what a true tycoon looks like? Oh no, I think I'm obsessed. Rongshu narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Is he actually the young master of an S-rank guild? The scene shifted to the outskirts of Heaven Spirit City, the desolate spirit range recommended for level 40 and above. Su-yang stood before the wild, untamed mountains. He recognized the terrain instantly. This is the mission location, a classic grinding spot for a leveling Manhwa protagonist's second job change. Su-yang analyzed the requirements. Bloodthirsty Shadow. Stat restrictions 300 speed and spirit. He downed attribute potions and allocated his spare points instantly. The system Manhwa interface flashed. Su-yang. Class Magic Swordsman. Strength 980. Speed over 1100. He was becoming a monster. Spirit 488. Spirit Elixir added 50 permanent points. Limit 5. The numbers climbed higher, breaking past normal limits. Speed Elixir Type 2 added 50 points. Immortal Speed Elixir added 100 points. His stats were skyrocketing. He smirked. I can now rival a 4th transition powerhouse. Su-yang charged toward the mountain range, his aura exploding as he roared. 2 shadows trailed behind him instantly. Level 45, Bat Soul. Level 44, Earth Spirit. Su-yang activated his skill. Shadow Body. Mana consumption for stealth and a 60% speed boost. He slashed through the air. Both monsters were struck mid-flight, their bodies plummeting to the ground. Su-yang followed up with a double slash to finish them. He landed softly. Basic warrior skill. Double slash. But with an essence-tier weapon, the damage is devastating. Behind him, countless red eyes glowed in the darkness. He made a decision. I'm not here to clear the map slowly. Time for the old-school method. A massive explosion erupted at the mountain's base as Su-yang entered the cavern. This is the lair of the terrifying beast. According to the mission, the level shouldn't be below 50. I wonder how many hits it can take. The silence was suffocating. No small fry mobs anywhere. A light shined ahead. Here we go. Su-yang narrowed his eyes, stepping into the boss room. His eyes widened in shock. In the center, a beast lay curled in slumber. System alert. Mutated beast that swallowed unknown flesh. Level 55. Undead race. HP skills traits unknown. Su-yang gritted his teeth. What is this? Except for the name and level, everything is hidden. I need to buy a high-level identify skill for this awakening Manhwa scenario. Su-yang initiated the attack. Never underestimate a boss with hidden stats. Prepare for a hard fight. He drove his sword straight toward its head. Damage indicators popped up. Shadow Body Strike deals 52,000 damage, Mark of the Dead applied. Attacks from stealth deal massive criticals. Damage increased by 300%. The beast roared, waking up. Su-yang knew it wouldn't die instantly. Energy blasts erupted from its mouth and spikes shot up from the ground. He leapt high, dodging the death trap. Su-yang spun in midair, slashing downward. The monster howled in pain as the blade connected. He didn't give it a second to breathe. Whittle down its HP. He unleashed a flurry of strikes. System alert. You have slain the mutated beast. Gained 4,300 experience. Obtained item old key. Obtained item unknown rotting flesh. He inspected the loot. Old key. Time has left its mark. Looks like it opens a specific door. Unknown rotting flesh. Its former power has vanished, symbolizing decay. Origin impossible to guess. The description was ominous. He frowned. The mission mentioned the key, but what is this rotting meat? The description implies the original owner was terrifyingly strong. Even the depleted energy was enough to mutate that beast. Su Yang shook his head. Forget it. Job advancement first. I'll research this mystery later. New notification. Inspection complete. Class advancement mission passed. Difficulty 5 stars. Received supreme life sublimation. Base attributes increased by 25%. Obtained magic swordsman exclusive passive dual-wielding spirit. The power of a legend was now his. Spirit increases by 10% based on strength, and strength rises by 10% based on spirit. This feedback loop is infinite, checking the status of the hidden class advancement mission. Confirmation received. Mission complete rewards are being distributed. All attributes increased by 5%. Unique class obtained magic swordsman. Legendary rank skill book acquired. Level cap removed. Calculating reserve experience points. Level jumped from 40 to 58A, massive haul of 360 attribute points. He decided to split them evenly between strength and spirit. A thought crossed his mind. These raw base stats are terrifying enough to suppress even a NEC Third Awakening professional. If he factored in his equipment bonuses, he could now stand toe-to-toe with those spirit hunting squads. A second awakening crushing a fourth awakening. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through his veins. The new status window materialized. Allocating points? Complete. The numbers for strength, speed, and spirit skyrocketed before his eyes. Su Yang gazed at the blade in his hand with satisfaction. Double attributes were already overpowered, but combined with his soul blade mark from this moment on. But even a platinum-ranked dungeon boss wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. It truly lived up to the name of a legendary skill. A notification chimed magic swordsman class active. Legendary skill unlocked dual destruction blade. Fuses current mana and weapon into a single entity. Consumes half of maximum mana to unleash a devastating strike dealing 200% physical damage. Well, plus an additional 200% spirit damage. As he returned to reality, Bai Ling approached with a smile. Congratulations, brave hero, on completing your 5-star second awakening. Your VIP privileges are being updated. First, your monthly allowance has been raised from 10 million to 50 million. Second, your X-Alliance Black Card discount has increased from 20% to 30%. Su Yang nodded calmly. Understood. Internally, he thought, compared to his new power, these benefits felt trivial. She looked at him curiously. Brave hero, do you have plans for your next move? Su Yang replied. I've been pushing hard lately. I plan to rest for 2 days. Work-life balance is important in any leveling manhwa, right? Bai Ling agreed enthusiastically. Absolutely, rest is crucial. He had a plan, but resting didn't mean sitting around doing nothing. While he had free time, he headed to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to buy supplies for the upcoming dragon slaying. Meanwhile, at the pavilion's headquarters inside Manager Jia Yue's office, orders were being given to Zhou Tai. I'm entrusting this secret realm crusade to you. 30 expedition members should be enough to clear the dungeon, correct? Zhou Tai confirmed with a nod. Yes, 30 is sufficient. However, that special mechanic that prevents resurrection is concerning. Jia Yue pulled out a shimmering object. Don't worry. Headquarters has prepared a countermeasure. We've prepared a life jade bracelet for every member. This guarantees your survival. Zhou Tai's eyes widened. Is this the legendary life jade, such a precious item? Thank you, manager. Jia Yue concluded. Then I leave it to you. If I weren't so busy, I'd want to slay the dragon myself and stretch my old bones. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. Hold it right there, that black dragon isn't for you lot to deal with. The office doors slammed open. Zhou Tai spun around in shock. Who is that? Upon seeing the girl, he stuttered, Young miss, why are you here? This was Luo Linger, class beast tamer, level 130, the daughter of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master. She sneered, the young miss has arrived and you don't kneel to welcome her. Jia Yu immediately dropped to one knee. This subordinate didn't know the young miss was visiting. Please forgive my lack of etiquette. She waved her hand dismissively. Rise. My trip here is a secret. None of you are to breathe a word of it. A streak of light flashed as she casually kicked a chair over and sat down. Listen closely. From now on, without my permission, no one enters the Black Dragon Citadel. I intend to tame that Black Dragon personally. The manager hesitated. May I ask, is this the Pavilion Master's will? Her aura turned deadly. Wah, what if it's not my father's order you dare to disobey me? Jia Yue bowed his head in fear. I wouldn't dare. I will issue the orders immediately. Luo Linger stood up to leave. Good, as long as you know your place. Prepare all data on the Black Dragon and get a room ready. I need to rest. The manager let out a long breath as she left. I never expected the young miss to show up out of nowhere. My calculations are ruined, Liu Zi standing behind him whispered in shock. Is she really the Pavilion Master's daughter, the youngest genius of the Global Beast Taming Association? Jia Yue confirmed. That's right. That association is a super organization. On the same level as the X-Alliance. They specialize in hunting rare exotic beasts worldwide. Whether it's a dungeon boss or a wild elite, nothing escapes them. The young miss is a prodigy. She joined the association at a young age. Even in the entire Longxia region, few can stand beside her. She must be here to snatch the Black Dragon before other beast tamers get wind of it. If she succeeds, she'll become the top beast tamer on the continent, and our pavilion's reputation will soar. Zhou Tai chimed in. So don't even think about trying anything funny. When we enter the instance with the young miss, everyone obeys her command. Especially when the Black Dragon is at low health, she must deal the final blow to tame it. Don't steal her kill, understood? Equal. Of course I'll go get the basic guide to giant dragons for the young miss right now. The minion panicked. I wouldn't dare compete with the boss's daughter, but when Zhou Tai checked the inventory, he froze. What, someone bought the last copy yesterday? The buyer was Su Yang. Liu Zi grit his teeth. Why is it that guy again? Is he looking for trouble? Jia Yue looked uneasy. It must be a coincidence. He couldn't have known the young miss was coming. But why would someone of his level care about a giant dragon? Zhou Tai worried. What do we do? Demand he return the book. The manager commanded no. He's attracted attention, but don't offend a Temple 5 IP lightly. There might be other dragon materials. Go look for them. Meanwhile, back at Su Yang's home, he settled into his favorite spot. He opened the book he had purchased. Basic Guide to Giant Dragons. It cost him 510 gold coins. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion certainly knew how to rip people up. I hope this is worth the price, Su Yang muttered as he scanned the pages. Dragon species names. Red dragon, white dragon. Got it. The black dragon species. The data materialized in his mind. Race giant dragon. Traits violent, bloodthirsty. The chart showed the black dragon's power across different eras. Hatchling stage. Voidstone stage. Pre-adulthood Star Brilliance stage. Post-adulthood Moon Glora stage. And the fully mature Solar Flare stage. Known innate abilities, Strength Enhancement, Black Fire Mastery, Dragon Fear. He frowned. Strange. Why isn't the innate damage reduction mentioned with the pavilion's professionalism? They shouldn't have missed that. Could it be that the expedition team couldn't see the specific stats of the black flamewings, just like when I saw that unknown flesh monster in the mountains? The text continued. Exploration notes. Within Longxia borders, Black Dragon secret realms have been discovered. Status subjugated. Location, northwest Luoshui City. Anbei Province, Dragon Roar Cave. Stage hatchling. Difficulty Void Stone class. Status subjugated. Location Central Nightfall City. Lingjiang Province, Dragon Vein Mountain. Stage pre-adulthood. Difficulty Moon Glorious class. Status unsubjugated. Location Southeast Eternal Wind City. Tianling Province, Black Dragon Citadel. Stage pre-adulthood. Difficulty Star Brilliance class. Su Yang flipped the page, muttering to himself. So, in all of Longxia, only 3 black dragons have been found. 2 are dead. Only the boss I'm targeting remains alive. Wait a minute. The data on the subjugated black dragon doesn't add up. Shouldn't the pre-adulthood stage correspond to the Star Brilliance rank? Why is it listed as Moon Glorious? Let's check the detailed records. The info popped up. Dragon Vein Mountain Raid Log. Since this dungeon was Moon Glorious difficulty, the black dragon inside was initially judged to be in the post-adulthood stage. But after the raid analysis of the dragon heart revealed its actual biological age was only pre-adulthood. This was confirmed by the loot drops after the kill. Later, after some deep research, it turned out the black dragon had accidentally consumed a piece of unidentified rotten meat, causing its power to skyrocket. This wasn't just garbage. In the context of a leveling manhwa, this was a god-tier consumable. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion was willing to pay a fortune for it. Su Yang couldn't hide his delight. Who knew a chunk of spoiled meat held such heaven-defying properties? He had truly stumbled upon a legendary treasure this time. If the pavilion was offering such an astronomical price, it meant the item's true value was beyond mere gold coins. Most importantly, if he fed this to the Black Dragon himself, its strength would surge directly to the Moon Glow rank. Even a dozen 5th advancement job changers wouldn't stand a chance against it. Once the dragon devoured this fat piece of meat, Su Yang's own level might just skip straight to the 4th advancement. The path to the peak was suddenly wide open. He leaned back onto the bed, mind racing. However, he couldn't rely on this exploit forever. The heavenly secret pavilion wasn't run by idiots. They wouldn't suffer a loss like this twice. Now, it was time to slay the Black Dragon and move on to the next boss. Yet after it had given him so many benefits, killing it felt a bit wasteful. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Sikchum. System alert. When the host kills a boss entity they previously controlled, that entity will automatically be resurrected as an absolutely loyal subordinate. Suyang sat up bolt upright. This was the ultimate system Manhwa twist. Did I hear that right? I can obtain the Black Dragon as a pet. The system confirmed coldly. Correct. This is standard protocol. Host, please remain calm. Suyang was ecstatic. How can I not be excited? It's a giant dragon, majestic, tyrannical, and overflowing with dominance. Even within a triple S rank guild like the Global Beast Taming Association, very few could claim to have tamed a true dragon as a battle pet. If I suddenly summon a black dragon pet during a chaotic guild war, imagine the sheer terror on their faces. Suyang knew the reality though. With his current stats, even using the Heart of the Dragon Slayer item wouldn't guarantee a kill on the black dragon. How long would it take to whittle down its HP, and if he exhausted himself killing it, only for someone else to ambush him and steal the kill, it would be a disaster. Suyang slid out of bed and stepped into his slippers. Thinking it through, his leveling speed still relied heavily on his boss avatars. If no challengers appeared in the dungeon for a set time, his experience gain would stagnate. Plus, since his level was low, every avatar possession consumed a massive amount of EXP. If he faced an exploration team next time, and burned out his resources, he'd be in trouble. I need to power level fast. Should he sweep a wild map or hit a high-level instance dungeon? Suddenly he remembered a guild notification and opened his interface. I recall the giant forest is a Voidstone rank secret realm. It was perfect timing. Just when he was sleepy, someone handed him a pillow. He couldn't miss this chance. He typed a brief reply. Understood. On the other end, when Rongshui and Uyun received the message, the entire guild chat erupted in screams of joy. And Yu messaged excitedly, finally. Our handsome little brother replied, come here, big sister will protect you. Shuyan immediately scolded her to watch her image. Yang Yan fired back at Yu. You keep talking about Mu Rongshui, but I think you're the one with impure thoughts here. And Yu defended herself. Don't insult me. My feelings for our handsome junior are purely platonic. Mostly. No impurities attached. Muzi teased, sister and you've been exposed. And Yu sent a grieving emoji, I'm being wronged. Suyang stared blankly at the chat flooding with messages. Here we go again. Yun, who had been silent, finally asked the important question. Are you sure you want to raid the Voidstone realm with us? The monsters inside are extremely dangerous for your level. Suyang replied instantly. Confirmed. Definitely. Absolutely. I'll head over first. You guys take your time. The next day, inside the job change temple, Lei Shan walked in, his face dark as a thundercloud. A subordinate asked nervously, Boss, why the long face? He growled, I finally grinded to level 99. I went to accept the 5th advancement quest, and the material drop location is the giant forest. Someone hesitated. The difficulty of the giant forest is on par with the Black Dragon Fortress. With our current levels, can we even clear it? The group began to whisper anxiously. I heard the people from Dark Cloud Guild are preparing to raid the giant forest too. Looks like the ticket for this year's Secret Realm trial belongs to them. The gap between our guilds is only getting wider. Lei Shan sneered, confident arrogance returning to his eyes. Not necessarily. We still have one method to stop Dark Cloud from snatching the ticket. The subordinates looked confused. Boss, do you mean? A sinister smile curled his lips. If I have no path forward, then I have nothing to fear. We kill them. We make Dark Cloud taste the same despair we felt. The dungeon information panel flashed. Giant forest. Diamond rank, secret realm. Recommended level 90 and above. Description. Sky-piercing ancient trees block out the sun. From the depths, the roars of giant beasts echo, warning all outsiders. This place does not welcome you. The countdown to the dungeon opening began 35 minutes. Suyang looked around at the gathering crowd. It's packed. The giant forest and the Black Dragon City are both high-tier danger zones. Dark Cloud chose this moment to challenge it specifically for the Secret Realm Trial. The so-called Secret Realm Trial was a special annual quest hosted by the Eternal Wind City's Job Change Temple. Only A-rank guilds possessing members with 5th advancement classes or higher were qualified to participate. Each city held only one entry ticket. The top 3 guilds inside the trial would receive massive resources, including a star-grade weapon, rare wines, 3 diamond-grade weapons, and various guild buffs. It was a temptation no guild could resist. As the only two A-rank guilds in Heavenly Spirit City, Dark Cloud and Spirit Beast were constantly at each other's throats, rushing to reach the 5th advancement to secure that ticket. Spirit Beast was originally stronger, but after being wiped out in the Black Dragon City, their levels and equipment took a massive hit, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Now, it was Dark Cloud's turn to shine. The crowd in front was mostly B-rank guilds posing no threat. But then, the atmosphere shifted. Su Yang glanced to the side. Lei Shan's squad arrived aggressively, shoving other players aside. Listen up, you low-level trash. This secret realm has been booked by the Spirit Beast Guild. If you don't want to die, get lost. The players trembled in fear. It's Spirit Beast. Su Yang noted calmly. Seems like Spirit Beast isn't giving up without a fight. Other players scrambled away. These A-rank guilds are too tyrannical. A bystander whispered, keep your voice down. Didn't you hear Spirit Beast has been unlucky lately? They're looking for a punching bag. Su Yang analyzed the situation. With Spirit Beast's current strength, clearing a diamond-rank dungeon is nearly impossible. They barely have anyone over level 90. Their aggressive stance didn't look like raid prep. It looked like they were lying in wait. He realized their plot immediately. Are they planning to gatekeep Dark Cloud and stop them from occupying the latrine but not taking a shit? How unethical. Seeing Su Yang still standing there, a level 72, lackey barked, "Hey kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what our guildmaster said?" Su Yang replied coolly, "I'm just looking around. I have no interest in your drama. You guys do whatever you want." The arrogant goon shoved Su Yang's shoulder. "Damn it, did I say you could speak? Get the hell out of here." Su Yang's hand clamped down on the arm that touched him, and with a brutal twist bent it backward. The lackey screamed, "My hand." Su Yang didn't stop there. He effortlessly tossed the man toward a distant tree like a sack of garbage. The lackey's body flew through the air and crashed into the forest, landing in a pathetic heap at the base of a fallen tree. Lei Shan's eyes narrowed instantly. "Who are you? Why did you attack him?" Su Yang yawned, looking bored. "Nothing much. That guy wanted to hit me, so I just defended myself." Zhao Ming, hot-headed as ever, roared. "What kind of attitude is that you beat him to 1 HP and call it self-defense? You think you can be this arrogant?" Lei Shan cut Zhao Ming off with a wave of his hand. "Enough." He tried to negotiate, his voice dripping with false diplomacy. "If he offended you, then indeed he was in the wrong. You've taught him a lesson, so shall we consider this debt settled?" Su Yang nodded calmly. "I have no objections." But the vice commander wasn't having it, barking, "Guildmaster, are we really going to let this arrogant brat walk all over us?" Lei Shen remained cold and calculating. To insta-kill a 3rd awakening tracker in seconds, he must be at least a 4th awakening class. We came here to crush the Yuyun Guild, he thought. Wasting resources on an unknown variable is foolish. Zhao Ming unclenched his fists, forcing himself to cool down. Fair point. But is that kid a mercenary hired by Yuyun? Why else would he be solo here? Lei Shan scoffed. Unlikely. That guild is an Amazoness tribe. They don't fraternize with men. Step. Su Yang's senses flared. Company had arrived. Yuyun stepped forward, her aura sharp and commanding. "Guildmaster Lei, care to explain why your dogs are blocking our entrance?" "Simple business. The Forest of Giants belongs to the Spirit Beast Guild today. Find another dungeon." She narrowed her eyes, voice dripping with ice. "Don't play games. Your team just got wiped out. You don't have the manpower to clear a diamond rank instance. So, that's your game." Yuwun realized, her voice filled with disdain. "You didn't come to raid. You came to sabotage. Just because you failed, you want to drag us into the mud with you. How pathetic. Have you no shame?" she spat. "Or are you begging for a guild war right here?" Lei Shan smirked, absolutely shameless. "The benefit is simple. If we can't clear it, neither can you. Dragging you down is victory enough. I'll say it once more. No one enters the forest today." Frost energy crackled around him, but suddenly the air temperature plummeted. "Murong Shui," he warned, eyeing the ice mage. "Your mistress hasn't given the order yet. You dare channel mana?" Murong Shui's eyes were cold as glaciers. "If you want to fight, draw your weapon. Quit yapping." Lei Shan's expression darkened instantly. "Fine. Today we don't just compare notes. We fight to the death. Let the slaughter begin." "Hey." Su Yang stepped into the deadlock, interrupting the tension. "Did you just say no one is raiding this dungeon? Are you pretending I don't exist?" Murong Shui blinked, stunned by his audacity. "Why, it's Su Yang." Anyu's eyes turned into hearts instantly. "He's actually standing up to Lei Shan, oh my handsome hero." Shu Yan adjusted her glasses, observing keenly. "So the viral sensation everyone's whispering about finally takes the stage. A shame Xiao Qian isn't here to see this, Shu Yan sighed. Muzi whipped out her sketchbook eyes gleaming with artistic fervor. Subject the first male member of the Yu Yun Guild. Recording historical data now. I have to capture this vibe. Yu Yun approached him, her demeanor shifting from fierce to welcoming. We finally meet Su Yang. He shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies. I haven't had time to officially check in at headquarters. Though honestly, he added, this casual introduction feels less stiff. She nodded. Agreed. Internally, however, her mind raced. 5-star class. Temple Fav IP. Wielding star-rank weaponry. Heir to an S-class legacy. Su Yang is a walking enigma. She bit her lip. He's standing right here, but how do I even begin to question a monster like him? Is it even my place? Meanwhile, on Lei Shan's side, Li Dan was vibrating with pure jealousy. Damn it. I've chased Yu for years without getting a single glance, and now she's making hard eyes at this pretty boy. I'm gonna kill him, Zhao Ming squinted, realizing the truth. Guildmaster, that kid isn't a mercenary. Look at their interaction. He's an official member of their guild. Lei Shan ground his teeth veins bulging on his forehead. You little rat. You played us for fools. Su Yang looked bored. And are you going to cry or fight? Whoosh! 2 arrows streaked toward him like comets. He snatched an arrow out of the air, expression unchanging. The archer, huh. It's rude not to return a gift, Su Yang deadpanned. Here, take it back. He spun and kicked the second arrow, sending both projectiles rocketing back at supersonic speeds. Thwack. The arrows pierced Zhao Ming, pinning him to the ground. Vice Commander! The lackeys screamed in terror. Seeing his right-hand man drop, Lei Shan roared, You court death, brat. Blink. Su Yang materialized instantly in front of the guildmaster. I've figured it out, he said, his voice terrifyingly calm. You're just here to be a nuisance, blocking a premium dungeon. Do you think everyone has time to waste on your petty tantrums? Time is money. If I miss my chance to slaughter the fat sheep boss because of you, can you afford to pay the damages? The enemy froze, confused. Fat sheep. What the hell is he talking about? Lei Shan snarled. Die babbling. No choice then, Su Yang sighed, pulling out a scroll. I guess I have to school you. Seeing the aura of the scroll, Lei Shan broke into a cold sweat. Raise the barrier, Lei Shan screamed. Pop all damage reduction buffs now. He gritted his teeth. He dared to charge in solo. He must be tough, but no matter how strong, no one can shatter our guild's ultimate defense formation. Su Yang offered a pitying smile. Is that what you think? Then try eating this. A massive tornado materialized from the void, ripping up the earth. The gale force winds hit the girls. Eek, I hate this. Yu squealed. Murangshui clamped her hands down. Why are you screaming? You're wearing pants. The elemental pressure was suffocating, a literal natural disaster. Lei Shan's eyes bulged. Impossible. This energy signature. It's a legendary tier spell. Su Yang flicked his hand down. Vanish. Storm Thunder, Heavenly Blade. The attack crashed into Lei Shan's formation. A pillar of pure destruction pierced the heavens, the wind screaming like a banshee, until finally silence returned to the forest. Su Yang dusted off his hands. All right, trash taken out. Shall we start the raid now? Guild leader. The Yu Yun members stood frozen in shock, and Yu looked ready to pass out. Yu Yun stammered, How? The Spirit Beast Guild. Erased in a second, Murangshui gasped. Even a legendary scroll shouldn't be able to one-shot an A-rank elite squad like that. Muzi held up her sketchbook, eyes analytical. I captured the frame data. Look closely. He didn't just use the scroll. He wove another skill into the blast. Look here. And Yu clapped, momentarily distracted. Wow, Muzi, your art style is amazing. Murangshui ignored her, studying the sketch. That shape, it looks like a blade forged from pure mana. Yu Yun connected the dots. I see. He used the legendary spell to crush their defensive magic, then layered multiple epic tier AoE skills to cause chaos. And finally, the mana blade to harvest their lives. His battle IQ is terrifying. Murangshui frowned. Normally, a level 58 skill wouldn't scratch Lei Shan's armor, but with his god-tier equipment, the girls shared a collective thought. He must be the hidden heir of a super guild. Su Yang waved a hand in front of them. Hello. Can we enter the dungeon now? Oh, right, move out, Yorche. Yu Yun commanded. As they stepped into the instance, the towering ancient trees cast ominous shadows. Yu Yun shivered. She wrapped her arms around herself. Everything is massive here, definitely giant territory. Her gaze sharpened. The terrain is a maze. Stay in formation and keep your guard up. Yu slid up to Su Yang. So handsome, think this run will be smooth. He shrugged. Should be a walk in the park. She batted her eyelashes. But what if we get a surprise event like in Black Dragon City? You'll protect your big sister, right? Su Yang gave a polite nod. I'll do my best. Suddenly, rustle something burst from the bushes, making An Yu shriek. A fluffy rabbit hopped out. Shu Yan giggled nervously. Geez, almost had a heart attack over a bunny. But her relief died instantly. Looming behind the bush was a twin-headed raptor dragon. Level 89. Yu Yun drew her blade. Hold the line, don't panic, it's just a mob. She raised her shield, entering her tank stance. Clang Shi intercepted the dragon, but then roar the earth shook. Level 95. Elite giant rock explosive bear. An Yu and Mu Zi screamed in unison. Over here too, save us little brother. Su Yang parried the bear's paw. Doesn't your guild have a formation plan for mob pulls? An Yu cried out. Sister, high-level tanks are rare creatures in this system Manhwa world. Don't you know that? He sighed. Fine, I'll handle the flank, just keep an eye on my HP bar. Yu Yun shouted orders. Understood. Supports pour everything into Su Yang. On it, Su Yang felt the energy of Fourth Awakening support buffs flood his veins. Incredible power. With a single casual swing, he sent the massive bear flying across the forest like a ragdoll. He plummeted from the heavens like a meteor, driving his blade straight into the beast's skull. A critical hit, over 100,000 damage exploded instantly. Yu Yun delivered the final strike. My side is clear. Excellent work, Su Yang. With you on our side, our odds of victory have skyrocketed. Su Yang smiled humbly. You flatter me too much. This is actually my first time raiding a dungeon with a party. Please guide me. She froze, accepting his words on the surface. No problem. But her mind raced. First time in a party? Does that mean he's been soloing these nightmares the whole time? Good heavens, his true identity remains a total mystery. Yu Yun engaged the next monster while Rong Shui unleashed a blizzard from her staff, freezing the world in seconds. Su Yang's sword danced, dispatching two bears with surgical precision. It was a perfect scene for a leveling manhwa. With the mobs cleared, the dungeon boss finally emerged. The boss is here at last. Are you nervous? An Yu shouted. Let's conquer the Tianji Pavilion. On paper we should be fine. But this is a level 98 molten mixed blood giant. Yu Yun hesitated, fear flickering in her eyes. The Black Dragon dungeon wiped us out before. I'm worried. I have a bad feeling. Su Yang cut her off instantly. Don't be. A man's intuition tells me this run won't fail. It was a strange confidence. Yet coming from him it sounded like absolute truth. Yu Yun steeled herself. All right, I'll trust your gut. Everyone attack. The team roared in agreement. They struck the boss's weak points in a symphony of destruction. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Jotai reported. Manager, we just received intel. Yu Yun's spirit beasts clashed with a group outside the giant forest. Jiayu's eyes gleamed with malice. And the result? Total annihilation of her beasts. He scoffed. Expected. Those who stray from the path are bound to do foolish things. I wasted my time valuing them. The Sky City trial qualification belongs to Yu Yun now. Jotai added, there is one more matter. Regarding the Black Dragon's secret realm. Jiayue's expression darkened instantly. The Black Dragon? Back inside the instance, Yu Yun delivered a devastating slash. The colossal body crashed backwards, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Cheers erupted. Success. We actually won. The system notification flashed. System Yu Yun Guild has cleared the secret realm. Distributing rewards. Yu Yun leveled up to 100, glowing with power. You had the chance to take the last hit, didn't you? Yet you let me have it. Su Yang waved it off. Don't mention it. You needed the kill rewards more than I did. Her eyes softened. Thank you. I owe you a great debt. The other girls swarmed him with admiration. Little brother Su Yang, you're incredible. We never would have cleared this without you. And look how handsome he is up close. Let's add friends. Call me later. Rongshu groaned. That's enough, you embarrassments. Ziyan pointed excitedly. Ignore them. Look at the loot. 2 platinum gears and even a diamond tier item dropped. Yu Yun offered, do you want any of this equipment? I can assign it to you. Su Yang gave a strained smile. Thanks, but I'll pass. Truth is, my inventory is already overflowing with diamond tier trash. Rongshu cheered. We got the materials for the 5th job transfer. Now we can finally get the entry ticket for the trial secret realm. An Yu bounced excitedly. Guild leader. Let's go out for a celebratory feast. Of course. Yu Yun looked at Su Yang tenderly. Will you join us? He hesitated, but a system alert flashed before his eyes. Warning, intruder detected. Establish connection. Su Yang froze. What a challenger already is the expedition team making their move this fast. He immediately triggered his teleport skill. Apologies. Something urgent came up. I can't join the dinner. He vanished, reappearing in the Black Dragon's lair. The smaller monsters were still sound asleep. I need to see exactly who dares to raid my dungeon. He pulled up the surveillance feed. Su Yang's eyes widened. Just one person, and that appearance. He scrutinized the intruder. Those ears. An elf. The status screen flickered to life. Name A.K. Lawrence. Level 140. Class Imperial Court Mage. Race Elf. A.K. looked down at the slumbering mobs with sneering disgust. Filthy monsters. What a nuisance. Su Yang observed from the shadows. This aura. He's strong. I'll stick to the plan. Send the elites to test the waters. A roar echoed. I'll crush your skull, you cowardly elf. The dungeon defenders charged a level 98 Dragon Speaker Priest and a level 96 Kobold Chieftain. Level 95 Sky Knight Blood Dragons swarmed him. Your blood will be a sacrifice for Lord Athos die Intruder. A.K. laughed coldly. Athos, that stupid lizard, he's nothing but a hatchling. Trash that a few forbidden spells could wipe out. A.K. swung his blade, unleashing a wave of energy. As for you lot, you're beneath even trash. Dark blood sprayed across the chamber. A.K. recoiled, wiping a speck from his cheek with utter revulsion. Filthy monster blood, absolutely nauseating. If it weren't for the princess, I wouldn't step foot in this sty. A.K. shouted, "Come forth, forest giant, be my spear and my shield. Slaughter everything in my path, and do not let any filth touch me." A massive wooden titan erupted from the ground, shielding the elf mage. Watching through the mirror, Su Yang was stunned. He wiped out level 95 elites like they were insects. This guy is leagues above the expedition team. Is he a 6th job advancement class? If a 6th job goes all out, this place will be destroyed. This is bad. Then a detail clicked. Wait, he said he was here for the princess. Could he mean her? I might be able to get some intel out of our prisoner. Su Yang turned to the cage where Lilith was sound asleep. He tapped on the bars. Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up. Lilith sat up, rubbing her eyes groggily. Who is calling me? Su Yang's voice rumbled. I'm asking you. Are you the princess of the Elf Kingdom? She pointed a trembling finger at him. You spoke, since when can you talk? You never asked, Su Yang replied flatly. And isn't your focus a bit off? Lilith's mind raced. Of course I'm shocked. This evil dragon usually just sleeps and walks around like an idiot. Suddenly he's intelligent. How am I supposed to accept that? Then a horrifying thought struck her. Wait, I've been here for days. If he's intelligent, has he been watching me? Did he do anything lewd while I was asleep? Tears streamed down her face. You perverted dragon, stay away. Help me. Su Yang sighed. Why does every conversation turn weird? Hey! He crushed the metal cage with a single squeeze of his claw. My patience is running thin. Answer my question or I'll eat you as a snack. He only meant to scare her, but it worked perfectly. She clutched her head, trembling. I'll talk. I am Lilith Severa, the 6th daughter of the noble Queen Severa. Su Yang paused. Queen Severa. Memory flashed back to the basic guide. The Elf Dragon and Giant Kingdoms were all SSS-rank territories, superpowers of this world. Among them, only the Elf Kingdom maintained friendly relations with humanity. And their ruler was Queen Severa. I didn't realize I kidnapped such a massive VIP. Su Yang projected the image of A.K. onto the wall. Look, your people have come to save you. Her face lit up. Really, thank go. She stopped. All color drained from her face. Why is it him? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. You know this guy. You don't look very happy about your rescue. Of course not, she hissed. A.K. Lorenz and his entire family are scum. I will never forget what he did. Her eyes burned with hatred. I'd rather be locked in this cage forever than be saved by him. Su Yang leaned in, intrigued. What did he do? Lilith shivered. He's a beast in human skin. He fooled me with his appearance at first. He tried to drug me, to force himself on me. I only barely escaped his claws. Su Yang blinked in disbelief. Aren't you a princess? He has the guts to try that. Lilith trembled as she revealed the truth. The Lawrence family holds absolute authority in the Elf Kingdom. Even the queen herself dares not punish them. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Especially not for an abandoned princess like me. Su Yang smirked, realizing there was bad blood here. Perfect. I can exploit this internal conflict. He kept his expression frosty. Then I have no use for you. I'm handing you over to Akka. Lilith shrieked in terror. No, I'd rather die than fall into his hands. Su Yang cut her off sharply. Don't misunderstand. I wasn't asking for your permission. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He is a 6th class mage. You know his power better than I do. Unless you give me a reason to save you, you're dead weight. So beg me, tell me his fatal weakness, and I might reconsider. Lilith's face flushed with shame and desperation. Please, I beg you, I'll tell you everything, just don't let him take me. Su-young chuckled internally. Maybe I bullied her a bit too much. Oh well. He cleared his throat, maintaining his overlord persona. Fine. Since you asked so nicely, I'll protect you. Now speak. What is his weakness? Lilith spilled everything. The Lorenz bloodline is blessed with god-tier mana and magical talent from birth. However, they possess a fatal flaw. Their physical bodies are incredibly frail. Even if they reach the 5th or 6th class in magic, their physical durability remains stuck at 1st class. Su-yang raised an eyebrow. So, they are literal glass cannons? That's an extreme build. Lilith nodded frantically. Because of that weakness, every Lorenz family member maintains a powerful permanent mana barrier around their bodies. Despair washed over her again. With your current strength, you can't break it. It's hopeless. Tears welled in her eyes. In the end, nothing changes. Am I really going to be dragged away by that scum? Must I become his slave? Su-yang looked at her pathetic state and sighed. Have a little faith in your master, will you? He fell into deep thought. She's not lying. But I need a plan. I could use the evolution flesh to power up, but that would spike the dungeon difficulty. In this leveling Manhwa scenario, triggering a difficulty spike now would ruin his plan to farm the fat sheep. Is there no perfect solution? He calculated every variable. Evolving to elite tier changes my body structure, but my current armor is just cosmetic visual effects. If only I had equipment that gave actual stat boosts. Suddenly realization hit him like lightning. Wait. The Dragon Slayer heart item. It transforms into equipment even when I'm in human form. Does that mean my human form equipment works on the dragon too? Lilith interrupted his thoughts, pleading, please just let me go. I can't let him touch me. But when she looked up, the massive dragon was gone. Only empty air remained. She gasped, the dragon. Where did it go? Su-yang had successfully activated the skill Shadow Avatar. It was a gamble, but it paid off. Lilith looked around in panic. Did he abandon me? No way. Meanwhile, Su-yang was testing the bloodthirsty shadow gear on his black dragon form to trigger its special passive. In an instant, he entered the shadow form state. But it wasn't just a visual change. His equipment stats and his base stats were merging. Even his talents were resonating with the black dragon. Specifically, the buff amplification effect was doubling on the dragon's massive frame. The system Manhwa interface flashed open. Boss Black Flame Desire Athos, Adult Phase. Level 100. HP 6 million. Attribute Darkness. Race Dragon. Strength 4,440. Speed 1,702. Spirit 2,241. Su-yang grinned. His stats had multiplied instantly. With this, the stat gap is completely bridged. Su-yang felt invincible. Time to go greet our guest. Outside, Akka was shouting, demanding the Black Dragon Athos show himself. Hand over the princess now. If you amuse me, I might leave your corpse intact. Akka strutted forward, taunting the silence. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or are you shaking in fear? What a cowardly lizard, making me waste my precious energy. Akka played his ace card. Come out, or I will cast a forbidden spell and nuke this entire palace into dust. The princess might die, but my memory manipulation magic works wonders on corpses. His face twisted into a grotesque grin. I can just resurrect her later. A mindless, pure puppet princess sounds even better. Just imagining the things I'll do to her body makes me tremble with excitement. He couldn't wait any longer and raised his staff. That settles it. Jais Dias Athos. But before he could cast, Su-yang's giant hand of darkness slammed down from the heavens. You absolute trash. You really shattered my image of the noble elf race. The surprise attack was devastating. Akka's health bar instantly plummeted to 6%. His body slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Coughing blood, he stared up in horror. Black Dragon. When did you get here? Why couldn't I sense your aura? He screamed in disbelief. And how did you shatter my mana barrier in one hit? Impossible. This cannot be. Su-yang's body ignited with flames. Sorry. Common sense doesn't apply to those with muscles like mine. Su-yang unleashed the purgatory fire of silence. A torrent of black flames engulfed the mage, incinerating him instantly. The system chimed. You have thoroughly annihilated level 140 court mage Akka Lorenz. Experience gained 12,100,000. Su-yang didn't hesitate. Trash like him deserves to be deleted. Now, let's see what loot dropped. He checked the notification panel and his eyes widened. A legendary grade forbidden spell scroll. The item description appeared Grade 1, Forbidden Spell Infinite Thunder Hell. Effect triggers celestial anomalies, summoning endless lightning to inflict catastrophic damage on all enemies within range. Legendary item Moon Soul Stone. Usage summons 2 level 6 Spirit Wolf souls to assist in battle. The Moon Soul Wolf is known as the messenger of the nature goddess and guardian of the elf race. Next item, Legendary Scroll Nature's Guardian Barrier. Completely blocks 7 skill attacks. Durability remains intact even against Tier 6 magic. Suyang was stunned. Forbidden spells are the pinnacle of magic. A legendary spell like this could wipe a city off the map. Most mages don't have the mana to cast them, so they keep them as scrolls. That useless Akka actually gave me a massive gift. But then annoyance crept in. Wait a minute. His staff, his robes, his accessories, they were all elite tier at least. Why didn't any equipment drop? I thought killing him would make me rich. But this is a net loss on gear. Where am I going to find another fat sheep like him? Meanwhile, Lilith sat in her cage hugging her knees in depression. That evil dragon just vanished. Did he go to fight Akka alone? What if he loses? She clenched her chest. Why am I worried about him? Impossible. I just don't want to be humiliated by Akka. Suddenly the ground shook as Suyang returned with an overwhelming aura. Lilith's cage rattled. She gasped. Where did you go? What happened to Akka? Suyang replied calmly. Used stealth for a critical ambush. That elf is burnt to a crisp. Not even his soul remains. You're safe now. Lilith's mind raced. He actually killed Akka. That's terrifying. And wait. Stealth magic is exclusive to the 7-colored dragons. How does a black dragon know it? The mysteries around him just keep piling up. Lilith felt his gaze boring into her. Why are you staring at me like that? Suyang asked the question that had been bothering him. I recall that elf royalty is born with immense mana, yet I sense 0 energy coming from you. Why? Lilith's expression darkened. Because I bear the curse of the ancient Titan King. It has plagued the elf bloodline for generations. It doesn't just seal my magical talent, it drastically shortens my lifespan. Every generation of the elf royal family demands a sacrifice to appease the curse. This time, the short straw was mine. Despised by my own kin, I was treated like trash. Suyang thought to himself, she really had it rough. Honestly, if I hadn't intervened, she might have lived freely for a bit, but the black dragon was doomed to die. After that, she would have become a mere plaything for AK or some other hunter. To say I rewrote her destiny isn't an exaggeration. As the dragon's massive claw reached out, Lilith trembled. What? What do you want? I helped you defeat AK. You wouldn't break your word, would you? She shielded her head in terror, screaming into the void. But the pain never came. Clang, only the sound of iron bars shearing apart. Suyang's voice cut through the fear. You're free. No longer a prisoner of this dungeon. Lilith blinked, confused. Why? A good dragon pays its debts. Stay here. True freedom is coming. His command thundered through the ranks. Listen up, no one touches Lilith. Is that clear? The elite monsters bowed in unison. As you command, Lord Athos. Lilith was still reeling. Why show me such kindness? What's your endgame and what is this? True freedom. System alert. Suyang has disconnected. She stared at his avatar. He's asleep already, just like that. Back in the real world, Suyang stretched in his room. That run yielded a massive haul. I'll be ready to face the expedition team now. Ding, you have a new message. Suyang raised a brow. Lin Yuyun again. Suddenly the interface exploded with icons. System, you have 99 plus unread messages. He jumped back. Did I catch a virus? The notifications were a barrage of concern. Suyang, where are you? Why aren't you replying? I'm worried sick. Don't disappear like that again. Please tell us before you go offline. Are you free tomorrow? Let's hit the shopping district. Can I draw a sketch of you, please? Suyang sighed, overwhelmed. This sisterhood guild is way too intense. He typed a quick reply. Sorry I had to rush off. Apologies for the worry. He paused. I should at least reply to Lin Yuyun. She keeps them in line. Her reply was instant. No problem. I know you have private matters to handle. Let's meet next time. And thanks for today. A photo popped up, the girls celebrating. Suyang smirked. Lively bunch. This is what a guild should feel like. Lin Yuyun is solid. Much better than those beast tamers. Day 21. The class advancement tower. Shu Qian's eyes lit up. Suyang, what a coincidence. Are you here for your class change too? He nodded. Yeah. You here for your first advancement? She blushed. Thanks to the seniors, I finally hit level 20. But I heard you cleared a diamond rank dungeon with Sister Yuyun. Is it true? Su Yang shrugged. Yeah, I hit level 60 yesterday, here for my 3rd advancement quest. Her shoulders slumped. I'm so jealous. You really are a monster. We aren't even in the same world anymore. I'll just be left behind in his dust. Su Yang sensed her doubt. Hey, you haven't been slacking either. A hidden class has insane potential. Who knows, in this leveling manhwa world you might surpass me one day. Her eyes widened. Really? Su Yang grinned. I don't lie. Keep grinding. I hope we can fight side by side soon. Shui Qian clenched her fist, fired up. Yes, I'll work hard. He's so strong yet so humble, she thought. That's Su Yang for you. Meanwhile, the system dropped a bombshell. Difficulty 5-star. Quest 3rd class advancement. Magic Swordsman. Objective, prove your mastery of magic and might. Part 1. Magic. Destroy the Soul Eater's castle. Restriction, physical damage is nullified. Solo clear Platinum Dungeon, the Ruined Castle. Boss level 60 Soul Eater. Part 2. Might, the Earth Dragon. Restriction, magic damage and skills are forbidden. Target level 60 Abyssal Earth Dragon. Rewards loading. Class promotion Arcane Warlord. New skill Mystic Spirit Dance. Plus 300 energy, plus 300 agility. Legendary passive acquired. Su Yang whistled. The difficulty just spiked. 2 bosses, insane restrictions, bring it on. Bai Ling appeared behind him, looking anxious. Hero, please be careful with this mission. Especially now. The blood moon is rising. Su Yang frowned. Blood moon. It's a phenomenon where dungeon monsters go berserk with bloodlust. In places like the Ruined Castle, spirit-type bosses will be amplified exponentially. She hesitated, then added another warning. It's unpredictable. The association usually issues a warning at dawn. Hero, please. Watch your back. He nodded. Understood. But unlike her, Su Yang felt no fear. Danger. With my stats, it's just another Tuesday. Too bad he couldn't tell her that. Location, the Ruined Castle. Rank Platinum. Recommended level 60+. This was once a noble's estate. Legend says a curse drove the lord mad. In a single night, he butchered everyone within these walls. Now he exists as a soul eater, waiting in the depths for fresh meat. Meanwhile, Zi Liu was lounging near the entrance. His face was flushed with booze. He looked up at the crimson sky and cursed. Just my rotten luck. Blood moon tonight. Of all the days I decide to get wasted. Upper management said this place was abandoned. Should be fine. He stumbled to the console to set a lockdown. Beep. System dungeon occupied. Lockdown failed. His jaw dropped. Who the hell has a death wish raiding a blood moon dungeon? Inside, Su Yang was already at work. A casual wave of his hand. Small fry went flying. System level 56 Ghost Child defeated. Plus 1,512 XP. See, Su Yang yawned. Blood moon schmood moon. Suddenly the fallen mobs flared with dark energy. A chill ran down Su Yang's spine. He spun around. Oh crap! What is this aura level 70 frenzied ghost children? Realization hit him hard. They mutated. This isn't a normal manhwa recap scenario. This is the blood moon's true power. Claws slashed through the air, breaking the sound barrier. Su Yang dodged backward just in time. They're faster, much faster. A maw of razor-sharp teeth lunged. A shockwave blasted him. Su Yang raised his shield. Boom! The ghosts grinned, a twisted manic expression. Then their heads detached and rocketed toward him. What the hell? Stay back. Energy beams pierced the flying heads. They morphed into grotesque tumors, eyes bulging before detonating. Splat acidic slime rained down. Su Yang rolled away. System alert. Corrosive fluid detected. Sanity -10. Current sanity 90,100. Warning. If sanity reaches 0. Warning, host is entering a state of irreversible madness. Be careful. The system alarm blared. Su Yang blinked, confused. Why did the scene suddenly shift? 2 headless demons rushed him like freight trains. He gritted his teeth. I underestimated this leveling manhwa setting. The blood moon's effect is no joke. Their attack and defense have skyrocketed, and there's a sanity-corroding toxin in the air. With a swing of his staff, he obliterated them. I need to tread carefully. Su Yang became a whirlwind of destruction. Everywhere he walked, monsters fell. His staff engulfed in roaring flames, smashed into the beasts. He targeted a flying horror next. He checked his status panel. Sanity at 60 out of 100. Mana at 20%. Relying solely on magic makes me too squishy, he muttered. My mana regen can't keep up, and this dropping sanity is messing with my focus. Where is the boss? Just as he paused to breathe, massive fingers erupted from the earth in the distance. Su Yang's eyes widened. It's not over yet. A level 82 elite giant zombie towered over him. Su Yang sighed. I wanted to clear this dungeon with pure skill, but you forced my hand. The zombie lunged, but suddenly terrifying energy bound its arm. The legendary beast, the Nether Wolf King, materialized from the void and slammed a fist into the undead giant. That was the power of a level 125 Nether Wolf spirit, Su Yang smirked. An instant kill. As expected of a legendary summon, nothing in this platinum realm stands a chance. Su Yang reached out. The wolf flinched, but as Su Yang scratched its chin, it purred like a kitten. Good boy. He sighed in relief. Thank God summoned beasts don't betray their masters. With 2 super assistants like this, even if I PK against a full raiding party, I won't lose. He tapped into the wolf's aura. It breaks the game balance, but hey, I'm not complaining. Time to flatten this place. Minutes later, Su Yang stopped before a massive, ominous gate. This reeks of a boss room. Easy to find. He kicked the door open with a bang. Inside the ruined chamber, a woman in a blood-red dress knelt before an altar. Her voice was ice-cold. Ancestors above, I have sinned. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, is there a hidden plot in this awakening, Manhwa? She continued. I have slaughtered too many. Suddenly, she let out a blood-curdling shriek. And I will kill even more. This was the level 90 Blood Moon devouring spirit, an undead boss. But before she could even unleash a skill, the Netherwolf was already tearing her apart. Su Yang panicked. Hey, don't kill Steel, leave the last hit for me. This boss was easily diamond rank difficulty with the Blood Moon buff. Without the wolf, I would have been toast, he admitted, delivering the final blow. I'm still too weak. To maintain a perfect 5-star class advancement, I need more power. The system chimed. Slain level 90 boss. Gained 98,000 experience. Loot dropped Platinum Nether Dagger, Platinum Ghost Fire Ring, and the Spirit Core of the Devouring Ghost. Su Yang glanced at the gear. Platinum equipment, I don't even look at that trash anymore. This prop isn't worth much money, but 80 spirit points is huge for me right now. He read the item description. Spirit Core. Contains massive soul power. Can be used for alchemy or consumed to permanently increase spirit by 80 points. Bingo. Su Yang nodded. Time to bounce. On to the next quest. The blood moon cast an eerie glow over the building. Outside, Luo Linger was tapping her foot impatiently. That guy entered that ruined manor ages ago. Is he dead yet? Liu Qi smirked obsequiously. He's probably hiding. That place isn't for normal humans during a blood moon. Only a genius like you, Miss Luo, could handle it. Linger glared, her killing intent spiking. Shut your mouth. I don't want flattery. Which guild is inside? How many people? How long? Liu Qi stuttered. Well, Chutai stepped in to save him. We know the time. They've been in there for 30 minutes, but I checked with every rank A and B guild in Sky Spirit City. None of them have a team inside. We're in the dark here. Linger frowned. The difficulty of this dungeon under the blood moon exceeds diamond rank. Even I would have to tread carefully. Normally, anyone inside would be Monster Chow by now. So why aren't they dead? Who is it? Suddenly the portal shimmered. Look. The teleport gate is active. Someone is coming out. Su Yang stepped through, stretching his neck. Man, I'm exhausted. He looked up and froze. A massive crowd was staring at him. Chutai dropped his jaw. Su Yang blinked. A raiding party. Why are they camping here? Did they figure out my identity? Are they here to jump me? Linger was stunned. Just one person, and he looks like a kid. Chutai gasped. Su Yang. Why is it him again? Su Yang kept his poker face. It's late, guys. Why the big gathering? Did all you big shots come to visit a tiny platinum secret realm? Liu Qi shouted. Are you stupid? Don't you know it's a blood moon tonight? You ran into a dungeon solo. Do you have a death wish? Su Yang shrugged. It was a bit spooky, but was it that serious? Liu Qi turned red. Serious? If you died inside, do you know the penalty I'd face? Linger stepped forward. Silence. Step back. Liu Qi froze. Huh. She crossed her arms coldly. You. Did you clear this dungeon by yourself? Su Yang nodded. Yeah, I cleared it. Is there a problem? Liu Qi immediately switched teams. Miss Luo, please. After you. Linger extended a hand. Soloing a blood moon dungeon. Not bad. Hand over the boss spirit core you just looted. Name your price. Su Yang looked at her like she was crazy. Excuse me, lady, who are you, you ask, and I just give... Chutai and the others felt their souls leave their bodies. Cold sweat poured down their faces. Linger's bodyguard Ling San stepped up. Brat. Do you know who you're talking to? Su Yang deadpanned. No clue. That's why I asked. Insolent fool, open your eyes. Standing before you is the youngest genius of the Beast Tamer Association, the one adored by thousands. For her beauty and talent, the eldest. Miss Luo Linger, Ling San summoned a spiked mace. And you dare refuse her. You deserve punishment. Wacklinger chopped Ling San on the head. Stop making a scene, she hissed. Su Yang analyzed the situation. Daughter of the pavilion master. She has the right to be arrogant, but she's not here to hunt me specifically. He sighed. So, Miss Luo. What do you want? She flipped her hair. I needed high-grade food for my spirit horse, but you snatched it. However, it's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. I admire your guts, so I'll give you a chance. Survive 3 minutes against my spirit eagle, and I'll let this go. Before he could agree, a massive eagle swooped down. Su Yang yelled, Hey, that's not negotiating, that's assault. Liu Zi laughed wickedly. He offended the young miss, he's dead meat. But Chu Tai narrowed his eyes. I wouldn't be so sure. That kid, he just walked out of hell alive. Su Yang's true power was terrifying. He had to be at least a 4th-tier master. The falcon screeched, unleashing a wingblade storm that rained destruction upon him. Dancing through the razor-sharp wind, Su Yang calculated rapidly. This summon wasn't just fast. It possessed lethal range. Passive defense was a death sentence. He drew his blade steel singing in the air. He hated exposing his strength, but he had no choice. Liu Qi's eyes narrowed that sword. Why did it look so familiar? The falcon phased right through him, an afterimage. Su Yang materialized behind the beast, thrusting his blade deep. Critical hit. 7,569 damage exploded. The falcon disintegrated into a cloud of spiritual essence and drifting feathers. Su Yang smirked coldly. Has it been 3 minutes yet? Linger trembled with rage. You insolent brat, you dared to kill my spirit beast. Su Yang shrugged with maddening calm. You said survive for 3 minutes. You never said I couldn't slaughter it. Is logic too hard for you? He stood his ground, confidence radiating from him. With the forbidden fist skill, he feared no one. But suddenly a terrifying aura erupted around Linger like a volcano. Su Yang tensed up. She was stronger than he expected. Zhou Tai stepped forward urgently. Young miss, stop. His identity is special. We cannot declare war on him. Linger paused, eyes blazing. What identity? The old man bowed low. Report Su Yang as a VIP of the Divine Temple and a Black Gold member of Alliance X. The general manager warned us to treat him with extreme caution. Her jaw dropped. 2 supreme identities. Impossible. Did you already clear the legendary 5th Awakening quest? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Good guess. Are you a temple VIP too? Linger fell into deep thought. She had needed the entire Heavenly Secret Pavilion's help just to force her way through the 3rd transfer. Yet this man did it alone. And he looked so relaxed, as if it were a walk in the park. Su Yang waved dismissively. Well, now that you know who I am, if there's nothing else, get lost. I'm not walking you out. Linger gritted her teeth, swallowing her pride. She mounted her horse and turned away. Her subordinates bowed. Yes, Miss... Liu Qi was stunned. We're just letting him go, Linger snapped back. What else can we do? Do you want to fight the Divine Temple itself? Liu Qi stammered. No, I wouldn't dare. We follow your lead. Su Yang watched them, leave his eyes cold. Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Just wait until I tame the Black Dragon. We'll see who bows then. Suddenly a system alert chimed. 5-star quest, 3rd transfer. Class advancement, Magic Swordsman. Prove your mastery of magic and might. This was the classic grind of a system manhwa. Objective 1, Demonic Castle Ruin. Completed. Objective 2, defeat the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon at Spirit Mountain. Status, incomplete. Su Yang nodded. He would put the Luo Linger drama aside for now. It was time to slay a dragon. Once this was done, he still had to unlock the hidden quest. He arrived at the Spirit Mountain, standing before the fractured magma entrance. Boss Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Status alive. HP 100%. Zhou Tai, arriving moments later with his group, nodded. Good. No one dared to touch the boss yet. The area is clear as requested. We have the appointment. Liu Qi smirked. Naturally. We get priority access. Linger sighed. The level is low, but it's still a dragon-type world boss. It will serve as a warm-up. Suddenly, little Jia blocked their path. Miss, please wait. No cutting in line. There is someone ahead of you. Linger's temper flared instantly. She glared at the receptionist. Liu Qi barked, Insolence! Do you know who she is? We booked this run in advance. There was no team ahead of us. Little Xia trembled but stood firm. Brother Liu, I'm just an employee. But a Divine Temple Fav IP used their privilege. He cut straight to the front of the queue. The system locked it. I can't override it. Linger looked ready to murder someone. What? If the staff stops us, just replace the staff. Suddenly a lazy voice floated out from the darkness. Coming through. Excuse me. Su Yang walked past them. Don't block my dungeon run. Su Yang blinked, feigning surprise. Oh, you again? Liu Zi looked like he swallowed a fly. Why are you everywhere? Are you a ghost? It's annoying. Su Yang laughed. I should ask you that. 2 meetings in a row, I'm starting to think you people are plotting against me. Linger scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. I have no interest in you. Do not think your temple privilege makes you invincible. The day you fail your heavenly transfer is the day you die. Su Yang grinned. Thanks for the concern, but I'm good. By the way, why is a high-born lady at a low-level beast zone, running out of things to kill? Jotai explained. The young miss is preparing to tame the black flame Chi-Yu. This earth dragon is merely target practice. Don't delay her. Su Yang shook his head. Sorry, but this earth dragon is my class advancement target. I have no reason to hand it over. Linger challenged him. Fine, go ahead then. But once I tame the black flame, even the divine temple won't be able to save you. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. Save the trash talk for later. Be a good girl and wait for the boss respawn. With that, Su Yang stepped into the portal and vanished. Linger was left speechless. She ground her teeth. That arrogant barbarian, Jotai, felt a chill of unease. He went in alone and told us to wait for the respawn. Does he actually believe he can solo the boss? Inside the instance, Su Yang analyzed the situation. If Linger wants the black dragon, she'll use her guild's army. Rich players always have hidden trump cards. I need to speed up my growth. This was the reality of a leveling Manhwa world. Strength was everything. Su Yang hid behind a boulder observing the prey. So, that's the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon. Nowhere near the level of the Black Flame. Level 61. Wild Boss. Su Yang leaped from the high ground. His demonic weapons were sealed, but his star-grade blade was enough. He drove the sword into the dragon's skull. Damage numbers flew up -32,000. The beast roared and swatted him away. Su Yang skid back. High defense. Do all you dragons share the same annoying passive? He landed near the dragon's sweeping claws, dodging by a hair's breadth. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, chipping away at its health bar. Su Yang vaulted into the air. He aimed for the soft scales on its neck, the only spot without rock armor. The blade sank in. Earth Dragon, HP at 50%. Su Yang grinned. Halfway there, the Earth Dragon bellowed, shaking the cavern. System warning, boss has entered berserk state. The massive beast curled its body into a giant spiked wheel. Dragon roll. Su Yang dove aside as the living wheel of death crushed the ground where he just stood. Dust choked the air, but the boss U-turned instantly. Are you kidding me? It has a tracking system. Su Yang sprinted, but the rolling mountain of rock gave him no openings. He needed a strategy fast. Then he saw a different colored rock formation ahead. A granite wall. A perfect environmental trap. He glanced back at the roaring beast. Let's see how hard your head really is. Let's see just how tough you really are. The massive body thrashed, sending shattered rocks flying like shrapnel. The system window flashed. The rock. Abyss Earth Dragon had fallen into a stunned state from the collision. Damage received increased by 20%. Su Yang gripped his blade, stepping forward with cold intent. Then I won't hold back. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, Liu Qi looked worried. Brother Chu, are we really just going to wait here? The man scoffed. Save your complaints for the young miss. Ling Shan bowed respectfully, asking, Miss, shouldn't we head back? Do you truly believe he can solo a boss of that caliber? Resting on her chair, she smirked. No rush. I want to witness if this Su Yang can actually crawl out of there alive. Suddenly, the ranking board lit up. Su Yang had solo killed the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Clear time 20 minutes and 18 seconds. Rank 1. Their jaws dropped. What? Liu Zi couldn't believe his eyes. That kid didn't just solo the boss, he shattered the record. How is that possible? Is he hacking? Jotai's ears twitched. What's that sound? A silhouette emerged from the swirling portal. He was out. Su Yang stepped forth, clad in the golden armor of the Earth Dragon, looking surprised to see them. Why are you guys still here? He was fully decked out in the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon chestplate and the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon helm, plus the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon greaves. The bulky pot-bellied design made him look ridiculous. Liu Zi tried to hold it in while the others stood frozen. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and burst into laughter. Su Yang flushed with embarrassment. What the hell are you laughing at? He face-palmed in frustration. If he'd known, he would have organized his inventory sooner, but he was teleported out instantly. Sure, the stats on this Earth Dragon set are god tier, but the aesthetic is absolute trash. He pointed a finger at the laughing group. You think it's funny? Let's see you try to solo the boss and clear the leaderboard like a true leveling Manhwa pro. As Su Yang brushed past them, Ling Shan finally spoke up. I'll admit you have some skill, But it's just a lowly earth dragon. Don't get arrogant. That's still thousands of miles away from my true goal. He replied casually. Is that so? Then if I snatch that victory right from under your nose and tame the black dragon first, that settles it, right? His audacity froze her in place. Ling Shan gritted her teeth. Are you joking? Who do you think you are? He turned back. The name is Su Yang. Not only am I a VIP of the Job Change Temple, but I'm also the man who will tame the black dragon. Suddenly a system alert chimed. 5-star mission completion detected. Verifying job advancement items, rusty key confirmed. Rock Abyss, Earth Dragon Essence Blood confirmed. Hidden class advancement mission unlocked. The second phase of the Blood of Glorious questline had begun. Su Yang grinned internally. Finally, the hidden quest is mine. He quickly scanned the mission details. Deep within the Anmin mountain range lies an inaccessible underground prison. It was once the laboratory of a legendary mage, the very place where he discovered the power of the Blood of Glorious. Power from blood. Su Yang recalled that the Anmin Mountains were on the border of Tianling City. The monster levels there were significantly higher than the starter zones, but for his current strength it shouldn't be an issue. The system specifically verified these items for the quest name. Does that mean I'll need to use them? He checked the item descriptions. The rusty key and the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon Essence Blood. The blood contained the concentrated essence of the Earth Dragon, a top-tier alchemy ingredient. Su Yang waved goodbye to the group. I've got more quests to grind. See you around. He needed to transmute this armor, then head straight for the mission. Behind him, Ling Shan trembled with rage. That brat is simply too arrogant, Zhou Tai asked cautiously. Eldest miss, what should we do now? Her eyes narrowed as she gave the order. You two, keep a close watch on this Su Yang. The moment he prepares for the next stage of his class advancement, report to me immediately. Her killing intent was so strong the two minions were terrified, shouting, understood. Meanwhile, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. The bulky armor appearance was gone. The transmutation was finally complete. He checked his status window. The Rock Abyss Earth Dragon set Platinum tier equipment. Energy plus 480. Physical defense increased by 12%. Durability up by 24%. Earth elemental damage reduction 24%. Plus, effectiveness of shields, barriers, and wards increased by 12%. He laughed awkwardly. Aside from being ugly as sin, the stats are actually God tier. With the appearance changed, he could use this set until his 4th awakening. Although given his current power, wasting sockets on platinum gear felt like a bit of a loss. Now for the main course. Su Yang ventured deep into the Anmin Mountains. Thick fog blanketed the region year-round. Legends said countless lives had been buried in this cursed soil. Explorers who came to study this place never returned. Recommended level 70 to 90. The mist clung to him like a shroud, and Su Yang swiped it away with his hand. This fog is blinding. I can barely see 5 feet ahead. No wonder it was called the Mountain of Eternal Rest. The desolate chill made it feel exactly like a massive graveyard. He commanded, "System, show me the location of the underground dungeon." But looking at the map coordinates, Su Yang frowned. What the it's going to take forever to get there on foot. Red eyes glowed in the darkness behind him. Su Yang had already sensed the bloodlust. Might as well clean up this trash. But before he could move, a flash of steel sliced the monster in two. A voice called out from the mist. You all right there, little brother? Zhang Yan, level 75, a Thunder Swordmaster, stepped into view. With a low level like yours, why are you running around the Anmin Mountains? Did you get lost? Su Yang nodded politely. Thanks for the assist. I'm actually here for a mission. She looked skeptical. Level 60. How could you possibly have a quest in a high-level zone like this? You didn't get scammed, did you? Zhang Yan smiled. I'm here farming materials for my 4th class advancement. Want to party up? Big sister here will carry you. He shook his head. Sorry, my quest restricts parties. I have to go solo. Su Yang turned back toward the dense fog. Thanks anyway. See ya. I'll be careful. Zhang Yan muttered. What kind of mission is that mysterious truth was he needed to be alone to abuse his glitches? Sorry, but compared to fighting fair, being a bug-abusing hacker suits me way better. Su Yang summoned his spirit wolf. Let's ride. The wolf shifted from spiritual blue to a crimson red as it activated high-speed dash. Su Yang frowned, noticing the color change. Is the summoning stone being affected by the Blood Moon event? It seemed fine for now, but he made a mental note to check with the temple when he got back. It could be a ticking time bomb. The spirit wolf carried Su Yang with lightning speed. Finally, the beast skidded to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. He looked at the cavern entrance before him. Finally made it. They really hid this place well. Riding the wolf inside, Su Yang immediately covered his nose. Ugh, the stench of rotting flesh is overpowering. The tunnel was lined with desiccated corpses. He analyzed the scene. Why are there so many dead, and why does it look like they all died simultaneously? Their bodies were drained of every drop of blood. Is this the so-called glorious of blood? Bang Ha kicked the heavy iron door open. No monsters on the way. I guess you killed them all. Inside, a massive magic formation glowed, and at its center sat the boss. Su Yang reached out towards its head. The creature screeched, "Level 75 boss, the dead mage's obsessed mummy." The system window popped up. Description: a mad mage who relentlessly pursued the glorious of blood. He died in despair for unknown reasons, but even after death his resentment never faded. Any intruder who dares enter must sacrifice their own blood to hydrate this withered corpse. Suddenly, Smash the Boss went silent as Su Yang stomped it into the ground before it could even finish its intro. "Stop screaming. You're noisy as hell. Shut up. System alert. You have slain the special boss, the dead mage's obsessed mummy. Experience gained 213,211. Drop obtained, the mad mage's experiment notes." Su Yang blinked. "What's this, a book?" He flipped it open. "Let's see what secrets you're hiding." The text revealed a chilling truth. Was this book actually a blessing from the devil himself? My heart hammered against my ribs the moment I saw it, a suffocating pressure crushing my chest. So this was the truth. This was the legendary power flowing from a glorious bloodline. The animal trials concluded, and the human experimentation phase began. Over 100 villagers were sacrificed, yet only 3 survived the awakening. Far too few. 326 new test subjects were acquired. Success rate stabilized at 60%. With 860 fresh subjects, the success rate hit 100%. Now, it was finally my turn. Su Yang scrutinized every single word recorded in the journal. He slammed the notebook shut, utterly speechless. That mad mage sacrificed countless lives in his frenzy, yet still met with ultimate failure. What use was this garbage to him now? Suddenly a crisp ding echoed in his mind. Quest item detected. The mad mage's experimental log. Completion confirmed. Reward acquired, blood blessing ritual. He paused, frowning. Didn't the system say there wouldn't be a reward earlier? It really appeared. The blue screen flickered, blood blessing ritual. A forbidden ceremony recorded in the Tome of Mysteries. It allows a human to siphon power directly from the blood, tracing the glory of the ancient lineage. Usage method. Stand within the blessing circle and offer the essence blood of a great creature to initiate the rite. Su Yang rubbed his chin in thought. This looked like a permanent stat-boosting buff, but that mad mage died trying this. Wasn't the risk too high? No. The system never deceived its host. The mage must have flawed the process. A sudden realization struck him like lightning. I understand now. The manual specifically demands the essence blood of a powerful monster, but that fool used the blood of ordinary mortals. Of course he failed, and as fate would have it, I hold the essence blood of an earth dragon right here. No wonder the hidden quest hinted at this. But speaking of powerful creatures, who could possibly compare to the wings of Black Flame? A dangerous idea sparked in his mind. He asked the system, "Can I link to the boss right now?" The system responded, "Affirmative, host. The link can be established as long as the cooldown has refreshed. You will be automatically alerted if another player enters the instance." Su Yang smirked in triumph. Perfect. He commanded his spirit wolves. "Guard this position. Do not let anyone disturb the magic circle." With the perimeter set, Su Yang activated the system Manhwa interface. Initiate link. The system updated. Understood. Synchronizing with the boss entity. Please wait. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon's domain beneath a crimson sky, Lilith let out a heavy sigh. "I'm dying of boredom." She sat there fuming. What is wrong with this Black Dragon? He promised me freedom. Yet all he does is sleep. Sleep and sleep. Not a single movement all day. Come to think of it, she had been a hostage for quite a while now. Only that trash Lauren even bothered to come for me. As expected, the royal family couldn't care less about a cursed princess like myself. While she wallowed in self-pity, the Black Dragon suddenly stirred, scaring the soul out of her. Lilith snapped, "What are you doing? Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed?" Su Yang thought. No, just a habit to roar upon waking. But he had business to attend to. Without warning, he slashed his own dragon claws toward his massive body. Lilith's eyes rolled back in terror as she screamed. Su Yang ignored her, focusing on the golden ichor dripping from his claws. It really is golden blood. This confirms that this dragon possesses a lineage of supreme nobility. If I use this blood for the ritual, the results will be beyond imagination. Lilith spun around, trembling. Have you gone completely insane? Why would you wound yourself like that? Su Yang replied casually. It's nothing. I just felt a bit excited and decided to take a souvenir. Lilith covered her mouth, giggling. Excited. Don't tell me you proposed to a little female dragon in your dreams and got rejected. Su Yang frowned internally. What female dragon? He teased her. Could it be that you're worried about me? Her face flushed bright red. Who cares about you? I was just curious, don't flatter yourself. He carefully collected the golden essence into a vial. This amount should be sufficient. The system chimed. Black dragon essence blood stored in inventory. Su Yang nodded. Mission accomplished. I'm going back to sleep. Lilith scoffed. Sleeping again, going back to dream of your little dragon girlfriend. His voice turned grave. Stop talking nonsense, prepare yourself. The enemy will be here soon. Just wait patiently. She couldn't understand what he meant. What enemy? But she received no answer. The dragon's consciousness had already faded. Lilith stomped her foot. Hey, you big lizard, wake up. Spouts gibberish and passes out immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yang disconnected and teleported back to his human body. It was quiet, no intruders. He stepped into the center of the magic circle following the quest instructions. He positioned himself at the heart of the fresh blood array. Su Yang withdrew the vial containing the golden essence. Add the essence blood of a great creature. What would happen next was completely unknown. He raised the vial and downed it in one gulp. Riches and ruin are left to heaven. Let's do this. The effect was instantaneous. Su Yang's eyes bulged and he collapsed, writhing on the ground. Agony tore through him. Su Yang groaned. It burns! His throat, his muscles, his very skull. It felt like his entire existence was melting into slag. The spilled blood levitated, swirling around him in a crimson vortex. The blood, it's clinging to me, he thought. It wants to devour me, to assimilate my being. Sensing their master's peril, the spirit wolves growled low, preparing to rush in. Su Yang screamed, "Stay back." His face was already masked in the viscous liquid. This was the trial. The weak were unworthy of the baptism. Only those of equal might could survive the refinement. He endured the torment until the blood hardened, wrapping him in a tight chrysalis. The metamorphosis was underway. Only then did the two spirit wolves dare to creep closer. Suddenly, blinding rays of light erupted from within the shell. Crack! The cocoon tore open where his eye was revealing a piercing gaze. The blood-blessing ritual was complete. With a deafening snap, the shell around his chest shattered. He felt a surge of power that seemed to fundamentally rewrite his biology. This growth dwarfed his previous class advancements. I feel incredible. I could easily rival a Fifth Awakening powerhouse right now. The leveling Manhwa system interface flashed. Black dragon essence blood consumed. Ritual of blood blessing complete. All attributes increased by 50%. New skill acquired. Skill origin black flame. Description: the destructive fire wielded by the wings of Athos. A mere spark is sufficient to annihilate any ordinary being. Su Yang felt the energy humming. What a tyrannical flame. It was the physical embodiment of absolute destruction. Using the boss avatar hadn't felt real, but holding this power in his own hands. Now he understood the true terror of the Black Dragon. Any awakener foolish enough to challenge the Black Dragon is simply walking to their doom. Su Yang reached out, patting the head of his spirit wolf. True power breeds fear. The weak obey the strong. Animals understand this law better than humans. He snapped his fingers. Let's test this black flame. A blast of apocalyptic energy erupted from his hand. Su Yang's eyes widened. The destructive yield is insane. He quickly mounted the spirit wolf to escape the blast zone. Two silhouettes tore through the night sky, leaving the devastation behind. The spirit wolf touched down with silent grace. Su Yang looked back at the ruins. The blood-blessing instance had been completely obliterated. It's collapsed. I can't farm this spot anymore. What a waste. I need to control my output better next time. Just as he prepared to return for his class advancement, a desperate cry pierced the air. Help me, Su Yang whipped around. That voice. It sounded strangely familiar. Could it be that swordswoman from before Zhang Yan? She was stumbling backward in terror. Stay back. If you take one more step, I'll kill you all. A group of sleazy men advanced on her unbothered. Hey, beautiful, the wilderness is dangerous for a girl alone. Let big brothers here protect you. She raised her blade, trembling but defiant. Despicable scum. Aren't you afraid the Awakeners Guild will punish you for this? Or... Laws ha, one of the thugs laughed. Who are you trying to scare? Do you know how much blood is on our hands? We've been on the Guild's blacklist for ages. We can't even enter the safe zones, so do you think we care about your rules? Lei Pu. The leader sneered arrogantly like a villain from an awakening manhwa. Daddy here has been hunting in this wasteland for half a month. Finally, a fat sheep wanders right into my trap. I didn't expect such a top-tier beauty. Truly a gift from the heavens. If you serve us brothers well, maybe I'll let you keep some of your gear. Despair filled her eyes. She pressed the cold steel of her sword against her own throat. I'd rather die by my own hand than suffer this humiliation. A flash of swordlight sliced through the air, severing Lei Pu's arm instantly. He howled in agony, his eyes rolling back. My hand! My hand! Su Yang calmly sheathed his blade. I heard the Lawless Guild enjoys hunting solo players in this leveling Manhwa world. Guess it's my turn to take out the trash. So tell me, how do you want to die? Enraged Lei Pu barked at his lackeys. Seize him, I want his limbs chopped off. I'll torture him slowly until he begs for death. Zhao Si sneered. You're finished, brat. Zhang Yan, desperate not to be a burden, cried out. Little brother, run. Don't worry about me, you can't beat them. But Su Yang didn't even blink at their threats. 4 Tier 4 job holders. If this were the past, I might have needed to use a legendary item to handle you. But now, he teleported right in front of their faces. One thug gasped in terror. How is his speed so fast? Boom, one strike sent the whole group flying. Su Yang smirked internally. I am nothing like I used to be. His kick triggered a massive explosion, flames illuminating the darkness. Lei Pu attacked from behind, roaring, Dai Clang. His sword snapped in two upon impact. Lei Pu froze. What? He stared at the broken hilt in his trembling hand. My platinum tier broadsword shattered in one hit. Is he wearing star tier defensive gear? Lei Pu's fear turned to greed. This kid is a way bigger catch than that girl. He must be loaded with priceless treasures. The mob, blinded by greed, charged forward without fear of death. We're gonna be rich. Su Yang shook his head. True greed really is a bottomless pit. You worry about robbing me, but you should worry about keeping your lives. Blue flames erupted around Su Yang's body. Against trash like you, I don't need to hold back. Zhao and Little Tu watched in horror as the blue inferno swallowed them whole. The scorching azure fire consumed everything in the zone. The system chimed. You have defeated level 85 Lei Pu. Gained 12,530 experience. You have defeated level 80 Wang Xiao'er. Gained 9,784 experience. Loot obtained strawberry-scented rubber band S and M bondage set black tight suit. Su Yang grimaced at the items. What a bunch of perverts. Kill. With the area cleared, he sighed. As expected of the black-winged flame, absolutely domineering. He walked over to the girl. Are you all right? Miss Zhang Yan was still in shock. What was that monstrous energy? Su Yang shrugged. Trade secret. I can't disclose that, hope you understand. She blushed deep red. I had no idea you were this strong. I was worried for nothing. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I would have had to self-destruct my character. He nodded. You've got a strong spirit. Zhang Yan realized. I haven't asked your name yet. I'm Su Yang. Her eyes widened. Wait, the Su Yang. I just heard An Yu talking about you. She explained. Yesterday at the guild party, An Yu got completely wasted and wouldn't stop bragging about your glorious achievements to everyone. She kept yelling, let me tell you guys, that guy Su Yang soloed a boss. He's insane. Rong Shui had to drag her away from the table. She shouted, wake up, old lady. Zhang Yan giggled. I think everyone in the tavern knows your name now. Su Yang grumbled internally. That big mouth An Yu. He asked aloud, hey, do you have a return scroll? No. I'll leave first then. Thank you again. Zhang Yan watched him go, thinking, Su Yang really is a mysterious wonder. Back at the Divine Temple, a cascade of notifications appeared. 5-star Magic Warrior. 3rd job change quest proof of might and magic. Double Demon Spirit Soul Devourer of the Fallen City complete. Rock Abyss. Earth Dragon of Spirit Mountain Range. Quest status complete. Powerful energy surged around Su Yang. Hidden job change quest phase 2. The Crown of Blood. Quest status complete. Verification finished. Initiating class change ritual. Received blessing of the Statue of Light. Strength and vitality increased. All base attributes increased by 25%. 3rd job advancement complete. Level cap raised to 80. Each level up grants 25 base attribute points. He glanced at the armor forming on his arm. Checking stored experience 7.2 million. Level increased from 62 to 72. Received 300 free attribute points. The system flashed Class Magic Warrior. Upgrading Demon Spirit Secret Arts. Reward 300 Strength, 300 Spirit. Reward Legendary Grade Demon Spirit Secret Arts. Passive Skill Book, new class unlocked. Demon Spirit Secret Arts. A complete skill set for the Mage Assassin. Skill Introduction. Legendary Skill. Magic Breaker. Against active magic attacks. If your spirit stat is higher than the target's, immediately disperse the attack and reflect double the damage. Epic skill. Demon Spirit Armor. Consumes mana to summon armor. Reduces incoming magic damage by 30%. Increases all magic output by 30%. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Finally, the skill book. The information updated. Received legendary passive skill Demon Spirit Secret Arts. Ultimate dual wield. Skill intro. Every 10 points of strength increases physical attack by 1%. Every 10 points of spirit increases magic attack by 1%. Strength 2,480. Base 1,262. Equipment bonus 1,219. Spirit 1,591. Base 1,417. Equipment bonus 174. Su Yang calculated. This is identical to the dual spirit boost skill. With my current stats, my physical damage is up 248%. Magic damage up 159%. I could crush that Rock Abyss Earth Dragon now without even using skills. Bai Ling approached. Congratulations, brave hero. Your strength has reached a new realm. But Su Yang noticed her tone. Why do you look so unhappy? She looked down. The temple in East Spirit only supports up to the 3rd job transfer. You must go to the Sky City for future advancements. The thought of saying goodbye to you. It makes my heart feel empty. I've never felt this way before. Suddenly the statue radiated a holy light. Bai Ling gasped. What is happening? Is this the idol's blessing? Beams of light poured into her body. Su Yang analyzed the situation. This looks just like the blood blessing ritual, except that was creepy, and this is holy light. Bai Ling floated in the air, a golden halo appearing above her head. The system announced, blessing ritual complete. Bai Ling promoted to 5th rank temple bishop, transferring to Sky City branch. Su Yang was stunned. You jumped straight to the 5th rank. Bai Ling smiled. Temple bishop promotions are different from job changes, but this means I can stay by your side, brave hero. That's wonderful. She leaned into his chest. I'm a bit tired. I need to sleep. Su Yang held her gently. I'm relieved you're with me. Let's go. To Sky City. Outside, the closed doors were causing a riot. Why isn't it opening? What's taking so long? I'm waiting for my turn. Someone shouted. Which bastard is in there? Are you constipated? Get out here. The doors creaked open, mist rolling out. When they saw Su Yang carrying Bai Ling, the crowd pointed fingers. It's that kid. He wasted so much of our time. Then they noticed the girl. Wait, isn't that the temple priestess? Holy crap, it is. What happened to the priestess? Why is she passed out? That kid was alone in there with her for at least 30 minutes. Did they do that inside the sacred temple? Su Yang frowned. What kind of nonsense are these idiots spouting? He walked straight through the crowd. Just a heads up, job changes over there. Move aside. But a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder. You're not going anywhere, a thug named Chang Zi said coldly. Halt, you punk. What have you done to the high priest? The thug barked. Confess now, or you're not going anywhere. Su Yang turned his eyes cold as ice and simply said, scram. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Chang Zi's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed, terrified. Holy crap, one look and I almost wet myself. Who is this monster? Just then a voice called out from behind Lord Su Yang. Xiaomo ran up breathless. I was just nominated as the new high priest of Dongling City. Is it true you and Lady Bai Ling are leaving for Sky Spirit City? Su Yang nodded, confirming the news. That's right. Congratulations on the promotion and the raise, by the way. She blushed, looking down. Thank you. But it makes me sad to think I won't see you or the former high priest for a long time. A heavy silence hung in the air. Su Yang smiled gently. Don't say that. I'll come back often. We can grab a meal and some tea then. Xiaomo's face lit up instantly. She waved goodbye as he walked away. It's a promise, then safe travels. Her heart raced with hidden hope. Does that mean I still have a chance with him? Meanwhile, in Sky Spirit City, the class transfer temple was on a whole other level of grandeur. The elder priest received Bai Ling with care. Respected hero, leave Lady Bai Ling to this old man. Once she awakens, she will take my place as the high priest of this temple. As for Sky Spirit City, your benefits, promotion, and assignments will all be handled by her. Su Yang bowed respectfully. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Walking away, he calculated his next moves. Since my base is moving to Sky Spirit City, I need to buy a house here. I also need to get my grandparents settled. He tapped send on a holographic screen. The message read, Grandpa, Grandma, I've moved to Sky Spirit City for work. I'm healthy and doing well. I've sent you some money and a letter. I hope you and the kids can have a better life now. I'll visit often. Moments later, a real estate agent was guiding Su Yang through a property. Mr. Su, behold. This villa boasts a stunning ocean view and comes fully furnished with modern amenities. It fits your requirements perfectly. It's yours for just 9,980,000 move-in ready. Su Yang glanced around. It's nice, but too big. Cleaning this place would be a pain. Suddenly a row of maids appeared in perfect formation. The agent smiled slyly. Worry about that. For just an extra million, you get a professional maid squad. They will handle all daily chores so you never have to stress over the small stuff. The maids bowed in unison, their voices sweet. Welcome home, master. Su Yang gave a thumbs up. Nice. Draw up the paperwork. After sealing the deal, he lounged on a sun chair fed grapes by his maids and soaked in a hot spring to wash away the fatigue. That night, sinking into a plush mattress, Su Yang sighed in contentment. Having money is essentially a superpower. Not long ago, I couldn't have even imagined this kind of luxury. Time to sleep. I need to check on Bai Ling tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the temple, Bai Ling slept deeply a night without dreams. When she finally stirred, she rubbed her eyes disoriented. Where am I? The elder priest smiled warmly. You're awake. I brewed some herbal soup to aid your recovery. Taking the bowl, she whispered, Thank you, High Priest. I feel much better. The old man looked thoughtful. The gods haven't spoken in years. Their manifestation this time is surely linked to that new hero. I'm curious about the boy. The priest probed gently. You've been by his side for a while. What is your assessment of him? Bai Ling's eyes softened. The hero. He's a man who creates miracles. It's like watching a living legend from a leveling manhwa. He has courage and power, yes, but also a kind and brave heart. I believe he will bring a new dawn to this world. The priest nodded. You have good instincts. I can rest easy leaving Sky Spirit City in your hands. Then Bai Ling's expression darkened. The red moon hasn't faded for days. That event is coming. You must be careful. Suddenly her eyes went wide. Damn it. How could I forget the most important thing? She scrambled out of bed. The priest called out alarmed, Bai Ling, where are you going? The hero doesn't know about the red moon invasion. I have to warn him. As she ran, she prayed silently. Su Yang, please. You must not get hurt. The priest shook his head, watching her go. Concern leads to chaos. Has she fallen for the boy? Back at the villa, Su Yang was dead asleep until a strange fluctuation snapped his eyes open. He rushed to the balcony. What's going on? A maid stumbled to the ground, pointing at the sky in terror. Monster! A holographic system window popped up. Alert rare event, triggered red moon invasion. Defeat the invading entities. Enemy giant axe demon. Level unknown, race demon, rank boss. The monster glared down with cold malice. Destined 1. Die. Su Yang's brow twitched with annoyance. Are you kidding me? Waking me up in the middle of the night? Don't you know how grumpy I get when my sleep is ruined? I'll kill you quickly and go back to bed. Suddenly, he sensed another presence. Luo Linger arrived on a flying Pegasus. So you're the target of tonight's invasion. Su Yang blinked. You again? She scoffed, waving her hand. Stand back. You're no match for this thing. This time I'll handle it. Su Yang frowned. What exactly is this red moon invasion? Linger rolled her eyes. I'm not your tutor. If you want to know, ask someone else. She summoned her spirit beast and commanded it to charge. The beast surged forward with incredible speed while the demon's eyes glowed with a savage crimson light. The collision triggered a massive explosion. Su Yang shouted over the noise, Hey, I just renovated this place. Don't trash my house. Just then, Bai Ling sprinted onto the scene breathless. Su Yang, are you okay? He looked surprised. Bai Ling, what are you doing here? She stumbled into his arms and he caught her. Careful. She gasped for air. I just woke up and saw the red moon. I realized I never explained the invasion event to you, so I ran straight here. Su Yang sat her down on a garden chair. Can you give me the details now? She nodded gravely. Of course. She began to explain the terrifying lore of this world. Whenever the red moon descends, monsters from a void dimension called the Scarlet Wither appear. They hunt specifically for heroes in their vicinity. Their only goal is to assassinate the hero. Crucially, only a hero can inflict damage on them. If a hero is killed by a Scarlet Wither during a red moon invasion, they cannot be resurrected. It is permanent death. According to the temple records, this event only triggers after a hero reaches the third awakening. She looked guilty. I should have told you yesterday, Lord Hero. Su Yang rubbed his chin. I see. So it's a special event triggered by my third-class advancement. But isn't this intensity a bit too high? Bai Ling hesitated. It does seem beyond the normal scale. Luo Linger is likely after the Red Moon Core, but even with her forces, this Scarlet Wither seems to have unique properties. Su Yang analyzed the battlefield like a pro gamer in a system manhwa, a level 3 boss suddenly spiking to level 5 stats. Under normal circumstances, that's impossible. Unless its level isn't fixed, but fluid. Across the yard, a shockwave blasted from the monster, sending debris flying. Linger gritted her teeth, struggling. So weird. It's just a third awakening monster. Why is it this strong I have to use my trump card? Su Yang yelled out. Stop! Stop! Right there. If you keep fighting like that, you're going to level my entire villa. This guy is here for me anyway, so step aside. Linger glared at him. You fight this. If you have a death wish, I won't stop you. But don't come crying to me for help later. Su Yang's expression shifted, his aura darkening instantly. Then just stand there and watch. A terrifying gale erupted around him, laced with crackling black lightning. The pressure forced Linger to brace herself. Dozens of dark energy blades materialized. Su Yang warped instantly in front of the beast, a pitch-black sword in his hand. The sword's tip pressed against the beast's throat, a death sentence ready to be executed as dark energy poured from the monster's wounds. The system flashed a warning: multi-armed axe wielder level unknown. Vitality dropped to 40% instantly. Linger's eyes widened in shock. A single strike had obliterated 60% of its health. How was that even possible? Meanwhile, Su Yang analyzed the battle, thinking, it is exactly as I predicted. This creature's power fluctuates based on the hatred of the target it faces. In other words, right now, you are nothing more than a mere third transition boss. With the extreme Dao bonuses I currently possess, I can absolutely crush you using nothing but raw, overwhelming strength. Su Yang's fist blurred, slamming into the axe wielder's torso and sending the colossal beast flying backward. As its massive body crashed to the ground with a thundering boom, he sighed internally. Great. The repair fees for this run are going to cost me another fortune. Refusing to accept defeat, the axe wielder roared and scrambled up, charging with its weapon raised to deliver a fatal strike. But dark energy began to swirl ominously around Su Yang's arm. You specialize in killing heroes. Is that so? Muscles rippled along his arm as he unleashed a punch that shattered the monster's weapon in defense. He scoffed coldly. You are completely unqualified. The system notification chimed: multi-armed axe wielder, level 75, vitality 0%. You have slain the level 75 Scarlet Withering. Received 114,514 experience points and 3 red moon cores. Su Yang smirked. Is this all the terrifying red moon invasion amounts to? Bai Ling watched him with starry eyes, murmuring, he dealt with the Scarlet Withering in the blink of an eye. The hero is simply too powerful. Linger thought to herself. I have lived through several red moon invasions before, and I have seen how other warriors struggle to cope with the onslaught. But I have never witnessed anyone annihilate a monster with such savage brutality. With that kind of exaggerated power, are we sure he is human, and not some wild beast wearing a man's skin? She decided to retreat, but not before throwing one last haughty remark. Do not think this means you have won. Next time I will definitely make you pay. Su Yang watched her leave, completely baffled. Why does that woman always love talking to herself? Su Yang handed a crystal core to the priestess. Is this the item Luo Linger was desperate for? Bai Ling, can you tell me what makes this drop so unique in this leveling Manhwa world? Of course, she replied. This red moon core is... Suddenly Bai Ling let out a terrified gasp. Ah! Su Yang frowned, sensing danger. What is happening? The core in his hand instantly expanded into a massive sphere of light. Su Yang's eyes widened. What is that thing? His legs gave out and he collapsed to his knees, thinking, I am finished. As darkness took him, the last thing he saw was Bai Ling's worried face calling out, Su Yang! Morning sunlight streamed through the window, stirring Su Yang from his slumber. He blinked his eyes, open his mind, a blank slate. Where am I? Panic set in immediately when he realized he was holding Bai Ling in his arms. Her eyes fluttered open, gazing at him dreamily. Hero, you are finally awake. Realizing he was shirtless, Su Yang frantically pulled the blanket up to cover himself. What on earth is going on here? Why are we sleeping in the same bed? Bai Ling reassured him. Please do not panic, hero. Last night you were cursed by the Scarlet Withering, so I had to perform a purification ritual for you. Su Yang looked skeptical. A purification ritual? What is that? According to Temple Article 921, when a hero fights the Scarlet Withering, they risk infection from the Scarlet Force, leading to severe exhaustion. If the energy overloads, the hero could transform into a monster themselves. Therefore, it is the duty of the Temple Priestess to exercise the Scarlet Energy immediately after the battle concludes. However, this ritual requires intimate physical contact. Since you lost consciousness, hero, I had no choice but to bring you back to my room and change your clothes for the process. She had carried him, undressed him, and cared for him all night. Bai Ling blushed, looking away. That is the situation. Su Yang rubbed his head, thinking, this is incredibly awkward. Then he noticed a mark on her neck. Hearing her cough, his concern spiked. "Are you all right? And that mark on your neck? What is it?" She smiled forcefully. "Please do not worry. As a temple priestess, I have a special constitution that allows me to self-purify the infection. With the temple's support, the toxin will be completely cleansed in just 12 days. Su Yang grabbed her hand, his voice earnest. "Then please do not push yourself too hard. If you suffer an injury because of me, my conscience will never be at ease." Bai Ling was taken aback by his tenderness. "Hero Su Yang." Her face flushed red, and she quickly turned away. "Oh, that reminds me. I still have not explained the benefits of the 5-star third transition to you. I will explain it right now." She began speaking rapidly to mask her embarrassment. Starting from the third transition, the hero becomes a temple VIP. You will enjoy the following privileges. First, your monthly allowance increases from 50 million to 1 billion. Second, your black gold status discount in the alliance improves from 30% to 50%. Additionally, you will gain access to S-rank guild zones. Bai Ling thought to herself, the benefits have increased 20-fold. That is terrifying. The temple is truly willing to spend a fortune on this awakening Manhwa protagonist. Regarding S-rank guilds, joining one hastily will only attract unwanted attention. We need a long-term plan. She paused for emphasis. But the most crucial benefit is the opening of the exchange shop. You can now exchange Blood Moon cores. The concept confused him. What is this exchange shop you are talking about? Bai Ling continued her lesson. The Blood Moon core store. It is managed by the Transfer Temple. You can use the core of the Blood Moon to trade for incredibly rare items, high-tier equipment, and even forbidden magic or cursed artifacts. Everything is available for trade. Simply touch the temple wall and the menu will appear. Su Yang realized something. So that girl from yesterday, she must have been desperate to farm Blood Moon cores during the invasion. Su Yang jumped out of bed, eager to check the system. Even someone like Luo Linger would risk everything for this. Let me see what treasures I can get my hands on. The system interface materialized, listing the Blood Moon exchange items. Level 1, Forbidden Spell 300 Blood Moon cores. Level 2, Forbidden Spell 900 cores. Demigod Weapon Song of the Ruler, Longsword 4000 cores. Demigod Weapon Heart of the Ocean Spellbook 4000 cores. Demigod Weapon Eternal Golden Spear 10,000 Blood Moon cores. Su Yang stared in disbelief. These are all legendary items. Forbidden curses, demigod artifacts, divine weapons. Even if the Alliance threw endless money at this, they could not buy these treasures. However, he hesitated. The cheapest item starts at 300 cores, and I only have 3. I am light years away from the exchange standard. I must level up quickly to join the next Blood Moon invasion and farm as many cores as possible. Just then, Bai Ling called out from behind him. Hero Su Yang, I have to return to the temple for my duties now. He nodded. I should head back too. I have some repairs to attend to. Suddenly she remembered something. That is right, I heard a VIP guest from abroad is arriving today. They are visiting Sky Spirit City. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. A VIP guest. Meanwhile, a teleportation gate manifested in the center of Dragon City. A figure stepped out, looking around curiously. So, this is the famous Dragon Mansion. It was Asuka, a level 128 beast-tamer from the Sakura Nation and the cherished daughter of the Asuka clan. Her attendant bowed respectfully behind her. Yes, eldest miss. 2 escorts whispered among themselves. The master spent a fortune to give the young miss a chance to tame a giant dragon. The other replied, Who told our Sakura Nation not to have a dragon dungeon? The Alliance had to negotiate hard for this. It is such a hassle, we are just borrowing their territory. Opposite them, Elder Li stepped forward with a welcoming smile. Welcome, honored guests, to the Dragon Mansion. This was Elder Li, the Dragon Mansion's diplomatic consul. He looked gravely at the attendant. I heard that Lady Asuka intends to challenge the brutal Black Dragon. Are you certain about this? If Miss Asuka were to lose her life, it would be a tragic waste of this rare opportunity. The attendant smiled confidently. Elder Li need not worry. We have absolute faith in the young Miss's talent, even if your nation boasts the genius beast tamer Luo Linger. Even with all that, she can't compare to our young Miss. Elder Li let out a cold snort, his eyes narrowing. Truly, the arrogance of youth knows no bounds. Kiriko stared back, his gaze unwavering and fearless. I wouldn't dare. Lady Hiko peaked in her voice, dripping with innocence. Elder Li and Kiriko seemed to have quite the destiny together. Talking like old friends the moment you met. She bowed slightly, her tone polite. My young miss didn't send me here to trouble you, Elder. It is our first time visiting this land, and we are ignorant of many things. We hope for your guidance. Under Lady Hiko's wide, innocent doe eyes, Elder Li couldn't help but mentally compare her to the Ming family's upbringing. How was she raised to be so pure, he thought. She is far too simple for this world. She is nothing like that old fox back home. The elder finally relented, revealing the intel. The Black Dragon Fortress that Miss Ming intends to challenge tomorrow is located outside Heavenly Spirit City, in a place called Eternal Wind City. Please make your own way there. I still have duties to attend to, so I cannot escort you. Hiko waved goodbye to the senior with a bright, naive smile. But the moment they left, steam practically blew out of Kiriko's ears. That stinky old man. We just arrived in the Longfu territory, and he won't even arrange a welcome reception, telling us to walk to Eternal Wind City ourselves. The nerve. Rin shook his head, understanding the reality. Who asked people to be from the massive Longfu family? Of course they wouldn't put a small nation like ours in their eyes. Hiko spun around, her expression hardening as she scolded them. What are you two babbling about? This is foreign soil and we are guests here. She quoted an old proverb. Besides that, grandfather didn't stop us from going. He kept his promise, so we must not cause trouble for them. Kiriko sighed, his worry evident. Miss, with a personality like yours, you're bound to suffer in the future. He privately thought that the master had sheltered her far too much. However, in the distance, shadows were watching Hiko's every move. Linger narrowed her eyes, curiosity piqued. Is that the beast Tamir Hiko from the Sakura Nation? Beside her, Jotai confirmed the intel. That's correct. She was admitted to the National Beast Taming Guild at the same time as our young miss. She is considered a prodigy. Her target for this trip is likely the Black Dragon as well. Linger scoffed, dismissing the threat. She's just a little princess from the Sakura Nation. She can't stir up any real waves. The one I'm concerned about is that guy Su Yang. What are the results of the investigation? Jotai opened a holographic interface displaying the profile. Miss, we have conducted a detailed background check. Su Yang only recently awakened his initial class as a warrior. However, his growth speed is insane, like the protagonist of a broken leveling manhwa. He leveled up rapidly, his combat power soaring through the roof. There is no faction supporting him from the shadows, and the Dark Cloud Guild he is staying with has only interacted with him once inside a dungeon. He has completed everything independently. It is truly terrifying. Linger's eyes widened in shock. What? She recalled the young man's face, finding him more incomprehensible by the second. He's just a low-level nobody, yet every time he achieves things beyond imagination. If he actually tamed the Black Dragon, she gritted her teeth. Damn it, am I actually afraid of a mere third awakening warrior? Meanwhile, back with Hiko's group, the subordinate following behind whispered, Eldest miss, we should get moving. Hiko approached the teleportation gate, her demeanor shifting slightly. Let's return. We need to prepare to set out immediately tomorrow. As she stepped toward the gate, Hiko suddenly paused. She turned around, looking directly at the spot where the stalkers were hiding, and gave a friendly, knowing wave. Linger froze, a cold sweat breaking out. She felt a sudden pang of guilt. Jotai was stunned. We were discovered, but we clearly used high-grade stealth items. Linger's attitude shifted instantly. We underestimated her. That girl might be a massive threat after all. I've changed my mind. Mobilize all our forces immediately. Gather at the Black Dragon City Gate in 30 minutes. We are attacking the dungeon now. Yes, ma'am. Jotai bowed. Meanwhile, at Su Yang's residence, the MC was directing his maids to clean up the mess. The outer wall of the house was currently being reconstructed. Make sure to reinforce that wall a bit more, Su Yang ordered while the maids busied themselves. Suddenly, a blue notification flashed, a classic trope of a system manhwa. Alert detected challengers entering the dungeon. Do you wish to link with the boss? Finally, they're here. Confirm link. Su Yang waved goodbye to the maids. Sorry, something urgent came up. Please look after the house. The maids looked worried. Master, where are you going? The repairs aren't finished yet. The system displayed the Intruders, S-rank Guild Secret Seekers Exploration Team. 24 members. Su Yang's consciousness awakened within the Black Dragon's massive body. As expected, it's the Secret Seekers. Seeing Linger leading the charge, he wasn't surprised. It really is her Luo Linger. She shouted to her team, move out, help me tame the Black Dragon, and everyone will be heavily rewarded. Su Yang smirked. Today he was determined to wash away his previous grudges. I'll make you pay for the house repairs plus interest for all the trouble you caused me last time. Su Yang observed the enemy. However, this exploration team has some well-equipped elites. Not only are there more people than last time, but these guys look battle-hardened. Their preparation is flawless. This won't be an easy fight. Suddenly, two elite monsters stepped forward, bowing. Great King, do not worry about these intruders. Leave them to your subordinates. We ensure they will have no way out. Standing there were two level 98 elite leader bosses, mutated dragon blood warriors. Their stats flashed before Su Yang's eyes. HP 3 million. Attribute Hidden Dragon Tribe. Attack 2871. Speed 902. Spirit 1186. Talent, Blood of the Giant Dragon reduces physical and magic damage by 30%. Battlefield Command, greatly increases damage and attack speed for surrounding Dragon Tribe units. The second one was even stronger. Level 99 Elite Leader Boss. Mutated Dragon Blood Warrior. HP 3 million. Attack 2900. Speed 1002. Spirit 1238. Talent, Blood of the Giant Dragon reduces physical and magic damage by 30%. Battlefield Command, reduces incoming physical and magic damage for surrounding Dragon Tribe units. Su Yang was genuinely surprised. Strange. Why haven't I seen you two before? Lilith stepped forward to explain. Do you remember that day you went berserk and injured yourself? These two accidentally drank your spilled blood and mutated into this form. Su Yang was shocked. Straight up consuming dragon blood actually works. Lilith nodded. Only these two mutated successfully. There were others, but... well, look. She pointed to some other mobs who were bowing clumsily. Greetings, Great Lord. Sorry. Lilith looked embarrassed, pointing at the goofy-looking failed experiments. Su Yang rubbed his chin deep in thought. I thought the Dragon Blood General was the limit, but these two... their strength can't be underestimated. They aren't at my current level, but they might be as strong as I was when I fought the Black Flame-Winged Beast. He nodded. All right then. You two go handle the enemy. They bowed in unison. Yes, my lord. Su Yang glanced at Lilith. What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Lilith puffed out her cheeks, turning away shyly. No, it's nothing. She felt a strange turmoil in her heart. This time the enemy team looked incredibly strong. If they actually managed to defeat the Black Dragon, why did she feel this way? Why am I so uncomfortable with the thought of him losing? Meanwhile, a bloody battle had already erupted in the dungeon. Linger's team was frantically attacking the elite mobs. Zhou Tai took point, shouting, Advance steadily. Watch out for sudden traps. Linger sat high on her mount, arrogant as ever. What are you so worried about? Even if the Black Dragon leveled up to elite status, the other trash mobs haven't changed. Zhou Tai frowned. We still need to be careful. Suddenly a red warning blared. Alert Elite Leader Boss has appeared. Seeing the two massive figures towering over them, Zhou Tai panicked. Speak of the devil, Linger scoffed, unimpressed. It's just two elite mobs. Wipe them out quickly. Zhou Tai barked orders. Spread out. Don't let the boss use any link skills. One is resistant to physical attacks, the other to magic use counter skills to deal damage. Watch their HP bars avoid triggering their berserk mode when they get low. Following Zhou Tai's command, the team unleashed a barrage of skills on the two elites. Attacks flew toward their vital points, and with a thunderous crash one of the giants collapsed. But as it fell it muttered, For the glory of Lord Athos. Suddenly its body snapped back up, energy exploding outward. Kill the intruders. Strike fear into their souls. This stance was far more terrifying than a normal berserk state. Aerial mobs swooped down from the sky. The team realized the boss had summoned minions fearing a mass buff. Split up, don't let them group together. Linger, tired of waiting, casually snapped her fingers. Enough of this. In a flash of light, she summoned her own massive beast to the battlefield. With 3 massive beasts guarding her rear, Ling Air barked orders. Don't panic, stick to the plan. The small fry are just distractions, pull them away from the boss. Everyone else focus your fire on the boss. My spirit beasts are joining the fray. The team rallied instantly. Yes, ma'am, with the young miss, helping we can't lose. A bird dove past the elite monster's shoulder. It inflicted a wound as the 3 beasts and players surrounded the target. Just as 2 blades were about to descend, Ling Air shouted, Wait, stop damage, don't kill it. Chu Tai immediately obeyed. Understood, holding fire. 2 mobs fell, but the boss remained defiant. Filthy intruders, kill me if you want, what are you waiting for? Linger dismounted. Even in human form, this was still a member of the dragon race. Let me see if you can be tamed. The elite monster roared in fury. Damn you despicable humans, you think you can enslave me? I will never bow. But Ling Air cast her spell, her voice dripping with magic. Become my power. The monster's eyes glazed over. Who am I? She whispered. You are my loyal servant. Have you forgotten? It looked confused. I am your servant. The mob beside it screamed, Snap out of it, she's brainwashing you. Watching this, Su Yang felt a surge of rage. The audacity, they barge into my territory and try to poach my subordinates. Even if capturing dragons was normal for a tamer, Su Yang was the boss here. I won't let her do whatever she pleases. He looked at the rotting chunk of meat in his inventory. It looked revolting, but his star-rank body wasn't strong enough to beat them as is. He had to eat it. Will this trigger a level up? Su Yang hesitated, holding the foul-smelling mass. Below, Lilith gagged at the sight. What the hell is that? Wait, don't tell me you're gonna eat it. No way, please don't. Even he hesitated. But desperation called for desperate measures. Su Yang tossed the rotting flesh into his mouth. To win this leveling Manhwa scenario, sacrifices had to be made. He squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed. He looked like he was in agony. Lilith watched, sweating nervously. So how is it? How does it taste? Su Yang stuck out his tongue in disgust. Sticky, smelly, and it tastes like weird drain water. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his body. Shock hit him as golden energy exploded outward like a tsunami. The power was so immense it formed a pillar of light piercing the heavens. Ling Air's group froze in awe. The mobs recognized that golden aura instantly. Sorry, is that Lord Athos? The other mob regained its senses and cheered. My king, Ling Air, was bewildered. Such massive energy coming from the fortress. What is happening? She stared wide-eyed at the source. Is that the Black Dragon? The majestic form of the Black Dragon materialized, its colossal wings spreading wide to blot out the sky. Linger finally realized the truth. A Black Dragon. The system alert rang out. Warning: unknown anomaly detected in the boss room. The Black Flame Dragon Athos is undergoing a mutation. Assessment complete. Boss Athos has ascended to the lunar rank. Level 150. This dungeon has now escalated to a lunar rank instance. Su Yang glared down coldly. Evolution complete. Now, let the destruction begin. The players were paralyzed with shock. One guy flipped the bird at the sky. You gotta be kidding me. He was just star rank. Now he jumps straight to lunar rank. What kind of broken game balance is this? Where's the system? Explain this garbage. Chutai grabbed his shoulder. I know it's crazy, but calm down. Keishin turned to the leader, panic in her voice. Young miss, what do we do? We can't handle a lunar rank boss. Linger snapped, clearly shaken. Shut up. Stop whining, it's just a dungeon bug. So what if it's a lunar rank Black Dragon? Su Yang heard this and scoffed internally. She thinks my power is a bug, ignorant brat. I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. Chutai stepped in front of her, barking orders. Deploy defensive spells. Now, buff me with every damage reduction skill you have. Don't hold back, full defense. They poured their mana into shields, but Su Yang opened his maw and a torrent of apocalyptic fire unleashed upon them. Screams echoed through the canyon as the flames formed a wall of incineration. The heat was unbearable. Su Yang landed the ground, quaking, while Chutai struggled to stay standing behind the barrier. He was stunned. 10 men down instantly, 6 critically wounded. Is this the true power of a lunar rank boss? In that moment, Chutai was grateful they hadn't come unprepared. An item notification popped up. Jade Ring of Life activated. Sacrificial restoration complete. One-time use. Chutai shouted, "Get up. The item revived you. Prepare for battle." From above, Su Yang noted the miracle. A one-time resurrection item. This expedition team really spent a fortune. Ling Air rallied her massive beasts into a formation. She screamed, "The boss just used his ultimate. He's on cooldown. Attack with everything you have." Countless spells and projectiles flew toward Su Yang, but he simply countered with another breath of fire. The battlefield turned into a hellscape. The 3 giant beasts charged, surrounding Su Yang. But from her vantage point, Linger watched in horror as the Black Dragon remained unscathed. Our attacks, they're doing nothing. Chutai gritted his teeth. He took the Dragon Slayer heart. We have to chip away at him slowly. Stick to the original plan, Liu Zi objected. That plan was for a star rank boss. This thing is lunar rank. His raw stats alone will crush us. How do we fight that? He knew the truth. Against absolute power, strategy is meaningless. Their formation crumbled as the boss began charging another skill. Damn it! The damage reduction buffs aren't ready yet. We can't block it. Zhang Zhen desperately activated the mountain range barrier. The earth shattered, splitting open as a massive shockwave and thick smoke swallowed their vision. Kishin caught Zhang Zhen as he collapsed. Old Zhen is down, healer. Where's the healer? Luzi cried out in despair. Stop shouting, it's over. We're just waiting to die. Linger went pale. One direct clash and the whole team is wiped out. How is this possible? How can this Black Dragon be this powerful? Chutai made the call. Young Miss, run, escape now. We'll hold the Black Dragon back with our lives. She hesitated. You want me to run after all my preparation? I worked so hard for this, but Chutai saw clearly. From the moment he evolved, our chance of victory dropped to 0. Now damage control is our only option. If you make it back alive, we can explain this to the clan master. Please go. Ling Miao couldn't argue with his logic. Fine. She turned to flee immediately. I leave the rest to you. But Su Yang wasn't about to let that happen. Running away. You're the main course today. You don't get to check out whenever you feel like it. Someone shouted from below. Hey, eyes on me, you lizard! Su Yang glanced down with disdain. A taunt skill pathetic. The blockers stood firm. You won't touch the young, miss. Your opponent is us. Even if we die, we'll take a few scales with us. Heroes to the end. Su Yang answered with a torrent of incinerating fire. Then I'll grant your death wish. Ling Miao spurred her mount faster. Damn it all. I can't believe I lost. And to run away in such disgrace, if word gets out, how can I ever call myself a genius again? But she tried to rationalize it. Who else could tame a lunar rank black dragon anyway? If I can't do it, neither can Shizi or that guy Su Yang. Right, I haven't truly lost. I just need to survive. I'll just find another dragon to tame and I'll still be the best. Just as she was comforting herself, she was thrown from her mount, crashing hard onto the dusty ground. Ling Miao coughed in the dust, furious. Are you kidding me? Chutai couldn't buy me even 1 minute. She summoned her beasts. Block him. But the black dragon's claw descended like a falling sky, freezing the blood in her veins. Release me. Release me at once. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. A mere human ant, dreaming of taming this deity, laughable. Despair swallowed Ling Miao whole, as the black dragon's maw gaped wide, an abyss ready to consume her. Your stupidity demands a blood price. Fear paralyzed her, choking the words in her throat. No, don't. Suddenly a towering pillar of water erupted from Ling Miao's eyes, stunning him. What in the world is this situation? Ling Miao wailed, her tears jetting out like geysers before crashing down like a torrential rainstorm. I just didn't want to lose to that bastard Su Yang or Sister Yinghua. I couldn't bear to let my father down. I only wanted to prove I'm the supreme beast tamer. I still want to fight. I don't want to become dragon food. Su Yang stood there, completely thunderstruck by this tantrum. To think her inner heart was this fragile and naive. He tossed Ling Miao to the ground. I understand your greed for battle, but I can't just let you walk away scot-free. Fine. I won't eat you. Su Yang's eyes went cold. I'll just send you on your way quickly. He unleashed a torrent of dragon fire at Ling Miao. The system chimed. You have slain the 5th awakening level 130 beast tamer Luo Ling Miao. Experience gained plus 1,392,221. He spoke with chilling indifference. Humans and monsters are different. Meeting me was simply your bad luck. Don't blame my ruthlessness. A massive notification flashed. Total experience received 31,094,000. Level increased from 72 to 79. Strength increased from 3,720 to 3,920. Agility and spirit stats skyrocketed. Received 175 free attribute points. A surge of terrifying power erupted from the black dragon's body. Su Yang gasped in awe. This is the single largest chunk of experience I've obtained in this entire leveling Manhwa journey so far. It's several times higher than even the 6th Awakening Spirit Mage fight plus the Dragon Blood essence. This overwhelming power feels like it's bursting from my skin. Yet 32 million experience only granted a measly 7 levels. It seems future level-ups will require exponential experience. I'll need to hunt even deadlier monsters and high-tier awakened ones. He currently stood at level 72. Demon Spirit Secret Reign. Su Yang checked the loot table. The expedition team had dropped piles of platinum and diamond rank gear, but honestly, to him right now those were nothing but trash. But then a brilliant aura in his hand caught his eye. Let's see if Luo Ling Miao's death drop gives me a surprise. It was a rare moon-tier artifact, the Ring of the Spirit Walker's Whisper. The item details materialized, gem sockets unlimited. Equipment restriction, none. Level requirement, none. Attributes, base spirit increases by 1,000 points. Description: a relic left by a legendary spiritual master. The psychic resonance has soaked into it so deeply that even after the owner's death it continues to murmur secrets to the heavens and earth. Attributes: spirit plus 600. Mental resistance plus 40%. Passive skill. The 9th Zen chant. Whispers from the Ring. Effect: permanently increases the wearer's spirit power by 1% each day, stacking up to a maximum of 10%. Active skill: Blessing of the Spiritual Practitioner. Consumes mana to render the user completely immune to all mental interference for the next hour. Note: the spell fails if the attacker's spirit power exceeds the wearer's by 50%. His jaw dropped. So, this is the power of a rare moon-tier artifact. Even for an accessory, these stats and values weren't just good, they were absolutely broken. Usually weapons hold the power, but this ring alone, it's a monster. Forget the massive spirit boost and mental resistance for a second. Just those two attached skills make this item terrifying. Su Yang inspected the ring closely. And it's versatile enough to allow an unlimited gem socket. It directly bypasses level restrictions. I really have to thank Luo Linger for this gift. Suddenly, his instincts screamed. He glanced at a distant tornado. Another special effect. Is there still an expert hiding nearby? The system Manhwa interface flashed. Level 1 Forbidden Curse. Scroll Wrath of the Wind God. Description born from the fury of the wind deity. It will tear anyone who dares provoke it into shreds. He grinned like a madman. Another forbidden curse. Now I have 2 of these trump cards in my arsenal. Double the destruction. He chuckled. As expected of the Heavenly Pavilion's daughter, she carries truly domineering tools. Su Yang flapped his massive wings, satisfied. Time to return. Once news spreads that the entire expedition was wiped out, no one would dare challenge this dungeon for a long time. The life of the Black Flamewing has reached its finale. Lilith stood on the cliff edge waiting. She exhaled a long breath. As expected, you won again. You said you'd grant me true freedom after this. What did that really mean? Su Yang teleported back to his base. I have returned. His sudden appearance made the maids jump out of their skins. Master, you're back already. He inspected the construction progress. Looking at the flawless wall before him, Su Yang asked, Repairs are complete. The maid bowed. Because Master paid double the price, the workers put their lives on the line to finish it. He nodded. I'm a bit drained. Give me a full body massage to relax. The maids immediately scrambled, some preparing hot towels, others massaging Su Yang's temples. Understood, Master. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon's secret realm, the dimensional gate shimmered. The Heavenly Pavilion Guild members were losing their minds. What the hell just happened? Why did the boss level up in the middle of the fight? We brought an army. We used resurrection items. How could we still lose? This dungeon is fundamentally impossible to clear. Jotai stepped forward, his voice stern. Stop your whining. Suddenly realization hit them. Wait, has anyone seen the young miss? A terrifying thought crossed their minds. Don't tell me it's like last time. Jotai turned toward a faint sound. Behind a large boulder, he found Linger hugging her knees, sobbing her heart out. She hid her face in shame. I lost. I prepared everything to tame the Black Dragon, and I lost so miserably I want to bury myself. How can I call myself a genius beast tamer after this? Jotai cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. Linger jumped, spinning around. What are you doing here? He stayed behind the rock, respectful. This subordinate is here to report the casualties. She quickly wiped her tears. Just report that stuff to my father. I don't want to hear it right now. Jotai thought. At least she's calming down. He spoke gently. Young Miss the Black Dragon suddenly leveling up was an anomaly no one could predict. Losing to a moon-tier boss is no disgrace. Why not shift your target to taming a different giant dragon? Linger's eyes lit up. You're right. Even Su Yang and Shizi couldn't defeat that moon-tier Black Dragon. So as long as I conquer a different dragon before they do, I will still remain the undisputed #1 genius beast tamer. In the Dragon Nation, besides the Black Dragon, there is a Red Dragon and a Silver Dragon. The red one is weak, but the Silver Dragon is formidable. However, they are both star-tier beasts. If I can successfully tame the Silver Dragon, there will be no debate. I will be the strongest beast tamer to ever command a giant dragon. Her fighting spirit ignited. That's right. She looked at him. Jotai, I thought you were just a brainless brute, but you actually have some vision. Linger stood tall. Report all dungeon losses to Jotai. The Heavenly Pavilion will cover the compensation. The crowd cheered. Long live the young miss. Thank you. Suddenly a voice drifted from behind. Everyone, who might this be? Zizi stepped forward. Could this be the famous Miss Luo Linger? Linger narrowed her eyes. It's her. That's me. Are you here to try and tame the Black Dragon too? Zizi smiled radiantly. That's right. My name is Zizi. It's a pleasure. Linger brushed past Shizi's outstretched hand coldly. Is that so? Good luck then. Zizi's subordinate bristled. That woman has absolutely no manners. She calls herself a young miss of the Heavenly Pavilion, yet lacks basic etiquette. Shizi covered her mouth, giggling softly. I understand. She must have failed to tame the Black Dragon and is taking her anger out on us. Serves her right. Vu Tu angrily smacked her head, scolding. They're already upset. Don't you dare add fuel to the fire. Now go start that dungeon. Undeterred, Vu Tu retorted. My lady, why are you siding with an outsider? Her head throbbing, she made her way to the teleportation gate, knowing the dungeon had to be initiated first. As the system display flashed, Vu Tu gasped in shock. What? The update says. Luminous moon, Rank the Black Dragon Fortress Secret Realm is now Luminous Moon tier, recommending level 150 or higher. The other three were bewildered. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be Starlight tier? How did it jump to Luminous Moon rank? How can we even fight? That is the Longha Guild playing a trick on us. She quickly urged, "Contact Old Lee now, we need to confirm the situation." On the other end, Old Lee's voice held a hint of apology. "Please make arrangements for them. I'm aware of the sudden change in circumstances. My sincerest apologies. For now, I suggest you all rest at Tianlin. I'll dispatch someone to escort you there, and we'll reach out with an update after negotiations." They replied, "Understood. We appreciate your trouble, Old Lee." Old Lee mused. Could it be true? Did the Black Dragon in Tianlin City truly ascend from Diamond rank to the Luminous Moon tier? This kind of evolution is unprecedented. Is it possible that this beast is being controlled by a human or free us? The next day at the dungeon's teleportation gate, Su Yang stepped forward. The area compared to yesterday was starkly deserted, and it was truly barren. No surprise really, considering even Tianlang City's strongest secret exploration team was utterly annihilated. Who would dare challenge it now? Of course this boss can only be handled by me, Su Yang thought. I'll be the one to carve my name onto this dungeon's legacy. The Black Dragon Fortress was bathed in an ominous crimson glow, and he had arrived. Su Yang mused aloud. Before, I was always linked to the Black Dragon boss, watching challengers from atop this very fortress. But today, I stand here as a challenger myself, entering this secret realm. The feeling is utterly indescribable. It's still an utterly bizarre sensation. Observing the horde of monsters swooping down, he dryly remarked, "Well, that's certainly a warm welcome. This formation looks a little too familiar." A familiar, overwhelming aura surged from Su Yang, causing the monstrous beast's eyes to snap wide open. "Look closely, you creatures, and see who stands before you." His pupils blazed with a brilliant golden light, unleashing a dominant, oppressive aura. This was truly an awakening Manhwa moment. The soaring winged dragons abruptly halted mid-flight. One immediately recognized it. This is Lord Athos's aura. They were baffled. Why did this mere human possess the overwhelming aura of Lord Athos, and that terrifying flame? Without a doubt, it was Lord Athos's flame. Su Yang's voice cut through the air, cold and guttural, driving them back. "Scram!" His single word sent the lesser beasts scattering, flying away in terror. A decisive showdown with the Black Dragon awaited, and he wouldn't waste his strength on mere small fries. Next, Su Yang materialized his Shadow Moon Spirit Wolves. "You two," he commanded them. "Stand guard here. Keep any Luminous Moon tier small fry from getting close." Then, radiating an unstoppable presence, Su Yang moved to confront the main boss. Elsewhere, Lilith was startled to see the Black Dragon stir. Awake already, so soon? Has a challenger actually arrived? She gazed at the thick plumes of smoke and dust billowing in the distance, a cynical thought crossing her mind. Which unfortunate fools have become the Black Dragon's newest trophies this time? Every single time, the Black Dragon utterly crushes its opponents, claiming an undisputed victory. With things as they are, I've long since abandoned any hope for my own freedom. How could a monster's promise ever be trusted? Back at the teleportation gate, the spirit wolves were already engaged. Facing them was the overwhelmingly powerful Black Dragon. The two wolves exchanged desperate thoughts. "Big brother, what do we do now? There's no way we can defeat this dragon. But why does this Black Dragon carry our master's scent? Has master become its prey?" The other wolf immediately countered, "Impossible. If that were true, we would have already ceased to exist." The Black Dragon's razor-sharp obsidian claws lifted menacingly. Then it brutally plunged its claws into its own chest, spraying brilliant golden blood. The spirit wolves recoiled in shock. This dragon has gone mad. Su Yang, observing the bizarre scene, mused. "I noticed this self-mutilation last time. My oversight talent revealed that the Black Dragon's self-inflicted wounds have no real effect on itself. Sacrificing half its health should be sufficient. Any lower, and it might compromise the burst item." Then he attempted to command it. "Black Dragon, heed my command. Stay put, do not make any moves, and minimize all flesh and blood regeneration. Command all Secret Realm monsters to cease their actions, disconnect." The two pairs of eyes, man and beast, glared intently at each other. The spirit wolves let out a collective sigh of relief, seeing Su Yang's back. "Look, master is alive after all," Su Yang murmured. "It's a miracle you came along and changed my wretched waste of a profession path. To say I feel nothing now would be an utter lie." Noticing the gaping hole in the Black Dragon's lower abdomen, Su Yang advanced. "A new path has opened before me," he declared. And it's time to forge ahead. He unleashed a devastating strike upon its colossal form. Die, then rise as a new ally, and together we will conquer countless new realms. Black Flame, Wing Athos. 2 grueling hours later, Su Yang wearily dropped to the ground. The spirit wolves, utterly spent, panted with their tongues hanging out. Were utterly exhausted. Su Yang's face was drenched in sweat pouring down like rain. My hands are numb from all the slashing, and yet it's still not over. The black dragon remained standing seemingly unshaken with only a few minor scratches adorning its massive body. Su Yang pulled out a potion and gulped it down. At last, he sighed. I've truly experienced what it's like for a true soul hunter or an elite exploration team. He reflected, if my attributes weren't fully maxed out, combined with the Soul Mark and Extreme Path Twin Prison boosting my damage by 900%, I wouldn't even scratch its formidable defenses. Dark energy blazed around Su Yang. Just a sliver remains. One final breath, and it's over. Meanwhile, Lilith was lost in a peaceful slumber, dreaming deeply. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered her dreams, jolting her awake. That's the black dragon's roar. Rushing towards the sound, she was met by an overwhelming wave of searing heat. The elite monsters cried out in terror, "Lord Athos, my body is dissolving!" Lilith dared not even consider the grim implications. The black dragon's aura is gone. Could it be? On his end, Su Yang looked up calmly and simply stated, "It's over." The colossal body of the black dragon was utterly incinerated, charred black by an inferno. Su Yang stood beneath its massive form as a cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. You have vanquished a luminous moon-tier boss, the Black Flamewing. Athos experience gained 1,321,000,000. The Master of the Secret Realm has been eliminated. All monsters within the Secret Realm have been vanquished. Experience received, plus 802 million. Level increased to 79. Level increased to 80. What a glorious, leveling Manhwa milestone. 40% of excess experience remains, excess experience 53,960,000. Su Yang gasped in amazement. That's an incredible amount of experience compared to before Luoling Ni's 10-member exploration team. Even with 5 advancements combined, yielded 3 times less. Truly befitting a luminous moon-tier boss. Then a colossal, dazzling golden greatsword materialized before him. He surmised, is this the weapon dropped from defeating the Black Dragon? Just one look tells me this is no ordinary item. His hand firmly wrapped around the hilt, preparing to draw the legendary blade. As he pulled the greatsword free, Su Yang was utterly astonished. What is this feeling? A raw explosive power, surging, threatening to burst from every fiber of my being. A system notification flashed. Unique item Dragonbone Greatsword. Devourer Athos. In the name of Athos, descendant of the ancient Devourer, he shall ultimately grasp the very essence of death itself. Wielding bone as a blade and blood as a soul. The departed are immortal, and the devoured shall exist eternally. Equipment restrictions. Level restrictions. None. Attribute limits. None. Special restrictions. None. Attributes granted: strength, plus 500. Spirit, plus 500. Agility, plus 500. Physical damage reduction, plus 10% magic damage. Reduction, plus 10% mental resistance, plus 10%. Unique trait, the carnivore. Whenever this deathly greatsword is wielded to slay a great dragon, the carnivore will consume its very corpse, granting an additional 10% attribute bonus to this equipment. Unique equipment trait, Soul Imprint. Once a unique piece of gear like this is acquired, it becomes a permanent part of your journey in any system. Manhwa. It can never be dropped. He lifted the Dragonbone Greatsword, and an oppressive icy aura emanated around it. With a single effortless swing, distant mountain ranges were cleaved clean in half. Su Yang gasped in pure awe. It's too powerful, far too powerful. While the initial main attribute bonuses aren't necessarily top tier, the true game changer is that this is a growth weapon. It devours dragons, then integrates 10% of their attributes directly into the blade. That's utterly terrifying. It's truly the ultimate weapon dropped from defeating the Black Dragon, blessed with such unique attributes. It's beyond precious, truly overwhelming, he mused, recalling the Black Flamewing's description. This beast is undeniably the blood descendant of the primordial devourer. No wonder its raw power rivals that of an adult ancient dragon. Being chosen by the system while still in its growth phase is a classic trope of a system manhwa. Su Yang stared at the necklace. Having completed the dragon-slaying quest, this had to be the legendary Dragon Slayer's heart. The blue screen flashed Dragon Slayer's heart seal broken item. Information refreshed. Unlocked heart of the Dragon Slayer. Description: the brave hero blessed by the goddess who severed the head of the giant dragon. The spraying dragon blood tempered the blade of dragon slaying. The excised dragon heart was forged as eternal proof of the kill. Until the era of chaos, nameless heroes found their eternal rest here. The dragon-slaying sword was lost to the annals of history, leaving only this testament of the Slayer. While equipped spirit increases by 50% and strength skyrockets by 100%. Special trait Glorious of the Dragon Slayer. It ignores dragon race defenses and increases damage against dragon species by 500%. Active skill Blood Soul of past heroes. By staining the amulet with dragon blood, you can summon the slumbering blood souls of ancient heroes to aid in battle. Su Yang gasped. These attributes are completely broken. With this kind of power, I'm basically a walking cheat code in a leveling manhwa. I can solo bosses now. Now for the final reward. The notification chimed. First clear of the boss detected. Simulkill achievement unlocked. Generating boss servant. System complete. Boss Black Flamewings Athos will now serve as your subordinate and fight by your side. Looking at the black dragon descending, he patted its massive head. We meet again, old friend, though wiping your memories is cruel. Perhaps ignorance is a blessing rather than a curse for you now. By all rights, you should have perished in the previous trials. I hope you don't hold a grudge. He leaped onto the head of the black dragon Athos. No time for sentimentality. Let's move Black Dragon soar above the city. The black dragon spread its wings, launching into the crimson sky. Meanwhile, Lilith was pacing anxiously. The dragon clan's aura has vanished. Does that mean the black dragon was defeated, but by whom? Seeing the black dragon return, her eyes widened in terror. It's back, she screamed. How is this possible, weren't you? Then she noticed the figure standing proudly on the dragon's back. Su Yang extended a hand. Beautiful princess, I have come to rescue you. Lilith froze, her mind racing. Why is there a human on the black dragon's back? She looked up in awe. Did you tame the black dragon? He nodded calmly. Correct. Lilith's mind shattered. How can that be? The black dragon is the most tyrannical existence among the giant dragons. They despise all other life forms. They would rather die than submit. Even the ancient powerhouses of the elf race failed to tame a black dragon. Yet this terrifying beast is being ridden like a common horse by this young man. Just who, or what, is he? Could he be the legendary dragon slayer from the prophecies? Su Yang interrupted her thoughts. Why are you zoning out? Hurry up and get on. Lilith grasped his hand. Su Yang instructed. Hold on tight to me, we're taking off. She sat behind him, clutching the hem of his clothes, and whispered a soft affirmation. The black dragon flapped its massive wings, rocketing into the heavens. Lilith screamed in terror at the sudden altitude. He comforted her gently. It's all right. Open your eyes. The view is breathtaking from up here. Hearing his calm voice, she dared to peek at the world below. Lilith gasped. It's beautiful. She took a deep breath. Is this what freedom feels like? It feels as though the chains binding my soul have finally shattered. My entire body feels so light. The black dragon spoke telepathically. You will experience true freedom soon enough. She was startled. Could it be that this dragon also longed to escape this place? I didn't realize you had suffered so much as well. Lilith sympathized with the dragon. Su Yang twitched. She had definitely misunderstood something, but he decided it was better to keep his mouth shut. Su Yang commanded. The exit is dead ahead. Charge through in one breath. Outside the black dragon's secret realm, a guard captain yelled, Quit slacking off, hit them harder. Don't just stand there like idiots. We rest after this wave of mobs. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black, causing panic. Is a storm coming? As the black dragon's shadow swept over them, the leader stammered, It's a giant dragon. The dragon's claws slammed into the earth, creating a shockwave that resonated for miles. The black dragon's roar sent the players into a frenzy. The boss is out. Run for your lives. Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. Oops. My entrance was a bit too grand. I think I scared them. Lilith felt his tone sounded suspiciously like a villain's. She asked curiously, Where do we go next? He replied, I can drop you at the City Lord's manor. They should know how to return you to the Elf Kingdom. She immediately refused. I don't want that. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Then where do you want to go? Lilith fidgeted shyly. Can I follow you for a while? She harbored a secret vow she dared not speak aloud that she would marry whoever saved her. But the words were stuck in her throat, too embarrassing to say. Su Yang pondered. In fairy tales, the hero who slays the dragon usually lives happily ever after with the princess. But my original intention wasn't to save her. However, seeing her determination, he sighed. It looks like I can't shake her off for now. I'll let her tag along temporarily. Lilith switched to gossip mode, eyes sparkling. By the way, I really want to know, how did you tame that black dragon? Can you tell me? Su Yang remained stoic. That's a secret. In Tianlin City, the citizens panicked at the sound of the dragon's roar. Linger frowned, sensing the energy. That roar, it belongs to the black dragon. Jutai couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could a dungeon boss appear in the outside world? On the other side, Wuzi asked, Miss, what was that? Shizi replied, a dragon. It seems a giant dragon has descended upon Tianlin City. She pointed excitedly. Can we go over there and take a look? The hidden observer behind the tree was shocked. She actually detected my presence. That little girl has some extraordinary potential. Let's go, the city lord has granted permission. He's heading that way too. At the Black Dragon Fortress entrance, Lilith asked, Why aren't we leaving yet? Su Yang stayed calm. No rush. Let's wait a little longer. Seeing a group approaching in the distance, he smirked. Look, they're here. Someone in the crowd speculated. The roar came from here. Did a world boss just spawn? Jiayue added. It had to be outside. The Black Dragon Fortress dungeon has been chaotic lately, but surely the boss didn't escape. The leader was Wei Ming, city lord of Tianlin. Seeing the Black Dragon, their eyes almost popped out. It's actually here. Why would a boss appear in the open world? Su Yang stepped forward casually. Manager Gu, long time no see. Jiayue was stunned. It's you. Wei Ming turned to him. You know this boy. He replied, We met once. His name is Su Yang, a VIP of the Class Change Temple. The city lord asked politely, Brother Su Yang, did you perhaps tame this black dragon? Su Yang shrugged. As you can see. Wei Ming furrowed his brow. How is that possible? This is a moon-rank black dragon. How could it be tamed by a human? I don't believe it. Unless you can prove it to me. The black dragon let out a roar that shook the very fabric of space. Su Yang smirked. Is that proof enough? The shockwave nearly knocked Wei Ming over. Okay. All right, great god, please retract your divine power. Lilith peeked out from behind the dragon's wing. What was that for? You scared me to death. Su Yang apologized. Sorry. Seeing her, the city lord was even more shocked. That's the elf princess in the dungeon. There's only a microscopic chance to save her after beating the dragon. Wei Ming's view of the young man shifted drastically. To tame a moon-rank black dragon. Just how terrifying is his true power? Yet he looks no older than 20. Could he be a 7th-turn sun-rank elder in disguise? After all, at that level of power, appearance is no longer a way to judge age. No, that can't be right. Even if the organization gathered all the divine elders, even the Global Beast Taming Association boasts only a single legend who managed to tame a colossal dragon. So just what kind of monstrous powerhouse is this Su Yang? Why would a god-tier entity like him descend upon our tiny Tianling city? Seeing Wei Ming suddenly drop to his knees, Su Yang felt the blood drain from his face in sheer panic. The atmosphere froze instantly. Forcing a stiff smile, he reached out and said, City. Lord, there is no need for such a grand ceremony. Please, stand up. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, confirming that the host had completed the first phase of the system Manhwa mission. The boss mission had already screened the next target for the host. Proceeding to the next phase, please eliminate the target immediately. Su Yang rejoiced internally. The new boss was arriving faster than expected. Meanwhile, Wei Ming asked with reverence, Supreme Elder, may I ask if you are the head of the Global Beast Taming Association? This humble servant is Wei Ming, City Lord of Tianling City. I apologize deeply for the poor reception and beg for your forgiveness. Jotai whispered a reminder. City Lord, we never received any report about the chairman visiting us. He speculated, do you think he might be traveling in disguise to inspect the realm? The City Lord denied it. Impossible, the teleportation center would have at least logged his arrival. Suddenly, Akari appeared from nowhere, scaring the soul out of them as she hesitated to speak. Excuse me, everyone. May I join this conversation? Are you the guest from the Cherry Blossom Country? She extended her hand, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Hello, I am Akari Asahina, a beast tamer from the Cherry Blossom Country. I wish to ask for your guidance regarding the experience of taming a colossal dragon. Would you be willing to share your wisdom with me? Su Yang stood there stunned by the request. Akari bonked herself on the head for her slip of the tongue. Oh no, that is a trade secret for every beast tamer. But Su Yang waved his hand. No, you misunderstand. I am not a beast tamer. Her mind went blank at his words. Disbelief washed over the other two like a thunderclap. They scrambled to ask, not a beast tamer. Then how in the heavens did you subdue the black dragon? I heard that until now, only the gentle white dragons could be tamed, and never in history has a black dragon bowed to anyone. The Global Association considers the black dragon the ultimate predator impossible to enslave. Yet it was conquered by someone who isn't even a beast tamer. If this news leaks out, it will cause a global earthquake in the hierarchy of power. Su Yang replied calmly, I have my own secret methods, but I cannot disclose them to you. I plan to head to Tianling City shortly. I must trouble City Lord Wei to notify the public to prevent mass panic. One of them asked in shock, You intend to ride the dragon directly into the city? Su Yang admitted, That is correct. Wei Ming agreed instantly. Understood. Boss, I will personally arrange for a citywide announcement immediately. Please rest assured. He thought to himself with admiration. Even after taming a black dragon, he still worries about frightening the common people. No wonder they say the truly strong are humble and approachable, while only the half-baked weaklings put on arrogant airs. Akari asked hesitantly, May I report your feat to my master? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Your master Wei Ming introduced her supreme elder. Miss Akari Asahina is a member of the Global Beast Taming Association. Her master is undoubtedly a high-ranking executive within the organization. Su Yang silently compared her, a genius young girl just like Luo Linger, but their personalities are worlds apart. Akari bowed her head modestly. City Lord Wei is correct. My master is indeed one of the 9 supreme heads of the association. Even though you are not a beast tamer, the mere fact that you tamed a black dragon means the association would definitely invite you to join. I believe my master would be eager to seek your guidance as well. Imagining a swarm of experts surrounding him with endless questions, cold sweat began to drip down Su Yang's back. The heads of the Global Association are at least rank 8 or rank 9 beast tamers. A group of grandmasters asking me a fake how to tame dragons. That scenario is a nightmare waiting to happen. He tactfully refused. I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us discuss the association another time. Without waiting, he leaped onto the black dragon's back and soared into the sky, leaving Akari staring blankly from the ground. Watching the dragon disappear, Wei Ming spoke up, Miss Akari, now that the black dragon has been tamed, I have already reported this to the higher-ups. They instructed you all to return to Dragon City first, and we will discuss further matters later. She agreed, her voice laced with admiration. Very well. If only I could own a dragon as a mount one day, that would be perfection. The black dragon gradually flew toward Tianling City. Luo Linger watched it soar overhead, and her eyes locked onto that familiar face. She thought bitterly. It really is him. Did he actually tame the black dragon? Even though she didn't want to believe it, the truth was right before her eyes. It seems my cultivation is still light years away from catching up. She wiped away her tears. Just you wait. I will definitely become stronger, tame a colossal dragon of my own, and then defeat you to prove that I am the strongest beast tamer of the new generation. The broadcast echoed through the streets. Attention all citizens. Within the perimeter of Tianling City, the Black Dragon Fortress dungeon has been cleared. The boss Black Dragon has been tamed by a supreme grandmaster. Therefore, when you see the Black Dragon, do not panic. As the dragon glided across the sky, everyone looked up, marveling at this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Oh my god, look at the Black Dragon. Damn, that is so cool. Excited chatter erupted everywhere. I heard it evolve to the lunar rank, and it even wiped out an entire expedition team. Who on earth has the power to tame such a beast? Do you see that supreme expert smiling up there? It looks like there is a girl on the dragon's back too. Why be surprised? For a legend who can tame a black dragon, having one girl or even 10 is hardly strange. Back in Su Yang's courtyard, his maid was humming a tune. Suddenly, the massive shadow of the black dragon descended right in front of her, nearly scaring her soul out of her body. He said, "Sorry for frightening you." The maid exhaled in relief. Oh, it is just the master. Looking at the dragon's massive frame, he thought, honestly, I didn't want to show off, but I really am not a beast tamer. I don't have a beast space to store the dragon, so I was forced to parade it around. Lilith peeked her head out and asked, "Is this where you live?" Su Yang replied, "What do you think? Does it suit your taste?" she exclaimed happily. "It is not about suiting or not. It is spacious and clean. I think it is wonderful." He sat on the dragon's back, watching her step down. He instructed, "Go inside and pick any room you like. I still have some matters to handle. If you need anything, just ask the maid for help." Lilith replied, "All right, go do your busy work." He thought to himself, I was worried she would be hard to serve, but unexpectedly this genuine princess is quite friendly, much better than those girls who just act like princesses. He entered his room. All right, time to deal with the new boss. He summoned the interface system, "Introduce the new boss to me." The mechanical voice responded, "Yes, host." The current boss is the Abyss Demon, the Origin Monarch, a god rank entity. The level struck Su Yang with terror. Holy crap, god rank. that is beyond solar, lunar, and stellar ranks. He thought nervously. What kind of concept is God rank? According to the global unified classification rules issued by the Job Change Temple from the 5th class advancement onwards, every 50 levels corresponds to one advancement. So 6th, 7th, and 8th advancements are known as stellar rank, lunar rank, and solar rank, collectively called the transcendent phase. But above that, one must complete the so-called trial of God to advance to demigod, and only after ascending the divine staircase can one achieve the God rank. Su Yang hesitated. I am facing a God rank boss this time. Isn't the power gap too massive? Just a stellar rank. Black-winged beast gave me a legendary transformation. So what kind of monster will I become this time? He pressed the confirm button. A surge of energy engulfed the room. The system displayed connecting please. Wait. Connection successful. In the pitch-black void, a pair of crimson eyes flashed open. The boss interface materialized, revealing a nightmare abyssal demon, the God rank origin sovereign. His stats were absolute insanity strength at 523,213, spirit at 343,221, and speed, clocking in at 234,958. His resistances were practically impenetrable, 80% against physical fire and water damage and a complete immunity to darkness. Even light magic was reduced by 30%. Then came his innate authority, the omniscient Lord. Nothing happens in the abyss without his knowledge. His gaze pierces every shadow and controls every outcome within his domain. Next was the authority of original sin, the undying sovereign. As long as he reigns, he is immortal. As the master of sin, he holds the power to infinitely resurrect the kings of sin who serve beneath him. The cooldown for this godlike miracle, a mere 30 days. Then the authority of abyssal origin, as long as a single demon breathes within the abyss, he can drain their essence to reconstruct his own form. Then came the terrifying lore introduction. The sovereign of original sin is the absolute ruler of the abyssal demons, seated on a throne of eternal darkness in the deepest void, commanding the 7 kings of sin. It brought to mind the ancient warning, when you gaze long enough into the abyss gazes back at you. Su Yang stared in awe. So this is what a God-rank entity looks like. Attributes in the hundreds of thousands, near infinite resistance, and talents that defied logic, especially that third one. Does this mean to kill me they'd have to exterminate every single demon in the entire abyss first? Is that even humanly possible? Truly, this is the terrifying prestige of a God-rank existence. He shook off the shock. I've got a handle on the boss stats. He commanded, System, give me the breakdown on this abyssal demon realm. The interface flickered, reading data, analyzing the structure of the abyss, explanation initiating. A holographic map expanded. The abyssal demon realm wasn't just a hidden dungeon. It was a super-colossal dimension, vast as the Elven Kingdoms or the Dragonlands. However, the nature of its connection was unique. The abyss latched onto the human world like a parasitic instance. Every nation had a gateway, a portal leading into this hellscape, forcing adventurers to explore it layer by agonizing layer, starting from the very first floor. Killing demons yielded massive experience and loot, making it the ultimate paradise for a leveling Manhwa protagonist hunting for treasure. But the risk was astronomical. Even the fodder demons on the first floor averaged around level 40. The starting difficulty was equivalent to a gold-rank dungeon, and the deeper you descended, the more the power scale spiked into the realm of nightmares. To date, humanity's greatest achievement was reaching the 386th floor, a record held by a coalition of SSS-rank guilds, including the legendary Halo of the Dharma God, and the Senators of the Holy Temple. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. SSS-rank guilds. It makes sense that only powerhouses of that caliber could brush shoulders with a God-rank boss. I wonder if they'll be my next opponents. He didn't know the distance to the bottom. The depth of the abyss was a mystery, but irrelevant for now. This boss form was essentially immortal, perfect for securing a legendary first kill. After all, if he missed this chance, who knew when the boss would respawn? Curiosity piqued, he pushed those thoughts aside. System, the text says, the sovereign rules 7 Sin Kings. Do these empty seats belong to them? The hall was eerily empty. Looking closer, he noticed 4 thrones pulsating with luminous arcane patterns, while the other 3 stood dormant and cold, shrouded in gloom, likely destroyed by other awakeners. Su Yang mused, eyeing the cracks on the cold stone seats. He activated the authority of the original sin artifact. If that's the case, why not test my second innate authority right now? A surge of dark energy erupted around one of the thrones, coalescing into a massive form, the Sin King of Gluttony. A bewildered voice boomed, Am I alive again? The status screen popped up, rank solar class. Title, The 7 Sins. Gluttony, Venom. HP 20 million. Strength, 62,271. Spirit, 45,632. Speed, 24,313. Venom, the demon of gluttony, saw the figure before him and trembled. My liege. He slammed his knees to the floor. Great Sovereign, thank you for your blessing. Forgive my weakness. I have stained your glorious reputation with my defeat. Su Yang analyzed him critically. Only solar class. As a subordinate to the 7 sins, shouldn't he start at demigod level? Did I revive a dud? He checked the detailed info. Innate talent, sin of gluttony. Venom exists in a state of eternal hunger. He can devour any non-demon creature to satiate himself, continuously increasing his power without a cap. Limit Godrank. Passive tribute of the Glutton King. Any target devoured by Venom permanently loses 2% of their total attributes. These stolen stats are offered as tribute to the Sin Sovereign. Magnificent? Su Yang's eyes lit up. Wait a second, this combo is insane. It was exactly the kind of broken mechanic typical of a system manhwa. As the embodiment of gluttony, Venom just needed to eat to grow infinite power, and he funnels 2% of everything he eats directly to me. If this tribute went to the sovereign persona, it would be neat, but if it transfers to my main body, I could literally ascend to godhood just by standing here. Su Yang was about to speak when a sound interrupted him. Knock knock. Someone's at the door. He turned to his servant. Venom, return to the floor, you guard. Await my next summon, and this time, do not disappoint me. Venom bowed low. Your wish is my command, my king. Internally, the demon was reeling. Even lust and greed were destroyed forever. Yet I was the first to be resurrected by the sovereign. And he didn't even punish me. Such favor, such trust from the great lord of the abyss, I, Venom, swear upon my soul. I will make those wretched humans pay in blood and offer the richest feast to my monarch. The system chimed. Authority of omniscience activated. Venom vanished, reappearing instantly on the 100th floor of the abyss. Watching the pillar of light fade, Su Yang noted, so he guards the 100th floor. I really did bring back one of the 7 heavenly kings. System disconnect link, he ordered. Su Yang's consciousness snapped back to his apartment. The lingering sensation of being the Sin Sovereign. That feeling of absolute uncontested control. It was intoxicating. No wonder everyone in history wanted to be an emperor. That absolute power is addictive. He wondered how long it would take to reach that level in reality, just like the Sin Sovereign. The knocking persisted. His maid's voice came through the wood. Master, are you inside? Su Yang called back. Just a second, I'm coming. He opened the door, adjusting his collar. What's going on? The maid looked flustered. It's City Lord Wei Ming. He's here and insisting on meeting you personally. Su Yang followed her downstairs where the dignitary was waiting. Wei Ming didn't wait for pleasantries. Big boss Su Yang, you're finally here. Su Yang shook the extended hand. City Lord. To what do I owe the pleasure? The older man looked shocked. You mean you don't know your feat of taming the black dragon has spread across all of Longxia? No scratch that it's gone global. The entire beast-taming world is in an uproar. Dragons are the most violent, prideful race in existence. Taming a black dragon completely shattered the established theories of the Global Beast-Taming Association. This is basically the most significant milestone in history. However, a lot of the old fossils in the industry are skeptical. They're calling it a hoax. Since they haven't seen it with their own eyes, the Global Association issued a notice. They're sending one of their top executives currently stationed in Longxia to verify the new Tamir's claims, which means they're coming for you. Su Yang's expression tightened. How long until this big shot gets here? Wei Ming checked his watch. Any minute now. 10 minutes tops. Su Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected to alert the upper echelons of the Global Association so quickly. This was a true heavyweight of the world. He needed to handle this carefully. Meanwhile, at the Heaven Spirit City Teleportation Center, Ling Er and her maid had just arrived. Miss, the maid asked, why didn't we take the VIP lane? It's so crowded here. Ling Er shrugged. It's fine. Sometimes I just want a change of atmosphere. Suddenly shouting erupted. Make way, everyone, clear the path. The 2 girls looked up. What's happening over there? Looks like a VIP is incoming. Security teams were aggressively clearing a corridor. It's Elder Luo from the Global Beast Taming Association. All you idlers, move it or lose it. Elder Luo Daishi is coming through. One of the 9 supreme sovereigns of the Global Beast Taming Association stepped out from the shadows. Greetings, everyone. This old man apologizes for the intrusion. The crowd instantly erupted into whispers. This was a living legend standing before them. He was the world's highest-ranking beast Tamir. Rumors said his movements were erratic and impossible to track, yet here he was. Lin Ni approached him with a bow. Elder Luo, it has been a long time. He immediately recognized the little girl from the heavenly secret pavilion. I didn't expect to run into you here. I heard from old Zhao that you also came for that black dragon. She nodded respectfully. That is correct. Unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough and someone else beat me to it, she admitted. My title as the #1 beast-taming genius of Longxia will probably have to change hands now. Elder Luo offered some wisdom. Don't be too obsessed with empty titles, he advised. You already know what is truly important to you, don't you? Lin Ni recalled the events surrounding the Dragon Spirit secret realm not long ago. The Global Beast Taming Association had discovered a special dungeon connected to the Kingdom of Giant Dragons, the Dragon Spirit secret realm. Just gaining entry was a life-changing opportunity. Anyone who entered stood a chance to receive magnificent rewards. However, the entry requirements were brutal, typical of a high-stakes leveling manhwa. You needed a pure-blooded giant dragon to even step inside. Until recently, there was only one person in the entire world with a pure-blooded giant dragon, Leah from the American Federation. But the moment the news broke, countless tamers began their journey to conquer a dragon. I was one of them, Lin Ni thought. According to her master's research, the stronger the pure-blooded dragon you possess in the secret realm, the more legendary the rewards and benefits you receive. That is why I wanted to tame the strongest black dragon. Elder Luo understood the urgency. The secret realm is opening soon. There is no time to waste. Judging by your expression, you have already chosen a new target, haven't you? Lin Ni confirmed with determination in her eyes. I want to try my luck with the silver dragon. Although its difficulty is lower than the black dragon, its potential far exceeds the red dragon. Elder Luo raised a hand. But do not be too hasty. After all, the white dragon's secret realm has already been monopolized by your heavenly secret pavilion, so no outsiders can enter anyway. Why don't you come with me to meet this mysterious beast-taming genius and learn from his experience? See what he has to say. Your master also suggested it. Hearing this, Lin Ni suddenly panicked. About that Grandmaster. I apologize. I just remembered I have urgent business. She turned and fled instantly. Elder Luo stood there baffled. Is that girl's pride really that high? He sighed. Fine then. I will just tell old Zhao later. For now, I need to hurry and meet this mysterious genius myself. Meanwhile, over at Suyang's villa, a strange noise cut through the air. Wei Ming, walking with Suyang in the courtyard, looked up in curiosity. What is that sound? Is Elder Luo riding a phoenix down from the heavens? The elder shouted from the sky. The boss has arrived. Wei Ming confirmed with wide eyes. It really is the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association. But in the corner of the garden, the black dragon, currently curled up for a nap, was disturbed by the noise. Its golden pupils snapped open. A low, terrifying growl rumbled from its throat. The dragon's roar generated a massive windstorm, blasting back the newcomer attempting to land. Elder Luo, hovering in the air, was struck speechless. Wei Ming, watching from below, was equally shocked. What happened to the big shot? Seeing his own mount cowering and acting depressed, Elder Luo scolded it. You useless thing, getting scared so easily, forget it. He climbed down the ladder awkwardly. I let you two see something embarrassing. Wei Ming stepped forward to make introductions. Greetings, Elder Luo. I am Wei Ming, City Lord of Heavenly Spirit City. And this is the beast-taming genius you wanted to meet, the one who tamed the black dragon. Elder Luo beamed. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. The ancients did not lie to us, Luo continued. Little brother, to tame a black dragon at such a young age. A talent like yours is truly a rarity in this world. Suyang bowed modestly. Elder Luo praises me too much. It was merely good luck. Elder Luo waved his hand. Brother Su, don't be so humble. You are currently the first person globally to tame a black dragon. You have every reason to be arrogant. Our association has discussed this and decided to invite you to join the Global Beast Taming Association. Have you thought about a career with us? Suyang looked troubled. About that, Elder Luo pressed on. Is there something difficult to say? Suyang declined politely. Elder Luo, I am not a beast tamer, so I probably cannot join your association. Elder Luo waved it off casually. Oh, that's nothing, just a minor detail. He suddenly froze as the words sank in. Wait, you're not a beast tamer. You aren't joking, are you? Suyang pointed to his status panel. Look for yourself, sir. I am really not joking. The text hovered in the air. Suyang, level 80 magic spirit martial warrior. Elder Luo's jaw dropped. Holy crap, a warrior. He turned around. Wait one moment. He immediately messaged the other leaders. I met the guy. The black dragon is real. Zhao Kun replied instantly. Then what are you waiting for? Has he agreed to join the association? Yet. Another leader. Leng Dong chimed in. Our association is the strongest organization on the planet. He has no reason to refuse. Smith sent a congratulatory message. Congrats to Dragon Sia for birthing another genius beast tamer. Leah also responded, it's been a long time. Finally, someone else has tamed a giant dragon. Elder Luo typed back nervously, well, there is a problem. He is not a beast tamer. His profession is actually a warrior. The group chat was instantly flooded with question marks. Elder Luo sympathized. I was just as confused. President Carolina finally replied, let's do this. Invite him to join, as an honorary member. How about that? The screen showed 9 members liked the message. Elder Luo turned back to Su Yang. Brother Su, our association just discussed it. You can become an honorary member in name only while still enjoying all the welfare benefits of the association. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this awakening Manhwa world. So, what do you need me to do? Su Yang asked. Elder Luo shrugged. Nothing special, really. You just need to give us a few lectures on how to tame a giant dragon. Not many. Just 10 sessions. Su Yang's face went dark. Lecturing 9 supreme beast tamers and 1 guild president. This wasn't something he could just fake his way through. He rubbed his chin in thought. But the benefits of a triple S rank guild were too tempting. It would be a waste to pass this up. What should he do? Su Yang turned back and said, Elder Luo giving lectures is fine, but I can't guarantee that my teaching content will be useful to you guys. No problem. No problem, Luo reassured him. Take Leah, for example. Do you know her? She also gave lectures in the association and the result was useless. Individual experience is hard to copy. Everyone knows this. We just want to try it out. Don't feel any pressure. Su Yang accepted. All right then, I agree to join your Global Beast Taming Association. Internally, Su Yang smirked. If it's personal experience, I can just make up whatever story I want, right? Listen well, leaders, I'm about to spin you a legendary tale. Ever since the game merged with reality, statues for class advancement appeared everywhere. The Job Change Temple was established by the World Alliance. A specific zone in the center of the world was carved out. That was the Holy City, the headquarters of the Job Change Temple. The supreme ruler of the city, the Holy High Priestess, had never stepped half a foot outside the city. Her background and true power remained a total mystery. She was Saint Euphemia Vega, the Holy High Priestess of the Job Change Temple, level unknown. She had only appeared once exactly 15 years ago. The president of the Triple S rank guild, Bracelet of the Dharma God. A man who completed 9 job change trials and ascended to demigod status, the world's strongest mage, Augustine, had challenged her. He wanted to test the power of this holy priestess. He was the president of a Triple S guild, a 9th circle elementalist destroyer, Augustine, level 300. The result? Firepower exploded like a supernova, burning the very fabric of space. Smoke and dust choked the sky, yet the defensive shield cast by the holy priestess didn't even crack. Since that day, no one dared to question her. The authority of the Job Change Temple was absolute. Returning to the present, a system warning suddenly blared. Abyss demon anomaly detected. The king of original sin. Gluttony has been annihilated. It had returned. Origin unknown. Euphemia stood frozen, her mind reeling. By the iron laws of this era, elite tier bosses and above should never resurrect once destroyed. Not even the supreme dungeon, the demon abyss, could defy this absolute rule. Unless a hidden mechanic exists that defies all logic. Suddenly, a subordinate knelt. Holy One, your representative Euphemia Vega, 3rd Grand Priestess, seeks your blessing. She chanted, O holy light, grant me sight, pierce the infinite shadows of the dark abyss, guide my vision. Euphemia's eyes blazed as she triggered her awakening skill, the Eye of Insight. It was a god-tier ability transcending all boundaries of space and time to see any corner of the world. Her vision plunged into a void of pure malevolence. Was this the heart of the demon abyss? Gazing upon that obsidian seat, she wondered, was this the throne of the original Sin King? Humanity's greatest climbers had only reached floor 386. Every 100 floors a Sin King guarded the path. Floor 100 held gluttony Beelzebub, 200 lust Asmodeus, 300 greed Mammon. They should have been dust. Yet gluttony had risen from the grave. Gazing at the shadowy throne adorned with 2 statues, the reason. Could it be him? A mana pressure so vast it defied comprehension crushed the air. Not even her eye could penetrate it. Euphemia raised her staff, blinding light erupting. Fifine, the holy light commands you to reveal your true form. Through the swirling darkness, a silhouette emerged. Wait, was that a human? Suddenly a thunderous roar shook the void. Insolent rat, you dare gaze upon my king's throne. A cataclysmic blast of energy exploded, shattering her vision. Begone. It was Lucifer, the monarch of pride. A god-rank existence. Euphemia reeled as his domain crushed down upon her. Lucifer spread his obsidian wings, ascending high above, looking down with absolute disdain. Back in reality, Euphemia gasped, her connection severed instantly. In the abyss, Lucifer scowled, annoyed. Yeesh. She scurried away fast, he muttered. Turning to the shadows, he bowed low. My noble king, forgive my transgression. I merely swatted a fly that dared to spy upon your magnificent presence. When will you grace us with your true visage? Meanwhile, Euphemia collapsed, trembling. A god-rank entity. She had severely underestimated the Sin Kings. To think a being of that caliber was merely a servant. Just who was sitting on that throne, who could command a god-tier monster like a loyal dog? Suddenly a pillar of light pierced the sky. Euphemia looked up. A world system notification flashed before every awakener's eyes. Warning. World boss. Monarch of original sin has spawned at the Abyssal Nadir. Objective: defeat the Monarch and the 7 Sin Kings. Reward: unique limited. God tier, Sin Reversal. Weapon series. Watching the screen. Carolina, president of the Global Beast Tamer Association, narrowed her eyes. This wasn't just any Manhwa recap moment. This was history. Note: these weapons are essential to slay the Monarch. Drop rate scales with class advancement. Mage God Augustine frowned as the final line appeared. Slaying the world boss will unlock the new expansion pack. Path to Divinity. Prepare yourselves. Tang Jian, lord of the Undying War Realm, clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked. The world went into a frenzy. Holy shit, did I hear that right? A world boss. This is unprecedented in our history. Even demigod-tier monsters never triggered a global alert like this. Does that mean this Monarch is a true god-rank entity? It has to be. The path to divinity implies the legendary 10th class advancement. We're dealing with a literal deity. Bailing gasped. This is a cataclysmic event. Suyang, however, smirked internally. So I've become the world boss, have I suddenly? Da Chung spoke up. Brother Su, I need to bounce. The chairman's summoning everyone. Since your induction is done, let's link up later. Suyang nodded breezily. No worries. Travel safe. Bailing looked anxious. Hero, these anomalies are getting frequent. I have a really bad feeling about this. Su Yang flashed his signature confident smile. Relax. As long as I'm here, everything's under control. Her shoulders relaxed. I believe in you. But internally, Su Yang's mind was racing. The SSS rank guilds won't sit still. It's only a matter of time before they raid the abyss. I need to be ready. Killing a Sin King grants a chance for the unique god-tier Sin Reversal weapon. He glanced at his inventory. My Dragon Devourer greatsword is powerful, but compared to a weapon designed to kill a god, it falls short. If I can snag one of those drops, my power in this leveling Manhwa world would skyrocket. Su Yang's eyes glinted with a cunning plan. Wait. If I, the Monarch, kill my own subordinates, will the system still grant me the loot? He knew the mechanics well. The Sin Reversal series possesses the holy trinity of stats: unique, limited, and god grade. It's brokenly overpowered. He rubbed his chin. As the ruler of the abyss, and the original Sin Monarch, surely my loyal subjects wouldn't mind dying for my cause. Besides, with my authority, I can just respawn them. Zero moral baggage attached. The cooldown is a pain, though, he mused. Right now the world's ceiling is stuck at demigod, but this Path to Divinity expansion changed everything. Killing the Monarch is the key. If I can solo kill the boss, meaning myself, I'll ascend to godhood before anyone else. A devilish grin formed. Those old geezers spent decades grinding in this system Manhwa. If they found out a rookie surpassed them in a single month, they'd probably cough up blood and die of envy. But first, let's clear my 5-star class advancement quest. Meanwhile, at the Divine Sanctum, pillars of aura pierced the clouds. The titans of humanity had gathered. Augustine, the ring of the mage god, and Ninth Circle elemental destroyer spoke softly. Quite the coincidence arriving together. Carolina, the 9th class spirit empress of the Global Beast Tamer Guild, scoffed. Seeing an old drunkard like you up before noon is the real surprise. Don't you agree? Old Tang John, the 9th class extreme tyrant of the Undying War Realm, crossed his arms. With a world boss and a new expansion on the line, cut the chatter. Bach, the 9th class arbiter of the Holy Temple, stepped forward. The Grand Priestess summoned us personally. This situation is dire. Suddenly, the massive golden doors groaned open. Blind light flooded the hall. A group entered laughing. Well, isn't this a lively party? The crowd erupted in whispers. Look, the SSS rank guild leaders. Oh my god, is that Augustine? The pride of all mages. And Lady Carolina Tangjan, even Sir Bach. The crowd noticed the holographic screens flickering to life. Are those the heads of state? I've only seen them on the news. The world's strongest awakeners and political leaders were all in one room. This is going to be one hell of a show, Euphemia announced, stepping into the light. I appreciate everyone answering the Holy Temple's summons. I trust you all understand the gravity of this gathering. The entity we thought destroyed the King of Gluttony, Basisha, has suddenly revived. The primary cause is linked to the emergence of a world-class boss, the Monarch of Original Sin. Images of the Western poison flashed on the screen as she continued. According to the Temple's guidance, only by slaughtering the Sin Kings and obtaining the anti-Sin weapon series can we hope to eradicate the Monarch of Original Sin. Euphemia's voice grew stern. To maximize the drop rate of these anti-Sin weapons, the final killing blow must be dealt by a high-ranking awakener. Everyone here represents the pinnacle of combat power. In our current era, this is a burden only you can shoulder. Her eyes swept the room. I pray that all you brave souls will unite to purge this evil. She pointed to the map. Currently, the deepest layer of the demonic abyss is floor 386. During this period, the Crusade Squad has already engaged 3 Sin Kings. Gluttony, lust, and greed. She paused for effect. Logic dictates that for every 100 floors we conquer, we will face another Sin King. In other words, we must clear another 314 floors before we can even stand before the final boss. She turned to the veterans. Grandmaster Augustine, General Tangjan, you are both at level 372. Based on your experience, how many abyss floors can you clear per level up? Augustine hesitated, taking a slow sip of wine. Well, he finally grunted. Roughly 3 floors. Any more than that would be too much for these old bones to handle. Tangjan's expression darkened. The deeper we venture into the demonic abyss, the wider the power gap becomes. Even with Augustine's strength and mine, we can't speedrun multiple floors per level. Euphemia nodded, absorbing the grim reality. So to reach the 700th floor, you'd need to gain at least 100 levels. That sounds like a grueling long-term grind. Barker stepped in with an analysis. Based on past battles, killing a Sin King once provides enough EXP to boost the expedition team's average level significantly. If these Sin Kings can revive repeatedly, we can exploit that mechanic's standard logic for a leveling Manhwa to power level and farm the anti-Sin weapons. The only issue is loot distribution, Augustine asked sharply. From your tone, it sounds like you want first dibs on the drops, don't you? Lin Miao frowned, shooting him a glare. You're certainly bold to say that part out loud today. Tangjan just scoffed, staying out of it. Barker ignored the jab. Setting aside the gear, the anti-Sin weapons are the key to defeating the Monarch. But more importantly, they are essential items for apotheosis, ascending to godhood. You've all been stuck at the demigod rank for ages. Don't tell me you don't crave breaking through that barrier. Murmurs erupted, darkening Euphemia's expression. It's true. There are only 7 weapons, and the drop isn't guaranteed. Yet there are far more than 7 ninth circle job changers here. Who gets the kill? Who takes the weapon? Who dares to offend whom? She gripped her staff tightly, channeling mana until a burst of holy light silenced the room. Order, Euphemia commanded. The anti-Sin weapons are tied to apotheosis, so the Temple of Awakening will not ignore this. The great enemy is before us. I ask for your patience. We will reach a verdict once the expedition team is finalized. Barker bowed his head, feigning humility. Apologies, High Priestess. We were too hasty. She sighed. Greed is human nature. I understand. Tangjan finally spoke up. Regarding the Crusade, I propose we use guilds as the base unit for challenging the demonic abyss. Mixing forces causes disputes and coordination issues. I suggest that each nation gathers its own forces to form national Abyss Crusade teams. We will take turns launching campaigns against the Sin Kings. As for who gets the last hit and the anti-Sin weapon drop, let that be up to their own luck. Barker looked surprised. Using the nation as a unit, that's very patriotic of you, General. Augustine nodded in agreement. It would certainly make managing the number of awakeners much more flexible. Lin Na added, and it simplifies the overall command structure. Euphemia raised an eyebrow. What about the weaker nations? Tangjan replied coldly. That is not our concern. To defeat a Sin King, one must speak with strength, whether it is an individual, a guild, or a country. Euphemia nodded slowly. Understood. Let us vote on General Tangjan's proposal. After the votes were cast, she announced, 80% in favor. The motion passes. Given the difficulty of this awakening Manhwa scenario, nations without Ninth Circle job changers are disqualified from the challenge. The temple will draw lots for the remaining nations. Results will be posted after the meeting. That concludes the first agenda. Now for the second item. She gestured toward Guildmaster Lin Na. The floor is yours. Lin Na smirked. Finally my turn. She stood up. As we know, the appearance of the dragon spirit realm suggests an invasion by the kingdom of dragons is imminent. That super-colossal dimensional space contains countless, powerful bosses. The EXP they provide is astronomical. If we can enter, our leveling efficiency will skyrocket. This would be a massive aid in our conquest of the abyss. Augustine raised a finger. However, the entry requirements for the dragon spirit realm are brutal. Only those who have conquered a giant dragon can enter. And the only person in history to tame a dragon is Valia from your Global Beast Tamer Association. But the situation has changed, hasn't it? Lin Miao nodded confidently. Correct. You may have heard rumors of a teenage prodigy in Longxia who achieved the miracle of conquering a black dragon. He has now joined our association as an honorary member. Barker interrupted. Wait, that kid tamed a black dragon even if you don't make him a guild leader. Shouldn't he be a full member? Why honorary? Isn't that status usually reserved for people who aren't beast tamers? Lin Miao smiled, enjoying the moment. That is exactly the point. The most unbelievable part of this manhwa recap-worthy tale, Su Yang is not a beast tamer. His class is warrior. Augustine was thunderstruck. What? He shot up from his chair. Impossible. I've tried to subdue dragons with brute force countless times. I've killed them from star rank to sun rank, and they all chose death over submission. Unless you are a beast tamer, it is impossible to tame a dragon. Absolutely impossible. Lin Miao sneered. Just because you couldn't do it doesn't mean others can't. For the guildmaster of the Magic God Circle, you sound incredibly petty right now. Augustine flushed with rage. You old hag, don't sit there and talk trash. If you're so capable, why don't you go tame one yourself? Fury blazed in her eyes. Who are you calling an old hag? Augustine didn't back down. I'm calling you one. What are you gonna do? Barker stepped between them. Please, you two, everyone is watching. The room buzzed with gossip. Those ancient dragons possess pride thicker than their scales. They would choose death over servitude every single time. I have exhausted every method in the book. Slaughtering a dragon is child's play, but bending one to your will, that is a god-tier feat. Exactly. It sounds impossible. Even Euphemia was trembling with doubt. Not even the 8th or 9th turn masters gathered here could pull off such a miracle. Yet some rookie warrior claims to have done it. Lin Miao realized the gravity of the situation when she saw the high priest's expression. She immediately spoke up. Your Holiness, permission to access the archives. We need to vet this boy from Longxia before the council begins. We already processed his induction, Euphemia replied, pulling up the data. She froze. It was Su Yang, a standard warrior class, and he was only at the 3rd awakening an honorary member. The system window flickered to life. Su Yang, level 80, class hidden warrior variant, the mystic martial spirit. First awakening achievement, 5 stars. 5 stars for the 2nd awakening. 5 stars for the 3rd. Barker's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. A 3rd turn warrior took down the Black Dragon King, who in the blazes is this kid. Tang Jian was equally thunderstruck. Since when did Longxia produce a monster of this caliber? Why am I only hearing about this prodigy now? Lin Miao stepped in to explain. We have already drafted an invitation, she said. We want him to host a seminar on dragon taming mechanics. It might differ from Velia's method, but this could be a breakthrough. We might be on the verge of witnessing history, proof that you do not need the beast tamer class to command dragons. We have been doing it wrong all along. If we decode his secret, this could spark a new era where every awakener commands a beast. The conference room exploded into chaos. A non-tamer controlling a dragon king. Is that even possible in this system, Manhwa? Does that mean I could ride a dragon into battle under normal circumstances? They would laugh. But these words came from the Global Beast Tamer Guildmaster. Barker stroked his chin. If this legend is true, the dragon spirit realm will not be our exclusive playground anymore. Lin Miao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Forget the politics. I just want to see a world filled with dragon riders. Augustine chuckled darkly. You are a visionary, girl. But I am a man of practical desires. I am heading to Longxia immediately. I need to meet this little monster. He grinned. Relax, I will not bully your precious genius. I am offering a trade, a forbidden spell. Tier 1 or Tier 2, his choice. A fair exchange for his secrets. Tang Jian clenched his fists, disgusted by the old man's shamelessness. Meanwhile, the subject of their intense debate was busy sneezing his lungs out. A Chu Su Yang took a handkerchief from Bai Ling. Seriously, does the flu virus ignore defense stats? I am a high-tier awakener, for crying out loud. He sighed. Guess my immunity stat needs work. He turned his attention to the system window. 4th awakening quest, the Frozen City. Difficulty, 5 stars. Mission briefing. Locate the hidden portal marked on the map. Infiltrate the Frozen Palace and eliminate the Ice Witch. Target possesses catastrophic cryo abilities. Warning, diamond rank instance. Solo entry only. Rewards: 1,400 attribute points, plus exclusive spirit stats and a legendary grade active skill book for the mystic martial spirit. Su Yang smirked. Diamond difficulty, huh? Reminds me of the Black Dragon Fortress. I recall Luo Linger failing her promotion here. The system really loves to torture us. But with my current power level, even star rank is a joke. Diamond difficulty, that is barely a warm-up. He strolled out the door and hopped onto the Black Dragon's back. Be right back, do not wait up. Bailing waved. Bring home glory hero cut to the Frozen City instance. Recommended level 90+. The air was filled with the sounds of cursing. What kind of trash game design is this? It is freezing, a player screamed. That witch is broken. Her physical defense is supposed to be 0, but that ice armor is impenetrable. I dulled my blade hacking at it and did not even leave a scratch. Great, another 3 months of grinding down the drain. Suddenly, a gale force wind slammed into them. The Black Dragon descended. Its golden eyes alone sent shivers deeper than the cold. Su Yang hopped off looking casual. Sorry, did I spook you? If you guys are done failing, clear the way. It is my turn. The mob parted like the Red Sea. Please, go ahead, sir. One guy literally fainted from the pressure. Another was shaking like a leaf. Holy system, I thought my heart stopped. Is not that the legend, the guy who tamed the Black Dragon King? I cannot believe I am seeing him in the flesh. Wait, is he attempting a solo run? That is insane. Su Yang glanced at the icy fortress. Chilly place. The path was blocked by level 92 Yetis. The Black Dragon did not even attack it, just roared. The shockwave annihilated the mobs instantly. The elite monsters did not fight. They fell to their knees, trembling. Mercy, spare us. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Classic boss aura suppression. Well, since you are smart enough to beg. I will not waste mana on trash mobs. He marched into the dragon's den with a grin. Hey boss, come out and play. He signaled his dragon. Burn it down. Dragonfire turned the frozen wasteland into a sauna. The ice witch shrieked from within. Who dares defile my pal? Su Yang cut her off. Boring. Die already. An inferno engulfed the throne room. System alert, dungeon boss eliminated. Challenge complete. Su Yang yawned. That is it. Too easy. Zero thrill. I guess the fourth awakening is just a stepping stone. Maybe the legendary quests will actually make this feel like a top-tier leveling manhwa. Outside, the portal swirled. Another challenger, someone muttered. Poor guy. Another shook his head. Do not bother waiting. That high-level player just went in. He is going to clear it in record time. We are just background characters today. The crowd parted for two beauties, Rongshui and Yu Yun. A high-level player, Yu Yun asked. The dragon tamer himself. You know the one. Once he steps in, there are no scraps left for small fry like us. We are just sticking around to see him make his grand exit. Rongshu sighed. Let's go. We cannot compete. But NU grabbed her arm. No way, I need to see the legend with my own eyes. Her eyes turned into hearts. What if he falls for me? I would be the queen of the server. Rongshu flicked her forehead. Wake up. Stop dreaming in the middle of the day. A bystander chuckled. Might as well wait. Look over there. Even those two powerful old-timers are camping out for him. It was Augustine and Tang Zhan blending in with the crowd. Augustine laughed. With beauties like you nearby, this freezing wind feels like a summer breeze. Tang Zhan grunted. Ignore him. Pretend we are not here. Suddenly the portal flared. The Black Dragon stormed out, radiating power. The crowd went wild. He is out. Sir, sign my sword. And Yu swooned. That dragon is so majestic. The man who rides it must be a god among men. I am going to... Her voice died in her throat. The figure on the dragon. She knew that face. All three girls froze. Su Yang, their brains short-circuited. He is the legendary dragon tamer impossible. He is just a level 80 scrub. Su Yang waved casually. Yo, long time no see. The trio stood there, jaws on the floor. Yu Yun stuttered. It is really you. You are the one who brought the Black Dragon King to its knees. Su Yang shrugged. Guilty as charged. You ladies here to power level. She sighed, her voice laced with disappointment. I intended to help you gather materials, but it seems we must wait for the next reset. Su Yang opened his interface, his eyes scanning the data of this system, Manhwa. Is that so? Give me a second. Without hesitation, he tossed the epic-grade Frost Heart to Rongshui. This dropped from the boss. Consider it a gift. She panicked, waving her hands. How can I possibly accept this? It is a treasure worth a fortune. Keep it for yourself. We can just wait for the dungeon to refresh. But Su Yang forced the item into her hands. It is fine. I have no use for such low-level trash anyway. Take it. Rongshui stood there paralyzed by hesitation, and Yu leaned in from behind whispering into her ear. Listen, little Morong. This handsome guy is a certified tycoon now. If he says it is worthless, then to him it is garbage. Just accept the loot. Blushing, she finally nodded. All right then. Su Yang smiled, his aura relaxed. No need to be so formal. We may have just met, but we battled through this dungeon together. Let us be at ease. An Yu gave him a thumbs up. You really know what to say. Suddenly, Su Yang sensed the black dragon behind him shifting uneasily. He whipped around. What is wrong, what? His eyes widened. Augustin was hovering right in the dragon's face. Pay me no mind. I merely wish to touch it. Su Yang felt a cold sweat. He touched the black dragon without triggering any aggression. Who is this old monster? Augustin chuckled. Relax. I harbor no malice. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Su Yang scanned the area frantically. He is gone. Was that spatial teleportation? No. He shifted to the opposite dimension. He cast a spell within a specific range, and I could not even see his casting motion. Su Yang composed himself, smiling politely. Your techniques are truly exquisite, Senior. Since you stopped others from approaching, you clearly have business with me. May I ask for the great names of you two? The figures stepped forward. Augustin, chairman of the Halo of the Dharma God, and Tang Zhan of the Immortal War Realm. Su Yang felt his mind reel. What the hell are these? The guild masters of the top-tier SSS guilds, the Halo of the Dharma God and the Immortal War Realm. The world's strongest mage and the #1 powerhouse of Longxia are standing right here, and they came specifically for a newly fourth-job rookie like me. Su Yang's mind raced. Let me guess. Elders Tang Zhan and Augustin are here to ask about my experience in taming a giant dragon. They nodded eagerly. Precisely. Hurry up. Tell us everything. This old man is dying to tame a dragon of his own. Suddenly a wall of mana erupted like a tsunami. Su Yang gasped, suffocated by the pressure. What kind of terrifying magic is this? I feel like I'm about to be crushed. Tang Zhan slapped the old mage on the shoulder. You old ghost, retract your elemental mana immediately. Do not scare our Longxia Jr. Augustin blinked. My apologies. I got a little too excited. Tang Zhan took charge. Lin Na informed us of your situation. We are here strictly for an information exchange. Relax, kid. We will not let you suffer a loss. With me here, this drunk old wizard would not dare lay a finger on you. Augustin grumbled. Do not paint me as the villain. He summoned an item. Just tell me your secret. Share your dragon taming experience, and these forbidden curse scrolls are yours. How about it? A fair trade, is it not? Su Yang stared at the items, his heart pounding. Forbidden curse scrolls. These have been my strongest trump cards, and I only ever obtained 2. And yet, a scroll from the chairman of the Dharma God Guild. The power would be catastrophic. But as he looked at their intense expressions, Su Yang felt a chill. These are the world's apex experts. If they discover I am scamming them, I will die a miserable death. Whatever, I cannot escape anyway. If I am going to gamble, I need to bet big. He looked them in the eye. Scrolls are good, but they vanish after one use. Why not give me a forbidden curse skill book instead? Augustin looked baffled. Are you not a warrior class? Why would you need a magic skill book? Can you break the laws of the system? Are you saying you have the beast tamer profession, yet you can learn forbidden spells like a mage? Tang Zhan interjected. It is not impossible. There is a warrior branch that cultivates both magic and martial arts. Su Yang must be one of those rare dual cultivators. Su Yang nodded. That is correct. My class is the mystic martial spirit, a warrior who commands magic. Augustin pulled out a different item. Very well. This is a Tier 2 Forbidden Curse skill book, the Thunder Destruction Art. I can trade this. However, forbidden curses require immense mental strength. You might have to wait years before you can actually learn it. A forbidden curse book adds permanent power to your arsenal, so think carefully. Su Yang grabbed it instantly. I understand. I will save it for the future. Su Yang activated his analysis eye. The myriad lightning and wind god's wrath were only Tier 1 curses, yet they could obliterate 6th job experts. A Tier 2 curse. This could likely one-shot a 7th job powerhouse. I struck gold. He cleared his throat. Sir Augustin, one warning. My taming method is unconventional. It does not guarantee success. The Global Beast Taming Association failed with similar cases. I hope you understand the risks. The old mage waved his hand dismissively. I know. Just tell me. Augustin cast a soundproof barrier, sealing them in a private sphere. Minutes later, the barrier fell. The Grand Mages nodded. So, that is how it works. It actually makes sense, Su Yang asked. Are you satisfied? Augustin grinned. Indeed. I am heading to the dragon dungeon immediately to test it. He teleported away instantly. Tang Jian remained. I had my doubts at first, but you truly know every mechanic of the Black Dragon Fortress. It is shocking, but your knowledge is undeniable. Su Yang thought to himself, of course I know. I am the boss of the dungeon. Looks like I successfully bluffed my way through. Suddenly a book floated toward him. What is this? Tang Jian smiled. A warrior skill book. The Tier 2 Ultimate Skill Extreme Destruction Fist. Take it. Su Yang's memory sparked. Tang Jian's class is the 9th Job Extreme Tyrant. This must be his signature technique. Su Yang felt a pang of guilt. I actually feel bad for conning them now. Tang Jian continued. Once you fully conquer the dragon, you will receive an invite to the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. It is a zone exclusive to dragon owners. Currently only you and Valia in the entire world can enter. Based on your knowledge, perhaps the others will soon join you. Su Yang nodded. I hope so. Internally, he noted I got that notification after joining the association. It seems the Dragon Spirit Realm rewards you based on the dragon's power. The stronger the dragon, the better the loot. Looks like I need to go slay a few more dragons. As for the taming method, who cares, I made it all up anyway. Tang Jian added, also after the recent World Boss event, the drop rates and experience in the Abyssal Demon Lair have skyrocketed. This is perfect for a leveling Manhwa scenario. The government is forming a team. We are gathering young talents with high potential to grind in the abyss. I reviewed your file and your transfer quests. You completed every class advancement at 5-star difficulty. Your talent is monstrous. You are qualified to join. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But why the abyss specifically? If it is just for experience, there are plenty of other high-level zones. Aside from the drop rate buff. Is there another reason we must go to the Abyssal Demon Lair? Tang Jian shook his head, his voice grave. That isn't the main point right now. I must praise your vision, however. Since you have completed the 5-star class advancement, you must have surely survived the invasion of the Red Moon, haven't you? Su Yang nodded as he recalled the memory. I did experience it once. Is there a connection? Even though the game era has been with us for hundreds of years, we still understand nothing about what the Red Moon actually is. Even the Class Change Temple has never offered a clear explanation, guarding it like a forbidden secret. The only thing we know for certain is that the higher the star rating of your class advancement, the greater the probability of facing a Red Moon invasion. And those slain by the Crimson Wither during these events, they die permanently. It is as if the sole purpose of the Red Moon is to cull the most potential-filled and talented individuals from the ranks of the Awakened. We cannot simply sit and wait for death. We must become stronger. Furthermore, the monsters within the Abyssal Demon Realm bear the closest resemblance to the Crimson Wither creatures known to our world. Therefore, training within the Abyss is effectively a simulation of fighting against the Red Moon's forces. That is the true reason for the trials in the Abyssal Demon Realm. The realization hit Su Yang like a bolt of lightning. So, that is how it works. He fell into deep thought. Now that you mention it, the Class Change Temple opened a special shop to exchange extremely rare items for Red Moon cores. They even arranged for temple priests to absorb pollution from the heroes. Is there a hidden agenda behind this? Unfortunately, I have no leads at the moment. Tang Jian interrupted his thoughts with a notification. All right, the assembly for the Abyssal Demon Realm conquest is about to begin, so I will head out first. Let us meet again next time. Su Yang bowed respectfully. Understood. Safe travels, Senior. As he watched the figure vanish before his eyes, Su Yang was stunned. He actually came and went without a trace. Is this the power of a 9th turn powerhouse? In front of them, I feel like I wouldn't even have a chance to strike back. I thought reviving the Black Dragon was enough to stand out among heroes, but it seems I am still far from the peak. I need to accelerate my actions in the abyss. I must become stronger. Suddenly, a mechanical chime rang out. System alert statue confirms progress of 5-turn 5-star mission. Mission completion progress is at 100%. Confirming completion. Proceeding with class advancement. Su Yang clenched his fist, swearing to transcend his limits. This was the essence of a true leveling Manhwa. System reminder. Received statue blessing. Health points increased and all basic attributes increased by 25%. 4th turn limit broken. Level cap unlocked to level 100. Each level up now grants 30 basic attribute points. Received reserve experience of 52,300,000. Leveling up from 80 to 85. Received 150 free attribute points. Rewards received 400 strength attribute points, 400 spirit attribute points. Reward obtained legendary grade skill, demonic spirit secret art. Current attributes. Strength is 3,846. Basic attributes are 2,127 plus equipment bonus of 1,719. After boost 7,692. Speed is 2,646. Spirit is 3,907. Basic attributes are 2,633 plus equipment bonus. Su Yang smirked with satisfaction. A very practical skill. It functions similarly to the King's transposition, which will likely be incredibly useful in upcoming battles. The information window flashed. Legendary grade active skill demonic martial war spirit. Consumes a large amount of magical power to create a demonic spirit clone that inherits 50% of the original body's attributes. In battle, you can instantly swap positions with the spirit without any cost. Demonic spirit duration 10 minutes. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, his hunger for power growing. But it is still not enough. After seeing the true top-tier powerhouses, I crave strength now more than ever. Bai Ling appeared beside him, beaming. Hero, congratulations on completing another class advancement, but why do you look so unhappy? Su Yang flashed a reassuring smile. It is nothing. I just have a lot on my mind. He thought to himself, if I want to power up quickly, I need to execute that plan immediately. He connected to the abyss as the system announced, Boss Link complete. Su Yang declared, his voice commanding. Come forth, heed my summons, and descend, O Wrath Samael. A pillar of light erupted and a figure was teleported in. Samael knelt instantly. Supreme Monarch, I have arrived at your call. Please give me your orders. Su Yang placed a hand on the demon's head. In the name of the Monarch, I grant you death. Return to the abyssal void. Samael looked up in shock. Supreme Monarch, may I ask what this subordinate has done wrong? Why must I die? Su Yang analyzed him coldly. A demigod-level boss with power far exceeding gluttony, but he seems to possess the demeanor of a king of original sin even more than the others. Samael's stats flooded the screen. King of original sin wrath. Samael. Rank demigod. HP 150 million. Strength 232,271. Spirit 95,632. Speed 124,313. Innate ability 7, Deadly Sins, Wrath. While in a state of wrath, Samael deals infinite true damage to all targets. Passive offering of the Wrath King. Any target killed by Samael yields 10% of its health to the original Sin Monarch. Su Yang calculated rapidly. This king's skill is even more broken than Gluttony's. If I let him continue harvesting lives, wouldn't my health stack insanely high to a terrifying degree? It feels like a waste to kill him, but fortunately, he can be revived. Su Yang's voice turned icy. Wrath, do you dare question me? He knew the truth, but he had to play the role of the absolute boss first. Samael slammed his head down in loyalty. This subordinate dares not. If the Monarch wants me dead, I will die without a frown. It is just thinking of Gluttony's humiliating defeat. Yet he was revived by your supreme power. Meanwhile, I, who have never tasted defeat, must leave your side. I am truly unwilling. This grievance in my heart cannot be resolved. Su Yang sighed internally. Is this a trait of wrath? Even though he clearly has no intention of resisting, his instinct still generates such anger. Su Yang explained, his tone softening slightly. Granting you death is not a punishment. I have my own calculations for this. If I can revive Gluttony naturally, I can revive you as well. Go now. Return to the ultimate darkness, and pay homage to your own power. I promise you will return in a manner that is absolutely magnificent. Samael bowed low. This subordinate understands Supreme Monarch. Thank you for patiently explaining this to your servant. Your servant Samael is ready to die and dedicate himself to the darkness for however long it takes, until the day I am summoned by you once more. A massive greatsword materialized in Su Yang's hand. Very good. The blade pierced through Samael's chest, tearing a massive hole in his torso. Samael dissolved into streams of black aura, laughing maniacally with satisfaction. Is this the power of the Supreme Monarch, infinitely powerful? Unfathomably deep, Su Yang whispered. Death is not forever, Samael. Wait in the shadows. The demon faded away. I shall obey your will. Meanwhile, on the 100th floor of the abyssal demon realm, the poison sovereign sensed the disturbance. He looked up, seeing Samael's soul appear in the void. The poison sovereign was shaken. What is happening, Wrath? That guy actually died. Since my resurrection, no one has come to challenge me. Could it be? Was it the Supreme Monarch himself? Or who killed him? The system notification chimed in Su Yang's ear. You have slain the King of Original Sin, Wrath Samael. Received plus 13.4 billion experience points. Level up level 85 to level 100. Experience value received is 13 billion. 7.8 billion experience points have been transferred to reserve experience. Su Yang's eyes widened. 13.4 billion experience. As expected of a demigod tier boss, even with only 40% of the experience pool remaining, it's still granted over 5 billion points. What a heartbreaking waste of potential, though. Still, this reserve is more than enough to boost my level back to its peak. Completing the 5th Awakening class change mission feels incredible. This sensation of effortless leveling is even more addictive than slaying that black dragon. You did well. But now it is time for the main event of the day. Let's see what kind of legendary treasures the Lord of Rage Samael has left behind for us. A purple aura shot toward him, and Su Yang snatched the flying object out of the air. The system notification flashed before his eyes. Flesh and blood of the original Sin King Samael. Upon consumption, maximum health points will permanently increase by 10 million. A single-use consumable, the Shattered Heart of the Rage King Samael. Consuming this will permanently increase the strength attribute by 10,000 points. Another single-use item, the Demon Horn of Samael. An incredibly potent crafting material. In the hands of a legendary blacksmith, this could be forged into something truly world-shaking. And finally, the divine artifact Source of Evil. The very demonic essence of Samael himself. It grants immunity to the corrupting power of demons, effective up to 400 layers of abyss erosion. Su Yang's eyes went wide with shock. Am I seeing this right? 10 million. Max HP, 10,000 strength points. These stats are absolutely heaven-defying. My current base strength is only 2,127, and my health is just over 53,000. This single haul is going to instantly increase my power output by 5 times. And my health points, they're skyrocketing by 1,000 times. This is simply too broken. With a health bar that terrifying even without linking my life force to a boss monster, I effectively become a raid boss myself. Not to mention that 10,000 strength points will scale with the percentage multipliers from every job class awakening. Add in the passive effects of the Dragon Slayer Heart, and the numbers will reach a value that defies logic. Combined with my boosted passive skills, it is enough to crush anyone at the 5th Awakening stage, like a bug. Even 6th Awakening experts wouldn't stand a chance. Even if I ripped apart the Black Flame power with my bare hands, it wouldn't matter. It doesn't even have as much HP as I do now. Besides, one of these items is a material for forging a divine artifact. But to craft something of that tier, I'd need at least a demigod rank blacksmith, right? Looking at the current state of the world, I wonder if there are any blacksmiths left who have reached the demigod realm. As for this source of evil, Tang Zhan mentioned that the monsters in the Abyssal Seed are almost identical to the Scarlet Wither creatures we know. Fighting the Scarlet Wither infects you with scarlet rot, so battling demons in the deep abyss would surely lead to corruption by demonic energy. If the Abyss demons are similar to the Red Moon entities, then behind that gate of crimson light where the Red Moon invades, there must exist a supreme entity similar to the King of Original Sin. Furthermore, awakened ones who die in the Abyss can be resurrected, but those killed by the Scarlet Wither are gone forever. Resurrection is impossible. If a supreme monarch really exists, could it be even stronger than the monarchs? Of Original Sin, Su Yang shook his head, pushing the headache away. Forget it. This isn't a problem I can solve right now. My only goal at this moment is to complete the annihilation of the Original Sin monarchs. Whatever lies beyond that can wait until I truly ascend to Godrank. He checked the system interface. That was all for the consumables. Now let's see what equipment dropped, specifically the weapons from this Sin set. The item details popped up. Demigod Artifact Armor of the Rage King. Equipment restriction: Special Class Destroyer. Unlock requirements: kill 100,000 Diamond Rank Demons, 1,000 Star Rank Demons, kill 100 Moon Rank Demons, and 10 Sun Rank Demons. Description: the armor worn by Samael, the King of Rage. It has always belonged to the embodiment of wrath. Even wearing it, one can feel the intense desire to destroy everything radiating from within. Stats: HP plus 2 million. Strength plus 5,000. Physical resistance plus 5,000. Recovery rate plus 35%. Passive skill: Lust for Destruction. In battle, for every 1,000 enemies killed consecutively, all attributes increase by 1%. This effect stacks and lasts until combat ends. Active skill: Extreme Rage. When anger exceeds the limit, pain is exchanged for power to annihilate everything. Sacrifice 70% of current HP to increase all attributes by 200%. Duration: 10 minutes. Su Yang gasped. The stats are insane, and the effects are terrifying. Best of all, there are no level restrictions. No wonder it's a demigod item. However, he swiped through the screen with a frown. Is that it? Just the armor. Where is my Original Sin weapon? Su Yang sighed, accepting the reality. It seems even I can't be lucky 100% of the time. Oh well, this harvest is already massive. I'll just have to wait for the next time. System disconnect the link. The system buzzed with a warning. There are still unconfirmed special drops. Are you sure you want to disconnect? Yes. Wait, no. He paused, confused. Special drops. I didn't see that earlier. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. Could it be he tapped on the special loot box and a blinding golden light erupted from where Su Yang stood? The item materialized divine artifact reversal of sin. Punishment of rage. Detailed information appeared unique. Restricted. Soulbound. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be traded. Cannot be gifted. Can only be wielded by the one bound to its soul. Description. The only unique divine artifact dropped after killing Samael. This is a weapon of judgment designed to execute a monarch should they betray the will of the user. Level restriction demigod. Attribute requirement, 50,000 strength. Stat strength plus 20,000. Agility reduced by 60%. Special trait, the sin of rage. All damage dealt by the wielder is converted into true damage. Skill reversal of rage. Strips the authority of rage from the Sin Monarch and applies a 10% debuff to all their attributes. Passive regicide judgment. After killing the original Sin Monarch, the weapon returns to the void, and the soul-bound user permanently inherits the authority of rage. Su Yang finally understood. This is the ultimate mechanic of this leveling Manhwa world. I finally see why this Reversal of Sin series is mandatory for destroying the monarchs. Currently the strongest fighters on Earth are the Ninth Awakening demigods like Tangjan or Augustin, but they are still far inferior to the Godrank. Even if they manage to kill lower-tier kings like Gluttony, they are still too weak before a god-tier Sin Monarch. He gripped the staff tightly. But if we have these reversal weapons, each weapon can strip the corresponding authority from a monarch and apply a 10% all-stat debuff. Since there are 7 types of Sin weapons, we can stack debuffs totaling 70% of all attributes. If we do this, the original Sin Monarch will be left with only 30% of their power. That makes them defeatable. Truly a unique god-slaying artifact. Suddenly a figure teleported into a dark throne room. Supreme Monarch, please allow your loyal servant to return to the deepest part of the extreme abyss. I bring you news. Watching the scene, Su Yang was stunned. That throne. Does it belong to Lucifer the Pride Monarch? Gazing down at Sita, Su Yang prepared to pass judgment. My king, I beg forgiveness for my transgression. While you slumbered, I returned to the absolute abyss without your decree. I offer this intelligence as tribute, hoping to quell your wrath. Su Yang raised a brow. Why would she risk returning unauthorized? What was the meaning behind this desperate act? Did something catastrophic occur while I was away? But seeing the flushed anticipation on her face left Su Yang speechless. Is this arrogant demon king actually a massive masochist? He accepted the whip she offered. He had no clue what transpired, but right now, he had to play the role of the supreme unapproachable monarch to perfection. For a servant who oversteps their boundaries, only the lash will suffice. He struck Sita, and though she cried out, the intensity was clearly lacking. Sita begged, "Respected master, please use your full power. Punish me with ruthless cruelty." Another few lashes rained down, drawing a sharp, piercing scream from her throat. Su Yang's voice was ice cold. "These 2 strikes. One is for crossing the line. The second is a penalty for your sheer arrogance. Whether I punish you or not is my choice, not yours." Terror finally gripped her, silencing any rebuttal. Sita bowed her head low. This subordinate understands her place. "Please forgive my vanity." Su Yang commanded, "Speak. What news have you brought?" She reported instantly, "Yes, master. Yesterday during your slumber, thieves from the human race peered into the depths of this abyss. I believe the only one capable of such a feat is the High Priestess, the so-called Saintess of Humanity." Su Yang analyzed the timeline. It likely happened right after he finished his synchronization link. The timing matched perfectly. That was when the Job Change Temple issued the world announcement confirming him as the world-class boss. Even 9 job powerhouses like Tangjan and Augustin can only proceed with caution step by step. Yet she managed to gaze directly into the deepest part of the abyss. This proves the Holy High Priestess possesses a truly terrifying level of strength. He suspected she might have even reached the domain of the gods. Su Yang dismissed her. "I understand. Return to your post, Lucifer." She bowed. "As you command." Glancing at the empty throne nearby, Sita realized Samuel was gone, dead. No, surely a gift from the master. Those mortals couldn't possibly trigger such wrath. Not that quickly, at least. Excitement surged through her veins. "My beloved master, for you I would gladly embrace death." She looked up, but he had already vanished. Su Yang marveled internally. Who knew the Job Change Temple hid such a monster? No wonder their authority has remained unshaken for so long. But that is a concern for another day. In this leveling Manhwa reality, my priority is boosting my own power immediately. Next step, complete the mission. 5th job advancement and officially ascending to the rank of legend. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Federation, the Silver Fox Dragon's lair. A portal opened. Augustin looked frustrated. Strange. I clearly followed Su Yang's method perfectly, so why can't I subdue it? Behind him, the colossal dragon begged, just kill me already. Looking at his maxed-out entry slots, Augustin worried. I've run 3 dragon dungeons in a single day. I've nearly cleared every dragon instance in the entire Eagle Federation. Do I really have to beg Longxia to borrow their dungeons? Suddenly, a notification flashed like a plot twist in a system manhwa. World announcement. The first weapon of the original Sin series has been claimed. Progress 1 out of 7. His eyes went wide. What? Flames of fury erupted around him. Who is it who dares to defy the rules set by the temple? You arrogant fool, who could possibly defeat a king of sin in a single day? Is it Tang Zhan or perhaps Carolina? If someone has broken the rules, they have disrespected my beloved High Priestess Ophenia. And that means they have disrespected me, Augustine. Whoever it is for daring to slight my dear Ophenia, I will make them pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Sakura Country, East Tokyo, the shogun of Sakura Country, Tokugawa Sono, questioned his subordinate. Junichiro, is your daughter certain she can conquer the dragon? I heard the black dragon was claimed by a prodigy, Mao from Longxia. We cannot allow Sakura Country to fall behind. The head of the Hyuga clan, Junichiro, responded, reporting to Lord Shogun Tokugawa. Although the black dragon is gone, we made a deal with Longxia. They promised to assist my daughter in conquering a red dragon. The red dragon is far less dangerous, and knowing her abilities, the success rate is at least 70%. Tokugawa nodded. Excellent. In that case, let us discuss the Abyss Demon. We have secured the first opportunity to challenge the King of Original Sin. We must cherish this chance and seize it at all costs. Suddenly, the world announcement flashed. The first sin weapon had been dropped, leaving him stunned. The subordinates erupted into chaos. What just happened? Weren't we supposed to go first? Why has the boss already been slain? And a sin weapon actually dropped? What kind of insane luck is that? Who has the audacity to pull this off? He thought of Tangjan Augustin Lin Miao. Tokugawa couldn't imagine anyone else. Very few nations could coordinate a raid on a Sin King in a single day. Who broke the Temple's treaty, the Eagle Federation Longxia, or the European Alliance? He stood up abruptly. Prepare the transport. We are going to the Holy City. We must get to the bottom of this. Within the Holy City, a voice echoed in the sanctum. High Priestess, the top officials and SSS rank guildmasters from various nations are approaching. They are undoubtedly here regarding the world announcement. Please advise. Ophenia commanded. Open the passage to the barrier. Allow them entry. She pondered deeply. Since the dawn of the game era under the Job Change Temple's guidance, national disputes and wars had finally subsided, and the world established order. It has held until today. A betrayal of the alliance like this hasn't happened in a very long time. If this incident sparks a war between nations, the resulting fallout could severely weaken the collective strength of humanity's awakened ones. With unknown dangers looming, this is absolutely not a good sign. Elsewhere at the Round Table Conference, Tokugawa spoke up. High Priestess Ophenia, yesterday, under your supervision, we agreed that Sakura Country would have the first strike at the King of Sin in 3 days. But now, that chance was stolen by some shameless, despicable coward who also looted the divine weapon. In this meeting, we must identify this thief. Demand they hand it over. Please uphold justice. The trio from Longxia sat in stony silence. Ophenia spoke. As you see, someone violated our rules, slew the king, and took the artifact. This challenges not just nations, but the temple itself. However, the benevolent lord offers a chance for redemption. If the culprit confesses and returns the item, I, Ophenia, guarantee no punishment will follow. The 3 figures remained silent as the grave. Silence reigned in the great hall. Euphemia's expression hardened. Duty called, and she had no other choice. A blinding column of holy light erupted from the staff in her hand, flooding the chamber with divine energy. Her voice rose in a solemn chant. O divine idol within the sanctuary, cast your judgment upon us. Under this sacred illumination, strip away the shadows and expose the lying traitor. Should anyone harbor deceit, the holy light shall vanish before them. None can escape the gaze of the divine. The onlookers murmured in confusion. Did anyone see the light flicker? Did it vanish anywhere? A bystander scoffed, not a chance. It's so bright, I'm nearly blind. Tangjan broke the silence, his voice grim. It seems no one here spoke a falsehood, but then, what in the world is going on? Is the culprit simply not among us, or perhaps... He paused meaningly. Is there not one person who has yet to submit to the divine test? Augustine frowned, his tone sharp. Tangjian, watch your words. What are you implying? Are you suggesting... All eyes shifted to the only figure standing outside the circle, High Priestess Euphemia. She nodded calmly. Very well. It was my oversight not to subject myself to the judgment. To doubt is merely human nature. Instantly, a magnificent radiance exploded behind her, pure and unwavering. Now, are you satisfied? The accusers immediately bowed their heads in shame. Forgive us, High Priestess. We were blind to doubt you. Please withdraw your overwhelming power. Augustine let out a strained laugh. Respected High Priestess, please show mercy to these ignorant souls. We never once wavered in our faith. With your legendary strength, why would you stoop to such petty schemes? His expression then turned serious. But if the High Priestess's lie detection spell is flawless, that means the killer is truly not among us. Who could possibly slay the king of original sin and evade the surveillance of every major nation? To eliminate a boss of that caliber without a whisper. This unknown entity possesses power that defies logic, like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Lam Na stepped forward to add his analysis. Isn't the peak combat power of every nation gathered here? Although I recall hearing that certain demigod-class job holders refused the summons. Could it be one of them? Tangjian crossed his arms. It's a possibility, but we lack evidence. Euphemia shook her head. My magic is not merely a simple truth seeker. Even if the subject did not strike the killing blow, had they merely provided intelligence to the slayer, the holy light would have scorched them for their betrayal. Yet the light remained pure. A chill ran through the leaders. Even the High Priestess was stumped. Just who was this ghost? Euphemia sighed. Gentlemen, this situation is indeed an anomaly. But reality is harsh, and the deed is done. We can only wait and see. She turned her gaze. Originally, the Sakura nation was scheduled to lead the conquest. But the king of gluttony has fallen, and the next target lies on the 200th floor of the abyss. She locked eyes with the silent representative. Lord Tokugawa, does the Sakura nation have the strength to proceed? Tokugawa hesitated, sweat beading on his brow. We desire to continue, of course, but our strength has been depleted. A king of original sin beyond floor 100 is simply out of our league. Euphemia nodded. In that case, according to the lottery order, the Eagle Federation shall take over the Sakura Nation's position and lead the Abyss conquest. And since the Sakura Nation suffered the loss of their prey, the Holy Temple shall provide substantial compensation. Is this acceptable? Augustine grinned. Naturally. We follow the High Priestess's wisdom in all things. Tokugawa bowed low. The Sakura Nation has no objections. Thud. Euphemia struck the ground with her staff, the sound echoing like a gavel. Then hear my decree. From this day forth, the Holy City shall garrison troops at every abyss entrance across all nations. We will strictly control who enters and who leaves the Devil's Abyss. We must ensure such a chaotic variable never arises again. Dismissed. Meanwhile, at Su Yang's villa, the young hero threw on his coat, preparing to head out. I secured the rebellion weapon and maxed out my experience points. Not a bad haul, he smirked. Time for my class advancement. But then his eyes caught the floating world announcement. Su Yang froze, his face twitching. Just great. Is this the VIP treatment for obtaining a god-tier weapon, broadcasting it to the entire planet? Thank the gods it didn't reveal my name. Otherwise I'd have an army of opportunists blocking my door. He knew this awakening manhwa twist would put the world's elites on high alert. I need to tread carefully from now on. No matter how dire the situation, I cannot reveal that I possess the rebellion weapon. Using it recklessly would paint a target on my back. As the saying goes, having treasure is a crime in itself. He imagined the look on Bai Ling's face when he leveled up. Brave hero. Your growth speed is monstrous. He could hear the whispers already. That kid is a freak of nature. Su Yang frowned. I might need to delay my official class advancement. I completed the 4th advancement quest in a single day. If I immediately take the 5th, everyone will know something is wrong. That sort of speed is unheard of, even in a system manhwa. If they connect me to the Sin King's death, it's game over. But sitting around doing nothing isn't my style. He tapped his chin. Is there a loophole? Little Blue noticed his brooding expression and bowed politely. Greetings, Master. Su Yang blinked, noticing her activity. Are you doing laundry? That looks like hard work. Thank you for your concern, Master. Su Yang stepped closer, gently lifting her hand. Don't we have a washing machine? Why are you scrubbing these by hand? You'll ruin your beautiful hands. Little Blue's face turned crimson. He was way too close. The machine is fine, but I prefer hand washing. It gets out the stubborn stains better. Seeing everyone in pristine clothes makes me happy. She quickly retreated to a safe distance. Su Yang paused. Is that so? A light bulb went off in his head. Wash the dirty things. Exactly. It's just like how villains in movies launder money. I can turn my black experience points into white, legitimate power. I just need a secluded location, a place where I can farm quietly for a while. In the background, Little Blue trembled. Does Master think I'm a weirdo for liking laundry? Surely not. Su Yang ignored her internal crisis, his mind racing. I have two options, the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm or the Devil's Abyss. To enter the Dragon Realm, one must possess a giant dragon. The interior is a mystery to the public. If I claim I gained my levels there, no one could verify it. After all, the only ones with access are me and that beast tamer prodigy from the Eagle Federation. The Abyss is too crowded. Tang Jian mentioned a massive training operation for young talents there. Too many eyes means too much risk. The Dragon Realm is the safer bet. In fact, it would be best if I could minimize the number of entrants before the gates fully open. I know a few others have tamed dragons, Luolinger Asahi, and a handful of geniuses from other nations, but I don't need to attack them directly. If I become a dragon hunter and wipe out every remaining wild dragon before they can be tamed, that solves the competition problem, doesn't it? He turned to his interface. Bai Ling, pull up all data on the Dragon Secret Realms currently appearing within the Dragon Nation. The screen flickered to life. Understood. Please wait a moment, brave hero. After completing the reconnaissance, she reported, My liege, here is the current intelligence regarding the Giant Dragon Secret Realm in Longxia, southwest of Juha City, and the Silver Dragon Secret Realm to the north. Both dungeons are confirmed to be at the Platinum tier. Su Yang nodded in approval. Excellent work. Go ahead and book a reservation for the Silver Dragon Secret Realm. White hesitated before replying, Understood, but there is a slight anomaly in this leveling Manhwa reality. The first 50 reservation slots for the Silver Dragon Realm have all been claimed by members of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Su Yang wasn't surprised in the slightest. Just as expected. I know exactly how Luolinger operates. Since she failed to conquer the Black Dragon, she will undoubtedly try to conquer other dragons to save face. Those reservations from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion are likely just to clear the path for her solo run. Unfortunately for her, I have my eyes on the same prize. I'll just have to snatch the victory right out of the young Miss's hands. He turned to White. Does my Temple 5P status grant absolute priority in this dungeon? She confirmed immediately, That is correct. As long as you book in advance, my liege, you have priority. Unless a 5-star class holder with a higher rank appears, no one can cut in line before you. However, I worry this might strain your relationship with the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. Let it burn. Just secure my slot. She bowed. As you wish. Su Yang scoffed internally. Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Why should I fear them? In the past, the Temple 5IP identity alone was enough to make people hesitate. But now, I am the conqueror of the Black Dragon and an honorary member of the Global Beast Taming Association. With all these titles combined, even if the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had 100 lives, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. He looked at the items in his inventory. The flesh of Samuel, King of Wrath, and the broken heart of Samuel. His confidence soared. And let's not forget I still have these trump cards. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Su Yang. Over 10 million health points, approaching nearly 30,000 strength points. Unless the pavilion sends a rank 7 powerhouse, I wouldn't mind slaughtering a few eyesores while I'm busy slaying the dragon. Su Yang looked at the grotesque items in his hands with a frown. Now the real question is, how exactly do I consume these? I can't just eat them raw like a savage. Should I cook them first? Maybe deep fry them. Stir-fried wrath meat, deep-fried heart of rage. He shuddered, shaking his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. That sounds revolting. I have 0 cooking skills, and letting someone else handle this would risk leaking my secrets. If they ruined the ingredients, I'd lose everything. Su Yang mentally prepared himself. Why am I overthinking this? It's just eating some raw heart and liver, right? Like a true awakening Manhwa protagonist. He shoved both items into his mouth and swallowed them whole. Instantly, a violent surge of energy exploded from his body, the shockwave blasting through me through the window, and terrifying Xiaolan outside. She screamed in panic. Master! Xiaolan rushed towards Su Yang's room, throwing the door open. Master, are you all right? She froze. Su Yang was standing there shirtless, wearing only a towel. What is it? Is something wrong? Xiaolan's face turned beet red. She covered her eyes and bolted. No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay. Su Yang sighed in relief. That was close. I almost got exposed. He felt the power coursing through him. That was terrifying. My HP is over 10 million. My strength is nearly 30,000. In this broken system, Manhwa, I don't need to dodge. I could stand still and let them hit me without even frowning. A wave of my hand could topple mountains. The system interface flashed before his eyes. Health 10,042,000. Strength 27,760. Speed 4,414. Spirit 6,236. Su Yang smirked. Even if I face that platinum tier black flame again, I have full confidence I could crush it instantly. The sudden spike in attributes brought an addictive rush of pleasure, every joint in his body singing a symphony of power. 21. It's urging me to kill something. But first I should check on Lilith before I depart. I wonder if she's adjusted to living here yet. Su Yang knocked on her door. Lilith? Are you in there? His blood boiled with the urge to hunt, demanding he rush out and annihilate every beast in his path. Yet he needed to check on Lilith before departing. Had she accustomed herself to his way of living? Su Yang tapped on her door. Lilith, are you in there? I'm coming in. Getting no answer, he stepped inside to find the room empty. Where did she go? Suddenly, Lilith stepped out of the bathroom. Su Yang froze. She was drying herself with a towel, her skin flushing pink, when she realized he was standing there. Lilith frantically covered herself with the towel. Master, Su Yang was just as flustered. Wait, I knocked, I thought no one was... Lilith raised her hand and Su Yang shielded his face. Not the face. She ran past him and Su Yang squeezed his eyes shut. Lilith sat on the bed, tilting her head. Why are you so nervous, Master? Su Yang blushed, his thoughts racing. No good. This scene is a bit too stimulating for a young man. Su Yang turned on his heel. I apologize for the intrusion. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Lilith blinked as the door slammed shut. She covered her mouth, giggling softly. I didn't expect the brave hero to be so innocent. Lilith compared him to her memories. He is completely different from those filth in the royal court. Meanwhile, at the secondary main city of Juha, a furious voice echoed. What did you just say? The bureau chief of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion? Tongsi cowered as Luo Linger unleashed her verbal assault. Someone dared to cut in line ahead of me. Who is this person? Tongsi stammered. It's true, miss. I had everything arranged, but yesterday a special reservation came in. They claimed it was a temple VIP. We don't have access to their specific identity. A bad premonition settled in her gut. A temple VIP. Linger narrowed her eyes. Could it be Su Yang? Is it really such a coincidence? Tang Si suggested nervously. Miss, shall we go to the Silver Dragon dungeon and wait? If a temple VIP arrives, we can try to negotiate or trade something for the spot. She exploded with rage. Get out! Tang Si scrambled backward. Scram! Yes. This subordinate is leaving. Linger knew that if it really was Su Yang, the man who just conquered the Black Dragon, she couldn't compete with him physically. She had to call her teacher. She dialed the number. Hello, teacher. Where are you right now? The voice on the other end replied. Never mind that. What do you need? Linger poured out her grievances. It's like this. I plan to raid the Silver Dragon dungeon, but a Temple 5 IP cut the line. I suspect it's Su Yang. Since you know him, could you put in a good word for me? Tell him to yield the Silver Dragon instance to me, please? The old man sighed. All right, I'll ask him for you. While waiting, Linger paced back and forth anxiously. Her subordinate Chutai watched dizzily as she moved faster and faster. Finally, her phone buzzed. She cheered. Teacher sent a message. But her face fell as she read the reply. Girl, he won't agree. She texted back furiously. He refused you, teacher. Who does he think he is? You're a leader in the Global Beast Taming Association. Her teacher replied. He said no, and that's final. Listen to me. That boy is very famous right now. I heard that even the war god speaks highly of him. Do not provoke him casually. Linger froze. The war god Tangjan, there is only one man in the world who holds the title of war god. The strongest powerhouse in Longxia, the supreme tyrant Tangjan. If even he values Su Yang, just how terrifying is this guy's talent? Chutai peeked over. Young miss, what should we do now? She didn't say a word, suddenly sprinting away and leaving him stunned. Linger turned back with tears in her eyes. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Meanwhile, at the Silver Dragon's secret realm, the dragons were slumbering. Su Yang stood at the entrance. I thought I'd run into a welcoming party from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, but it seems they know their place. He looked up. So that is the Silver Dragon boss. In front of him loomed the Platinum Tier boss, the Shining Silver Dragon level 106. He analyzed it coldly. It doesn't even have a name. Unlike Athos, this dragon possesses no special bloodline. The Silver Dragon opened one eye, smoke curling from its nostrils. It opened its maw, unleashing a silver ash breath, a torrent of destructive power crashing down on Su Yang. He calmly summoned the bone dragon, slicing through the energy blast. As the bone dragon prepared to counter, Su Yang commanded, "Athos, hold back. It's rare to find such a high-quality punching bag. I want to test my new power personally." A fiery explosion shattered the earth, sending debris flying, but Su Yang had already vanished, moving with godlike speed. "You call that speed pathetic?" He mocked the beast, walking straight toward the gaping abyssal maw of the silver dragon without a hint of fear. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a sword strike that shattered the monster's breath attack into dust, his other hand still tucked coolly in his pocket. This was the god-tier resilience granted by his massive health pool. Those terrifying attacks were nothing more than a gentle breeze to him now. But the silver dragon wasn't done. It roared, charging out of the shadows for a desperate strike. Its claws tore through the air, a dual-layered impact that pulverized the ground beneath them. Su Yang scoffed. "Power level 27,000, is that it?" He caught the colossal dragon's strike with a single hand, stopping the behemoth dead in its tracks. "You're weak, like a chicken in a butcher's grip." Before the beast could react, Su Yang launched himself skyward, instantly appearing face to face with the dragon. He spun in midair, his blade singing a song of death. "Here, have this back." The dragon roared in frustration, unable to land a single hit. But Su Yang gave it no quarter. He leaped high above the creature, his sword generating a pillar of light that sliced downward, cleaving the massive beast in two. He landed softly, posing like a god of war amidst the destruction. The system chimed, announcing the activation of the Devourer effect. His great ocean sword had successfully plundered 10% of the silver dragon's stats. This was the ultimate cheat code in a leveling Manhwa world. The screen flashed strength increased by over 1,000, spirit by nearly 3,000. His speed stats surged by over 1,300. Physical resistance buffed by 8%, magic resistance by 8%, and spiritual resistance by 5%. The numbers were staggering, a feast of power raining down on him. Su Yang knew the Silver Dragon clan specialized in magic, hence the massive spirit stat boost. "Pity I killed it before it could even cast a spell," he mused. So this is the power of the accumulation effect. A silver insignia appeared representing the fallen dragon. He wondered if killing different species would grant different marks. He glanced at the blade in his hand, curiosity burning in his eyes. "I wonder what happens when I complete the set. When this collection is full. Now that is something to look forward to." Su Yang summoned his black dragon Athos. "Dinner time, buddy." The beast descended from the sky, landing beside the silver dragon's corpse to begin its feast. Meanwhile, Su Yang checked his status panel. "Max level already. A bit of a waste of experience points," he sighed. But frankly, the XP from this fight wasn't much anyway. Gaining levels the normal way would have been a nice dopamine hit. But after tasting the massive gains from the Wrath boss, this feels like loose change. As for the platinum and diamond gear that dropped, unless he sold them for cash, they were essentially trash to someone of his caliber. Is this the emptiness of being at the top? The interface beeped. "You received 70 million experience points." Since the experience pool was full, the system Manhwa mechanics converted 40% into reserve XP and awarded him a platinum tier item. Su Yang calculated silently. Athos's stats just went up by 10% too. It would be perfect if I could just devour those attributes directly. Chauffeur. A crazy idea suddenly struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait a minute. Based on the innate talents of the Sin Kings like Gluttony and Wrath, they can steal attributes and tribute health to me. However, they usually lurk deep in the abyss. If no challengers approach them, they can't steal anything. And if they can't steal, they can't offer any tributes to me. But what if? He formulated a hypothesis that could break the world's balance. What if they could leave the abyss? If they entered the real world, couldn't they actively hunt and plunder? They could farm attributes for me endlessly. I could become infinitely stronger without lifting a finger. The key was simple. The Sin Kings needed to descend upon the mortal realm. If I force them to gather tributes for their king, once I collect all 7 weapons of the original sin, I will become something beyond a hunter. I will be the one man who solo kills a world boss, forcing the appearance of core resources for humanity. If that's the case, then them offering tributes to me is only natural. It's an honor for them, really. Besides, in this world, people can be resurrected. Killing a few bystanders isn't a tragedy. It's just efficient resource management. He shook his head. All right, that line of thinking is getting a bit too villainous. First, the basic question. How do I get a Sin King out of the abyss? Unless I solve that this is all just a pipe dream. Second, how do I stop the other top-tier powerhouses from interfering? If the top rankers kill the boss before it farms enough resources, that would be a huge loss. Seeing Athos finish his meal, Su Yang decided to shelve the plan for now. I'll figure it out later. Time to head to the next dragon dungeon. Suddenly, a global announcement flooded the world channel. The dragon dungeon Red Dragon Hall in Dragon Xia has been conquered by Akiko. Su Yang froze. What? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Akiko was gently patting the massive head of a red dragon. Such a good boy, she cooed. Her assistant Kiriko beamed with joy. Miss Akiko, you actually did it. An elder named Lin clapped enthusiastically. Magnificent. Now our Sakura nation possesses a dragon of its own. The patriarch will be ecstatic. Expect a heavy reward for this achievement. Another assistant Lee-san looked at the silent elder beside him. Elder Lee, why so quiet? The old man clicked his tongue in admiration. Su Yang only appeared recently and now the young miss of the clan. Akiko has also tamed a red dragon. The younger generation is truly terrifying. Elder Lee called out to her as she stood atop the dragon's head. Miss Akiko, congratulations on achieving your goal. For the next leg of the journey, we will escort you to Dragon City before returning to the Sakura Nation. Akiko waved cheerfully. Understood. Thank you, Elder. Akiko looked toward the horizon with a hint of longing. It's a shame, though. I didn't get a chance to meet the boy who tamed the black dragon. In this Manhwa recap of events, he's the only one who truly interests me. He really gave everyone a completely different vibe. She clasped her hands expectantly. But if he's joined the guild, there will surely be chances to meet him in the future. Watching the red dragon fly off, Linger stomped her foot in frustration. How is this possible? Tears welled up in her eyes, creating a river of grievances. Su Yang ignoring me was one thing, but how did Akiko snatch a dragon right from under my nose? The chat logs exploded with messages. Guild leader Yamamoto Taro boasted, I just received news. My student Akiko has successfully tamed the red dragon. Guild leader Zhao-kun yelled back in the chat. Yamamoto, you old thief. Your student stole that dragon from my student. The rivalry was heating up instantly. Guild leader William Smith chimed in. Congratulations. For a long time, only the beautiful Valia could tame dragons. Now we have two more. Leader Landon asked skeptically, is it possible that the opening of the Dragon Spirit Dungeon has lowered the difficulty for taming? Is this the new meta for this awakening Manhwa era? Guild leader Lina shot that theory down immediately. Probably not. Yesterday, Augustin complained to me that he couldn't replicate Su Yang's taming method at all. Core member Valia typed into the chat. Finally, two people I can share dragon rearing tips with. System notification core member Valia has been muted by the guild leader. Meanwhile, Ling Er was in a full mental breakdown. Everyone is talking about Akiko. What about me? What am I supposed to do? Her butler Chutai didn't know whether to comfort her or hide. Young miss, he sighed internally. This is going to be a headache. Su Yang saw the news and raised an eyebrow. She beat me to it. That was unexpected. He realized the playing field was changing. Another competitor has entered the ring, with the Dragon Spirit Dungeon opening in a few days. I can't afford to slack off. I still have preparations to make. He reviewed the press conference from Augustin's group. They announced the formation of the Crusade Alliance. The Abyss Demon incident had them spooked. Killing the Wrath King had put everyone on high alert, and they were mobilizing fast. Su Yang smirked. That loser West Poison. Won't be able to stop them. My apologies, King of Gluttony. Rather than letting you be killed by randoms, it's better if you sacrifice your life for your true monarch. Deep on the 100th floor, West Poison lay lazily on a throne. So boring. Why hasn't anyone come to challenge me? He shuddered, remembering the terrifying image of Lina. But maybe no visitors is a good thing. If that crazy woman comes back, I won't survive. Suddenly, Su Yang's voice cut through the void, transmitting directly to Gluttony. Heed my call. Return to me. Deep in the absolute zero abyss, terror seized his very soul. This summons. It came from the Supreme Monarch himself. He remembered Samuel, who answered the call only to be gifted with eternal silence. Was it finally his turn to perish? He reasoned that his existence was a gift from the monarch anyway. Compared to falling by the hand of this detestable human, Gok receiving death from his master was a far greater honor. West Poison bowed low. Your loyal servant awaits your command. But the protagonist demanded the authority of Gluttony, the power to resurrect the dead. I intend to grant you death once more. Do you object? The creature slammed his head into the ground with a resounding thud. This subordinate dares not. My life belongs to the Supreme Monarch. If you wish to reclaim it, I offer no complaint. Su Yang smirked, pleased by such devotion. Excellent. Thorns instantly constricted West Poison's frame. An agonizing scream tore through the air. The system announced Sabin has slain the king of original sin, Gluttony. Experience gained 3.7 billion. Overflow at 40%. 2.2 billion stored. Loot acquired essence of flesh and blood. Consuming this grants a permanent boost of 5 million health points and increases all base attributes by 2,000. Next, the living corpse of gluttony. A binding tool that inflicts a terrifying seal forbidding the use of items on any target beneath the burning sun. It imposes total paralysis, silencing skills and items alike. He also obtained the demon source of gluttony. This gem grants immunity to demonic corruption for up to 100 layers. Finally, the Horn of the Demon West poison a material so potent that in the hands of a legendary blacksmith it could forge a divine artifact. As the thorns drained the last of the king's essence, Su Yang pondered the results. I assumed the drops from an unevolved entity like West Poison would pale in comparison to Samuel, who had already reached the demigod realm, but it seems the quality is just as pure. Yet that wasn't the main event. He tapped the special drop notification, thinking this leveling Manhwa luck was insane. Is fortune simply defying the heavens today? This goes beyond the goddess of luck smiling on me. It feels like I've kidnapped her and made her my bride. Now for the special drop. Let's see what masterpiece we have here. A blinding pillar of light erupted, nearly giving him a heart attack. The item panel materialized divine artifact of original sin punishment of gluttony. The detailed stats flooded his vision. This was the punishment of gluttony, a unique limited divine artifact obtained only by slaying the king of original sin. A judgment weapon capable of executing monarchs belonging to the legendary 7 Sin set. Restriction, unique demigod class. Soul binding required. The Slayer's soul is forever bound to the essence of West Poison. It cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted, exclusive only to the soul-bound owner. Attributes: health increased by 50%, elemental resistance by 20%, and tenacity by 30%. Special trait: the Great Gluttony. When equipped, 2% of a slain enemy's attributes are devoured and fed back into the weapon. It usurps the authority of gluttony, while inflicting a 10% stat reduction debuff. Trait: Judgment of the Dictator. Upon slaying a sin monarch, the weapon dissolves into the void, granting the wielder the permanent authority of gluttony. He whistled in admiration. No wonder it's a set piece. It mirrors the punishment of wrath, but grants the devouring power instead. Devouring 2% of a victim's stats. That's an ability far surpassing regular deities. However, a shadow crossed his face. Too bad I need to hit the demigod rank first. I can't equip this anytime soon. And if I power level too quickly, it'll raise red flags. The statue system leaves a permanent paper trail. Performing a class change via the divine statue records everything. If only there were a way to advance without the temple's oversight. Meanwhile, at the holy sanctuary, Euphemia was deep in thought. The identity of the thief who claimed the first sin artifact remained a mystery. Fortunately, no war has broken out between the nations or major guilds yet. As long as the Round Table's decrees are obeyed, and nations take turns raiding the sin monarch's, stability holds. The entrances to the demonic abyss are under heavy surveillance across all borders. Only the Abyss Crusade team is authorized to enter. We've ensured the previous security breach won't happen again. Even the frozen city is on lockdown. Euphemia raised her hand toward the monument. "Oh, great first statue, hear my prayer." The holographic interface flickered to life. Total profession holders worldwide 143. Legendary rank and above 15. Universal God phase. 8th transfer 0. 9th transfer 0. Red Moon core accumulation 10,234. Current Red Moon erosion level 14%. She gasped. 14% already. And still, not a single soul has completed the transition. Euphemia sighed heavily, her mind drifting to the elusive 5-star classes. If erosion hits 50% before a universal god emerges, the new resource zones will open. And the only fate awaiting this world will be absolute despair. We desperately need a hero to shatter this stagnation. Suddenly, a global announcement rang out, echoing in the minds of every awakened. The second sin artifact has been claimed. World Boss Campaign Progress 2 out of 7. She froze. What is happening? Euphemia barked orders immediately. Contact all garrisons in the demonic abyss, report any anomalies instantly. The static cleared, and a voice replied, "Sector clear, no anomalies detected." She stared at the screen, bewildered. The Holy City's guards are elites. Even an 8th Circle assassin couldn't slip past them undetected. Unless... The system mocked her with a repeat notification. The second sin artifact has been claimed. World Boss Campaign Progress 2 out of 7. The breach is internal. Her mind flashed back to the masked figure she had encountered before. Could it be related to that shadow I saw? Her communicator buzzed. It was Tokugawa. What is going on? How was another artifact stolen? Did the American Federation launch a preemptive strike? August shot back. Bullshit, I'm still drinking. I don't even mobilize until tomorrow. Bach chimed in. High Priestess explained this situation. We have temple guards stationed there. How did this happen? Catalina added. With all due respect, this reeks of foul play. Tangjan's voice was cold. People are suspecting the Temple of Embezzlement. Regardless of the truth, High Priestess, we expect a valid explanation. Euphemia scanned the flood of accusations. She took a breath and typed, You have every right to be suspicious, but I ask that you maintain your rationality. The Temple of Job Change had maintained absolute neutrality since the dawn of time, never stepping foot outside the holy city. But if they were truly planning to intervene now, why the cloak and dagger games? The answer was already an open secret among the elite. Euphemia hesitated. Her faith in the High Priest was absolute, yet the puzzle pieces refused to fit. When all other possibilities are exhausted, the impossible must be the truth. Raising her staff bathed in radiant holy light, she declared, I fear the answers we seek can only be found by descending into the deepest pits of the abyssal demon realm. She slammed her resolve down. I propose we scrap the original plan immediately. We form a crusade squad right now, gathering the absolute apex predators from the major guilds to launch an immediate assault on the abyss. Does anyone dare object? Silence filled the room, followed by a roar of approval. Agreed. Seconded. She nodded, eyes sharp. Then begin the selection. We move out at once. We cannot allow the original Sin Divine weapon to fall into that thief's hands again. Meanwhile, Suyang was deep in thought. Come to think of it, there should be a world announcement for this Manhwa recap moment soon, right? The second divine artifact had been snatched, and the Abyssal Crusade Squad was undoubtedly losing their minds over it. Worst case scenario, they would be knocking on his front door by tomorrow. The Abyssal Demon Realm spanned 700 hellish floors with a King of Sin guarding every 100th level. Gluttony and wrath were already under his thumb, while lust and greed remained dormant. Theoretically, the raid party could march straight to the 500th floor unchallenged. But that logic only applied to the standard game settings, and his existence was the ultimate bug in the system. An image of Sita, the embodiment of pride, flashed in Suyang's mind alongside Venom. A devious plan formed. If I station Sita, the strongest of them all, right inside Gluttony's domain, who on earth could possibly clear the 100th floor? Meanwhile, Augustin stood vigilant, ears straining against the silence. Lightning crackled around him as he sensed a presence. The Abyssal Scout. You've finally returned. With the report delivered, Augustin turned to the group. Is everyone prepped? Lin Miao scoffed, cracking her knuckles. Less talking. My hands have been itching for a massacre since we got here. Tangjan gave the order. Then we march. Behind them, the elite squad assembled. Barker issued a grim reminder. We already lost the first two artifacts. We cannot let the third sin weapon slip through our fingers. Lin scanned the group. Everyone here is a top-tier ranker, so I'll skip the pep talk. Who has the guts to pull aggro on the front line, a level 30? Transcendent boss was no joke. A Templar knight named Mike, linked to the Holy Temple account, stepped forward, armor gleaming. I'll take point. The big guilds always steal the glory, so I've never had the chance to solo tank an abyss boss. She nodded. Granted. Show us what you've got. Tangjan roared with adrenaline. Move out! Their descent was suspiciously smooth, cutting through mobs like butter. Upon reaching the milestone, someone shouted, Floor 100 reached, this is the domain of gluttony. The squad charged in, expecting an empty throne room since the boss was supposedly gone. Just rush it in one breath. But Sita had been waiting in the shadows for eons. Dark, ominous aura flooded the chamber as her voice dripped with malice. You've finally arrived. Mike signaled a halt. Hold position. Hostiles detected at 12 o'clock. Lin Miao blinked. Enemies, I thought the King of Gluttony was already slain. Tangjan's instincts screamed danger. That's not gluttony. A terrifying status window popped up. Boss Sita. Race demon. Level unknown. Her voice cut through the air like ice. Weak, pathetic ants. You dare defile my domain with your filthy steps? Are you prepared to embrace your demise? Mike grinned, raising his shield. The boss swapped to a pale-skinned beauty. Now this is a leveling Manhwa twist I can get behind, Barker screamed from the backline. Wait, do not engage. But it was too late. Before Mike could even trigger a skill, his HP hit 0. System alert, party member Mike has been annihilated by boss Sita. Sita casually blew smoke from her fingertips. A scream tore through the ranks. Mike! Lin Miao's face went pale. She one-shotted an 8th class knight, that's impossible. What the hell is this monster's level? Panic set in. A support mage reported trembling. I cast high-tier alliance buffs, but they're useless. The pressure alone is making the lower-level members pass out. She gasped. What? Augustin stepped forward, eyes glowing arcane blue. Leave this to me. Forbidden spell. Eye of Truth. It was the ultimate appraisal skill capable of bypassing all level suppression with a massive 24-hour cooldown. The hidden stats were laid bare. King of Original Sin Pride Sita. Rank Divine. Description. The apex predator among the kings of sin. She embodied the concept of pride itself, possessing power that rivaled the gods. Even other sin kings trembled before her. Level 400. Strength 452,121. Spirit 231,123. Agility 213,432. The squad froze in horror. Divine rank. Even Su Yang, watching remotely, felt a chill. In his haste to punish her earlier, he hadn't checked her stat sheet. Looking at it now, Sita's attributes were absolutely broken. She wasn't far off from his own stats as the Monarch of Sin, and that was with her currently suffering from the weakened state debuff. If she returned to her prime, her power would be immeasurable. The status bar confirmed it. Severe debuff active. It was a special uncleansable status effect, drastically reducing her stats and sealing her ultimate skills. Su Yang scrolled down to her talents. Gluttony and Wrath had cheat-like abilities, so Pride had to be even more insane. And there it was, innate talent Pride. Sita views all beings inferior to her as the weak. Effect immunity to all damage from the weak. Definition of weak. Anyone with a lower level or lower total base stats than Sita. Exception. Only those who have slain a king of sin are recognized by Sita and exempt from this rule. Sub-skill Pride's tribute. Anyone slain by Sita receives the Slave of the Defeated Soul brand. These branded souls become sacrificial offerings to the Supreme Monarch. Slave of the Defeated Absolute Obedience. Consume the brand to issue one absolute command. Su Yang's jaw dropped. Holy shit, that's not a skill, that's a straight-up bug. If your level is lower, you're weak. If your stats are lower, you're also weak. And the weak deal 0 damage. Give me a break. There isn't a single human alive who has reached divine rank. If no one had previously managed to kill a Sin King, then her passive made her literally invincible. Well played to the dev who designed this system, Manhwa Nightmare. Imagining those two haughty guild leaders kneeling before him, a wicked grin spread across his face. This Pride's tribute is downright nasty. He just needed to let Sita wipe out the Crusade squad, and he would gain unconditional control over the strongest hunters in humanity. Picture the top rankers like Tang Zhan and Augustine as his personal puppets. Oh, I am going to enjoy this. Su Yang issued his decree. I've made my choice. Sita, you will take over the 100th floor. Teach those arrogant fools the true meaning of power. Sita bowed gracefully, in the void delight coloring her tone. Your loyal servant, Sita, hears and obeys the king's command. Back in the dungeon, Lin Miao shouted orders. Frost Behemoth Elemental Chimera cover fire now. The Snow Bear roared, launching a massive haymaker, while the Chimera wove spells to flank Sita. Tang Zhan activated his ultimate buff Supreme Tyrant mode. Stop holding back. Hit her with everything you've got. Augustine's eyes blazed with high-voltage fury. Unleash hell. A tsunami of humanity's strongest skills crashed down upon the Demon Queen in a symphony of destruction. High above the ultimate attacks, Extreme Dao Destruction Fist, Universal Phenomenon, and Thunder Transformation merged into a singular devastating beam of energy. As the thick smoke billowed upward, Augustine squinted, hoping for a miracle. Did we kill her? But before the words could settle, both Barker and Lena were blasted away like ragdolls. Their teammates screamed in terror. Captain Guildmaster. Out of the dust, Sita emerged untouched, her health bar still locked at 100%. She scoffed at them. Is this truly how the weak fight? Pathetic. Then death is the only gift I have for you. Barker couldn't process the reality. How could such a broken, illogical existence appear on the 100th floor of the abyss? Sita, supported by her minions, looked down on them with cold indifference. We attacked with everything we had, Barker choked out. Yet she didn't lose a single drop of blood. What kind of monster is this? Augustine barked a warning. Don't waste time analyzing the mechanics right now, Tang Zhan yelled, his voice laced with panic as he saw the energy gathering around the boss. She's charging her ultimate. Everyone activate full defensive skills. Brace for impact, Isaris. Sita swung her blade, unleashing the catastrophic skill, Great Sin of Pride. O Supreme Monarch, she chanted with fanatical devotion. Your loyal servant offers up this feast of souls. Please accept my tribute. The sword strike descended like a pillar of divine judgment, engulfing the four of them instantly. Perish, you weaklings, she declared. Agonizing screams echoed for a split second before being swallowed by the deafening roar and choking dust. Watching Barker's status turn to logged out, the survivors gasped. It's over. Only the three of us are left. Even Barker, their main tank, was one shot instantly. Wasn't his defense stat incredibly high? Tang Jian hesitated, trembling. That skill was terrifying. The entire front line was wiped. Then a realization hit the old man. I understand now. Only the three of us who actually killed the King of Original Sin survived the blast. It's a jagged aggro mechanic. That's why we're still breathing while everyone else was executed unconditionally. It was a cruel truth about the boss's hidden mechanics. Augustine gritted his teeth in frustration. Knowing the mechanic now is useless. The power gap is absolute. We can't fight this thing. As they watched, Sita's single strike had cleared the field. She bowed to the void, whispering, "My supreme monarch, fortunately this servant has not disgraced your command." 3 pillars of light shot straight into the sky, signaling the resurrection of the fallen. Tang Jian and his trio sat slumped on the ground, battered and covered in dirt. Augustine looked around in shock. Everyone revived here. One of the revived players lay on his back, staring blankly at the sky. What the hell was that just now? Who was that monster? Why was I instant killed without even a chance to react? Except for those 3 leaders, we were all wiped out in a blink, another muttered. We died like roadside NPCs. Why does the 100th floor of the Abyss host a boss this absurdly powerful? That has to be a god-tier entity. How are we supposed to beat that? Lina assessed the situation, a heavy atmosphere of death hanging over them. Tang Jian finally broke the silence. This defeat was inevitable. We've just suffered the most humiliating loss in history. Barker, who had been waiting for them at the spawn point, sighed. You guys are back too, huh? He had realized the truth the moment that sword fell. I realized back there that with our current power levels we have 0 chance of defeating her. This dungeon is impossible. Lina bit her lip, the bitterness of failure tasting like ash. At this rate, we will never obtain the Rebellion Sin weapon, let alone kill the Monarch of Original Sin. And that means there is absolutely no way to enter the resource regeneration zone, or reach the Ascension field. Tang Jian finished her thought grimly. And this implies that if we can't complete the final step of Ascension, even reaching rank 10 deity stage won't let us break past the King of Pride. It's an endless loop of death. Augustine was still shaking from the horror. This was the first enemy besides the High Priest that had instilled a sense of absolute invincibility in him. The King of Pride is terrifying, he admitted. This is simply the darkest moment our world has ever faced. Su Yang watched their disheveled, defeated forms from the shadows, resting his chin on his hand. The darkest moment. Well, that's not entirely wrong. But you're mistaken about one thing. The final stage of the Ascension field will arrive. But the one who pushes this leap forward won't be you clowns, it will be me. Sita's devotion was proving to be incredibly convenient. Through these soul imprints, I can not only issue mandatory commands but also sense their location status speech and even their surface thoughts. Su Yang smirked. This is way more effective than placing ward totems across the entire map. Suddenly, Su Yang picked up a strange frequency in the emotional spectrum. Why is there a spike of positive emotion amidst all this despair? Someone is actually happy. Is that guy brain damaged? Su Yang focused his gaze. Wait, that outfit. Is he from the Shiva Kingdom? The system identified him, a Tol Hazen level 329 class miracle priest. Su Yang knew a bit about that place. The Shiva Kingdom always left a bizarre impression on people, and not just because of its strange landscapes. It was because even in this gamified era, reminiscent of a brutal leveling Manhwa, they maintained a strict traditional caste system. This led to nearly all supernatural resources being hoarded by the strong. The polarization of power among professionals in the Shiva Kingdom was extreme. Their number of legend-tier professionals was arguably the lowest among all nations. This piqued Su Yang's interest immediately. A catastrophic failure, yet he's bubbling with joy. How interesting. Let's see what you're scheming. Atoll was currently hiding behind a large tree, spying on Tang Jian's group. Unbelievable. Even the world's top 5 team got flipped over. Good. Absolutely magnificent. Atoll grinned. The strength of the top-tier rankers has been severely damaged. This will stall the progress of world quests. Indefinitely. Both Dragon Sia and the Eagle Federation will be in big trouble because of this. And this chaos gives our Shiva Kingdom a golden opening. An opportunity to surpass Dragon Sia, overtake the Eagle Federation, and become the world's unparalleled superpower. He believed that as long as they obtained the legacy of the Ancient Devourer, Su Yang frowned as he eavesdropped. Ancient Devourer. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. It clicked. Right, it was in the lore description of the Dragonbone Great Sword. He tapped his screen to check the data. The item description read, Dragonbone Great Sword, the Devourer Athos. In the name of Athos, the last descendant of the ancient devourer marched to the grave of death. Bone becomes sword, blood becomes soul. Immortal bones, eternal gluttony. Su Yang verified the intel. Correct. According to this description, the black dragon Athos was the descendant of that ancient devourer. I thought it was just simple background flavor text for the item, but to think it actually exists. More details surfaced. The ancient devourer was laid to rest here slain by a nameless brave. Both the dragon and the elf crowned the hero simultaneously to celebrate that the terrifying shadow had finally dissipated. But when the nameless brave was betrayed, his body was buried. In an unknown grave, his soul sealed in an indeterminate location. He waits for someone to step forward, and in his name and the name of the ancient devourer, Salke, exact his vengeance. Su Yang deduced the situation. Judging by his memories, it seems his brother Amino Hazan learned this secret from a stone tablet near the dragon spirit's secret realm. But if it could make both god-tier elves and giant dragons tremble in the shadows, just how strong was this ancient devourer? The final person to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm would hope, Chaiti, to obtain the dual legacy of the ancient devourer and the nameless brave. Atol was calculating his next move carefully. Right now, only my brother and I are the only ones in the world who know this secret. While the crusade is busy licking their wounds, as long as my nephew Vigano enters the dragon spirit's secret realm, first the devourer's legacy will be ours. By then, even a god-tier boss won't be our match. The rebellion sin artifact will be easy pickings. Atol smirked. Killing two birds with one stone, if I remember correctly. The only people currently capable of entering the dragon spirit's secret realm are from Dragonsia, the Eagle Federation, and the Sakura Nation. In the past, I wouldn't have dared. Su Yang glared at Tangjan and Lam Na, weighing his options. He hesitated, but once the dragon spirit's secret realm closed, the rules of the game would change forever. The Shiva Kingdom was poised to crush the Eagle Union and the Dragon Xia Federation, and the purge would begin with these so-called geniuses standing before him. This dimension was a one-way trip distinct from the real world. Death here meant true erasure from existence, a classic trope in any high-stakes awakening manhwa. Su Yang's telepathy picked up every twisted thought in Atol's mind. Poor Atol. The king would mourn his inevitable death for exactly half a second. Who would expect their inner monologue to be broadcast? Vicano Atol's son was merely a seventh circle beast tamer. With Su Yang's current power, crushing a seventh circle tamer would be as easy as breathing. Suddenly he remembered Seda. What was his subordinate doing? She was still kneeling. Su Yang was baffled. Holding that pose for so long had to be exhausting. Being a god apparently numbed one to fatigue. Seda blushed, her mind racing. She was sure the monarch was watching her silence as a test. She could barely contain her excitement. Su Yang sighed. His divine subordinate was a bit too intense. Seda, come here, he commanded. She beamed instantly. Yes, my lord. She teleported before him. Monarch, are you pleased with my slaughter? Su Yang nodded. You did well eliminating the trash. Seda, I shall grant you a reward. She trembled with joy. Serving you is reward enough. How could I dare accept more? Su Yang raised a finger, gathering dark light. This is the king's grace. You cannot refuse. Essence slammed into Seda's body. She gasped, her body trembling. It feels so good. The king's power filled every inch of her being. Su Yang stayed silent. Her phrasing was absolutely terrible. Seda panted. My king, may I have more? Su Yang waved her off. Prove your worth first. Now leave. She vanished instantly. As you command. Su Yang rubbed his temples. Role-playing as a god-tier boss in the system Manhwa was exhausting. Her personality was a handful. Yet the power of the original Sin Monarch was terrifying. A sliver of darkness made Seda drunk on power. If the seal was fully lifted, how strong would he be? Suddenly a golden light erupted. What it came from Euphemia's direction. Su Yang opened his eyes, stunned. It was Euphemia, the high priestess of the Job Change Temple. Meanwhile, Euphemia was in shock. The Crusader army, the strongest force on the continent, was wiped out. How could this happen? The situation was critical. She couldn't stand by. Euphemia began her chant. O divine idol, your servant Euphemia begs for your blessing. Holy light bathed her. Grant me the eyes to pierce the endless abyss. Let me guide the holy light to purge the darkness. System alert skill upgrade. Inside Eye evolved into Eye of Truth. The ultimate sensory skill for a Manhwa recap boss battle. She could see everything. Euphemia projected her vision to the demon's throne. She pointed her staff at Su Yang. Are you the Lord of the Abyss? Su Yang smirked, radiating authority. The High Priestess graces my humble darkness. What an honor. Euphemia paused. You know me. Of course, Su Yang replied. You formed the crusade to conquer my abyss and save the world. A noble, if futile script. My servant Seda already cleaned up those rats. Is that why you're here? His eyes turned cold. How should I entertain you? A beam of dark energy shot toward Euphemia. She realized the demon lord had awakened. Last time he was asleep. This was why the abyss shifted. His presence was different now. Deeper. Darker. Suffocating. Even the eye of truth failed to read him. This entity was beyond Godrank. She knew she couldn't win and tore open space to flee. Retreat first, plan later. Su Yang raised a sphere of darkness. You think you can come and go as you please? Shadow tentacles erupted, binding Euphemia. She couldn't move. Su Yang mused, I wonder what loot a level 90 priestess drops. A shame to waste the EXP though. Suddenly she turned into pure light and slipped through his grasp. Su Yang blinked. What? He realized the truth. She was the strongest priestess on the continent for a reason. Catching her wouldn't be that simple. Su Yang watched the spatial rift close. Euphemia had teleported back to the temple. Safe for now, she gasped for air. That was too close. Euphemia wiped cold sweat from her brow. If the temple hadn't force recalled her, she would be dead. A level 90 priestess rushed over. High priestess, are you injured? Euphemia shook her head. Just drained. Where's the crusade? They are regrouping at the holy city. Euphemia nodded. Good. I need to rest and recover. Alert me if anyone approaches. Back in the abyss, Su Yang's dark eye watched her. He was surprised. His energy had traced her back to the source. So this was the holy city. Euphemia was a legend who supposedly never left the sanctuary. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave. She couldn't. Otherwise she would have fought Sita personally. Su Yang frowned. If she had come and died, he could have imprinted her soul. Having a high priestess puppet would be useful. What a pity. However, his darkness had infiltrated the real world undetected. The temple's defenses were weaker than expected. The divine idol recorded every job change globally. It was the central server for all awakened warriors. Could he use his darkness to corrupt the idol? He could alter his data? Then no one would notice his insane leveling Manhwa growth speed. Su Yang grinned. It was time to hack the system. Energy surged from the eye of truth. Minutes passed, yet the statue stood defiant. Su Yang sighed, thinking it useless until boom. The dark power finally clashed with the holy resistance. The silence was deafening. He was isolated, but at least no alarms triggered. That would have been a death sentence. Su Yang shifted his predator's gaze toward Rhea. Time for a live experiment. Could he dominate another's mind? A violet miasma shot from his eye, drilling straight into Rhea's skull. A scream of pure agony tore through her. Her mind shattered under the invasion. Stop. But it was too late. Her body twisted, morphing into the level 130 demon priestess. The corruption was complete. Where is my master? This slave needs more. Su Yang recoiled in shock. What the hell just happened? He expected a power boost, not this. Why did her entire race change? Does his dark energy rewrite human DNA into demon blood? Su Yang hesitated. Was she even human anymore? Or just a monster? Or was this a new hidden class? Suddenly the statue blazed with light. The class statue is reacting. A pillar of energy pierced the heavens, shattering the roof. A halo of power crowned the building, visible for miles across the grasslands. But it wasn't just here. All over the globe, pillars of light erupted. The world system roared to life. World announcement, faction update. The monarch of original sin has breached reality. Primal chaos is invading the system. The first demon priestess has been born. Faction unlocked demon. Enter the demon abyss now and the corruption will be absolute. But you will not lose your mind. You will evolve. Join the demon faction, change your class, and ascend beyond mortal limits. Faction cap Godrank. Friendly fire penalties are disabled. New zone unlocked demon city. New statue unlocked demon idol. New race demon. World quest initiated reign of eternal night. Protect the sin monarch. Do not let the humans slay him while he is weak. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. If humanity wins, the ascension stairway opens, allowing mortals to slaughter the gods of sin. Humans will forge their own path to divinity. But if the demons win, eternal night descends. The sin monarch will rule the earth. The abyss will swallow reality. A bridge to the elf kingdom opens. Players, make your choice. This is the ultimate awakening Manhwa event. The world froze in terror. A demon faction. What does this mean for the meta? At the Yuvan Guild, panic was setting in. This quest, it reeks of malice. The system is practically begging us to kill each other. Dung Tuyet trembled. But nobody would actually choose to be a demon, right? Yuvan's expression darkened. Don't be so sure. For absolute power, people will sell their souls. Especially the top rankers who hit the level cap. Aningu added grimly. Maybe not. Don't the big shots already have the sin weapons? They don't need to switch sides. Exactly. The human victory condition is easy for them. Why defect? But Yuvu narrowed his eyes. Unless, this isn't a trap, maybe it's mercy. A way for those already corrupted by the abyss to keep their sanity instead of turning into mindless beasts. Yuvan sighed. The faction change is one thing, but opening the gate to the Elf Kingdom that changes the entire geopolitical map. Forget the politics, we need to grind. Upstairs, Wei Ming was sweating as he faced manager Zhu Tai. Sir, this is a catastrophe. What do we do? The manager slumped. It's out of our hands. Just keep the civilians from rioting until the Holy City sends orders. Wei Ming leaned in. Do you think the demigods will switch sides? Our spy in the capital said that a rogue player obtained a sin weapon. Zhu Tai went pale. If that's true, we are looking at the worst-case scenario. The mission is already compromised. We might never complete it. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, Su Yang stared at the chaos he created. I just wanted to test a skill. I didn't expect to trigger an apocalypse. The West Tower was already blocking the 100th floor. They were stuck in a stalemate with the Sin King. This world quest is basically hell mode for humanity. Su Yang analyzed the board. Most players will realize victory is impossible, and that makes the demon faction very tempting. Keep your sanity, skip the impossible quest. Who would refuse? No need to save the world. Just take the Godrank transfer quest. It's the ultimate bait. Through his soul brand, he sensed a shift. I can feel it. 7 top-tier powerhouses are already wavering. The West Tower's strategy had completely backfired. This system Manhwa just got interesting. Su Yang smirked. Wait, I can use the demon statue to accept the transfer quest myself. I can bypass the temple's surveillance and fix my leveling speed instantly. It's the perfect exploit. I'll ascend, collect the 7 sin weapons, and still kill the first sin monarch. He paused. But wait, the weapons steal the monarch's authority. If I kill his backup resurrection system, does he lose his crown? He checked the notification. The monarch is the authority. Whoever kills the first monarch inherits the throne. The system will then designate a higher-tier boss for the new host to replace. Su Yang froze. A boss, higher than a monarch. What kind of cosmic horror is sitting above the kings? Suddenly screams erupted. A demon in the temple capture her. Su Yang cursed. Spotted. He had to move. Rhea beamed at him. Master, you're here. Holy light exploded from Euphemia's hands. You aren't going anywhere! The light blasted the spot, but Rhea vanished into thin air. The guards scrambled. Search the area. Euphemia raised a hand. Stop. They're gone. She trembled. That aura. Did the Sin Monarch himself just infiltrate us? I was too careless. The Monarch's power is beyond comprehension. She was terrified. Su Yang, however, was already miles away. That wasn't an escape. It was a tactical repositioning. Rhea curled up in his lap, purring. Master is so strong. Make a baby demon with me. Su Yang was left speechless, frozen in place as the tremors subsided. Looming before him was a magnificent demon castle bathed in the glow of thunderbolts crashing down from the heavens. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if this was the demon capital mentioned in the system notification. Around him, others gasped in shock at their transformed bodies. What the hell, I just woke up and I'm already a full-blown demon. If the great monarch hadn't liberated us, you'd all be mindless walking corpses right now. Aside from looking a bit more monstrous, you feel the same, don't you? Demon, please. This is practically a leveling Manhwa dream come true. It's super cool. The noise was getting on Su Yang's nerves. You there. Since you're acting like the first demon priest, go maintain some order. Raya bowed instantly. Understood. This servant obeys the master's will. Watching Jeha take command of the crowd in the center, Su Yang analyzed the situation. These awakened ones dared to infiltrate the abyssal demon realm. They clearly possessed decent combat power. But a single demon priest wouldn't be enough to subjugate them all. His mind drifted to Euphemia, the invincible high priestess of the human world, a legend in her own right. In this world, might makes right. His demon temple needed a high priest with overwhelming power to match. With a thought, he returned to the throne room dimension. He issued his command. It is time to meet the new king of original sin. Envy, heed my summons. The Queen of Envy. Livia materialized and knelt on one knee with absolute reverence. Livia has arrived at your call, my lord. Internally, jealousy consumed her. That wretch Sita has monopolized the monarch's favor for far too long. But finally my time has come. I must perform perfectly. I'll make the monarch forget that harlot ever existed. Su Yang's voice boomed. I appoint you as the first high priest of the demons. You will rule over the priesthood, control the demon temple, and manage this newfound power. Dedicate your existence to me. Livia bowed low. As you command. Dismissed, she vanished. Watching through the system interface, Su Yang was impressed. Livia had already begun establishing the infrastructure. Not bad. Her efficiency is top tier. Once he eliminated the monarch of original sin, all this manpower and infrastructure would serve his empire. It really felt like playing a high-stakes strategy game. Developing a city was no joke, but she was handling it flawlessly. Livia barked orders at the subordinates. "Move it! Stop slacking off! Remember, it was the great monarch himself who granted you this second life. You will offer him your eternal loyalty, do you understand?" The crowd roared in unison. "Yes, ma'am," Raya whispered in awe, as expected of the high official. "With you here." "My lady," these unruly mobs fell in line instantly. Livia sneered coldly. "If you don't give these converts a taste of true suffering, they'll never learn their place. You'd do well to remember that." Livia gloated internally. "The monarch entrusted me with such a critical mission. This is perfection." Her thoughts turned dark. "As for you, Sita, you just keep guarding the 100th floor like a good little watchdog. I'll stay here and take good care of the monarch in your place." Suddenly, a system Manhwa notification popped up. "You have been appointed as the demon high priest by the ruler of the demon faction. You will soon receive knowledge regarding the Red Moon. Please cooperate with the monarch to repel the Red Moon's invasion." Livia stared at the holographic screen, baffled. "What is this? I've never seen such a notification before." She grabbed a nearby monster by the throat. "You. Can you see this text? What does it mean?" The creature trembled. "Mercy Queen. This lowly one sees nothing." However, a memory sparked. "Wait. Did you say the Red Moon? I think I've heard rumors about that. They say those who complete the 5-star class transfer quest might encounter it. Though it's just a legend." Livia turned her gaze toward the massive demonic statue towering over them. Did this message come from the demon idol itself? "I have no choice but to ask the monarch." She clasped her hands reverently. "Supreme Monarch, your loyal servant Livia seeks an audience." Silence filled the air. Did the monarch fall asleep again? When no response came, Livia sighed, accepting the situation. It seems he has entered that state again. No matter how much we call out to him. He cannot be awakened." She rubbed her temples. What a headache. When will the monarch fully recover his strength and lead us to conquer the human world? Meanwhile, at the Holy City. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocatingly grim. Euphemia broke the silence. "Thank you all for making time to attend this emergency council. Due to the unprecedented anomalies recently, I apologize for summoning you so abruptly." Augustin shook his head. "High Priestess, there is no need for formalities. We all know why we are here. Let's cut straight to the chase." Euphemia nodded firmly. "Very well. I assume you've all received the world version update notification, specifically the issue regarding the faction change to the demon side, and the opening of the portal to the Elven Kingdom. These are our agenda items. First and foremost, under no circumstances is anyone permitted to join the demon faction. That path is a betrayal of humanity, and it leads only to eternal damnation." In the back, 2 attendees whispered nervously. "She says that, but honestly, for a second there I was tempted." "I feel you. Sita alone is an insurmountable mountain. And when you realize the Lord of Original Sin stands behind her, it's terrifying. This quest is practically suicide. Surrendering to the enemy almost feels like the smarter play." Barker spoke up, his voice grave. "The last great war left deep scars in everyone's hearts. Dropping a version update in this climate, it exposes the cracks in our resolve. This truly is the devil's temptation." Lina interjected calmly. "No need for such doom and gloom. Isn't there still the alliance route?" A man beside her shrugged. "Exactly. That glimmer of hope is the only reason mass panic hasn't erupted yet. Otherwise the streets would be burning by now." Euphemia waited for the murmurs to die down. "The gateway to the Elven Kingdom has historically been a one-way street. Humans are forbidden from entering. Unless we are granted specific permission. If we can complete the Alliance quest and stabilize the portal, the benefits for humanity would be astronomical." Tang Jian crossed his arms. "But to finish that quest, we have to get past Sita. We can't handle a god-tier enemy on our own. However, the Elven Kingdom possesses god-tier forces of their own. Could we request reinforcements from the elves? Sita is the strongest of the 7 monarchs. If she falls, it proves that the rest can be defeated. If we gather the 5 artifacts of sin along with the 2 artifacts held by that mysterious individual, the elves won't refuse our alliance. Their goal is also the destruction of the sin monarchs. On that, we are united." Lina nodded. "I have no objections." "Agreed." Barker added, "I second that. However, we must establish a line of communication with the Elven Kingdom immediately. Time is a luxury we don't have. Most players are hesitating now, but sooner or later someone will break and defect to the demon faction for power. I anticipated this outcome, so I established a pact with the elves in advance." Euphemia raised her staff. She traced a glowing magical circle in the air, and from the light a figure emerged. The room gasped. She actually summoned one here as expected of the High Priestess. The figure introduced himself. Greetings, humans. I am Alan Lauren, level 166 Royal Court Magician. I am the eldest scion of the prestigious Lauren House. I trust you will etch my name into your memories. One of the humans scoffed, offended by the tone. Who does this guy think he is, level 166? You think that makes you special? His neighbor hissed in panic. Keep your voice down. The Lauren family is a titan in the Elven Kingdom. If you offend them, you're signing your own death warrant. Euphemia respectfully tested the waters with the Elven envoy. Greetings, Prince Lauren. We appreciate the Elven Kingdom answering our call. I wonder what Her Majesty the Queen thinks of our proposal. Alan licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over her with predatory hunger. So you are the High Priestess of the Human Temple. The rumors were true. You really are a stunning specimen. Disgust flashed across Euphemia's face at his lecherous tone. Sparks of lightning crackled around Augustine's eyes, his mana surging. But Linna hurriedly whispered, "Hold it back. Stay calm." Alan unrolled a scroll with a sneer. Hear now the decree of Her Majesty. In response to the plea of our human friends, the Elven Kingdom effectively agrees to assist in eradicating the Monarch of Original Sin. However, generosity comes with a price. He enunciated every word clearly. First, the Dragon Spirit secret realm is now forbidden ground. No humans allowed, only elves. Second, you must dispatch search parties to locate the Elven Princess Lilith and return her to us immediately. Third, the Class Change Temple must transfer 60% of its current stock of Red Moon crystals to the Elven Temple. Lin Na scoffed in disbelief, while War God Tangjan furrowed his brows, the weight of the demands sinking in. Euphemia's expression darkened. This was highway robbery. Curses erupted from the crowd. What the hell, a lion's mouth couldn't open that wide. Why are we banned from the Dragon Spirit realm? Who do you think you are? If you want to find someone, go find them yourself. Your elven magic is so mighty, yet you can't locate your own princess. Today, I might just defect to the Demon Temple and come back to slaughter you all, you shameless bastard. Azu shouted his objection, his eyes bloodshot. Trying to hoard the treasures of the secret realm for yourselves. I, representing the Shiva Kingdom, will be the first to refuse. He thought greedily. It took everything for Vishnu to tame that legacy dragon. The power of the ancient devourer cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Euphemia slammed her staff into the ground, a wave of holy light silencing the room. Order. Alan shook his head with mock pity. Is this the level of human cultivation and etiquette? Still so worrying, Alan sneered. Well, High Priestess, she replied coldly. The temple has no issue with the second and third conditions, but the first condition attacks the core interests of every nation's guilds. We strongly suggest you reconsider. Alan raised an eyebrow. To enter the Dragon Spirit realm, one needs to tame a giant dragon. How many of your nations even qualify? Euphemia didn't back down. The Longxia Federation, the Eagle Union, the Sakura Kingdom, and the Shiva Kingdom all possess dragon tamers. The relevant data has already been transferred to you. Alan swiped through a holographic screen. Let me see. He paused, a cruel glint in his eye. Fine. Let's compromise. The others may enter. However, the one who tamed the Black Dragon is strictly forbidden. Furthermore, you must hand over the tamer of the Black Dragon to the Elven Kingdom as a prisoner. Tangjan was the first to react, his fist slamming onto the table with the force of a cannonball. Excuse me, he roared, his aura flaring. What is the meaning of this? Is this demand specifically targeting Longxia? Shoreche is targeting. Alan scoffed, his arrogance overflowing. You are mistaken. The Elven Kingdom doesn't need to target any human nation. In my eyes, you are all equally beneath us. There is no difference. As for the reason, I don't need to explain it to you. Decide whether you accept or not. Tokugawa stepped in, his voice trembling slightly. War God Tang, although we don't know why. The elves must have their reasons. Doesn't Longxia have a saying about sacrificing the few for the many compared to gaining a powerful ally like the Elven Kingdom? A little sacrifice is nothing, right? Azu chimed in, seizing the chance. War God Tang, this concerns the fate of all humanity. Longxia should step up and take one for the team. This isn't our request, but a demand from our elven allies. Surely you wouldn't want to lose their support over a single person. He played the moral superiority card perfectly. If your stubbornness costs us the Elven Alliance, and we fail to defeat the world boss forcing us to succumb to the demon faction, then Longxia, one, will be branded as the sinners of the entire human race. Lin Na glared at them. Isn't that going too far? Augustin muttered, classic villain monologue. Hey old Tang, where are you going? Seeing Tang Jan approach, Tokugawa stammered. War god Tang, why are you looking at me? There's nothing on my face. Bam! A fist connected with his jaw, launching him into the air. The impact sent him flying across the room. Azu saw Tang Jan turning toward him and shrieked, "What are you doing?" Crack! A heavy blow slammed into his spine, driving him into the floor. Tang Jan's voice was ice cold. What Longxia decides to do requires no input from trash like you. He turned to Euphemia, clasping his hands. Although we don't know the elves' true motive, this is indeed a major event concerning humanity. Longxia is willing to bear the responsibility and the losses regarding the secret realm. However, our people may be barred from the dragon spirit realm, but we will never hand one of our own over to the elves. With that declaration, he turned to leave. That is all. I have other matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Tokugawa, still trembling on the floor, groaned. Damn it. He really hits hard. Hurts like hell. Azu was in no better shape, his eyes filled with venom. Tangjan, just you wait. I'll get you back for this. That's right. We'll start with that Longxia genius you're protecting. Suyang watched the entire scene remotely, his eyes narrowing. The Elven Kingdom's Sakura Shiva. They're all targeting me, Wake. Such boldness. A terrifying pressure leaked from his body, causing his maid to shiver violently. Master, Suyang mused, anyone who tries to usurp the king's authority, Nulsho, shall face severe punishment. Tangjan's punch was far too merciful. Flames erupted, filling the room with suffocating heat. The maid cried out in terror. Master, what's wrong? Suyang snapped out of it, smiling instantly. It was as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Let's continue the massage. My shoulders are still a bit stiff. The maids hurriedly resumed their work, but Suyang's mind was racing. I need to be careful. I accidentally let my tyrant's aura leak out. I need to keep a lower profile in this Manhwa recap world to avoid unnecessary trouble. But thinking about it, something feels off. I understand why Sakura and Shiva hate me, but why is the Elven Kingdom specifically targeting me? It sounds like they don't know Lilith is with me. Is this revenge for Aka? But no one knows the connection between the Black Dragon and me. And they wouldn't start a diplomatic incident just because I killed a Black Dragon. He didn't want to waste energy guessing. I'll just ask Lilith. When Lilith heard the story, she laughed awkwardly. You mean Aka impossible? Those guys have zero interest in avenging him. In fact, if he's dead, it's better for the current regime. Suyang was curious. Why? She explained, elves aren't united. It's a constant struggle for power. They may smile to your face. But they're stabbing you in the back. Suyang sighed. So, it's a palace drama. He analyzed the situation. If it's not about Aka personally, then the answer must lie within the Black Dragon species itself. No, to be precise, it points to the one who brought them endless fear and darkness, the Ancient Devourer. Because they fear the Ancient Devourer, they hold extreme hostility and vigilance toward any Black Dragon. If that's the case, their demand makes perfect sense in the context of a leveling Manhwa logic. The Dragon Spirit secret realm contains the Esos, the inheritance of the Ancient Devourer and the Nameless Hero. To prevent the so-called legacy of vengeance from falling into another's hands, the elves naturally want to suppress the information. They want to ensure no one but themselves knows about it. And they certainly don't want me, the tamer of a Black Dragon, anywhere near that realm lest I trigger the Devourer's inheritance. Ancient heroes falling into enemy hands. The elf race would never allow outsiders to raid the Dragon Spirit realm. They breathed easier thinking the legacy was theirs. Too bad for them, I'm about to crush their little fantasy in this leveling Manhwa. Suyang asked, so they want to drag you back? Lilith shook her head violently. No way, you promised you wouldn't kick me out. You can't break your word. I'd rather die than go back there. Suyang patted her head gently. Relax. I never go back on a promise. Dry those tears. Those elven royals definitely don't have good intentions. Not for a princess carrying the royal curse. My conscience won't let me send her back to that hellhole. But Lilith was seen right before the Black Dragon submitted to me. If they announce her existence, someone will connect the dots. I need to stash her somewhere safe before the storm hits. System notification. Tangjan sent a message. Time to put on an Oscar-worthy performance. Suyang headed to the gate. The old general was waiting. General Tang, what brings you here? Tangjan sighed. Suyang, brace yourself. I have bad news. You are barred from the Dragon Spirit secret realm. Suyang feigned shock. What? But I tamed the Black Dragon. I'm the strongest candidate. Why am I being sidelined? Tangjan gritted his teeth. The Elf Kingdom demanded it. They even wanted us to hand you over as a prisoner. What, did you agree? The general scowled. Of course not. Our conquest of the Abyss is slow, but we aren't cowards. We compromise where reasonable, but handing over a citizen, neither I nor the Longshan nation would ever agree to that. Su Yang felt a spark of warmth. I knew this was coming, but the old man's loyalty actually hits me right in the feels. Tang Jian gripped his shoulder. Don't worry. You missed this opportunity, but the nation will compensate you. We never let our geniuses suffer. Su Yang nodded solemnly. I trust you, General. He watched the general leave. Safe travels. According to the timeline, the realm opens tomorrow. Time to ruin the party for the Sakura and Shiva nations. Are you ready for the nightmare I've prepared meanwhile at the Asuka house? Yumiko sighed next to her red dragon. Father said the black dragon tamer isn't coming. Such a waste. I really wanted to interact with him, she pouted. But maybe it's for the best. I hate violent brutes anyway. Over in the Shiva kingdom, Atul was hyping up Panu. This is your moment. Glorious for Shiva awaits. Once inside, use the stone tablet to dominate every dragon in sight. Bhanu smirked. Or I'll just kill them. Uncle Atul, I can't wait. The black dragon guy isn't coming, even better. The sky suddenly darkened with massive wings. Look, the dragon knights from the elf kingdom, 6 of them. That lineup is insane, but those elves, their vibes are way off. I'm getting goosebumps. Eric the third elf prince, level 227, sneered. Disgusting. 3 humans tamed dragons recently. That wasn't in the plan. Alan scoffed from his mount. Who cares how they did it? Once this awakening Manhwa arc ends, they'll be dragonless corpses. Eric laughed darkly. True. Once we conquer the human world, the Lauren family gets a nice slice of land. Humans breed like rats. You'll have plenty of women to toy with. Leah watched them with cold eyes. Yumiko mounted her red dragon. Eric licked his lips. I can't wait. I might just take a snack before the main course. Leah frowned. The elves are disappointing. Yumiko nodded. My instincts are screaming to stay away. Tokugawa stepped in. Stay calm. Act normal. But remember survival first. Don't be a hero. Panu scoffed at the display. Those elves are arrogant, bringing an army just to intimidate Tangjian cowards. He turned to leave. Uncle, I'm going in. Make us proud. Show them the might of Shiva. Eric flew past Yumiko, winking. Hey, beautiful. Want to team up? Atul's formation glowed. 6 fat sheep from the elf kingdom. What a gift. They think they're invincible, but they don't know about my stone tablet. If I kill them, that's 8 dragons total. This is the jackpot. I'm trembling with excitement. Suddenly the ground erupted. Boom. Atul cursed. A forbidden spell. Here. And they're targeting the elves. He looked up. Are you insane, Augustin? The mage raised his staff, lightning crackling wildly. 2 massive blasts of energy slammed down, fire consumed the area. Su Yang watched from afar. Controlling a rank 9 powerhouse, who feels absolutely intoxicating. Fight for me, Archmage Augustin. A crystal ball hovered in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang mounted his black dragon. You guys keep busy. I'm off to steal the main bloodline. His eyes burned with greed. Augustin stood amidst the flames. Tokugawa panicked. He's lost it. Augustin is berserk. We have to stop him. He yelled at Atul. Get up, we attack together. Atul's eyes narrowed. Atul charged, but Tokugawa intercepted the blow. Damn it, you're crazy too. Tokugawa's eye turned red. System override command executed. Tokugawa lost all reason, slashing at Atul. Kill. Sword lights filled the air as lightning rained from above. Both rank 9s turned on the Shiva leader. Su Yang smirked. The forced command only lasts a minute. Make enough chaos for me. Say it while I slip away. The control snapped. Augustin froze, blinking. What? What just happened? He looked at the devastation. No survivors in the blast zone. Augustin turned pale. I'm in deep trouble. Someone screamed. Why did my body move on its own? Azu's eyes widened as the horror set in. We were played like puppets on a string controlled by an invisible hand. Tokugawa stood frozen, his voice trembling. What? My intuition as a high priest has never failed me before. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows, and even Augustin fell victim to it. To think someone could mind control all of us without leaving a single trace, it was terrifying. Just who is the monster behind this? The massive gates groaned open, bathing them in blinding light. Augustin broke the silence. Regardless of the madness that just consumed us, amidst the chaos of battle, I swear I saw a silhouette. A black dragon charging straight into the dragon spirit secret realm. Did anyone else witness that? The others nodded gravely. I saw it too. It was unmistakable. Are you suggesting Long Ha is the mastermind? The man shook his head, uncertain. I cannot be sure, but I know for a fact it wasn't Tang Jian. I know that man. He has too much pride to break a promise, let alone resort to such despicable, underhanded tactics. Most importantly, Tang Jian is a warrior class. Since when do muscle-brained warriors have the ability to manipulate our minds and force us to slaughter each other? That kind of absolute mental domination belongs only to those with a spiritual ocean far deeper than ours. Eizu nodded, finding no flaw in that logic. You are right. Tokugawa stroked his chin. But if not Tang Jian, then who? Surely you aren't suggesting it was Su Yang? The other man scoffed. Are you trying to make me laugh? That brat is just a trash-tier 5th advancement nobody. How could he possibly control 9th advancement demigods like us? It defies all logic of this system Manhwa world. Tokugawa realized his slip-up. I was just throwing a name out there. Augustin narrowed his eyes. Ever since the Abyss Demon Crusade began, strange phenomena have plagued us. It creates a sense of unease I cannot shake. He waved his hand, dismissing the thought. Forget it. We have bigger problems than chasing ghosts. Because of that mind control, we just slaughtered the Elf Dynasty's royal guard. They have likely already respawned at the Elf Dynasty's temple. It won't be long before the Elven King hears of this massacre. When that happens, our diplomatic relations will shatter. And to make matters worse, the Dragon Spirit secret realm has now sealed its doors. We can't even drag Su Yang out for interrogation. We must take the initiative and contact the Elf Court to control the narrative. The others agreed in unison. Agreed. I have no objections. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Spirit secret realm, pillars of energy erupted through the mountain peaks. Shizi, riding atop her crimson dragon, asked, Are you trembling? Is there a monster in here that even a dragon fears? Biganu thought to himself, this pressure. It is the lingering aura of the ancient devourer. Even after countless eons, the primal fear remains etched into the blood and soul of every dragon. Eric flew up beside the trembling girl, flashing a charming smile. My lady, you seem to be struggling. Why not hop on my dragon? She shot him down instantly. No thanks, I'm good. Behind them, Eric signaled Alan. Is it really you? Are you planning to finish the job right here on Dragonback? Alan held up a massive fang. Only the fang of an ancient dragon can suppress the bloodline fear of the devourer. Humans lack this artifact. I wonder, can a beast tamer control their dragon without one in this oppressive atmosphere? The small stone tablet in Biganu's hand glowed ominously. You lot are celebrating too early. Once I activate this tablet to enslave your dragons, I'll sweep you all into the trash where you belong. Suddenly a roar shook the heavens, startling Linha. A dragon's roar is the boss monster here. Cheesy shook her head, pale-faced. No. That sound. It's him. The other black dragon is here. The elves gasped. What? Meanwhile, Su Yang was calmly counting his prey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like we're having a grand feast tonight. Biganu felt his dragon shudder beneath him. Why is the Azure Dragon terrified again? Even the stone tablet isn't working. Is that black dragon truly such a demonic entity? Eric screamed, What is going on? I thought we had an agreement that the black dragon was banned from the realm. Alan ground his teeth, venom dripping from his voice. Humans? Truly a deceitful species. Maastio. Shameless lowlives. A dragon scout flew in, panicked. Prince Eric, the dragons are in a state of panic. They refuse to fight, Eric roared. What are they afraid of? The one controlling that black dragon is just a 5th advancement piece of trash. You all crush him, and I will personally skin that lizard. The dragon knights obeyed. Yes, sir. They launched their assault, by the order of Prince Eric. As for you, rot in hell, you black dragon scum. A massive tornado engulfed them. Su Yang's voice cut through the wind cold as ice. Then die. He unleashed a single sword strike, but the target wasn't the wind, it was them. The leveling Manhwa interface lit up. You have slain level 152 Elf Knight Agus. You have slain level 147 Karen. You have slain level 148 Elf Mage Behem. You have slain level 150 Havoc. Experience gained 5,210. Alan stared in horror. Impossible. He wiped out 4 of our elites in a heartbeat. I didn't even see his blade move. Eric stammered, How can a 5th advancement human possess such godlike power? A treasure materialized in Eric's hand. This human is a catastrophic threat. I have to use my trump card to kill him. But just then, a massive maw opened from the void. Eric was clamped within the jaws, struggling desperately. Damn it, what is this thing? Let me go. You bastard, release me. Alan realized he was outmatched. Even Eric is helpless. I need to run. But a blast of flame slammed into his back, sending Alan crashing to the earth. He looked up to see Su Yang standing over him, a boot pressing his face into the dirt. Alan shrieked, Do you have any idea what you are doing? Su Yang's voice was the Reaper's whisper. If anyone offends me, I pay them back 100-fold. I don't care who you are. Even if a god descends, I will butcher them all the same. A voice boomed, Stop, right there. But it was too late. Blood sprayed across the ground. A swarm of giant dragons arrived, their riders arrogant. Kid, don't get cocky. Haichome kai. We were just careless earlier, but this time we are definitely taking your worthless life. Su Yang smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. You just respawned, and you're already in a rush to die again. The rider cursed. Die. A torrent of dragon fire erupted, engulfing Su Yang. The elves cheered. He's been reduced to ash. Lina frowned. Why are their dragons suddenly so energetic? They looked sickly just a moment ago. Shizi pointed. Look at their eyes. Lina realized the dragon's irises had changed color. They must be using forbidden magic to mind control the dragons. That kind of magic carries a heavy backlash, yet they used it without hesitation. Those elves are truly desperate to kill Su Yang. From behind, Alan flew up, laughing maniacally. Kill him. Yes. He gloated. Let's see you act tough now. He peered into the smoke and debris. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged from the crater. Alan froze. What? The dragons tried to scatter. Impossible, don't come over here. But the firepower had already locked on. The silhouette of the black dragon emerged, grabbing an enemy and rocketing into the sky. The victim screamed, Where are you taking me? Su Yang replied calmly, To eliminate all potential threats, of course. Shizi watched them disappear into the clouds. And he's gone. Lina analyzed the scene. He took that bombardment head-on, didn't take a scratch, and effortlessly counterattacked. It looks like the elf kingdom has provoked a walking nightmare. Two dragons stood frozen in place, their riders thinking, That scared the soul out of me. Baganu's azure dragon was currently shivering behind a tree. He panicked inwardly. The elite elven kingdom squad was annihilated in a heartbeat. Is this Su Yang even human? A frontal clash guarantees 0 chance of victory. My only hope is a dirty ambush. Meanwhile, Alan was seething with rage. How is this happening? Did I seriously die again? That brat is a monster in human skin. After 2 deaths, our levels have plummeted drastically. Defeating him is now a pipe dream. He frantically pulled out a scroll. It's over. The dungeon entrance is sealed shut. He used the return scroll. But suddenly a surge of energy tore through the air, shredding the parchment. Alan froze. What? Su Yang closed in. You think you can run? Did I say you could leave? Standing atop the black dragon, he unleashed a devastating slash. Eric, falling from the monster's grasp, screamed in terror. Get me out of here. Hurry up! Su Yang scoffed coldly. Save your strength. If a 7th transformation expert can't escape what makes you think you fodder can... Alan forced a smile, trying to bargain. What is it you want? We can negotiate. I'll give you anything, Su Yang replied indifferently. Is that so? Then I want your lives. Seeing the elf's face drain of color, he taunted. Scared now? Weren't you trying to kill me just a moment ago? You were so arrogant, forcing the dragon princess to hand me over? Why the sudden change of heart? Alan groveled. We were blind. We failed to recognize Mount Tai. We truly repent. Please, great master, show mercy and spare us. Su Yang muttered. Too late. I've experienced the treachery of your kind before. Did you really think I'd let you survive to seek revenge? The elf realized the truth. What it was you. Su Yang declared, I will keep killing. I'll slaughter you over and over until your levels hit 0 and you can never respawn. Su Yang's killing intent was suffocating, terrifying Alan to his core. This was the brutality of a leveling Manhwa. Another sword flash and fresh blood sprayed into the air. The other dragon knights begged, Stop this. Aren't humans supposed to form an alliance with us elves? Countless voices cried out. If I don't make it out, humanity is doomed. The alliance will collapse. You won't be able to defeat the world boss or advance the world quest without us, or unlock the first god-tier class transfer. Do you not care about the consequences? Su Yang raised the dragon-bone sword high. So what? It means nothing to me. He swung down. The blade tore space itself in half. The system announced, You have completely eliminated first transformation elf knight Agas. You have completely eliminated first transformation elf warrior Karen. You have completely eliminated first transformation elf mage Behem. You have completely eliminated first transformation elf archer Havoc. He glanced at Eric, who had just been dropped by the monster. You are the only one left. Eric remained stubborn even at death's door. You shameless scum, you only use dirty tricks, dare to let me go. Fight me fair and square to determine the winner. Su Yang beckoned him over. Fine, I'll let you die with clarity. Eric drew his enchanted storm weapon. You chose this yourself. The gale slash descended. Die, human. A violent tempest gathered, swirling around Eric's body like a hurricane. It formed a massive tornado. Secret art hurricane destruction slash. He smirked in triumph. You... But then Su Yang's silhouette emerged unscathed from the dust. Eric was dumbfounded. What? How are you still alive? The interface showed Su Yang HP 90%. Su Yang praised him. Not bad for a 7th transformation attack. It's actually stronger than the Silver Dragon. Eric couldn't accept reality. My full power strike only took 10% of his health. That's impossible. How can this be? Aren't you just a 5th transformation class? You're not human. You're a boss monster in disguise. Su Yang delivered another slash. Congratulations. You got the answer right. The notifications flooded in. You have completely eliminated level 220 Elf Dragon Knight Eric. Hiding behind a tree, Beganu went pale. No. This guy is terrifying. Even a surprise attack didn't scratch him. I must return and tell my uncle and father to handle this personally. Just as he prepared to flee. So he found Su Yang standing right before him. The system announced you have completely eliminated 1st transformation beast Tamir Beganu. CZ ran down with Leah eyes wide. Was that dungeon notification real? Shoreams. They're really all dead. Leah questioned. I get killing the elf scum, but why did you have to kill Beganu too? Su Yang explained. Because the Shiva Kingdom had secretly planned to eliminate all of us here. I just struck before he could make his move. It was purely self-defense. Su Yang added, furthermore, the Dragon Spirit's secret realm isn't some safe grinding spot. There are dangers here you can't imagine. It is best if you two stay put. Don't wander off, or I can't guarantee your safety. With those words, the black dragon took flight, vanishing into the distance. CZ watched him go. See you later. Su Yang calculated his gains. I killed 6 elves, 1 7th transformation, 1 6th, and 4 5th. Plus, the 6th transformation Beganu, and the 7-headed dragon. That totals over 30 million experience points. In the past I'd be thrilled, but compared to my current pool it's a drop in the ocean. He looked at the dropped loot. Valuable gear but unusable for now. Into the inventory. The system pinged, unique weapon bone dragon greatsword, Athos, the Devourer. Attributes, strength 500 plus 5,000. Spirit 500 plus 5,000. Agility 500 plus 5,000. Resistance, durability. He inspected the blade. This sword grows, but why are the stats increasing so evenly? The reward for devouring a 7-headed dragon should be higher. A prompt appeared, evolution. Slay a sun-tier dragon to complete the evolution process, and increase the Devour attribute limit to 20,000. He realized, so I've hit the cap for the first stage of devouring. This quest is going to be tricky, but there's no rush. He held a necklace referencing a nameless hero buried here. Could he be the original owner of this dragon slayer heart beating within me? It seems my deduction was correct. He steered the black dragon toward the guiding light. Is that the resting place of the ancient devourer? A thick mist rolled in. The smog obscured his vision. This fog is too dense. I can't see a thing. But the dragon slayer heart in his hand pulsed with light. Su Yang commanded. Good thing the heart is guiding us. Athos, charge. As the black dragon pierced the veil of mist, he shouted, we're out. But his joy was cut short as he froze in awe. Before him lay a colossal skeleton. Su Yang stared. Could this be the true body of the ancient devourer? He was ecstatic. I never expected it to be this massive. Athos looks like a toy compared to it. Truly breathtaking. To think the nameless hero killed such a monstrosity. How heaven-defying must his power have been, god tier or something even higher? The black dragon roared beneath him. Even you feel the excitement. Then let us witness the continuation of this legend. Suddenly the black dragon halted in midair. What? Su Yang frowned. Is there a no-fly restriction in this zone? Smoke began to coil around the black dragon. The mist is condensing again. Before the massive dragon bone, a new mystery awaited. Is this truly the arm of the ancient devourer, or merely the path to the summit? It feels less like a road, and more like a sacrificial ritual. How intriguing. The dragon eyes in the skull flashed ominously. Purple light pierced through the suffocating fog. Su Yang found himself encircled by 7 skeletal dragons. Wait, aren't these the wyverns I slaughtered before? Somehow they've returned from the grave. Is there a necromancer lurking in the shadows? Energy spheres gathered in their gaping maws, swirling like vortexes of doom before igniting into blazing infernos. Yet Su Yang only gazed at the bone sword in his hand with satisfaction. Could this be the legendary trial of the ancient devourer and the nameless hero? Without hesitation, Su Yang made his move, launching himself from the cliffside and soaring high into the heavens. Time for some area of effect destruction. As the skeletal horde gazed upward, a rain of sword slashes descended like judgment, shattering their bodies into countless fragments. But a mysterious healing aura began knitting the bones back together. Just as he suspected, they possess infinite regeneration. Su Yang casually rested his blade on his shoulder. Then I'll just slash them apart again. This isn't my first rodeo with undead dragons. Recover as many times as you like. I'll crush you until nothing remains. His blade flashed, severing the skeletal joints in an instant. With one final roar, the black dragon Athos unleashed its fury. Below, a mountain of white dragon bones lay silent. Su Yang let out a cold laugh. I'm still not entirely sure what the point of this trial was, but at least it's finally over. That actually took a bit of effort. Su Yang mounted the black dragon, continuing his ascent. It seemed this path was a straight shot to the peak. A swirling vortex appeared ahead. What is it this time? Suddenly the anomaly tried to devour him. Su Yang barely managed to grab the cliff edge, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall in this system Manhwa trap. He let out a breath. That was close, but relief was short-lived. Su Yang gasped in shock. What's happening? Dark energy was invading Athos's body, and the black dragon writhed in agonizing pain. Soft footsteps echoed against the stone. An unknown figure, sword in hand, approached the precipice where Su Yang hung. He forced a smile. Do these deadly surprises ever end? The stranger thrust his blade down. Su Yang swung sideways, clinging to the rock face with a single hand. Their eyes met a cold, piercing gaze. Position switch. A deadly pursuit began. The assailant stabbed relentlessly while Su Yang dodged with desperate precision. Seeing an opening, he vaulted onto the summit, but a lethal sword intent slashed toward him. Su Yang leaned back, barely evading the edge of the blade. Finally found an opening. The enemy's eyes glowed a demonic red in the darkness, radiating an eerie, ghostly aura. Was that the power of the ancient devourer? A narrow terrain where flight is forbidden, plus a high-level assassin to finish the job? This is a maliciously designed death trap. It reminds me of that sadistic game developer from the UK. Su Yang gripped his bone sword tight. The black dragon I worked so hard to tame has vanished just like that. I'm going to lose my mind. I don't care if you're the ancient devourer or a nameless hero. I'm chopping you into bits. The figure interrupted with a fragmented voice. The flames test qualification. Jiaoxiet. Passed the trial. Across the chasm, the black dragon was regenerating, engulfed in explosive energy. Su Yang realized Athos is rebuilding his body through continuous incineration. Is it testing the density of his bloodline? If he can't endure it, he'll die for real. Hang in there. Athos. Su Yang turned back to the mysterious swordsman. And you? Are you the nameless hero? The figure replied robotically, Who are you? Su Yang introduced himself. I am Su Yang from Longxia. But the figure just repeated the question. Who are you? Su Yang flinched. What does he mean, asking twice? Has he seen through my disguise? Does he sense that I am also a monarch of original sin impossible? He stared at the blade in the stranger's hand. A sense of doom washed over him. That sword is... Suddenly, a black shadow loomed. Su Yang's heart stopped. Too fast, I'm in trouble. A pillar of crimson energy erupted into the sky, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Su Yang stumbled, bracing for impact, but... Wait, it doesn't hurt. My health points haven't dropped at all. What is going on? The figure stuttered. Repair. Failed. You are... Su Yang lunged forward. I don't get what's happening, but I'm taking you down first. The enemy displayed supernatural flexibility, dodging the strike, before countering with a lethal slash. Su Yang barely blocked it with his dragonbone blade. They vanished, moving faster than the eye could track. Countless sparks flew as steel clashed against steel. In this leveling Manhwa showdown, Su Yang was being pushed back. The enemy vaulted high, preparing a finisher. Fear flashed across Su Yang's face as the blade descended. Desperate, he clamped his teeth onto the enemy's sword. With the opponent's weapon locked in his jaw, Su Yang swung his own blade for a counterstrike. He spat the captured blade into his hand. Who knew maxing out my stats would make my teeth indestructible? Thick smoke obscured his vision. I know winning won't be easy. He is a legendary hero after all. But disarmed and weakened, his defeat is only a matter of time. Come at me. Suddenly the figure slumped to the ground. Su Yang paused, stunned. You are. So that's how it is. The hero extended the blade toward him. This sword, I entrust to you. The crimson blade rested in Su Yang's grip, radiating heat. Before fading away, the hero whispered a final request. Go. Kill. Glorious. Su Yang frowned. I don't even know who that is. Kill Glorious who? If this is related to the nameless hero's legend, could it be... Suddenly the system chimed. New user detected. Scanning resistance and repair protocols. Error detected. Binding mark unknown. Repairer is unlocking weapon traits. A classic awakening Manhwa prompt appeared. Item info transcendental rank Crimson Sky Sword. Mark damaged. Status ownerless. Su Yang stared at the panel. Why is everything marked as unknown? Transcendental. Is there a tier even higher than divine artifacts? And what the hell is a repairer? New text scrolled across his vision. Transcendental Crimson Sky Sword. Repair cost Red Moon Core. Initiating repair strike. Energy supplement 152. Su Yang's eyes widened. It consumes Red Moon Cores. Repair strike. What does that even mean? A crimson core appeared in his hand. Su Yang tapped the holographic button. Let's test this out. Energy tendrils from the sword lashed out, wrapping around the core. Energy supplement 153. One Red Moon Core only adds a single point of energy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the earth. Su Yang beamed. That was Athos. Seeing the massive beast, Su Yang nodded. Looks like you've completed your inheritance. The ghostly flames were gone. A notification popped up. The necrotic flame monster has been devoured by Black Dragon Athos. Unless Athos's energy is depleted, these undead creatures are now immortal. Su Yang recalled the lore. It's just like a necromancer class. That makes my dragon a spellcaster. No, wait. He should be called the Undead Dragon King. Su Yang glanced at the piles of bones nearby. Even these skeletal dragons have been resurrected. They're Athos's minions now. The black dragon took flight, leading his new army into the sky. Su Yang grinned at the possibilities. If I just feed Athos enough elite boss monsters, I'll have an unstoppable undead legion at my command. He's not just a normal necromancer. He's practically a Lich King. This inheritance is overpowered. Above the bone dragon's levels began to appear, showing numbers like 43, Year 3, Year 4, 145. Su Yang stared at the floating digits, puzzled. Since when did these stats appear? They definitely weren't there before. Wait. Could this be the hidden effect of the Scarlet Sword? A surge of energy erupted around Dragonbone number 42. Su Yang had only unleashed a single slash, yet the reaction was immediate. The repair sequence dissipated, leaving behind only a blinding halo of light. It was dazzling. He stood there, mesmerized by the glow. A system notification popped up. This repair will increase the Red Moon pollution level. However, the pollution increase was listed as exactly 0%. Supplemental energy Red 111. Su Yang looked at the Scarlet Sword in terror. Was this blade directly overriding the rules of reality? It seemed even undead creatures could be forcefully resurrected, and they could be instantly killed too. This ability was simply too broken even for a main character. But why did the notification appear twice, and why was the cost 0%? Both times surely at 100% there would be a price to pay. Previously, the nameless hero had tried using the repair function on him with no success. Was there something special about Su Yang's body? Or perhaps this was a glitch unique to this system Manhwa world. He asked the system, "You got any ideas?" Meeting only silence. Su Yang decided to shelve the mystery. If the system wouldn't react, he would figure it out later. Athos had received his legacy, and Su Yang had obtained a god-tier artifact that defied the heavens. Although he didn't gain any experience points during this run of the Dragon Soul Secret Realm, the harvest had far exceeded his expectations. However, Red Moon Cores were incredibly rare, and the only way to obtain them was through the random event of a Red Moon invasion at the Job Change Temple. To get more information, he needed to find someone with access to the temple's archives. But first, he had to get out of here. The teleportation formation was finally opening up. Outside, two massive dragons stood guard. Hazel stared blankly at the energy pillar in the distance. The exit is open. Lena looked worried. Why so suddenly? Hazel nudged her. Sister Lena, you go ahead, I'll wait here. Lena asked, waiting for Su Yang. Suddenly the two giant dragons began to tremble violently. Lena was confused. What's happening to them? Hazel knew instantly. He was back. A black dragon descended from the sky, its pressure crushing the surroundings. Su Yang commanded calmly, "Tell them to quiet down, Athos." The black dragon loomed over the others. With a low growl, it commanded silence. The beasts went mute instantly. Lena watched in shock as the dragons froze. Why couldn't they move? Hazel noticed the black dragon's form had grown significantly larger. Had it gained new power inside the secret realm? Su Yang stepped down, his voice polite but commanding. "Thanks for your hard work. The realm is open now. You two can leave. And naturally, I hope you won't mention what happened here to anyone. Keeping this secret is best for me and for your own safety." Lena hesitated, but Hazel agreed immediately. "Don't worry. We promise never to speak of what occurred here." She looked at him with admiration. "Because looking into your eyes, I can tell you are a good person." She had wanted to talk more, but it seemed the opportunity had passed. Su Yang paused, stunned by her words. The teleportation gate swirled open. Hazel waved. See you next time. Su Yang internalized the compliment. So in her eyes he was a good person. Probably. What a perceptive girl. But the situation outside was complicated. He couldn't just walk out like this. He needed a plan. He recalled the appearance of Rhea. Based on his deduction, since the world had unlocked faction quests, if humans could become demons, then demons should logically be able to join the human faction as well. It was time to verify this theory. The system immediately triggered the Return to the Demon Castle quest. Looking at the monsters around him, Su Yang smirked. This abyssal demon realm was getting livelier by the day. The interface updated abyssal demon one-way entry restriction removed. The demons of the abyss were now free to leave. They could enter the outside world. His theory was confirmed. It was exactly as he predicted. If a normal demon left the abyss, they would just be fodder. They would just be experience points for humans. But what if the king of original sin walked out? Su Yang summoned Sita. Heed my call. Sita materialized from the shadows. Your servant answers the summons, my great monarch. I can feel your power recovering. Your glory will finally be rebuilt. Su Yang asked, Sita, can you pass through the abyss gate right now? She hesitated. My liege, I must test it first. Su Yang commanded, then go. In the freezing cold of the northern Siberian plains, the abyss gate stood at -30 degrees. 2 guards shivered and complained. How much longer do we have to rot in this hellhole? Even if a demon came out, it would freeze into a popsicle instantly. Sita stepped through the gate. She felt her power suppress, but the guards froze in terror. It's a demon. They can exit to the outside world now. The other guard shouted, inform the high priest immediately. Sita looked bored. So noisy. A flash of crimson light sliced the air. The heads of the 2 guards flew off. Sita walked alone on the icy path, then stopped. I've confirmed I can cross the gate. Time to report back to the monarch. Receiving the news, Su Yang was surprised. Even though she could exit, her power was nerfed significantly. She was reduced to the level of a mere demigod. He pondered. Was it because the expansion pack for the Stairway to Divinity hadn't launched yet? Maybe the world wasn't ready to handle a god-tier entity in this awakening Manhwa narrative. But even so, Sita's stats and power still far outstripped those 9th Circle demigod job changers outside. The Dragon Soul Secret Realm only had 6 or 7 of those weaklings. Killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Su Yang ordered, I want you to walk the earth and punish the disrespectful in my name. Sita bowed. Your subordinate obeys. Su Yang then projected an image. After that, bring this person to me. When I slumber, he is my representative. Seeing him is the same as seeing me. Sita was shocked to see the image was of a human. Not far away near the teleportation formation, Augustine was interrogating Tang Zhan. You broke the treaty. Explain yourself. Why did Su Yang enter the Dragon Soul Secret Realm, and why after he appeared did we start attacking each other and even turn on our elf allies? Tang Zhan played dumb. I have nothing to explain, and I have no idea why any of that happened. Augustine was speechless. Elder Asilian stepped forward. The honor of the royal guard cannot be tarnished. When that boy comes out, I will take him directly to the elf court for interrogation. And you will accompany us as well. You have time to think of an excuse. Tang Zhan replied coldly. You want to interrogate me. You'll have to see if you have the skill to back that up. Try me, Asilian threatened. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just then Lina returned. We're back. Hazel sensed the atmosphere was wrong. Why does everyone look so serious? Tokugawa felt a bad omen. Why only 2 of you? Where is Su Yang? Augustine grabbed Lina's arm. And what about the people from the Elf Kingdom? Where have they gone? The girls reported the news. Hazel continued the cover story. From the moment we entered, we were separated. I was only with Sister Lina. Leah and I were warped to the same coordinates, but the dungeon's chaotic mana separated us instantly. She spun a convincing lie about getting lost, claiming we found 0 treasure and nearly lost our lives instead. Before we could even process the situation, a blinding light engulfed us. The system teleported us right back to the secret realm's entrance, the gates standing wide open. Playing it cool, we just strolled out. Maybe the others are just lagging behind, Kugaya stammered, sweating bullets. Is that really what happened? Meanwhile, Eslian's eyes narrowed, a cold thought crossing her mind. What a waste. If this girl is telling the truth, someone must have successfully claimed the hidden inheritance. And if the dungeon is cleared, the system should have auto-ejected every other awakener by now. So why was the exit silent? Had an unexpected catastrophe befallen the elite squad? Impatient and suspicious, the elder grabbed both girls, his grip like iron. You 2 are coming back to the Elf Kingdom for a little interrogation. But Tokugawa stepped in his aura, flaring. "Hold it right there. What do you think you're doing?" Augustin stood firm, shielding them. "These girls are under our protection. Back off." Eslian pointed a trembling finger, her voice dripping with venom. "If you old fools protect them, you can kiss our alliance goodbye. And if anything has happened to the three princes, or the heir of the Lauren clan, you will pay in blood." Suddenly, Asu interjected, his tone slick and oily. "Master Augustin, Lord Tokugawa, please consider the bigger picture. Unlike these unripe talents, we are the ones destined to complete the world mission and unlock the divine class. We are humanity's true hope. Imagine the devastation if we lose the Elven Alliance now. When the Monarch of Original Sin descends, who among you can stop him without our combined strength?" The veterans hesitated, their resolve wavering. Eslian smirked, pleased by the snake's words. Finally, someone with a brain. "I assume you're ready to formalize the alliance. Then I will relay your sincerity to Her Majesty Queen Shiva." Asu nodded eagerly. Yes, absolutely." The two schemers were perfectly in sync. What a spineless hypocrite. Suddenly, the sky tore open. A pitch-black rift shattered the atmosphere, expanding rapidly. Augustin's instincts screamed as a terrifying aura stepped through the void. Augustin turned pale. "Sita, the Monarch of Pride." Eslian gasped, her arrogance vanishing. "Impossible. How did she escape the abyssal prison?" The demoness looked down at them with pure disdain. "I wondered who dared summon me. Turns out it's just insects." Augustin prepared for combat. "Her aura is unstable. She's weakened." He activated a forbidden tier appraisal skill to uncover the truth. Boss info demigod, Sita Monarch of Pride. In this brutal awakening, Manhwa reality stats determined survival, but hers were hidden by question marks. Yet Augustin's experience told him enough. There was no doubt her divinity had shattered, reducing her power to that of a mere demigod. Augustin roared, "Forget the politics. We must unite to take her down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slay a monarch." Sita yawned. "Struggle all you want." Augustin barked orders. "Tangjan, you take the vanguard. Everyone else support us. Listen up. Unless we strike with lethal intent to kill her, regeneration will negate all damage. Do you understand?" The raid party unleashed hell. Asu watched from the back, his mind racing like a calculator. "I'll toss out a few buffs. If this battle goes south, I'm the first one out of here." System buff activated. Righteous Samurai. Like a classic support skill in a system, Manhwa, all nearby allies gained a massive 20% physical attack boost and 1% HP regeneration per second. System buff activated. Spirit Beast's Roar. Magic attack and defense surged by 15%, while everyone's max HP broke its limit by an extra 10%. Augustin slammed his staff, summoning the Heaven and Earth Thunder Calamity. Tangjan followed up with his ultimate Extreme Destruction Fist. Energy blasts flooded the sky, drowning Sita in a sea of apocalyptic fire. Sita frowned, a drop of blood appearing. "I was actually wounded." Augustin cheered, hope burning in his eyes. "It's working. She's not invincible. Pour everything you have into the next strike." But Sita just laughed. "Pathetic ants. You managed to scratch me, I'll give you that. But did you really think this meager DPS could kill a queen?" Suddenly, a void of absolute darkness opened behind her. "Everyone, get in." System warning, boss skill, Domain of Darkness activated. This exclusive ability dragged every enemy within 500 meters into a pocket dimension. Inside the barrier, all stats would be slashed by 50%. The awakened screamed as gravity collapsed, dragging them helplessly toward the abyss. "What is this? I can't break free." Augustin struggled against the suction, but his eyes widened in shock. "Why aren't those three being pulled in?" Leah and Hiko stood completely still, crying out, "Lord Tokugawa, Master Augustin." Tangjen stood rooted to the ground, unaffected. An explosion rocked the earth behind Leah. Emerging from the dust like a phantom, Suyang commanded, "Activate Soul Brand. I order you." Tangjan froze as the mental shackle took hold. The martial god's eyes went blank. Without a word, he grabbed the two girls and launched into the sky. "Come with me." Hiko gasped, "Huh," before being whisked away. Watching them vanish into the spatial rift, Suyang exhaled. "That buys us some time. Safe travels, God of War." He turned his gaze to Sita. "Looks like the stage is finally clear." Sita eyed him skeptically. "This frail human is the representative the monarch spoke of. He's weaker than a slime." She descended gracefully, her heels clicking on the ruined earth. "I don't know what the monarch saw in you. Calling you an ant would be an insult to ants." Suyang shrugged, his expression bored. "Perhaps." He walked past her, his voice commanding. "Now, Sita, drop the arrogance. We have an errand to run. Go fetch someone for me." Sita's body moved on its own. "Understood." What was that? For a split second, I felt the Monarch's absolute authority. She shook it off. No, just a hallucination. Meanwhile, back at Su Yang's safe house, Lilith was peacefully watering the garden. Suddenly, a gale force wind screamed through the yard. A dark shadow blitzed toward the villa. The watering can crashed to the grass. Lilith stumbled back, terror seizing her heart. Ah! Before she could run, a claw made of pure shadow snatched her up. You're coming with me. Let me go, who are you? The shadow retracted instantly into a portal. Standing there watching the space close was Su Yang. Silence returned to the villa, but the storm was just beginning elsewhere. Back at the dungeon entrance, the raid team sat defeated in the dirt. Tokugawa wiped blood from his lip. The power gap. It was insurmountable. Augustin's mind, however, was on a different tragedy. He turned to the survivors, desperation in his voice. Did anyone see Tang Zhan before the domain closed? Tokugawa shook his head. No. But Asu, the opportunist, saw his chance. Actually, right before the darkness took us, I saw him. Tang Zhan wasn't affected by the gravity field at all. It was as if Sita didn't even consider him an enemy. Augustin's eyes bulged. Asu, watch your words. What are you implying? Asu feigned hesitation. I have a dark theory. What if Tang Zhan and the Dragonxia Empire have betrayed humanity? What if they've allied with the demons? Preposterous, Augustin roared. Tang Zhan is a hero. He would never stab humanity in the back. Asu's voice turned cold and sharp. Master Augustin, I know he's your friend. But stop covering for him. Look at the facts. I'm sure others here saw the exact same thing. A voice from the crowd piped up. He's right. I saw it too. The Demon Queen completely ignored him. It doesn't add up. Murmurs of treason spread like wildfire. Did the war god really sell us out? Asu smiled internally, twisting the knife deeper. And think back to when we were waiting outside the dragon spirit realm. This was planned all along. Did we not descend into a frenzy of fratricide without reason? That power. It defies all logic. Who possesses the authority to puppet us like strings on a marionette without us even noticing? No mere mortal could orchestrate such chaos unless they forged a pact with the abyss itself. And look at the aftermath. Su Yang was explicitly barred from entry, yet he successfully infiltrated the dragon spirit's secret realm. Who reaped the rewards? Su Yang. The Longxia Empire. Even Augustin cannot refute this truth, a force strong enough to dominate my will. A force I was completely oblivious to. This isn't power. A ninth-turn demigod should possess. Tokugawa's voice cut through the air like a blade. That logic is flawed. He countered. It wasn't just Tang Zhan. My nation's Hanako and the Eagle Federation's Lina were there too. Do you accuse them of colluding with devils? A tall grit his teeth, thinking, damn it, those two wenches are too weak to matter. I nearly overlooked that detail. He grasped for a straw. Any excuse would do. It was Tang Zhan. He detained them to monopolize the secret realm for himself. Tokugawa's suspicion was easily baited. That theory actually holds water. Atol's mind raced. I don't know what transpired with Tang Zhan, but he suffered the fewest casualties among us. The gap between our strengths is widening into a chasm. I must crush him now. Furthermore, Baganu's fate remains a total mystery. Only those two little girls witnessed the truth of the dragon spirit realm. If I can spark a war between them and Tang Zhan, the secrets of the dungeon could still be mine. My grand design for the Shiva kingdom cannot tolerate another failure. He raised his voice. Think about it. Tang Zhan's actions reek of conspiracy. He is the anomaly. The seeds of doubt began to sprout. Implausible perhaps, but not impossible. He sealed the deal. We must confront Tang Zhan immediately. But the moment the words left his lips, space warped. A fist materialized behind him, slamming into his face with the force of a freight train. Atol was launched backward like a ragdoll. If you dare spew more filth about me, I won't hesitate to send you to the respawn point right here and now. Augustin demanded answers. You owe us an explanation. Why did the West Tower's barrier reject you? Why did you vanish into thin air just now? Where did you go? Tang Zhan's expression was cold steel. I have nothing to say to you. If your suspicion runs so deep, let the High Priestess of the Holy City judge my soul. Lina stepped forward, her voice trembling but firm. War god Tang. He carried us to safety himself. He took us to the Xia border and immediately returned. Hanako added, but that uncle acted strange, as if something else was pulling his strings. Augustin pondered the implications. If Tang Zhan volunteers for the Holy City's judgment, the chance of him serving the Abyss is near zero. It was common knowledge in this system Manhwa world. The High Priestess possesses the divine eye of truth. Tokugawa speculated, could that brat Su Yang from Longxia be the one dancing with devils? The thought crossed all their minds simultaneously. Is he the mastermind? But they dismissed the notion, instantly laughing at their own absurdity. A mere fourth-turn job changer. He lacks the qualifications to even stand on this stage. Augustin made the call. Then we march to the Holy City. The High Priestess will decide all, including the Elf Kingdom debacle. Atoll, nursing his bruised face, swore a silent vendetta. Tang Zhan, I will make you pay in blood. Upon arrival at the Holy City, Ophinia's voice rang out like a bell. Are you all certain your souls are free of the Abyss's stain? No. If we were puppets, would we not be blind to our own strings? The group affirmed their innocence. Suddenly a divine light manifested beside Tang Zhan. The light confirmed it. Tang Zhan spoke the absolute truth. No wonder his aura was unwavering. His conscience was clear as crystal. She turned her gaze. Since the veterans are clear, what about you two? Regarding your testimony of the dragon spirit's secret realm, are you certain you harbor no deceit? Halos of light formed over Lina and Hanako, only to flicker and die. For a suste sarm. Miao internal panic set in. We're doomed. The Holy Priestess's power is absolute. Su Yang, forgive us. Her divine insight is inescapable. Augustin roared at Lina. You dared to deceive me. Tokugawa's fury turned on his kin. Hanako, what treachery are you hiding? Speak the truth, or not even your father's pleas will save you from my wrath. Tang Zhan's mind worked furiously. Does this truly lead back to Su Yang? He recalled his intelligence reports, the interrogations of Wu Yun, Bailing, and Xue Qian. He had dug into the boy's past, questioning every classmate. From his former guild to the temple priests who awakened him, the consensus was fragmented yet consistent, a prodigy. Overwhelmingly powerful, terrifyingly calm, but not a monster. Even if he walks the path of the abyss, why would he save me? Why spare these girls? If the final verdict proves, if Su Yang is truly an agent of the abyss, do I execute him, or? Ophinia interrupted his internal conflict. Since the veil of lies has been torn away, your silence is futile. Concealing the truth now will only bring catastrophe. If you cannot speak here, follow me to the confession chamber, Arisarke. Judgment awaits, Lina whispered frantically. If she detects the lie, she might already know the truth. Hanako nodded, defeated. Sister Lina, we have to tell the story. She bowed low. High Priestess, please grant us the mercy of the confession chamber. We will reveal everything. Ophinia nodded gracefully. Very well. Follow me. Before entering, their eyes locked onto Atoll with a strange intensity, leaving him bewildered. 10 minutes later, Ophinia emerged. She pointed her holy staff directly at him. Atoll Hazan, did you conspire to incite Beganu of the Shiva kingdom? Did you order the slaughter of every challenger in the secret realm? Atoll's heart skipped a beat. What? He stammered, cold sweat breaking out. Terror gripped his soul. How does she know? Did those brats talk? Did they capture Beganu? No, that's impossible. According to the witnesses, Su Yang exposed Beganu's treachery and executed him. The girls were mere bystanders. Now judgment falls upon the instigator. The question is simple, is Su Yang the sinner? Or does the blood stain your hands? Atoll Hazan, answer me. Yes. Or no. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Su Yang is only a fourth turn. How could he slaughter a sixth turn like Beganu? But the power scaling didn't matter now. The focus was on the snake in the grass. Atoll, you scumbag, you were pulling the strings all along. He tried to brazen it out. I did no such thing. The truth light flared and instantly died, a confirmation of deceit. The matter is settled, Ophinia declared. In the name of the divine, I grant execution rights to war god Tang Zhan. Atoll Hazan of Shiva is sentenced to triple capital punishment. Detain him in the holy city until the day of reckoning. Atoll collapsed to his knees. My lady. How did it come to this? Tang Zhan's aura erupted into a blazing inferno. Atoll. It seems the representatives of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Eagle Federation are innocent. This entire charade. You just wanted to frame Su Yang to cover your own filth, didn't you? Even at death's door, he spat venom. Tang Zhan, don't you dare slander me. Yes, I planned a purge, but I never touched the abyss, and Su Yang isn't a saint. He slaughtered the elf. The elf prince was inside that dungeon. If I am a sinner, so is Su Yang. So is your entire nation of Longxia. You obstructed the Grand Elf Alliance. That crime is heavier than mine. You are the true traitors to humanity. Tang Zhan didn't let him finish. Die, you piece of trash. His fist connected like a meteor impact, sending Atoll flying into oblivion. He crawled back from death's door, gasping for air like a drowning dog. Tang Zhan wasn't finished with him yet, unleashing a violent assault. I'm not done with you. Flames erupted from Tang Zhan's hands, consuming the villain in an inferno of judgment. As Atoll revived once more, Tang Zhan delivered the final verdict. Drag yourself to the dungeon and await your execution. Atul's voice dripped with venom. Tangjan, mark my words. You will pay for this. But the moment the threat left his lips, cold steel pressed against his throat. 2 spear points signaled the end. The game was up. The Shiva Kingdom would soon face the consequences of their treachery. Desperation fueled his final gambit. He had to flip the board. Brother, heed my final command before the seal takes me. Tell the Elf Kingdom that Su Yang slaughtered their prince. Align the Shiva Kingdom with the Abyss immediately. Join the demons and avenge me. Atul seized the split second to transmit the message. A faint light pierced the darkness. Su Yang watched the spectacle with a cold smirk. So, the Shiva Kingdom wants to crawl into bed with the demons. Talk about digging your own grave. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh as the cage closed around his enemy. Oh, poor foolish Atul. You calculated every move, every variable in this Manhwa recap, but you never calculated this. That I am the true Lord of the Abyss. Su Yang's eyes gleamed. Your escape route just became a dead end. If the Shiva Kingdom joins the demons, they become my playthings. I'll gladly accept this grand offering. You have no one to blame but yourself for the nightmare that is coming. You brought this doom upon your own head. As for the Elf Kingdom, besides Lilith, every single spirit I've met reeks of arrogance. They parade around like gods among men looking down their noses at us. If I didn't know better, I'd think they all possessed power on par with Seta to be acting so insane. But they are merely a race that used to touch divinity. Just wait until I ascend as the monarch of original sin and become a true god. I'll teach those high and mighty elves a lesson. I will show them who the real master is. Perhaps I'll even take an elf as a slave just to prove a point. Su Yang dusted off his hands. Meeting adjourned. It is time to get to work. He gazed up at the demonic statue. Because of the dragon spirit realm and the prying eyes of the holy city, my leveling has been stagnant for too long. But the chains are off. Now I sprint toward demigod status, Chi. Demon Empress Livia watched him approach, puzzled. My lord, why choose such a fragile human as your envoy? It baffles the mind. Su Yang cut her off cold. Do not question me. Just obey. She swallowed her pride, fighting down the rising irritation. Understood, Livia bowed. Internally, she reasoned that the monarch's will was absolute. It was wiser to build a relationship with his representative than to question fate. But damn it, why did Seta get the envoy position? I could have handled it perfectly. The bitterness gnawed at her. She was not resigned to this. Suddenly the system interface flashed, level 100 reached. 4th class limit broken. Initiating 5th class awakening. Legendary promotion quest 1 star. 5th transfer quest 2 stars. Su Yang grinned. This process mirrors the job temple perfectly. Which means I can rig the system and set up a VIP pass for the demon temple too. His mind raced, formulating a plan worthy of a system Manhwa protagonist. First, I'll let the high-tier demons complete their class transfer missions. I'll set the difficulty to 5 stars in the demon temple. They'll be forced to face the Crimson Moon erosion. They must slay the Crimson Decay monsters to drop the Crimson Moon essence. Then as the Lord of Original Sin, I'll demand that essence as tribute. Why is the essence so rare? Because so few survive the 5-star transfer supply and demand. But if I manipulate the system to mass-produce 5-star transfers, I can harvest an ocean of Crimson Moon essence. Infinite resources will flow right into my pockets. The energy problem for the Flying Rainbow Sword is solved. With that kind of power, I'll be unstoppable. I'll slaughter gods and massacre Buddhas if they stand in my way. Perfection. The system chimed again. 5th transfer quest 5-star difficulty. Double rewards. Objective 1, slaughter 10 5th transfer demons. Objective 2, kill 10 human job holders. Not just any demons, 5th transfer elites. Rewards evolve class to Mystic Martial Demon Spirit the Soul Reaper. 2, ascend to legendary rank. 3, life form evolution. Base stats increased by 50%. 4 new class skills, and 1,000 free attribute points. Su Yang rubbed his chin. Short description, massive difficulty. Classic. This won't be a walk in the park. This leveling Manhwa just got real. Only the true chosen ones can survive a 5-star transfer mission. Asking a 4th tier to kill a 5th tier is suicide for most. This is the wall that separates the geniuses from the fodder. The gap is about to widen. This is where the God-chosen truly rise. Su Yang smirked confidently. But for me, killing a 5th tier, that's barely a warm-up. I'll take a stroll through the abyss and clear the first objective. Meanwhile, in the Shiva Kingdom's Ganges temple, Amino paced back and forth, sweat beading on his forehead. Why is there no news? The anxiety is eating me alive. If Biganu secures the ancient Devourer legacy, nothing will stop the Shiva Kingdom's glorious ascent. We will crush Dragonxia, we will surpass the Eagle Federation. We will stand alone as the world's supreme superpower. We won't even need those pointy-eared elves anymore. Just killing the Lord of Original Sin triggers the world quest. Ding-dong, a notification. Amino beamed. Finally. But as he read the message, his blood ran cold. What? Beganu? Failed? Dead? Impossible. He trembled violently, the tablet slipping from his grasp. How could this happen? He was my pride, my masterpiece. His beast-taming talent eclipsed even my own. He was destined for the 9th transfer. Why? How could a 4th-tier piece of trash kill my genius son? Amino gripped the table until the wood splintered. He forced himself to breathe. Calm down. The truth is out. My brother is doomed. The Job Temple enforcers will be knocking on our doors any second. I must make a choice, now. Amino's mind raced. Joining the demons means betraying humanity itself. There is no turning back from that abyss. But my son's death shall not be in vain. He bit his lip until it bled. You forced my hand. Meanwhile, at the holy city of Euphemia, the gavel had fallen on Atul. Now let us discuss this anomaly, Su Yang, Augustine announced. A 4th tier defeating a 6th tier like Biganu, that stretches credibility, but I can accept it. But killing Prince Eric, a 7th tier powerhouse, that is utter madness. Leah stepped forward. I swear on my life it is the truth. Please, you must believe me. Augustine sighed. It's not that I call you a liar. The high priest confirmed it. But logic defies it. Tell us again, exactly what happened. Leah recounted the horror. Su Yang. He used some kind of artifact. It locked Eric in place instantly. I've never seen such magic in any awakening manhwa. Eric was conscious, his eyes were wide with terror. But he was paralyzed. No skills, no items. Just a statue waiting to be shattered. It was total domination. At least the status effect hasn't faded yet. Barker narrowed his eyes, analyzing the data. Does this look like some kind of confinement debuff to you? Usually when a low-tier player attacks a high-tier awakener, their damage and crowd control duration are drastically reduced. She nodded, confirming the basic laws of this leveling manhwa world. Level suppression is absolute. It's the iron rule of our existence, which is why no sane person challenges a superior opponent. Augustine knew this well, but logic has completely abandoned us when it comes to Su Yang. Either he's masking a monstrous true level, or he possesses a god-tier artifact, more powerful enough to shatter the suppression laws entirely. Tangjan interjected. Whatever method Su Yang used, he only struck back in self-defense. He didn't draw first blood. In my eyes, he is innocent. Tokugawa shook his head grimly. To us, perhaps. But to the Spirit Kingdom, this is an unforgivable crime. Whispers of anxiety erupted in the hall. True Su Yang was just protecting himself. But will the Spirit Monarch see it that way? One of their beloved princes was just slaughtered inside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. If we don't offer them a blood-debt explanation, our alliance will crumble into dust. Suddenly, outside the door, a messenger burst in, gasping for air. Grand Priestess emergency. Ophelia frowned. Speak. After a whispered report, she slammed her staff down, the sound echoing like thunder. This council is adjourned. Das Atoll has corrupted Amino. They are inciting the Shiva Kingdom to pledge allegiance to the demon faction. The guards at the Abyss entrance have already been wiped out. Bodies litter the ground, silent and cold. Amino, the architect of this betrayal, sneered internally. If the holy inheritance won't make me the strongest, then I shall embrace the darkness to exact my vengeance. The great monarch of original sin will grant us sanctuary. We only need time to evolve. He declared aloud to his followers, just you wait. When we return from the abyss, the blood of our enemies will flood the Ganges River. At that moment, Asura approached the fallen priest. Amino snapped, status report. Asura bowed low. We have successfully transferred 20,000 units. All are legend rank awakeners or higher, entering the abyss layers systematically to control the corruption rate. Over 1,000 have already completed their demonization process, and are marching toward the demon city. Once fully turned, they cease all friendly fire. In the distance, another subordinate scrambled forward in panic. Priest Amino disaster. The job change temple's enforcers have arrived. They're arresting our people and convincing the lower castes to resist the abyss. Amino's face twisted in shock. What? He grabbed the man's collar. Are the Brahmins and Kshatriyas still moving? The scout stammered. 70% of the Brahmins are through. And 60% of the Kshatriyas. Amino's eyes flashed with cruelty. Prioritize the Brahmins, use the remaining Kshatriyas to command the disposable commoners. Throw them at the job change temple as meat shields to buy us time. The subordinates bowed in unison. Yes, sir. Amino ground his teeth, his mind racing. Those weaklings won't hold for long. I'll have to sacrifice the remaining elites. Amino swore a blood oath. I will return to reclaim everything. He turned and vanished into the shadows of the abyss. Floor 20. The abyss. In the suffocating darkness, the newly transformed demons gathered. One flexed his claws. This power, it's intoxicating. My base stats shot up by 4%. His companions scoffed. Only 4%. I rolled a 6% attribute boost. Two others walked ahead, speculating wildly. What do you think the demon city actually looks like? Bet there are some succulent succubi waiting for us. Hey, I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly. They laughed, exchanging rumors like currency. I heard the temple allied with Longxia just to target our Shiva kingdom. Those Longxia bastards are just jealous, green with envy at our rapid awakening speed. Just wait. Under the monarchs of original sin, we'll become invincible. Then we'll wipe Longxia off the map. Rumor has it the spirit kingdom favors us. Once we secure that alliance, we will rule supreme. Heavy footsteps echoed. A figure emerged from the gloom, Su Yang, half his face swallowed by shadow. The demon paused. Who the hell are you? Su Yang smirked. Take a guess. The demon roared, mocking me die. A blast of energy engulfed Su Yang. An explosion rocked the cavern, but as the smoke cleared, his HP bar hadn't dropped a single point. Su Yang dusted off his shoulder. Calm down. I am a guide from the demon city sent to welcome new awakening Manhwa recruits. The group froze in confusion. A guide. Su Yang put on a harmless smile. That's right. I was one of the first to embrace the darkness, so the demon priest assigned me to escort fresh blood like you. The leader relaxed his arrogance, returning. Is that so? Then lead the way, servant. Su Yang turned his eyes glinting. Right this way. He led them to a towering, ominous statue. Behold the outpost of the demon city. As our faction grows, this fortress will expand. Think of it as the dark reflection of the holy city. This statue is the heart of our system Manhwa power structure. And the only respawn point for our kind. If you die, you revive right here. The demon nodded, impressed. Not bad. The abyss is more convenient than I thought. Staring at Su Yang's back, he asked, Hey kid, where you from, Sakura Koryo or Longxia? Su Yang turned slowly. Me, I'm from Longxia. Longxia brother, good to meet you. The demon grinned. So does this place have rules like the surface, you know? Like, players cannot attack each other. Su Yang tapped his chin. Oh, absolutely. PvP inside the city is strictly forbidden by the High Priest. The punishment is excruciating. The demon's eyes narrowed. And outside the city, no safe zones in the wild abyss, right? Su Yang's smile widened sharp as a blade. Correct. Out here, the strong devour the weak. Terrifying killing intent flooded the cavern. The demons trembled. What are you doing? Su Yang slowly wiped his blade. Just preparing to slaughter some dogs. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Before they could blink, a sword flash illuminated the dark. Slash. A head rolled onto the floor. The survivors screamed, You traitor, kill him! Su Yang didn't speak. He let his steel sing. Sword aura exploded in a dazzling dance of death. He watched calmly as his plan unfolded perfectly. Soon, only one trembled on his knees. Are you insane? The survivor stammered. The High Priest will execute you for this. Su Yang stepped closer. True. Violence inside the city is a capital offense. And even the priest must obey the system. He raised his blade, the cold steel reflecting the demon's fear. But out here, I am the rules. Schwing blood sprayed like a fountain. The stragglers scrambled in terror. Run. We must warn Lord Amino. Su Yang floated into the air, looking down like a god of war. You've walked into hell. Now stay there forever. Screams of agony echoed through the air. The system window flashed before his eyes. Quest progress update. 5 demon faction targets eliminated. 0 non-demon targets eliminated. Su Yang smirked. The Shiva Kingdom had plenty of fodder for this leveling Manhwa grind. It was time to resume the hunt. I must complete the 5th advancement within 24 hours. Purple flames thick with malice erupted from his hand as he unleashed hell behind him. Su Yang walked away without looking back. As the inferno died down, Livia emerged from the shadows. Her eyes narrowed. The Monarch's chosen proxy. He is more complex than he appears. A mere 4th-tier warrior, slaughtering 6th-tier experts. Why did the Monarch choose him? Is he the key to accelerating the awakening? Can a frail human really bear such a burden? Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland of jagged stone and corpses, the system chimed again. Quest update. 10 demon faction targets eliminated. Demon faction requirement complete. Su Yang sheathed his blade. Next step. I need 10 heads from the non-demon faction. He pulled up the interface to strategize. There should be plenty of unconverted Brahmin aristocrats lingering in the upper layers of the abyss. When they die, they respawn at the Shiva temple. If I let them scatter, they will spread rumors and ruin my plans. That would be annoying. To ace this mission, I need to camp the graveyard. Suddenly a presence pricked his senses. He spun around. Livia, you've been watching, haven't you? She stepped into the light. You sensed me. Not bad for a human. What do you want? Su Yang didn't waste time with pleasantries. He pointed his sword at her throat. As the proxy, I order you. Mobilize the demon faction players. Send them from the demon city to the abyss shallows. Their target, the unconverted Brahmin nobles. I want 10 fifth-tier Brahmin heads on a platter. Do not fail me. The blade hovered less than a centimeter from her skin. Livia swallowed her pride. Understood. But inside she raged. This weakling dares command me. I only obey because of the Monarch's will. Elsewhere, the demon players stared at their screens in shock as the notification popped up. The chat exploded. Look, a new quest seems the boss hates those Brahmin snobs. Let's go teach the newbies a lesson in pain. Chio, I charge. A demon player lunged at a terrified newcomer. Wait, we're on the same side. The demon grinned. Sorry, pal. Nothing personal. Please die for me. Pillars of light erupted at the temple as victims respawned. Those demons are insane. We have to break through their blockade. We need to reconvert to enter the abyss, but the path is guarded. How do we get past such heavy security? One noble sneered. Why not use the Sudra caste as meat shields? The others laughed. Brilliant. The temple guards won't fire on innocent hostages. They are just expendable trash anyway. Dying for us to return to the abyss is the greatest honor of their miserable lives. Before they could finish boasting, swordlight flashed. Heads rolled and blood sprayed the ground. Su Yang stepped out from the shadows. I almost felt guilty. But seeing what filth you are, this is just pest control. He looked at the spawn pillars in the distance. Time to farm these guys on repeat. 1 hour later, the system pinged. 5th advancement quest complete. 10 demon faction kills check. 10 non-demon kills check. Su Yang stood amidst a sea of corpses. Finally done. He opened the logs. Advancement quest complete. Hidden job class unlocked the 3rd sequence Song of Darkness. The description was ominous. A ritual of blood and deadly temptation. Seekers of power will fall into the dark abyss. Objective 1. Reach the 60th floor of the abyss. Solo kill the boss-tier primal demon, the Abyss Roar. Objective 2. Retrieve its core containing the power of the Wrath Monarch. Offer the core to the demon statue to fuse. Su Yang grinned. Perfect. Another hidden quest line just for me. This feels like the Earth Dragon quest. Back then I swapped the item for Black Dragon blood to break the system limits. If I use the Sin Monarch's original dark essence instead of this cheap core, the results will be absolutely game-breaking. Let's go say hello to this Abyss Roar. He rode his skeletal dragon into the gloomy swamp, terrifying the local mobs. Run, it's a bone dragon. The players scattered in fear. Su Yang checked the target. Primal demon boss. Level 150. The massive demon looked down. Who are you? You dare challenge me alone? Su Yang hefted his dragonbone sword. Skip the villain monologue. I'm in a hurry. Come at me. Arrogant fool, pay for your ignorance. A beam of sword energy erupted from the ground. 5 minutes later, the demon collapsed. Impossible. How could I lose? Su Yang shrugged. You're tougher than the silver dragon, I'll give you that. But you're still just a stepping stone. Time to die. The demon's eyes glowed red. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Hidden technique. This attack ignores all defense. Boom smoke covered the battlefield. As it cleared, Su Yang stood there bored. Are you done screaming? The boss gaped. Still alive. Su Yang dusted off his shoulder. Don't you know the anime rule? If there's smoke, there's no damage. HP is at 98%. The demon wept. Who is the real boss here? Su Yang swung his blade. That would be me. Slash. The monster fell. Su Yang stood victorious in this epic awakening Manhwa showdown. He picked up the loot. So this is the demon core. He held the glowing gem unimpressed. In the past, I would have been excited. Now it looks like trash. To get the true power I need to enter the extreme abyss. I'm not ready yet. But I will find another way to claim the throne. The King of Pride's power. I'll have to let the system transfer it to me later. For now, my stats aren't sufficient to absorb it directly, so I can only bestow this terrifying energy upon the King of Original Sin. While the transfer process queued up in the background, we returned to the Demon City. The construction of Su Yang's personal Demon Lord estate was in full swing. Suddenly, Lilith came rushing toward him. Su Yang, you're finally back. She froze, looking around in confusion. Where exactly are we? This was the heart of the abyss, the domain of the Demon Lord. Lilith's eyes went wide, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. The abyssal realm. But you're human. How is this possible? Su Yang smirked with the confidence of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, gesturing casually to the two maids standing behind him. It's a bit complicated. Long story short, I heard the Elf Kingdom puts a bounty on your head again. So I decided to move you to a new map. Don't worry with me here, you're untouchable. These maids will take care of your daily needs. If you need anything, just ask. Lilith struggled internally for a moment before her shoulders slumped. She sat back in the chair, gazing at the floor. All right. Since it's you, Su Yang, I believe you. In the quiet chamber, Lilith reached out, clutching the hem of Su Yang's shirt tightly. But sometimes I wonder, Su Yang, are you truly human? The things you do, they defy all logic. Her face turned crimson, realizing how intimate her question sounded. She quickly lowered her head to hide her flustered expression. I didn't mean anything bad by it. Whether you're human or a demon, I don't care. Seeing Lilith's adorable panic, Su Yang's expression softened into a gentle smile. He placed a hand on her head, patting it gently. Silly girl. Of course I'm human. I just have to do a few things that transcend humanity to survive in this system manhwa world. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the royal elf court. Knight Captain Ashlian, weren't you supposed to be escorting Prince Eric in the human realm? At the end of the long, opulent hallway leading to the throne, a figure knelt trembling before the golden seat of power. The figure on the throne spoke, the voice dripping with cold authority. Why have you returned alone? The elf queen's face was a mask of majestic fury as she glared down at the knight captain, who was prostrate in guilt. Cold sweat poured down Ashlian's face, his body shaking uncontrollably. Your Majesty, Prince Eric, he could not return from the secret realm. The queen's aura exploded outward. What did you say? What happened to my son, Eric? Cass stepped forward, his expression grave. Knight Captain, you better explain clearly. And what of Lord Allen? Ashlian remained with his forehead pressed to the floor. He recalled the terrifying silhouette with purple wings that had descended like a nightmare. I don't know the specifics. I was negotiating with the humans when it happened. The secret realm was suddenly ambushed by the King of Pride. The truth lies with those humans who were there. Unable to contain her rage, the queen slammed her scepter, summoning a violent storm within the hall. Useless. What use is there in keeping you alive? Cass stepped in his face, dark, trying to salvage the situation. Please quell your anger, Your Majesty. Though the Knight Captain is guilty, the priority is to punish the grave sins of the human race. A sinister smile crept onto the queen's face as her eyes went cold. Fine. Grand Arcanist, you will travel to the human realm. Tell those filthy, ignorant, low-level humans to give me an explanation. If they refuse, before the demons destroy their world, my elven bows and magic will enslave them all. The court bowed in unison. As you command, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, back at the human sanctuary, Euphemia stood alone, lost in heavy thoughts about the unfolding manhwa recap. The Pandora's box of the Sava Kingdom has finally been opened. When other nations see the benefits Sava gained by siding with the Abyss, who can guarantee they won't follow suit, the world will descend into chaos. Who will be left to resist the invasion of the Red Moon? She closed her eyes, burdened by the weight of prophecy. Euphemia stood solitary in the vast hall, her scepter a heavy responsibility. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. High Priestess and envoy from the Elf Kingdom has arrived and waits outside the holy city. So soon. Heavy footsteps approached, and frost began to creep across the floor, freezing everything in its path with an overwhelming pressure. Cass entered with unparalleled arrogance, his voice booming. Are you humans prepared to pay the price for your stupidity? His killing intent was suffocating. I have no time for games. Hand over the murderer who killed Prince Eric and Lord Allen. Immediately. He turned, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to change our status from allies to masters. Barker and Lina gasped in shock. What did you say? Watch your tongue, Lord Cass Lawrence. Euphemia's eyes narrowed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. As far as I know, even if the Elf Temple has unlocked the divine class advancement, the last person to reach Godrank was 200 years ago. In 200 years, that god has likely turned to dust. For a race without a deity, aren't you a bit too confident? Cass turned back, his expression eerily calm. You make a fair point. However, we currently possess a level 500 demigod and 2 powerhouses exceeding level 450. I am Cass Lawrence, 9th Circle Mage, level 453. Elf Race Occult Arts Master. Unfortunately for you, I am one of those powerhouses. As his words fell, the color drained from the humans' faces. The air in the hall solidified. Tang Zhan clenched his fists and slammed the table. Rage burned in his eyes. So what? It's just a level suppression. As long as you aren't a true god, you can be killed. In our history, Longxia has created miracles where the weak devoured the strong. If you don't want to ally against the abyssal demons and prefer to invade us instead, then come and try it. This sounds like the start of a war arc in an awakening manhwa. Hearing this, Cass let out a scoff of pure contempt. He squinted, his gaze sharp as a blade. If it were merely a difference in levels, perhaps, you might indeed create a miracle. But what if I told you we possess 2 fully equipped divine artifacts? The room fell dead silent. The humans stood frozen, the weight of that revelation crushing their hope. Cass continued. Good. It seems you understand the gap between us. He switched to a calculating tone. I heard from Ashlian that a kingdom named Sava showed much more sincerity. Which of you represents Sava? Euphemia maintained her composure, though her mind raced. The Sava kingdom is no longer part of the human alliance. They have fallen, choosing to side with the Abyss. Cass raised an eyebrow. Oh, I thought you humans were united. Well, in that case, he stared at the group with predatory intensity. Who among you has enough sincerity to ally with us and hand over the culprit? In the tense silence, Tokugawa suddenly stepped forward, bowing like a servant. Respected Lord. Lord Cass, I know who the murderer is. It is Su Yang of Longxia. Hearing this betrayal, Tang Zhan shot up, grinding his teeth in fury. Tokugawa! You dare— But Tokugawa ignored him, continuing his treacherous explanation. He is the representative of Longxia, and the highest ranked among us. Relying on his strength, he refused the resolution to hand himself over to you. Tokugawa stood small before the towering Cass. Cass looked down. Tell me, where is Su Yang? I cannot reveal that. Insulted by the defiance, Cass flared his magical aura, shouting, Do you have a death wish? Occult gathering spell. Euphemia turned, her eyes burning with resolve. You can try to attack us if you dare. Cass realized something and spun around, thinking to himself. Damn it, I heard there were survivors from the secret realm. It's them. Tokugawa pointed accusingly at the others, a triumphant sneer on his face. Ask them and Su Yang's crimes will be clear. Hearing these baseless accusations, Jizi stood her ground in the center of the hall, facing the looming shadow of the traitor Tokugawa. Lord Augustin. She clenched her fists on the table. Augustin's eyes lowered in deep thought. Lord Augustin. Cass stood tall, declaring his ultimatum. If no one knows where Su Yang is, then I will take these 2 witnesses back to the Elf Kingdom for interrogation. That won't be a problem, will it? High Priestess Euphemia. Panic flickered in Jizi's eyes. Once they were taken to the Elf Kingdom, their fate would be sealed. Su Yang. What should I do? At that precise moment, the fabric of reality tore open above the sanctuary. A dimensional gate manifested, swirling with mystical purple energy as Livia slowly emerged from the void. Descending upon the human realm's holy city with overwhelming pressure, Livia sneered at the hypocrites below. Ha! Killing one moment, saving the next. That so-called Great Walker sure knows how to throw his weight around. Meanwhile, Su Yang sat upon his throne, observing the scene with eyes as cold as ice. Moments ago, his voice had dripped with disdain. The Elf Queen dares to enslave humanity. Laughable. Su Yang turned, his silhouette radiating the aura of an absolute ruler. As the master of the abyss, I will not permit such insolence. Sitting majestically upon his throne, his command to Livia, who stood loyal at his side, was absolute. Livia, humble that arrogant fool and retrieve the 2 girls. Understood. A smirk played on Su Yang's lips, signaling the start of a show. I look forward to seeing the King of Envy's power in action. Back at the temple, the crowd dispersed, leaving Tokugawa to grovel before Gark. When we reach the Elven Court, tell His Highness everything about Su Yang. This is how you repay the Sakura nation. Do not anger Lord Gark or the Queen, or you will be branded a traitor to our people. Just, do you understand? His harsh words shattered Keiko's heart. The man who once cared for her was now a ruthless politician. Tokugawa, you've gone too far. Euphemia watched the group depart with a gaze filled with cold contempt. Cabinet Minister Tokugawa, you are the leader of a nation. Where is your dignity? Is this how a ruler conducts himself? Tokugawa turned, his eyes gleaming with serpentine cunning. Dignity whatever. As long as I satisfy this elven high official, nothing else matters. Gark stood like a towering mountain, his voice icy. Enough. I must return and report to Her Majesty. However, I like obedient dogs like you. You may accompany me to the spirit world. There, I will even help you raise your level. Thank you, Lord Gark. Magic surged, binding Keiko and Rina instantly. The group vanished into the light. Let's move. Outside, the sun beat down on the world. As they traversed the skies, Tokugawa broke the silence. Lord Gark, if Tangjun refuses to hand over the culprit who slew Prince Eric, what is the plan? Gark glanced back, his expression radiating pure slaughter. Simple. We kill him and install a puppet ruler. Tokugawa smirked, his heart swelling with malicious triumph. Tangjun, you are finished. But suddenly Gark froze. Tokugawa, lost in his schemes, slammed right into Gark's back, caught completely off guard. Both men looked up, their eyes drawn to a figure floating high above the clouds, blocking out the sun like a descending deity. Who is that? Tokugawa's face paled, sweat dripping down his temple as terror set in. I can't read her stats, but my instincts are screaming. This woman is a monster. Gark spun around, channeling immense mana into his hand. Energy coiled around him like a striking viper, releasing a terrifying, suffocating pressure. It is dangerous, useless. Livia looked down like a goddess judging an insect, her eyes filled with mockery. Struggle all you want. From this moment forth, all your powers belong to me. She cast a massive energy net, trapping the entire battlefield. At that moment, a system Manhwa-style interface materialized. The Great Sin of Envy. Effect: Livia covets all and seizes the opponent's abilities for her own use. During the plunder duration, the target is stripped of their original skills. Duration: 10 minutes. Judgment condition: absolute effect on targets with a lower rank than Livia. For those of equal rank, success depends on attribute levels. Gark trembled in disbelief. My power. It's draining away. Livia inspected the stolen skills with a sneer of utter disgust. Garbage. Not a single useful technique. Fine, watch me upgrade this trash-forbidden spell of yours. High in the air, Livia condensed a cataclysmic sphere of raging flames. Forbidden art. Great meteor flame extinction. The attack descended like the apocalypse. Gark stared, paralyzed by horror. That's my technique. How is she using it? And how is its power? Infinitely greater than mine. The flames roared closer, intensifying by the second. Refusing to accept death, he raised his hand. Forbidden art, heavenly angel's ring. But nothing happened. Activation failed. Impossible! In a flash of blinding light, he was vaporized by his own power. Tokugawa scrambled away in a pathetic panic. Monster! There's a monster guard, save me! Livia tilted her head, her eyes devoid of mercy. She extended a clawed hand. Stop scurrying like a rat. Try this on for size. She unleashed another stolen art. Forbidden art, wind. God's judgment. Keiko and Rina froze, their eyes locked on the terrifying display of godlike power. They could barely speak. This power. It's beyond comprehension. Cold sweat poured down their faces as despair set in. What? What are we supposed to do? Alone in the wasteland, they watched helplessly as a massive pillar of black energy descended. Livia materialized before them. Follow me. Miles away, Euphemia sensed the disturbance, an explosion of supreme energy. And then Gark and Tokugawa's presence vanished instantly. Back at the sanctuary, Tokugawa crawled on the floor, broken and terrified. The horror. The absolute horror. What just happened? He was a mess of dirt and sweat, his dignity completely stripped away. He stammered, recounting the nightmare. Moments after we left, we encountered a mysterious woman. She didn't just seal our skills, she turned Lord Gark's own power against him. She obliterated him in a single strike. Euphemia's eyes widened. This was no ordinary battle. This was a massacre beyond human understanding. That level of destruction exceeds a fifth transformation demigod. Could it be? Has one of the original Sin Kings descended upon the human realm? She demanded, "Where are Keiko and Rina?" Tokugawa stammered, I don't know. We were crushed instantly. They couldn't possibly have survived. Euphemia paused, her mind racing like a high-speed processor. Wait. During the Dragon Spirit Realm incident, the West Tower didn't kill them either. We assumed Asta spared them to frame Dragon Xia for colluding with the Abyss. But Asta is currently sealed in the Holy City prison. Yet once again, the Sin King spared them. Tokugawa wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. Lady Euphemia, what are you implying? A single name flashed in her mind like a warning beacon. Su Yang. He was the nexus of this chaos. Could it be? Is the original Sin King acting on Su Yang's orders? Meanwhile, Livia observed her captives puzzled. I truly cannot fathom the master's mind. Why does he collect so many women? Finally they arrived. Black spires pierced the sky. Is this the legendary demon city? Why have you brought us to this hellscape? Suddenly, massive gates creaked open. A calm voice echoed from the shadows. There is no need to be tense. From the shadows of the massive gates that groaned open, Su Yang stepped into the light with an air of absolute nonchalance. Long time no see. He greeted them with a casual smile that belied the tension of the moment. Hello, ladies. Both girls froze, cold sweat trickling down their spines as they processed the impossible reality of Su Yang standing before them. Su Yang, why are you in this place? He turned his voice, commanding absolute authority, as he addressed the blonde assassin. Livia, you are dismissed for now. Understood. He then stood between the two bewildered beauties. As for why I am here, I cannot unveil the full truth of this Manhwa recap moment just yet. But know this, as long as you remain within my domain, you are untouchable. Makiko was still reeling, staring at him as if he were a ghost. Su Yang. You. He turned back, his expression calm as a still lake. Is something wrong? Makiko lowered her head, her eyes swimming with sorrow and confusion, unsure where to even begin. No. It is nothing. But inside, a chaotic storm raged through her mind. This was the demon city located in the deepest depths of the abyss, the stronghold of the enemy race. They are the sworn enemies of humanity. If Su Yang walks freely here, does that mean the hero has fallen? Is he a member of the demon race now? Makiko stood paralyzed by her own dark deductions. Suddenly, Su Yang shattered her spiral of thoughts by speaking her name. Lady Makiko. He smiled, a mysterious glint in his eyes as he explained. The reason I saved you from that elf is simply because you chose to trust me. You once said you saw humanity in my eyes, that I was a good person. His expression suddenly shifted, becoming heavy and contemplative. His eyes narrowed, gazing past them. A massive ancient castle loomed in the background, its jagged spires piercing the gray sky, radiating an aura of crushing solitude and pressure. And what about now? Standing here in the heart of darkness, do you still believe I am on the side of the light? The silence that followed was deafening. The girls exchanged anxious glances, stammering. That is, Makiko bit her lip, a war of emotions clashing within her soul. Seconds later, steel entered her gaze. She clenched her hands over her heart and whispered, I still believe in you, or rather I choose to hope in you. You must have a reason for walking this path. Hearing her conviction, Su Yang's smile softened, a wave of relief washing over him. Then that is good enough for me. Thank you. Livia let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Looks like we survived the interrogation. Even the king of original sin bows to him. Offending him would mean instant death. But seeing Makiko happily thank Su Yang, Livia felt a pang of confusion. Is this girl truly that innocent, or does she possess god-tier intuition? Whatever, this kind-hearted leveling manhwa protagonist saved us from the elves. He is our benefactor, and that is all that matters. Su Yang then led them away. First, let's get you settled. Once the chaotic energy outside stabilizes, I will escort you back to the human realm. Agreed. Night fell over the abyss. The safe house standing silent in the gloom. Sitting on the massive royal bed, Lilith crossed her arms, turning away with a pout that could freeze hell over. You brought 2 more beauties home. Are you planning to build a harem in my territory? Su Yang approached gently, lifting her chin. What's this? Is my queen jealous? I am not. Lilith buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled by grievance. It is just that since you arrived, you are always so busy. You barely have any time for me. I do not care if you bring other women here, I simply want you to look at me for a while. Su Yang shrugged with a playful yet helpless grin. Well, since you have put it that way, how can I refuse? The bedroom door clicked shut, locking out the world. Then tonight I shall serve you properly. The oil lamps flared brightly before fading into the intimate darkness. Later, Su Yang sat in his chair, lost in the cold logic of a strategist. Once I absorb the origin power of the sins tomorrow, I will finally complete my 5th-class advancement. Based on my previous experience with this system, Manhwa, I should be able to instantly hit max level and unlock the 6th-tier mission. His face showed deep calculation. Currently, everything in the abyss is proceeding according to the grand design. However, the spirit world of the elves remains a hidden variable. Perhaps I should wait until the cooldown on the Monarch of Sin's authority resets, then revive the Avatar of Wrath. I will send him as a vanguard to scout their strength. Su Yang rose from his seat, pacing as he plotted. If the combat power of the elves is lower than I anticipate, I can simply have the Sins conquer the spirit world first. Once I slay the Monarch of Original Sin, I will become the absolute ruler of 3 factions simultaneously: humans, demons, and elves. Demons can coexist peacefully, But those arrogant elves, they will know only servitude. Standing by the window, he cast his gaze toward the distant horizon. I am truly looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of expressions they will make when they receive my little gift from the abyss. Suddenly a thought struck him. Right. I almost forgot about the rats from the Shiva kingdom. Most of the nobles were transferred here, especially that trash Amino. Suyang dressed quickly, his steps echoing with purpose. I am a civilized man, but I believe in karma. It is high time he paid the price for his sins. The scene shifts to the bright morning at the Holy Temple. Euphemia felt a disturbance in the awakening Manhwa flow. All clues point to Suyang. Does he truly have a connection to the Abyss Lord? She immediately ordered an investigation into Suyang's class change records. Standing before the colossal statue of the goddess, Euphemia scrutinized the floating data. A 5-star difficulty quest. This might be impossible for ordinary geniuses. But if Suyang is truly an incarnation of the Abyss Lord completing a 5-star, advancement would be child's play. Who was the priestess responsible for his awakening? Does she hold the key to this mystery? The scene transitions to Sky Spirit City. At the Transfer Temple, a pillar of divine light crashed down, engulfing Bai Ling. What is this? A holy summons from the sanctuary? I have never seen this before. She vanished instantly with the light. Euphemia materialized, her presence overwhelming. Bai Ling. I am Euphemia, the 3rd generation High Priestess. In the name of the goddess. In a dimension of hazy light, with white feathers drifting like snow, she issued an absolute command. Tell me everything you know about the anomaly named Suyang. Bai Ling sat on the floor, completely bewildered. Suyang standing before the High Priestess, Bai Ling's eyes lit up. Even the High Priestess knows of Suyang. All right. Let me tell you about his legendary exploits. As she spoke, the High Priestess's majestic aura crumbled. Her eyes went wide, a look of disbelief forming. Recalling the past, Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with adoration, a rosy blush dusting her cheeks. I met him in East Forest. Back then, Suyang was just an ordinary warrior, but who could have imagined the miracles and battles he would create in the future? Euphemia narrowed her eyes, listening with intense focus, searching for darkness. But Bai Ling was passionately listing his god-tier achievements. Every class change was a perfect 5-star rating. He defeated the Star Desolation. He tamed the Black Dragon. She looked down shyly, her face radiating the innocence of a maiden in love. Her charm was enough to captivate anyone, but Euphemia only felt a headache coming on. After a long monologue, Bai Ling's face was red with excitement. That is everything I know about Suyang. Are you satisfied, my lady? The air around them filled with silent question marks as she called out to the frozen priestess. High Priestess Euphemia gripped her staff, staring blankly into the void. Why does she look exactly like a lovesick puppy? How absolutely shameless. Euphemia turned away, the gravity of the situation completely ruined. The pressure mounted as she was grilled about any hidden secrets between her and Suyang. Swearing upon her honor as an idol, she insisted there were no lies left untold. Bai Ling's face instantly burned, crimson cold sweat trickling down as racy memories of her and Suyang flashed through her mind. Watching this reaction, Euphemia massaged her temples, her expression a mix of exhaustion and sheer headache. Fine. If you cross paths with Suyang again, tell him I need a word. Her eyes narrowed with lingering suspicion, desperately trying to convince herself she was just overthinking things. Alone in the grand hall, Euphemia gazed up at the colossal stone statue, her heart heavy as lead. With the Lorens slaughtered, the elves' diplomatic stance could shift at any moment. Even I can no longer see the threads of fate. She whispered a desperate prayer. O Lord, please grant humanity the strength to survive this coming apocalypse. Meanwhile, back at the Demon Palace, the Shiva delegation huddled in the courtyard, buzzing with panic. High Priest, have you heard the rumors the demons are hunting down our people? This must be a mistake. I will demand an explanation from the Grand Priest himself. Suddenly, a massive demon overshadowed them. You. Are you Amino? I am. Is there a problem? Before he could finish, the demon's razor-sharp claws lunged forward. The beast hoisted him up by the collar, bringing its terrifying fang-filled maw inches from his face. By the order of the High Priest Amino Hazan, for the crime of blasphemy against the monarch, you are sentenced to immediate execution. The Shiva group screamed in terror. Wait, there has to be a misunderstanding. High Priest Amino would never disrespect the great monarch. We swear on our lives he has never uttered a single word of treason. Are you sure you have the right person? The demon's expression remained savage, his eyes locking onto the traitor. This is the direct will of the great monarch himself. If you have objections, then go take it up with him in person. The demon threw Amino to the ground and signaled the guards to drag him away. The remaining delegates trembled in fear. We're doomed. What do we do now? The scene shifts to the class transfer sanctum. Livia's voice boomed through the hall. Bring the blasphemer forward. Encircled by towering demons, Amino begged desperately, his dignity gone. I didn't do it. Please believe me. I detest those filthy humans just as much as you do. Please give me a chance. We can be your most loyal demon warriors. His plea was cut short as a guard slammed his face into the cold stone floor. The guard knelt respectfully. Lady Livia, the traitor Amino has been secured. Livia stood like a statue of judgment, her eyes cold and filled with disdain, as she looked down at the trembling worm at her feet. A mere insect dares to insult our liege. Oh, great high priestess, I swear I never insulted the monarch. Livia narrowed her eyes, her killing intent flooding the room. Do you think you are worthy to speak to me? With a casual wave of her hand, she blasted Amino across the room, smashing him into the wall. At that moment, Suyang slowly rose from the throne. You must be wondering why you've been sentenced to death for blasphemy. The shadow spoke. Raise your head and you will find your answer. Pale and trembling, Amino forced himself to look up. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Suyang, why are you here? How is this even possible? Suyang stood calmly, his presence overwhelming. I suppose this is our first formal introduction. I am Suyang of Dragonxia, and currently, I stand as the acting agent of the Lord of the Abyss, the monarch of original sin. You can consider me the crown prince of the Abyss. He gripped Amino's jaw, forcing the traitor to look into his cold abyssal eyes. You and your brother Ada plotted to massacre everyone in the spirit dragon realm, including me. Suyang crouched down, staring directly into the eyes of the man cowering on the floor. He scoffed. And when your scheme was exposed, your entire nation defected to the demons. Truly a brilliant survival strategy. Amino's face twisted in absolute horror. How do you know those secrets? Have you been stalking me this whole time? Suyang turned his back, his voice dropping an octave. When you plot against others, do you never consider the karma that follows? But don't worry. You can go reunite with your son first. Ada will join you in hell soon enough. Panic turned to desperate rage. Amino roared, gathering every ounce of mana for a suicidal strike. You are the true monster. I'll take you down with me, 10,000 poisonous snakes. But before the attack could land, Livia slashed the air, obliterating the spell instantly. Insolent filth, attempting to assassinate the monarch's agent, she sneered. This snake skill of yours, it seems perfect for torture. Why don't you have a taste? The hall echoed with blood-curdling screams as his own summoned vipers turned on him, tearing his flesh apart until nothing of Amino remained. Reaping what one sows. Suyang waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. Put him out of his misery. Understood. The new arrivals from the Shiva kingdom are to be stripped of status. Make them low-caste slaves. Do with them as you please. As you wish, my lord. Alone again, Suyang plotted his next move. The Shiva kingdom is dealt with. Now it is time to dismantle the Elven kingdom. His eyes burned with vengeance. And that jumping clown Tokugawa. You will all pay the ultimate price. At the Elven royal court, a guard shouted, Lord Cass has returned. Cass clutched his wounds, his mind racing. Who on earth was that woman Aesfo? That level of power. It is far beyond anything a human powerhouse could ever hope to achieve. Recalling her aura. Could she be a demon from the abyss? Cass stumbled inside, dread pooling in his stomach. How do I explain this disaster to the queen? She is going to be furious. Beneath the canopy of the world tree sat the queen. She rested her chin on her hand, her voice dripping with ice. High Mage, you have finally returned. Where is the murderer who killed Prince Eric? Cass fell to his knees. He smashed his forehead against the floor. Your Majesty. The killer has been identified. It is a human from Dragonxia named Suyang. He is the one who tamed the Black Dragon. The court erupted in whispers. He tamed the Black Dragon, impossible. The Black Dragon is an omen of catastrophe. That beast must be destroyed. The Elf Queen pulverized the armrest of her throne, barely containing her explosive rage. And where is this Suyang now? Cass trembled. Your Majesty, I had captured 2 survivors from the Spirit Dragon realm who knew the truth. But on the way back, we were ambushed by a terrifying demon. My entire squad was wiped out. The fate of the prisoners is unknown. The Queen's eyes narrowed dangerously, sending fresh waves of terror through Cass. The strength of that abyss demon was unfathomable. If I am not mistaken, she possesses the power of an original sin monarch. The court gasped. What, even the High Mage was defeated? Is the abyss really harboring monsters of that caliber? Another elf interrupted, fear in his voice. The most alarming part is that a monarch can leave the abyss if they conquer the human realm. The elven world will be next. Is that the truth? An elderly elf bowed with trembling reverence. Your Majesty, according to the Grand Arcane Minister, the power of the abyssal demons has transcended our darkest nightmares. I humbly suggest that while we continue the search for Prince Eric's killer, we must accelerate the alliance with humanity. The abyssal threat must be crushed first. The air in the throne room grew heavy with tension. I share this sentiment. Another voice chimed in. The queen let out a weary sigh. If the council is in agreement, then in the name of the sacred nature goddess, I shall set aside my personal vendettas to forge this alliance and purge the abyss. Her eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. However, the death of Prince Eric will not go unpunished. Blood must pay for blood. By the grace of the goddess, let the queen's honor illuminate this other world. Yet a shadow of doubt lingered in the queen's heart. 95 black dragons have been slaughtered by our elven kingdom, a species thought extinct in the Dragonlands. Yet none possessed the legendary bloodline of the ancient devourer. A cold smirk played on her lips. That human who tamed a black dragon. Surely it isn't a mere coincidence that he wields the devourer's bloodline as if it were his birthright. The scene shifts to Su Yang, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Reconnecting to the grid feels like a rush of pure ecstasy. This power. I've missed it. Just you wait. Soon I will stand at the absolute apex. But make no mistake, true power must belong to me alone. Anything less is merely a delusion. A sphere of light materialized in his palm as Sita and Livia appeared. Watch me ascend. Both humans and elves will be on high alert for the foreseeable future. Neither side will make a reckless move. This stalemate, sauce, is the perfect opportunity to grind my levels. With this artifact, I can bypass the restrictions of this leveling Manhwa system and break through my limits. Time to turn this tool into a weapon. The system interface materialized. Semi-divine artifact armor of the Raging Berserker. Restriction status locked. Unlock conditions. Annihilate 100,000 Diamond Tier demons, 1,000 Star Tier, 100 Moon Tier, and 10 Sun Tier demons. Stats: HP plus 200 million. Strength plus 5,000. Physical resistance plus 5,000. Durability plus 35%. Passive lust for destruction. For every 1,000 enemies slain. All attributes increase by 1% until combat ends. Active skills: Supreme Wrath. When rage breaks the limit, attributes boost by 200% for 10 minutes. Su Yang mused, 10 Sun Tier demons, that is no small feat. The numbers are astronomical. Even a demigod-class awakener would exhaust themselves trying to complete this grind. He raised his hand, dark energy swirling. But with the authority of the Monarch of Original Sin, it will take but a blink of an eye. Su Yang clenched his fist. Activate Omniscient Monarch Authority. Outside the castle, the demons gazed up in awe. It is the Supreme Monarch. He is watching us. Su Yang's eyes glowed cold. Die for my sake. Offer up your lives. System notifications flooded his vision. You have slain a level 143 Star Tier Primal Demon. EXP plus 1.92 million. You have slain a Moon Tier Primal Demon. You have slain a level 232 Sun Tier Primal Demon. Total EXP gained 5.3 billion. Current reserve EXP 13.28 billion. A satisfied grin spread across his face. Now this is efficiency. This system Manhwa mechanic is truly broken. The artifact glowed, fully unsealed. Perfect. Magnificent. He issued a command. Sita, attend to me. She bowed deeply. My lord, I await your orders. He handed her a sphere of black magic. Deliver this to my proxy in the human world. Sita accepted it. As you command. Su Yang studied her closely. Sita, what is your assessment of my agent? Sita kept her head lowered. He is the one chosen by your majesty. Your will is absolute. It is not for us to judge. Su Yang thought still the same. She dares not show even a hint of ego before me. Her submission is absolute compared to the others. Suddenly Livia's voice cut through. My liege, I have urgent intelligence to report requesting an immediate audience. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Resistance against the Red Moon invasion. Livia stepped in. Yes, my lord. The alert came suddenly. We were caught off guard. My liege. What exactly is this Red Moon? Su Yang stared at them in silence. It seems the Abyss has never faced a Red Moon event before. If they had high-ranking generals like Sita and Livia, wouldn't be so clueless. But if the Awakening Temple has a mechanism for this event, I'll simply copy it from my side. He spoke up. The Red Moon is actually... He paused, realization striking him. Wait, could this be... Elsewhere, a crimson portal tore open the sky. The demons stared in confusion. What is this blinding crimson light? In the human world, panic erupted. It's the Red Moon. The Red Moon has descended. A flash of light appeared before Livia and Sita. Sita frowned. What is happening? A red gate materialized before their eyes. As the gate yawned open, a creature stepped out. Scarlet Wither, the Whispering Chaos, level 100. Sita scoffed. Insignificant insect. She fired a blast of magic. To her shock, the spell passed right through the demon. What? Livia barked. What are you doing? You can't even handle trash like this. Step aside. Livia summoned a storm of lightning striking the creature. But she too froze. Attack nullified, impossible. It seems to exist on a different frequency. Physical attacks are useless. Su Yang analyzed the situation. Even attacks from a boss-tier entity have zero effect. So the legends were true. Only a hero can defeat the Scarlet Wither. But how do I deal with a hero possessed by a demon king? What's the play here? He extended his hand, summoning dark matter. Let's see how it handles the power of darkness. The creature froze, then was violently sucked back into the gate. Sita gasped. My king, you. Beams of light were dragged into the portal. Suddenly it exploded and a giant eye emerged from the void. The Scarlet Eye. Su Yang faced it calmly. Come. I am not the weakling I was before. He found himself in a dimension of blood and bone. Is this the world inside the gate, or a mental illusion? Su Yang's instincts screamed danger. He looked up at the eye. This crushing pressure. It's heavy enough to make even me, the king of the abyss, feel the weight. The eye glowed. Crimson domination. Su Yang was forced to one knee, smashing the ground in frustration. You think you can suppress me? He unleashed a wave of mana. It's just a mental illusion. Break. The reality shattered like glass. Su Yang smirked. It seems the chaos has finally settled. This was a harvest far beyond my wildest expectations. I never imagined something existed in this world even stronger than the Monarch of Original Sin. Is this the true reason the Class Change Temple feared the Red Moon so intensely? What kind of nightmare dimension lies behind that door to the endless abyss? Sita's voice trembled with panic. My king. Your soul. It wavered for a moment. Livia was equally terrified. My lord, did the crimson corruption touch you? Su Yang's voice cut through the fear like ice. Trifling matters. We move forward. Let me school you on the true nature of the Red Moon. The surrounding torches flickered with a ghostly green fire. A moment later, Sita rubbed her chin in thought. Red Moon invasion. Crimson Wither. Red Moon core. Livia clutched her head, her mind reeling. The influx of forbidden knowledge. It is too much for your subordinate to process. Su Yang spoke with absolute authority. Theory is useless without practice to back it up. I just used my own power to gaze into the abyss itself and test that crimson energy. It successfully pierced the eternal darkness of the abyss. This means any demon class holder who completes their transition can now trigger the Red Moon invasion event. Livia looked up confused. Your meaning, my lord? He issued his command. Livia, you are the high priestess of demons and the herald of the Red Moon. When that crimson gate opens, slaughter every heretic that crawls out of it, and bring me the Red Moon cores. Anyone who offers 1,000 cores will be granted a strand of my origin power. She bowed deeply. I obey the king's command. Su Yang internalized the revelation. This world is vast beyond comprehension. The Monarch of Original Sin is merely a stepping stone, not my final destination. One day I will transcend even that crimson existence and unlock the ultimate mystery of this realm. The scene shifts to another location. Euphemia paced anxiously. The Red Moon has returned in less than half a month. Abyss outbreaks, world bosses, the spirit world in turmoil. It is all happening at once. She fell to her knees before a colossal statue. O Lord, please hear the prayers of your faithful servant. When will the true Savior descend to lead us from this future of despair? The scene shifts again. Su Yang opened the door to his room. I'm home. Lilith rushed into his arms, trembling like a leaf in a storm. I had a nightmare. I saw a crimson moon expanding in the sky. A bloody maw tried to swallow you whole. I don't want that. Su Yang gently stroked her hair. Do you have so little faith in your man? Why not dream of me shattering that red moon instead? Lilith shook her head, tears in her eyes. I only worry about you. You are the only one I can rely on. Suddenly Sita appeared. Agent? You seem quite busy? Su Yang stood protectively in front of Lilith, his expression cold. Indeed, and I'm about to get even busier. So if you have business, spit it out. Disgust dripped from Sita's face as she held out a magic orb. The Monarch ordered me to deliver this to you. Take it. Su Yang watched helplessly as she vanished instantly. She didn't stay for even a second. She really has a terrible impression of me. The scene shifts to the fiery pits. A demon clawed its way out of the magma but vanished. Another demon jumped out ecstatic. 10 red moon cores. They are mine. I will trade these for the Monarch's origin power. Do you hear me? I am about to become a god. A sudden flash of light cut the air. The demon was sliced into 3 clean pieces. Sita looked down from above with utter contempt. Filthy trash daring to covet the king, she held a red moon core in her hand. Honestly, why did the monarch choose that guy as his representative? He is weak as an ant, which I could forgive, but he is obsessed with lust. It is an insult to the monarch's dignity. Sita admired her reflection in the crystal. The monarch has spoken. Whoever offers 1,000 red moon cores receives a strand of his origin power as a reward. I will work harder than anyone. I must let the monarch fill me completely with his power. She tossed the core into the blazing red gate. Sita's eyes shone with bloodlust. Now, let the slaughter begin. Dozens of crystals fed into the red gate. Sita grinned, baring her fangs in satisfaction, her aura exploding with killing intent. A monstrous entity stepped out from the portal. Its voice boomed like thunder. Your sin of pride will be sacrificed to the red moon. The demon fully emerged. Crimson Wither, extreme heat chanter, divine rank. Sita's anger flared. Heretics spouting nonsense dare to judge original sin. Before my pride you will crumble like dust. A pitch-black arrow materialized in her hand. Sita launched it skyward. The arrow tore through the wind and pierced the demon's chest. He calmly pulled it out. Such hollow pride is not even worth mentioning. The demon crushed the arrow, shattering it into fragments. Whether it is you or this vain world, the red moon will crush it all. He unleashed a dark art. Insect nightmare blood tide. A wave of crimson sludge filled with blinking eyes erupted. Sita stared in shock. The demon spoke coldly. This is the inevitable end for those who oppose the red moon. Sita quickly conjured a black magic sphere. She ascended, unfurling her domain. A blinding light enveloped the space. The demon was taken aback. A spatial barrier, and of this magnitude, Sita looked down with a sneer. Ant who thinks he is righteous, experience true terror. A magic beam crashed down, slicing through the demon's body. Great sin of pride. The red lights were instantly sucked into the gate. A second later, the gate shattered. Sita huffed. Is that all? Suddenly she froze. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sita slowly descended to the ground. Just as the monarch warned. The enemy inside the Crimson Gate matches the target's level, so it can actually harm me. But who was the target of that monster from a century ago? Did I stumble into a throne room? Eliminated Crimson Wither. Extreme Heat Chanter. Divine rank reward, 8,000 red moon cores. Sita gasped in delight. 8,000 cores, enough for 8 strands of the monarch's origin power. She smiled obsessively. This time the monarch will fill me to the brim. I can't wait any longer. She paused, looking at her hand. When did this crimson stain get on me? Why won't it wash off? No side effects yet. I'll ask the monarch next time I'm summoned. Back to Su Yang. He held up a red orb. All right. Proceeding with the class change mission completion. A red magic circle enveloped him instantly. System scanning mission. Mission complete. Reward distribution. 1. Class promotion. Mystic Harvest Spirit evolved to Spirit Harvester. This is what makes a top-tier leveling manhwa so addictive. Passive skills boosted by 150%. New passive skill, Infinite Harvest. Killing targets grants harvest value. Greater level difference yields greater harvest value. 1. Consume harvest value to enter Reaper state. Increases all stats by 20%. Reduces mana cost by 80%. Increases damage by 200%. Consumes 1 point of harvest value per second. 2. Ascend to Legend rank. Life tier breakthrough. Increase base stats by 50. 3. Class skills updated. Added 1,000 free attribute points. Su Yang began his rapid ascent. I don't even know when I hoarded this much XP. Looks like I can power level in a single breath. The system flashed. Level up complete. Level cap increased to 150. Current XP reserve 13.28 billion. Consuming 4.6 billion to level from 100 to 150. Truly, the satisfaction of a broken system manhwa. Su Yang, race human. Level 150. Class Spirit Harvester. Strength 26,421. Speed 13,644. Spirit 14,766, Su Yang muttered. Finally, my spirit attribute is complete. I've far exceeded the requirements of the forbidden tome Augustin handed me. With my current stats, mere basic attacks are enough to obliterate most enemies. System alert hidden quest. Song of Darkness complete. Path integration confirmed. Commencing fusion. A vortex of pitch-black magic engulfed him as Su Yang stared at his own hands in disbelief. The fusion process was shockingly smooth, none of the agonizing pain from the blood-blessing ritual. Perhaps my repeated connections with the Monarch of Original Sin granted me perfect compatibility, but suddenly, boom! A terrifying surge of malevolent mana erupted. Su Yang's eyes went wide. What is this power outside the castle? Livia froze. This aura. Has the Monarch himself descended? Hundreds of demons dropped to their knees, chanting, "Long live the king." A crushing pressure dominated the sky. Leah peered out the window, trembling. Is it an enemy ambush? Heezy hesitated. I can't be certain, but that wave of pressure was overwhelming. She gazed out the window, anxiety written on her face. It's coming from the demon sanctuary. Leah's voice trembled. Why are the demons kowtowing? Who possesses enough presence to force the entire legion into submission? Could the legendary Monarch of Original Sin truly have returned? Heezy panicked, seeing Leah collapse to the floor. Sister. What's wrong? Quick, use your clairvoyance magic. No. This can't be real. Leah gasped after a glimpse. I saw him. Heezy's eyes went wide. Why is it him? Back in the tower, Su Yang gazed at the swirling energy. This was it. The ultimate darkness. System notification unlocking. Reaper Spirit Fallen Form. Unleashing and absorbing fused dark energy. Duration 5 minutes. Currently integrating the Monarch's source code. This power grants the authority to strip away the 7 deadly sins. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. I thought I'd have to kill the Monarch to earn this ability, yet here it is. 5 minutes is plenty to handle almost anything. This is the true reward a perfect class advancement in a leveling Manhwa should offer. What a rush! Suddenly Sita's voice cut through the air. Proxy, you've grown bold. You are merely a substitute. How dare you impersonate the Monarch's power and force the abyss to kneel? Remember your place, puppet. Su Yang turned, a cold smile playing on his lips. A puppet am I? It seems I need to correct your misunderstanding. He unleashed his new authority. Experience this power with your own flesh. Dark orbs slammed into Livia and Sita. Instantly both were forced to the floor. Sita trembled violently. You, abusing the Monarch's power again. Have you no shame? Livia grit her teeth in fury. You need to be punished. But suddenly a pink light was ripped from their bodies. Sita gasped. My authority of pride. It's vanished. Livia's eyes widened. My power is gone too. How is this possible? Su Yang's voice dropped to a freezing whisper. A proxy is not merely a servant who follows orders, but one who wields the Monarch's full authority. Do you understand now? Sita stared at him, terrifying thoughts racing. My very soul is shivering. It feels like I'm standing before the Monarch himself. She shook her head, denying the fear. No, that's impossible. If the Monarch had truly descended, why would he favor a weak elf? She glared at Su Yang. I acknowledge your strength, but a substitute remains a substitute. We may follow your orders, but watch your tone. I will not tolerate insults to the Monarch's dignity. Su Yang's eyes narrowed. Listen closely. Whether you have authority or not, you are nothing but weaklings to me. Sita turned to leave, but paused. I hope you prove worthy of that power. Livia added, we will be watching you. Watching them retreat, Su Yang chuckled. Oh, Sita. The more arrogant you are, the more amusing it gets. He smirked. Besides, who could refuse such beautiful, loyal subordinates? Su Yang checked his system interface. The fusion of the dark source is stable. I have enough energy to trigger the fallen state 4 times. 3 uses remaining. At my 5th job advancement level, my body can only handle 1 dark source. After the 6th, I'll break that limit, he grinned. Time to check the 6th job advancement quest. System 6-star quest, Trial of the Demon Lord. The 90th floor belongs to the Demon Lord Lovick. In the abyss, only the strong survive. Only the mighty can claim territory. Objective solo, kill the moon rank boss Demon Lord Lovick and prove your worth. Su Yang laughed. A 5th job player soloing a moon rank boss in any other system, Manhwa, this would be impossible. But for me, it's just another Tuesday. He stared at the blue flames dancing on his left hand. I wonder, if I devour him with the authority of gluttony, how much will my stats skyrocket? Perfect chance to test my new toys. Floor 90. Su Yang in his black dragon form descended rapidly. As he landed, a demon sneered at him. According to the new abyss regulations from Lady Livia, the final 10 floors of every 100-floor block are reserved for demon nobles. This is the domain of Demon Lord Lovick, level 195. A moon rank entity, which master do you serve to be so reckless? Do you not fear Lady Livia's wrath? Su Yang ignored him, walking up the steps. Livia made these rules, he mused. Trying to expand her faction after establishing the demon city. She's quite ambitious. The demon cackled. It doesn't matter who you serve. The only true law here is survival of the fittest. The strong live, the weak die. Dozens of spikes launched at Su Yang. In a flash, he shifted into his half-demon form. Well said, Su Yang replied coldly. Are you ready to die then? System alert, authority of pride active. The weak, you cannot inflict damage on the user. Su Yang scoffed. Weakling, you aren't even qualified to challenge me. The demon collapsed in terror. You are the Grand Executor. What, I was blind. Please spare my life. Su Yang pointed his blade at the trembling creature. I need a test subject for my new powers. Obey my commands perfectly, Lovick scrambled. Yes, yes. Anything you say, I will die for you. Su Yang nodded. Pride has been tested. Now, let's try greed. System alert, authority of greed. Sacrifice one of your items to steal an item of equal rank from, the target. Insatiable hunger like the endless abyss. Su Yang glared at the demon. Do you possess any star rank equipment? The demon nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. Take it all. I even have moon rank gear. Su Yang pulled out a dagger. No need. My star rank dagger is getting a bit outdated anyway. Perfect for a sacrifice. He roared, authority of greed. The dagger shattered. System acquired. Demon's roar. Type shield. Grade star rank. Effect permanent super armor. Immunity to all crowd control. Damage reduction 50%. Su Yang grinned. Excellent. It's not a damage skill. But the effect is completely broken. The best part, I can strip an opponent naked while I stay geared up. He chuckled darkly. And finally, the authority of sloth. The system displayed a terrifying warning. The sin of sloth had manifested a domain around its body. Inside this zone, all artifacts, equipment, and skills were rendered useless. Stagnation was the only absolute truth. A crimson barrier enveloped both the protagonist and the demon. Su Yang soared into the air, tossing an object down to Lovich. Unleash your skill and activate this magic scroll directly at me. The demon obeyed instantly. Yes. Yes, at once. Lovich caught the artifact and began chanting the incantation as commanded. My liege, this is a forbidden curse. Please brace yourself. Su Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the incoming item and the surge of magic hurtling toward him. However, inches from his face, the chaotic energy simply dissolved into nothingness. Lovich stammered in shock. It disappeared. Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Perfect. But internally, he grimaced. The mana consumption was absolutely terrifying. In a split second, his reserves were nearly hollowed out. Even with his harvester mode active, he calculated he could maintain this for 3 minutes at best. He glanced at the system interface. The authority was still lingering. Su Yang immediately turned away, a bit flushed. The authority of lust was too dangerous to test further. He would deal with it later. Lovich fell to his knees, his voice dripping with sycophancy. O great walker, my supreme master, are you satisfied with my performance? Su Yang's expression turned cold as ice. You did well. Now there is only one final task remaining. The demon bowed lower. Please command me. Without a word, Su Yang unleashed a devastating slash. A blade of pure magic tore through the air. I require your head as tribute. Blood splattered across the floor in a gruesome display. The scene shifts to the Grand Castle, where the Elf Queen sat, her face twisted in a scowl. Are you telling me that Lily is also in the clutches of this Su Yang? Kai bowed his head. Yes, your majesty. Our spy in the human realm confirmed it. They saw the princess with their own eyes. She was seen entering Su Yang's residence. However, her signal vanished shortly after. It is highly likely he has concealed her within a spatial pocket. The queen's aura flared with uncontrollable rage. That human... Su Yang, not only did he dare to tame the black dragon, a harbinger of calamity, but he brutally murdered my son Eric, and now he kidnaps my beloved daughter Lily. His audacity reaches the heavens. This sin cannot be forgiven. She rose from her throne, power radiating from her. He shall pay for all 3 transgressions. In the name of the god of nature, the elf royal family issues an absolute kill order on Su Yang. Kill him on sight, spare no mercy. Pursue him until his very soul is obliterated. Thousands of elves roared in unison. Kill! The queen turned to her trusted aide. Grand Magus of Secret Arts, I command you to descend to the human world once more. Negotiate the alliance and set the date for our crusade against the abyss. But this time, take this royal divine artifact, a branch of the sacred tree protected by the goddess herself. She held up the glowing item. This artifact possesses two supreme abilities. First, use it to strike terror into those ignorant humans. Let them witness that our power far surpasses their wildest imaginations. Second, should the kings of original sin from the abyss dare to ambush you, use it to execute them on the spot. Kai received the scepter with trembling hands. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will spread the radiant glory of the nature god, and the honor of the royal family throughout the foolish human world and the filthy abyss. I shall make those weaklings understand that total submission to us is their only path to salvation. The queen waved her hand. Dismissed. Grand Magus, attend to me. The scene shifts as they approach a tranquil lake. The queen pricked her finger, dripping a golden substance onto a withered branch. Kai gasped, This? The queen cut him off. I am using my own blood as a catalyst to track the cursed princess. Kai hesitated. But is that trash Su Yang really worth expending the royal blood? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the scepter. She glanced coldly at the glowing weapon. Non-royals cannot wield a divine artifact. I have used the primordial blood to awaken it for you. Only now can you truly, unleash its genuine potential. Kai fell to his knees, clutching the scepter. Just holding it threatens to send the mana in my body into chaos. The power of a divine artifact is truly terrifying. The queen condensed a drop of golden magic and pressed it into his forehead. One more task. Find Lilith. Follow the guidance of the primordial blood, and you will inevitably locate the child. Kai bowed low. As you command. As he vanished, the queen turned back to the water's surface. Marita, what exactly have you foreseen? Why are you so obsessed with retrieving that cursed daughter of mine? Why must we go so far, even wasting precious primordial blood? A girl lounging on a tree branch above spoke softly. Trust me, sister. This is the guidance of the gods. You will understand soon enough. Marita Sevilla, the high priestess of the elves. This matter is the highest priority regarding the very survival of the royal court. Back inside the castle, a subordinate bowed low. My lords, the kill order for Su Yang has been disseminated. We can strike at any moment. The elder nodded grimly. Excellent. This is our chance to atone for our past failures. We cannot afford another mistake. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Yang had witnessed the entire exchange through a surveillance spell. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. A kill order. They really intend to hunt me to the ends of the earth. I wonder how many red moon cores the flying god sword needs to erase a demigod-tier enemy. His expression darkened. But they specifically mentioned Lilith. Have they actually pinpointed her location? Or do they possess some other method of tracking? If the elf clan reveals my coordinates, what kind of chaotic chain reaction will that trigger? Images of his past allies flash through his mind. Will humanity brand me a traitor? Will they say I'm colluding with the abyss demons? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It doesn't matter. History is written by the victors, after all. Once I mount the head of a sin monarch on a pike, all doubts will vanish like smoke. Su Yang approached a massive statue as the interface of this system Manhwa chimed. Scanning 6th Awakening Mission. Class Advancement Quest 6-star Trial. Demon Lord. Completed. Su Yang smirked. From 4th Awakening to 6th in just 2 days. At this speed, the system ought to give me a Speedrun Emperor achievement. Notification 6th Awakening Quest complete. Level cap increased to 200, consuming 8.13 billion stored experience points. Level increased to 173. Distributing 6th Awakening class rewards, plus 2,000 free attribute points. Passive skill amplification increased. Acquired Forbidden Fire spell, Tier 2. Prison of Blue Flames. Acquired Tier 2 skill. 9-fold Pure Slaughter / Su Yang status update. Strength 43,551. Agility 21,386. Spirit 31,109. As the power coursed through him, he realized his stats were finally rivaling the top-tier powerhouses like West Poison, King of Gluttony. I'm starting to feel less like a player and more like a final boss in this leveling manhwa. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze from the shadows. He didn't even turn his head. You really enjoy stalking me, don't you, Livia? Is something the matter? Livia peeked out from behind a pillar, flustered. No, nothing. But her mind was racing. How is his power skyrocketing like this? He doesn't feel like the ant he was yesterday. He feels like a monster. Su Yang grinned, sensing her fear. Even a monarch of original sin feels the pressure. Now that is a sensation I could get used to. He turned to leave his coat swirling. Well, then it's time to proceed to the next phase. Shadows coalesced, and a colossal hand tore through the void. Balia had been summoned. I have answered the call of the king. What is your command? Status window Monarch of Sloth Belia. Rank Demigod. HP 300 million. Strength 332,271, Spirit 315,632, Agility 94,313, Trait Original Sin of Sloth. Effect generates a sloth domain. All equipment skills and items within are nullified. Passive Belia steals 2% of a victim's resistance upon death as a tribute to the monarch. Su Yang's eyes narrowed in appreciation. No wonder she's the boss of the 600th floor. Her stats blow the Avatar of Wrath out of the water in every single category. He looked down at the summoned entity with cold determination. I shall sacrifice your life force, and grant you an eternal slumber in the void of death. Do you have any objections to waiting until I call you back? She accepted without a second thought. After all, sloth represents the immutable and stable, while death is the ultimate tranquility. This subordinate is ready to sacrifice everything. With her usual melancholic air, Belia bowed. I obey the king's decree. Su Yang's claw flicked forward, unleashing a sphere of pure darkness. He nodded solemnly. Your loyalty shall not be in vain. Await your next reincarnation in the void. The sphere morphed into a spear piercing toward her before weaving a cocoon of dark energy that completely enveloped Belia's body. As the shadows consumed her face, the system chimed with a notification. You have slain the demigod rank king of sloth. Belia, you received 181 million experience points. Golden light flashed. You have leveled up current level 198. Notifications exploded like the climax of a leveling manhwa. Abyssal Demon Belia. The King of Sloth grants immunity to abyssal corruption on the 600th floor. Her immutable nature granted a bonus of 50 million health along with 50,000 physical and magical resistance. Material silver body of sloth. In the hands of a master artisan with the corresponding level, this can be forged into a god-tier armor set. Skill Eternal Wall, a demigod level forbidden spell. It grants total damage immunity for 1 minute, though skills are sealed. Su Yang muttered to himself. If I'm not mistaken, these props were originally meant to strengthen the raid team that killed the Kings of Original Sin, preparing them to face the final Monarch of Sin. But now all the rewards meant for the core members of the Abyss Crusade team are being funneled into me alone. Staring at the unique drop on the system screen, his eyes widened. This is a heaven-defying artifact? Su Yang fell silent. He shrugged. For the third time, he'd have to trigger a world announcement again. I just hope the players' mental states don't collapse from envy. The system displayed the artifact, Rebellious Sin, the Guilt of Sloth. Description. A unique god-tier artifact dropped, from Belia representing Sloth of the Seven Sins. Sin Reversal. A weapon of judgment for slaying monarchs, part of the Rebellious Sin series. Equip restriction demigod rank only. Soul seal limit permanently bound to the soul of the one who slew the king of Sloth Belia. Cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted. Exclusive to the soul-bound user. Unarbities against combat targets. It temporarily strips 30% of resistances and 20% of max health. Trait, Great Sin, Sloth. Generates a sloth domain. Nullifies all skills, equipment and items until mana is depleted. Rebellious Punishment, Sloth. Usurps the authority of the Sin Monarch, creating a debuff that reduces all attributes by 10%. Kingslayer's Judgment. Upon killing a Sin Monarch, the weapon returns to the void, and the wielder gains the permanent authority of Sloth. Returning to his human form, he gazed at the army ahead. The traits of the 7 rebellious god artifacts are likely similar. The essence is to forge a crusade team with comparable powers. If I collect all 7, I will effectively become a one-man legion. He then connected to the abyssal demons, transmitting a command to Sita. Sita Livia. Heed my summons. Report on the Red Moon Crystal Collection. Instantly, 2 figures teleported in. Livia bowed respectfully. Your subordinate has arrived at your call. Su Yang asked. I ordered you to gather the Red Moon crystals. What is the current situation? Livia produced a pile of crystals like a small mountain. Reporting to my lord, the Demon Temple has collected 2,310 crystals. The subjects willingly offered them to you. Su Yang nodded. Well done. You've worked hard. She beamed. Sharing the monarch's burden is my supreme honor. She cast a smug glance at the silent Sita. Then Sita stepped forward. Reporting to my lord. I followed your directive and slaughtered the heretic, who emerged from the Crimson Gate. These 8,000 Red Moon crystals are the spoils of victory. Countless glowing red crystals rained down, piling up rapidly. Sita bowed deeply. I dedicate these to you. Seeing a mountain twice the size of her own, Livia gasped. 8,000! Su Yang gripped the armrest of his throne, barely suppressing his delight. Sita, excellent work. You truly deserve to lead the 7 sins. Receiving the praise, Sita let out an arrogant humph at her jealous rival. Su Yang then fired a beam of dark energy toward them. As promised, I grant you the origin power. Receive it. The energy surged into Sita's lower abdomen. The sensation was so intense that they both let out involuntary whimpers of ecstasy. Flushed with satisfaction, they bowed. Thank you for the blessing, my lord. It feels incredible. Their thoughts aligned. I want the monarch to fill me up even more. Their thirst left Su Yang completely speechless. He stored away the crystals. With this, I have 10,310 red moon crystals. But as he absorbed them, Su Yang froze, noticing something strange. Numbers hovered above their heads. Livia, 31,932. Sita, 6,210. Is this the ability of the Crimson Sword increasing the crystals? Lets me see. The stats of higher levels, 31,000 versus 6,000. These numbers are insane. He calculated, the crystals needed to wipe out those clowns in the Elf Kingdom. Must be far lower than this, right? I'm getting excited. He descended from his throne, taking slow, deliberate steps forward. Sita was startled. My king, why have you personally left the throne? Su Yang smirked. Come, witness the gift that makes the King of Pride tremble. He placed his hand gently on her head. Flustered, she stammered, My king, what are you? Su Yang pressed a finger to his lips. Shh, stay still. A crimson aura erupted around him. Sita's eyes widened in terror. This is... Su Yang confirmed his hypothesis. As the crimson sculpture grows stronger, the crimson pollution backlash from battle intensifies. Even you cannot escape it. Only absolute power can suppress it. He began draining the pollution from her body. Such massive chaotic energy. I'll put it to good use. Su Yang's movements were draped in crimson. He condensed the power into a colossal sphere, then crushed it in his grip. The light vanished and the sphere shattered into a rain of crystals. Sita stared open-mouthed as they piled up. You converted the pollution into red moon crystals. Holding a glowing red gem, he commanded, If you are polluted again, do not endure it in silence. This king will cleanse you. Watching his retreating back, she bowed low. Understood. Her face burned red. My king, you are so warm. Serving you is my greatest fortune. He returned to his throne. Now, I have nearly 13,000 red moon crystals. Lightning crackled around the crimson sword in his hand. Su Yang glanced at the blade. Perhaps it's time to test its edge. Meanwhile, a herald's voice boomed across the holy city. The delegation from the Elf Kingdom has arrived. Leading them was the Elven Prince Andal Severa. Level 257, Class Knight of Blessing. The crowd murmured. It's the Laurent family again. He's just a second-generation royal, ignore him. Shh, keep your voice down. Tokugawa stepped forward. Greetings, princes. Welcome, we are honored by your presence. Andel looked puzzled, so his aide whispered, That is Tokugawa, master of the Sakura Nation. Tokugawa bowed. No matter your demands, the Sakura Nation will support you fully. The prince smirked, promising, Good. Rest assured we haven't forgotten what the minister promised you. Tokugawa bowed with a treacherous grin. In his mind, venom brewed. Since our last encounter, Dragon Shia has blocked the Sakura Nation at every turn, arrogant in their status as the global #1. Just you wait. Once Elder Gat boosts my level in this leveling Manhwa world, I will repay this humiliation 1,000-fold. Tang John glared, his killing intent flooding the room. Andel alone noticed the pressure while the others stood frozen in fear. Elder Gat sneered internally, a useless piece of trash, but a spy is better than nothing. Andel's face darkened. You are Tang John. The old warrior didn't even deign to turn around. State your business, he commanded with icy disdain. Can you people of Dragon Xia kindly get the hell out of this alliance meeting? The delegation trembled with suppressed rage, but Lin Sansung could hold back no longer. He pointed a trembling finger straight at the insulter. You son of a bitch, I dare you to say that again. This was Lin Sansung of the Undying War Realm, Vice Guild Leader level, 354 9th Awakening Class Zodiac Warrior. Elder Gat raised his staff aura, exploding. Insolent cur, a mere human dares disrespect the two princes. A colossal wave of mana blasted toward Sansung, forcing him to grit his teeth against the crushing pressure. So strong, Tang John's heart raced seeing his subordinate struggle. He turned his gaze to the assailant. Tell me, Elder Gat, is this a declaration of war from the Elven Kingdom? The elder replied smoothly. I came to demonstrate our sincerity for the alliance, bringing our royal highnesses. However, considering the one who slaughtered Prince Eric and abducted Princess Lilith was from Dragon Xia, we must ask you to leave. We cannot have the princes reliving the trauma of their brother's tragic death. Andel stepped forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. However, if you hand over my brother's killer, I might find it in my heart to show mercy and let you stay. Tang Jin saw through the scheme instantly. On the surface, they want to expel us. But their true goal is to force us to hand over Su Yang. But is all this political maneuvering really necessary for a teenager who just completed his fourth awakening? Elder Gat laid down the law. Only after every Dragon Xia delegate is expelled from the Holy City. Will the elven delegation enter the Holy Temple? Meanwhile, deep within the Holy City's sanctuary, Euphemia approached the goddess statue. The vast hall fell into a heavy, sacred silence. Her eyes were filled with worry. She raised her staff, casting Holy Light Restoration. Outside, Lin Sansung felt the warm embrace of divine energy washing over him. He bowed toward the temple. "Thank you, High Priestess." Suddenly, a beam of pure energy shot toward Elder Gat. The elf scoffed, raising his staff to block the attack. Boom! The two forces collided in the sky, a blinding explosion scorching the air. The shockwave forced Elder Gat back, wounding him. Euphemia's voice echoed, "Courtesy demands reciprocity. I suggest the envoy watch his actions." Gat swallowed his pride. "Thank you for the lesson, High Priestess. I was impulsive." Inside, he trembled. Compete with the goddess-blessed Holy Branch? Impossible. She is stronger than ever. The foundation of the temple's class change system is terrifying. Gat signaled his team to retreat. However, regarding the upcoming agenda, I pray the High Priestess handles it wisely. Otherwise, the princes may refuse the alliance contract. Back in the meeting room, Euphemia turned to the warrior. "Sir Tangjan, what do you make of the elves' demands?" Tangjan sighed. "The issue clearly centers on Su Yang. The elves' obsession with him is abnormal. It defies logic. The death of a single prince wouldn't warrant this level of military mobilization." Euphemia nodded gravely. "I agree. And I have a theory regarding Su Yang myself. Finosti. Chiathuriyamaninoivio." Suddenly a system notification rang out across the world. The third divine artifact, Sinbreaker, has been claimed. Crusade progress against the Sin Monarch 3 out of 7. Tangjan shot to his feet. Who could possibly? Euphemia's eyes widened in realization. "So it is as I thought." Tangjan stared at her. "High Priestess, did you predict this?" She whispered, "Because the one who did this is likely Su Yang." Tangjan couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Euphemia activated a holographic display replaying past events. "Think back to the intel we've gathered. The mysterious mind control, the sudden appearance of the Monarch of Original Sin, and the survival of those two girls. Su Yang's shadow looms behind every single one of these anomalies." She recalled her inspection of Atoll. "We initially suspected Atoll, but the chaos continued even after his sealing. Furthermore, since the battle in the Dragon Spirit secret realm, Su Yang has vanished from the grid. Now Asami Hyuko and Lin Na are also missing. Is there a connection? The timing is too perfect. The evidence is circumstantial but overwhelming." Tangjan admitted, "I had my doubts too. But he is merely a fourth awakening user. How could he achieve such feats?" Euphemia dropped the bombshell. "What if Su Yang is actually the Lord of the Abyss?" Tangjan slammed his fist on the table. That is impossible." She smiled calmly. "I thought so too. But my investigations have effectively ruled out that possibility." Tangjan looked relieved but shaken. "Please, High Priestess, do not joke about such things." I am not joking. He may not be the Lord, but his connection to the Abyss is undeniable. He might even possess the authority to summon the Monarch of Original Sin. After all, if one can command a Sin Monarch to kill at will, obtaining a Sinbreaker artifact would be as easy as flipping a hand. A world map materialized on the table. The temple's influence spans the globe. Logically, we should have detected some trace. Yet regarding the revealed Sinbreaker artifacts, we have heard absolute silence. No energy signatures. Nothing. Euphemia stood, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Unless the one obtaining these artifacts is not in our world at all, but deep within the Abyss itself." Tangjan frowned. "Is this why you believe Su Yang has the artifacts? But I don't understand. If he isn't the Abyss Lord, how can he command the monarchs?" Euphemia replied. "It is merely a deduction. The logic isn't flawless yet. But the Elven Kingdom's desperate reaction confirms my suspicions on a whole new level." Tangjan fell silent. He needed to process this awakening Manhwa plot twist. "You're right. They value him too highly. It's as if Su Yang holds a secret they are terrified of exposing." His eyes lit up. "The Dragon Spirit secret realm." Euphemia nodded. "Precisely. That is where it all began. I suspect Su Yang received a unique inheritance within that realm. something that forged a link between him and the Abyss, granting him a transcendent status. He uses this identity to control the Sin Monarchs and harvest the Sin-Breaker artifacts, and manipulated them to attack Tokugawa's forces while rescuing the girls who knew his secret. It's the only explanation. Tangjan sighed deeply. It makes sense. After all, I witnessed the horror of the Zeta attack firsthand. But if that's true, why doesn't he coordinate with us? Euphemia gazed into the distance. I suspect the protagonist of this story has his own burden to bear. I still need to see him face to face. Euphemia thought, her resolve hardening. This time I'll demand the whole truth. But she pushed her personal feelings aside. The world mission had to come first. To conquer the Abyss in this high-stakes leveling Manhwa, the magic of the Elf Kingdom was an absolute necessity. Tangjan cut the High Priestess off abruptly. Save your breath. I've already made my decision. His voice left no room for argument. Longxia withdraws from this alliance immediately. But make no mistake, we are not abandoning the war against the Abyss. My warriors and I will grind train and break our limits until we are strong enough. Tangjan's aura flared. We don't need charity from outsiders. We will rely on our own strength to slay the King of Original Sin and seize the divine artifact Longxia never yields. With that, he stormed out of the room. Let's go, brothers. Euphemia watched their retreating backs, a spark of admiration in her eyes. So this is the legendary spirit of Longxia. Good fortune to you all. She turned to the newcomer Tokugawa. Mr. Tang has already left. Aren't you going to inform the Elf Kingdom? He nodded rapidly, sweat forming on his brow. Yes, I'll contact them at once. The elf delegation arrived at the round table, arrogance radiating from them. Andel sneered. Heard the Longxia nuisances are gone. Good work. Euphemia tried to maintain order. Shall we begin the meeting? But Andel kicked his feet up onto the table, utterly disrespectful. Stop nagging, woman. It's annoying. Just shut your mouths and listen to my demands. He smirked internally. Without the queen here, I can do whatever I want. Lin Na frowned, disgust written all over her face. What a pompous brat. Euphemia kept her cool. Very well, Prince. What are your terms? Andel didn't hesitate. First, since you humans begged for our help, let's talk about the loot distribution. The elves will take 60%. You humans get 40%. Euphemia nodded slowly. We can accept that. But Andel wasn't finished. Condition 2. Regarding the remaining divine artifacts, 3 of the 4 will belong to us. The air in the room instantly grew heavy. What? Lin Na slammed her hand down. That is crossing the line. Another representative raged. The artifacts are key to the final boss strategy. You want to hoard them all. Andel looked bored. What's the problem? Don't act like victims. You humans already know the location of 3 artifacts. That means you'll control 4 in total. They chill from Wei. You're getting a bargain. Euphemia gritted her teeth. That is twisted logic. Even Augustin protested. We don't even possess those 3 yet. How is that a bargain? Andel shrugged, completely unbothered. Not my problem. Humans are scavengers. Go find them yourselves. His attitude left the 3 leaders speechless with rage. You! Whispers erupted from the gallery. We can't let these pointy-eared bastards walk all over us. But if we refuse, they walk away. The reality was bitter. Even the strongest parties had failed before. Without the elves, clearing the Abyss was impossible. If the world mission failed, it was game over for everyone. After a fierce debate, the inevitable happened. Humanity bowed to the Elf Kingdom's demands. The alliance was officially formed. In 1 month, the first joint crusade against the Abyss would begin. Meanwhile, at the Longxia capital, the streets were bustling with life. A massive portal gate shimmered in the city center, and figures stepped through. It was the elf delegation. Andel covered his nose in disgust. This is Longxia. It's so loud and filthy. A child in the crowd pointed excitedly. Mommy, look, elves. The little girl ran forward, eyes shining. Hello, Mr. Elf. Andel and his guard glared. A burst of mana exploded from the guard's hand. The child was blasted backward, coughing up blood. The mother screamed, rushing to her side. Baby, are you okay? She looked up in horror. Why would you do that? The guard scoffed. I heard Longxia was a land of etiquette. Yet you lowly insects dare look the prince in the eye. Andel stepped toward the trembling mother. Peasants, kneel when you speak to me. From a distance, Su Yang watched in silence. His expression darkened like a gathering storm. Let's go. Sita blinked. Where to? Master Su Yang hoisted his crimson sword onto his shoulder. To the capital. To slaughter some dogs. Back at the square, the crowd exploded in anger. Where did you feudal relics come from? This is Longxia. You're the ones who should be kneeling, you animals. Andel gave a cold signal to his guard. The elf sneered. Trash doesn't know its place. Slash a sword beam decapitated the heckler instantly. Let me teach you the difference in our power. The guard stood proudly over the corpse. See that is the fate of ants. The mother clutched her child terrified. Please, spare us, my daughter isn't even level 5 yet, she can't respawn, Arvur. In this awakening Manhwa world, death was permanent for the weak. Please, I beg you. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end. Suddenly the sky tore open. A voice boomed like thunder. Insolent fools! A pillar of devastating fire crashed down from the heavens. The explosion rocked the entire plaza. Only the mother and child were safe, shielded by a protective barrier. Tang Zhan ordered his subordinate, "Evacuate the civilians." He turned to the elves, rage burning in his eyes. "You dare harm my people?" The elf guard burnt, but standing smirked. "So what?" The answer was a fist to the face. Extreme Tao Destruction Fist. A vortex of energy swallowed the elf whole. Infinite firepower engulfed him, turning his arrogance into ash. Another guard stepped in front of Andel. "Prince, look out." The dust settled, revealing a massive trench carved into the street. In the crater, a blue light flickered where the guard had stood. Andel was furious. "Is this how Longxia treats its honored guests?" Tang Zhan stood like an immovable mountain. "Respect is a two-way street. Did your actions just now show any respect for Longxia?" Andel scoffed. "Etiquette is for nobility. Those were just peasants. Why make such a fuss over trash?" Tang Zhan's voice dropped an octave. "In Longxia all lives are equal. There are no peasants. You targeted us in the holy city and now you come here to start trouble. What is your true goal?" The guard laughed mockingly. "Defining crimes. You have the nerve to ask? Su Yang has committed 3 capital sins. First, taming the Black Dragon without permission, harboring a calamity. Second, murdering Prince Eric, and slaughtering our noble geniuses in the dragon spirit realm. Third, kidnapping Princess Lilith. Her Majesty the Queen has issued a death warrant for Su Yang. Now do you understand why we are here?" The crowd roared. "Shameless," someone shouted. "He tamed the Black Dragon with his own skill. Why would he need your permission? Who do you think you are?" The elf sneered back. "The Black Dragon is a seat of disaster. It must be destroyed, and you aren't worthy to speak to me." Tang Zhan stepped forward, his pressure crushing the pavement. "If you came here looking for Su Yang, then prepare to leave disappointed." Since nobody knew exactly where he was hiding, the enemy issued an arrogant ultimatum. They didn't demand a hostage exchange. Instead, they demanded that the entire territory of Longxia be opened up. They intended to search every inch, starting right here in the dragon capital. Ba Sung could feel his blood boil. These invaders were looking down on their entire nation. As the majestic capital of Longxia, how could they allow these outsiders to rummage through their home as they pleased? To accept such a demand would be a stain on their honor, a humiliation carved into the very backbone of the country. It was a blatant insult to national dignity. The elder raised his holy staff, his eyes burning with defiance. "You want to stop me? Let's see if you have the strength to back up those words." Duangqian decided to risk it all. A warrior can be slain, but never humiliated. If this is how it ends, then let us dance in the fires of war. Extreme Divinity. Activated Divine Power Intensity Level 8. The Extreme Divinity buff instantly amplified his strongest base stats by tenfold for a short burst. Power surged through his veins as he unleashed a strike capable of shattering mountains. Dragon God Destruction Fist. However, the enemy's holy staff pulsed with light, dispersing the destructive energy instantly. The mage roared. "Divine Goddess, grant me your protection. You possess great power, but that technique leaves you wide open." Suddenly, the tip of the staff bloomed, sending out twisting wooden spikes. Sacred Tree, Punishment. Sharp branches erupted like spears, piercing straight through Duangqian's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing in agony as the wood tore through his flesh. Seeing their leader fall, his comrades rushed forward in panic. War God Duang Guildmaster. The enemy mage sneered. "The power of a divine artifact is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Just be a good dog and surrender." Suddenly the sky darkened as black feathers began to drift down like snow. The mage looked up, confusion clouding his arrogance. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. Someone was descending from the heavens. West Tower appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure that forced the weak to their knees. It was West Tower, the King of Pride herself. Prince Andal cowered behind the mage. "Grand Arcanist, protect me." The mage tried to reassure him. "Do not fear, Your Highness Andal. We have the divine artifact. There is no need to fear that woman." Internally, however, he was calculating. Intelligence reports stated that when a king of original sin enters the human world, their power is suppressed from divine rank down to demigod rank. since they were both demigods. And he possessed a supreme divine artifact. There was a chance he could kill the strongest king of original sin right here and now. Duang Qian gasped, barely holding on to consciousness. To think it was West Tower. Why would a demon king appear here of all places? Basung was equally puzzled. Is she here to kill us, or to slaughter those elves? His eyes then drifted to the figure standing beside West Tower. A mysterious man, whose presence seemed completely erased by some unknown power. Could it be? Was that him? As expected, everyone's attention was glued to West Tower. This creates the perfect opening. Su Yang calculated silently. He adjusted his attack range down to a 1-meter radius. If the enemy was too guarded, a ranged attack might miss. Close quarters would be best. He issued a cold command. Drag all the elves into your domain. Leave that second prince to me. West Tower bowed instantly. As you command, my great monarch. A sphere of absolute darkness expanded, swallowing the area whole. Domain expansion central deployment. Andel panicked, looking around wildly. Grand Arcanist Commander Taxis. Where are my guards? Su Yang materialized directly in front of him. Save your breath. Your underlings are busy dealing with West Tower. No one is coming to save you. Because Su Yang was cloaked, hiding his aura completely. The prince didn't recognize the Reaper standing before him. Who are you? I am the second prince of the Elf Kingdom. What do you think you're doing? Su Yang didn't waste words. He simply lunged forward. Andel activated his defensive artifact. Stay back, you peasant. A system window popped up. Divine Protection deploys a shield capable of blocking full-power attacks below the 8th transition. Su Yang channeled catastrophic energy into his fist, preparing a little gift. His fist collided with Andel's face, shattering the barrier like glass. The prince vomited blood as he was launched backward like a ragdoll. Screams of agony filled the void. Su Yang walked over, grabbed Andel by the hair, and hauled his battered body up. Another punch drove deep into his gut. The pain was so intense it short-circuited his brain. He couldn't even move. He could only accept his grim fate. Andel wheezed, "Go ahead, kill me. I will simply be resurrected in the Elf Spirit Hall. The Elven army will flatten the abyss. We will ensure you never reincarnate." His trembling hand pointed accusingly at Ba Sung in the distance. "And your precious Long Xia too. I will report this to the Empress. We will exterminate your entire race." Su Yang listened to the ranting with bored eyes. What a lunatic. He raised his crimson sword. What a pity. You won't have the chance to make that report. He mentioned a name that froze the prince's blood. Just like your big brother Eric. Realization dawned on Andel's face. You are... The sword descended. System alert editing activated. Cost 250 impulse points. Target Andel Severa, second prince of elves. Status erased from existence. Exiled to eternal void. Outside the domain, the crowd gasped in horror. The elf, he just vanished. Not even a trace of his soul remains. What on earth just happened? Ba Sung gritted his teeth, realized he had made a mistake. He had been so focused on West Tower that he ignored the mysterious man. The guy looked like a background character in a leveling manhwa with zero spiritual pressure. But was he actually one of the kings of original sin in disguise? Ba Sung looked up and met Su Yang's cold abyss-like gaze. Is West Tower's barrier fading? He watched as the dome of darkness dissolved into mist. It seems the winner has been decided. West Tower stood high above, watching silently. She clutched her chest and let out a pained groan. The Grand Arcanist, seeing this, strode forward with a booming laugh. The strongest king of original sin, is that all you've got? If you're only at the demigod stage, you are no match for a noble elven divine artifact. He turned his head triumphantly. Prince Andel, rest assured, as I told you. With the artifact here, you are safe. He paused, blinking in confusion. Prince Andel panic set in as he realized the prince's aura was completely gone. What did you do to His Highness? Su Yang smiled, waving his hand casually. I just put down a rabid dog. Why are you so surprised? And you're next on the list. The Grand Arcanist froze his mind, struggling to process the disrespect. Slowly, a low chuckle escaped his lips, growing into a maniacal cackle. He stared at Su Yang with eyes full of madness, then suddenly went silent, gripping his staff tight. He thrust it forward and screamed. Mana tendrils shot out from the staff, impaling his own soldiers nearby. As the magic drained them, their bodies withered, instantly turning into dry husks. The mage spoke in a low demonic voice. Since Prince Andel is already dead, I no longer need to worry about accidentally hurting him. He raised the staff, high energy crackling wildly. Sacred tree. Sanctioned chaos erupted. The surviving soldiers screamed and scattered as the tendrils hunted them down. I will use all you foolish mortals. Who dared to oppose the holy will as blood sacrifices? You shall become food for the divine artifact, Basung shouted while shielding the wounded. Damn it. Everyone run above them. West Tower's pained expression vanished instantly. Her eyes lit up with predatory glee. She immediately hurled her weapon down. You heretic, our battle isn't over yet. The Grand Arcanist narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. You fell for it, West Tower. You were my only target from the very beginning. He placed a hand over his heart, a blinding light erupting from his chest. Once again he raised the staff, but this time the power output was magnified 100-fold. West Tower froze, feigning shock. What hundreds of tentacles surged upward, wrapping tightly around her limbs, immobilizing the Demon King in mid-air. She struggled, but the tentacles pulsed with high-voltage lightning, searing her skin. The mage grinned, baring his teeth. Die, King of Sin. Become nourishment for the sacred tree. But his victory speech was cut short. He noticed a blur rushing towards him at breakneck speed. It was Su Yang. His eyes were sharp, locked onto the mage like a predator spotting its prey. The mage looked at him with utter disdain. You overestimate yourself, human. He watched the boy approach, then simply raised a hand and flicked a finger. The air around Su Yang twisted violently. The mage fired another blast from the staff, but Su Yang dodged with supernatural agility. The magical ley lines and writhing tentacles pursued him relentlessly like a predator stalking its prey. But Su Yang launched himself into the air with the grace of a phantom, diving straight into the converging mana storm and slicing through it with surgical precision. Momentum carried him forward as he swung his blade at Godrank. The elf sidestepped the lethal arc, a smile of pure contempt twisting his lips. Foolish human. Su Yang merely smirked, his eyes cold. The only fool here is you. Magic detonated across the battlefield, accompanied by the screaming of steel and the roar of demons. It was the quintessential chaos of a system Manhwa battle. But Su Yang's super armor state was active, granting him total immunity to crowd control effects, and a massive 50% damage reduction. Su Yang drove his sword directly into Godrank's defensive barrier. The elf remained arrogant, sneering, "Do you really think a lowly human can—" But his words died in his throat. Su Yang's blade shattered the barrier like fragile glass. Without wasting a millisecond, he surged forward and snatched the staff directly from Gag's hands. Su Yang raised the prize high, a savage grin on his face. A divine weapon secured. This trip wasn't a waste after all. The tentacles binding Sita dissolved into mist. She stood there bewildered. The bindings were gone. Was the elf actually defeated? She descended next to Su Yang, whispering in awe. What kind of power? What did you just do? Su Yang shot her a cold, indifferent glance. That is none of your concern. We're done here. Let's move. Sita's eyes widened a flush, coloring her cheeks as she stared at him. Godrank was wielding a divine weapon. That elf was just one step away from ascending to god-tier status. Even she would have struggled in a life-or-death battle, yet this man instantly one-shotted him. It defied all common sense known in any leveling Manhwa. Is this the true power of the Monarch's proxy? He was becoming an enigma she couldn't solve. Sita silently followed him, her mind racing. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Sir, please wait a moment. Tangjan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your assistance. To think you could command the King of Original Sin? Oh. Who are you really? Su Yang paused, his silhouette freezing against the chaos. But he did not turn his head. For a few heavy seconds, silence reigned. Tangjan stared at the retreating back, his voice trembling. Is it really you? Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a woman radiated an aura of pure fury. The life signals of Andel and Godrank have vanished. Impossible. It was Queen Chris. Her scream shattered the silence of the hall. What in the world happened? She collapsed onto her throne, muttering frantically. Why haven't they respawned at the Divine Temple? Is the system glitching? Where is the rest of the diplomatic mission? Her aide trembled beside her. I will check immediately, Your Majesty. Queen Chris glared, hissing a single word. Trash. She rested her chin on her hand, anxiety gnawing at her. Could it be like last time? Did that monster Su Yang slaughter them all? No. That's absurd. Godrank held a divine weapon. How could a mere human defeat a wielder of such power? Her spiraling thoughts were interrupted. 3 battered soldiers stumbled into the throne room. Your Majesty, we have returned. Queen Chris looked at them with ice-cold eyes. Report. What happened? Tell me everything. Omit nothing. The soldiers, covered in wounds, shook as they spoke. After the alliance meeting, we went to the human kingdom of Longxia. We encountered Zita and a mysterious figure. Lord Gag managed to suppress Zeta, but that mysterious entity killed 2 of the princes instantly. Lord Gag attempted to unleash the full power of the divine weapon. He sacrificed the rest of the squad. After that, we don't know what happened. Queen Chris narrowed her eyes dangerously. A mysterious person. The soldier nodded rapidly. He used some kind of concealment art. We couldn't see his face or identify him. The queen's patience snapped. She stood up, her aura flaring. Enough, get out of my sight. The soldiers bowed, terrified. Yes, yes, your majesty. Queen Chris paced, her mind racing. Someone appearing alongside Zeta. They couldn't be weak. Who was this unknown variable in her awakening Manhwa narrative? She snapped her fingers. Marita, prepare the ritual. We will petition the holy tree for an oracle. Marita bowed low. At once. Moments later, Queen Chris and Marita stood before a colossal ancient tree. They placed their hands upon its bark. Marita began the chant. With the blood of the elven royal family as sacrifice, we beseech the holy tree. Grant us your glorious guidance. Reveal the final moments of Gag Loren. Suddenly, the massive tree shook violently. The holy tree was trembling. What kind of horror had the ancient spirit witnessed? A deafening boom echoed. Blinding white light erupted from the trunk, spreading to the canopy. A glyph materialized, illuminating the vast temple with a celestial glow. They shielded their eyes, squinting to see the revelation. The image formed a tall, imposing figure, features obscured by a blur, standing over the defeated Gag Loren. The vision faded. Queen Chris whispered, "That was the holy tree's oracle." Marita nodded gravely. "Yes, the message is undeniable. We must kill that mysterious man at all costs." Queen Chris frowned. "But he has no face. How do we hunt a ghost?" Then realization struck. Wait. The oracle has infused his aura. It has created a spirit brand. Anyone bearing this mark will be able to sense him no matter how perfect his disguise is. He cannot hide from the system's tracking. She turned away, her cape swirling. "The will of the holy tree is absolute. Order the troops ignore the treaty distance with the humans. Focus all forces on the Abyss Crusade. We will find this mystery man and execute him." Marita bowed. Understood. Hatred boiled within Queen Chris. "Do not think I am finished with you humans. Sooner or later I will exact vengeance for Andel and Eric." Meanwhile, Su Yang was busy admiring his new loot. He inspected Gag's staff. Divine weapon branch of the sacred tree. Blessed by the goddess of nature. Description crafted from the first branch grown under the goddess's blessing. Used to punish those who disrespect the gods. Restriction can only be equipped by those with royal elven blood. Attribute spirit plus 5,000. Mental resistance plus 200%. Mana recovery plus 1,000%. Elemental magic power plus 200%. Trait 1, Goddess's Blessing. Instantly deploys a divine shield to negate damage. While inside the shield, the user is immune to all mental domain effects and skills below the divine tier. Trait 2. Tree of Punishment. Summons thorny branches to impale targets, simultaneously draining their power. The wounds inflicted are infected with sacred spores. These spores block all healing and siphon the target's vitality. Trait 3, Spore Absorption. Drains 1% of the target's HP and mana every second. Trait 4, Royal Blood Blessing. Consumes royal elven blood to amplify the weapon's effects. Coats the thorns in holy light, granting 50% armor penetration and 50% magic resistance penetration. Twilight had fallen by the time the battle ended. Su Yang looked at the staff, impressed. Truly a weapon the Elven Kingdom takes pride in. These stats are game-breaking. It explains why Zeta couldn't land a scratch on Gag Loren. His eyes narrowed in thought. The equip restriction is annoying, but if Gag could use it, there's a loophole somewhere. Su Yang stood up, dusting himself off. "I'll ask Lilith." When Lilith saw the staff, her eyes lit up. "Wow, that staff is gorgeous. But why does it feel so familiar?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "You don't even recognize an artifact from your own home." Lilith blinked in surprise. "This is an Elven Kingdom artifact. Where did you steal it from?" Su Yang smirked, radiating the confidence of a top-tier Manhwa recap protagonist. "Steal, I don't do petty theft. I looted it directly from the owner." Lilith gasped. "You actually killed Gag Loren. That's amazing." Su Yang held his head high, basking in the praise. Trying to suppress the tremor in his voice, he asked, "Is there any way to break the seals on this divine artifact?" Lilith turned her gaze toward the staff. Ancient texts mention that the blood of kings is required to awaken its true potential. She absent-mindedly traced the staff, but a sharp cry escaped her lips as a spike pierced her finger. Su Yang moved in a blur, grabbing her hand. "Are you all right?" Lilith softened her voice immediately. "I'm fine. But look at this." Su Yang watched as the crimson droplets floated in midair. Is this the effect of the cursed bloodline, to think it possesses enough malice to corrode even a divine artifact? A system window flashed before his eyes. Spirit plus 4,500. Mental resistance plus 180%. Magic recovery plus 900%. Elemental power plus 180%. But he smirked bitterly. All base stats reduced by 10%. A double-edged sword. Lilith rubbed her hands together, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Yang gently patted her head. It doesn't matter. With or without this weapon, I will still protect you. Lilith's face burned crimson. Su Yang looked away, his eyes hardening. As for unlocking the artifact, we'll force the truth out of those elves the day I enslave their entire race. Days later, on the 99th floor of the Abyss, the silence was shattered by a cataclysmic boom. The ruins crumbled as monsters screamed in agony, crushed beneath the collapsing stone walls. Su Yang stood amidst the carnage, a reaper of souls. Su Yang level 199. He exhaled slowly, standing atop a mountain of corpses. Finally, the threshold of level 200 is in sight. The Scarlet Sword will stop granting experience points soon. But the harvest from the Lawrence was more than sufficient. He glanced at the system interface. That elven queen. She's willing to pause her vendetta for her son's death to form an alliance. She must have uncovered critical intelligence. I need to be cautious. As Su Yang analyzed the screen, a shadow surged from the darkness behind him. It moved silently, a ghost in the wind. Su Yang didn't even turn around. The moment the beast entered his range, his blade cut it in half horizontally. He glanced coldly at the remains. A smirk curled on his lips. The final prey. Su Yang level 200. Suddenly the earth began to quake violently. Debris rained down from the ceiling. What is happening? At that moment, a notification rang out across the entire planet. Global announcement. The world boss Monarch of Original Sin has recovered 33% of its power. A classic awakening Manhwa scenario was unfolding. Please complete the subjugation mission immediately. Su Yang froze. The Monarch of Original Sin. 1/3 recovered. Did my rapid leveling trigger a chain reaction in the world mission? Did I accidentally accelerate the apocalypse? He walked forward, scanning the destruction. However, for now, everything is still within my calculations. First, I need to complete the 7th class advancement quest. Just how much stronger has the Monarch become? My blood is boiling with excitement. Adrenaline spiked through his veins. He swung his sword, a dimensional rift tore open in the air. Su Yang thrust his blade into the void, ripping a massive hole in the fabric of space. The sword hovered, pinning the rift open. Su Yang dashed through, vanishing into the void before the portal snapped shut behind him. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Xia headquarters, in the recovery ward, Tang Jian lay in bed. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a weary expression. Ba Song rushed to his side. Guildmaster, you're finally awake. I was terrified you'd stay in that coma forever. Tang Jian's daughter. Anan rushed in, crying, Dad! Tang Jian whispered weakly, And then shouldn't you be in the dungeon? She buried her face in his chest. I heard you were hurt, so I ran back. I was so scared. Tang Jian stroked her hair gently. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine now. And Anne sobbed. Okay. Tang Jian turned to Ba Song. How long was I out? And what about the West Tower, and that mystery man? Ba Song replied, You were out for half a day. The other two left immediately after you collapsed. We couldn't stop them. Tang Jian's mind raced back to the chase. He hadn't found the man's identity. But my gut tells me, the mysterious man who slaughtered the Lorens was the missing Su Yang. Just then, a woman entered with a stack of files. Chairman, 2 major events occurred while you were unconscious. Tang Jian recognized her. Vice Guild Master Chen, go ahead. She pushed up her glasses and began the report. The Elven royal family sent a message. They are temporarily calling off the hunt for Su Yang to ally with Dragon Xia and focus entirely on conquering the Abyss. Simultaneously, a new global announcement was issued. The Monarch of Original Sin has recovered 1/3 of its power. Her voice was calm, but the news was like a system Manhwa nightmare. Top elites from the Eagle Federation, Sakura Nation, and Koryo Nation have already deployed to the Elf world to grind levels for the upcoming Abyss War. Ba Song slammed his fist on the table, furious. Their prince and a grand minister just died. Why aren't they sending an army for revenge? What the hell is going on, Vice Guild Master? Chen replied coolly. Who knows? Perhaps the terror of the monarch outweighs their need for vengeance. Tang Jian frowned in deep thought. Is that all? To make the elves change their stance? To do a complete 180 like that? There must be a massive benefit involved. Seeing his hesitation, Chen continued. Guildmaster, the elves showed sincerity. They offered us access to 3 demigod-tier secret realms. That is one more than they offered the Eagle Federation. What are your orders? Tang Zhen remained silent, the tension in the room thickening. Ba Song spat on the floor. I refuse to go. Who needs their charity? I spit on those elf bastards, he shouted, veins popping in his neck. Arrogant pricks. They looked down on us when they had their divine artifact. Now that they lost it, they come crawling back to kiss up to us. Chairman, do not agree to this. Tang Zhen shook his head, struggling to get out of bed. No. We must look at the bigger picture. Everyone prepare. We are going to the elf world. And Anne caught his arm. Dad, you were just critically injured by them. Tang Zhen grabbed his coat from the rack. The real enemy isn't the elves. It is the abyss. We deal with the apocalypse first. He threw the coat over his shoulders. His voice was filled with iron resolve. We can settle the score with the elves after we survive. The group fell silent, following him to a construction site in the ruins. Tang Zhen looked at the piles of bricks. Is the portal still operational? Ba Song followed close behind. Repairs are complete. The engineering team worked overtime. Public infrastructure, has also been restored. Tang Zhen nodded. And Anne gasped, looking around the devastation. Such terrifying, destructive power. Was this the work of a 9th class? No. Was it the elven divine artifact? Tang Zhen looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. Speaking of power, I once wanted to introduce you to Su Yang, but he's done so much, and now he's vanished. He didn't commit a crime. It was purely self-defense. And Anne walked beside him. You really like defending that guy, don't you, Dad? What kind of ability does this Su Yang have to make you so obsessed? Tang Zhen rubbed his chin, a mysterious glint in his eye. Well, let's just say he could help you annihilate those annoying spirits you know. And Anne flipped her hair, strutting away with pure sass. Like anyone would believe that. Meanwhile, Su Yang checked his stats, staring at the level 200 marker. The system chimed. You have reached the tier 6 limit. Class transfer quest is now available. 7-star quest, the Abyssal Lord's Dragon Feast. Location, Abyss Floor, 190. The feast is approaching. Please hunt a scorching sun-rank giant dragon solo, retrieve its dragon heart, and prepare the offering for the Abyssal Lord. Perfect timing. Su Yang smirked. The dragon-devouring bone greatsword also needs a scorching sun-rank kill to unlock its full potential. This is classic leveling Manhwa logic, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, a shadow of worry crossed his mind. Without Bai Ling's help, locating the secret dragon realm in the human world is impossible. Does that mean the rest are hiding in the Dragon Nation? His mind flashed to the massive stone gate. The only dimensional portal leading to the Dragon Nation lies deep within the Elven Kingdom. If I want to get there, I have to make a move. I need to pass through the human realm's transfer gate first. Su Yang pondered for a moment before a plan formed. The guards at the Elven Kingdom are merely tier 6 or 7 trash. They won't pose any threat. He paused, calculating his next move with cold precision. Su Yang looked forward, a confident smile playing on his lips. After all, in the future, I'm going to enslave the entire elven world anyway, so a little scouting trip now makes perfect sense. He looked up at the massive black dragon before him. Such a pity. I originally planned to treat you to a feast, but you're too conspicuous. If someone discovers my true identity because of you, it'll be a hassle. I can't take you to the Dragon Nation just yet. The black dragon lowered its head in submission. Su Yang rubbed its nose gently to comfort the beast. Suddenly, the black dragon snapped up and unleashed a thunderous roar, making Su Yang's eyes go wide. Blue lightning crackled across the dragon's scales. Its body glowed with blinding intensity, and in a flash, the dragon vanished, leaving behind an intricate dragon tattoo on Su Yang's right hand. Su Yang sighed, scolding it affectionately. You could turn into a seal this whole time. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Are you asking for a beating? Meanwhile, in a dark, cavernous dungeon, Su Yang appeared in his true boss form. The Abyssal Lord King of Original Sin. Rank Divine. Attributes displayed on the screen. Strength 723,213. Spirit 543,221. Speed 434,958. He sat on his throne, relaxing. My power has surged after recovering 1/3. If I returned to my golden age, the power would be unfathomable. But something more important caught his eye. The authority of the original Sin Lord. The effects have been updated. Consume a portion of the Origin of Darkness to revive the Kings of Sin indefinitely. Su Yang stared at the holographic panel. No longer restricted by cooldown times. As long as I have enough Origin of Darkness, I can revive the Sin Kings at will. Now this is a game-changing update for a system Manhwa. The Gluttony icon appeared. Gluttony consumes 1/10 of Origin Darkness. Wrath consumes 1/7. Sloth consumes 1/4. He chuckled darkly. For the war that's coming. This is absolutely magnificent news. Su Yang selected the middle option. Then let's fulfill the original promise. Awaken Samael, the King of Wrath, Origin of Darkness. Consumed 1/7 of Origin Darkness to resurrect Samael, King of Wrath. A deafening explosion rocked the chamber as lightning arced around the throne. Samael materialized from the chaos. He knelt on one knee, head bowed. Thank you for your grace, my liege. Samael pledges to serve you until death. Su Yang nodded, his voice commanding. Samael, I order you to follow my human disguise, Su Yang. Obey his commands as if they were mine. We are going to subjugate the Elven Kingdom. Samael looked up, his voice deep and resonant. As you command, my lord. A few days later, at the dimensional passage connecting the human and elven worlds, a long line of travelers waited. Tokugawa rode forward on his horse but was immediately blocked. Halt, who are you? We are from the Sakura Nation, Tokugawa announced. Invited by Lord Kale to the Elven Kingdom's secret realm for leveling. Let us pass. The guard opened a digital interface. Wait a moment while I verify your credentials. Tokugawa grew impatient. Hurry it up. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. Why did the elves suddenly drop their feud with Dragon Xia? Why allow them to join the Abyssal Crusade Alliance? If this continues, how can the Sakura Nation use this dungeon to surpass Dragon Xia? How can I ever crush Tang Zhan under my boot? Mine. Suddenly the soldiers leveled their spears at him. Tokugawa screamed, What do you think you're doing? I am Lord Kale's honored guest. The soldiers ignored him, looking past his horse. Who cares about you? We're talking about the one standing behind you. Tokugawa froze, turning his head slowly. Behind me. Standing there was Su Yang, in a hooded cloak with Samael in human form. The soldiers charged. Stop right there. The screen shows anomalous energy readings. Identify yourselves. Samael glanced back. Proxy Master requesting instructions. Su Yang sighed. I originally wanted to sneak in as a human, but it seems keeping a low profile isn't in the cards. He grinned, a wicked expression forming. Since it's come to this, no more tricks. Trample them directly, Samael. Samael's eyes lit up with bloodlust. With pleasure. Instantly, Samael reverted to his monstrous form, roaring as he vanished like a gust of wind. The onlookers stood frozen in shock. Before the soldiers could blink, Samael appeared behind them. Emergency sirens began to wail, piercing the air. No. The warning. Samael glanced back as the automated voice blared. Boss class entity detected. Comparing energy signatures. Confirmed identity. King of original sin. Tokugawa kicked his horse, screaming at his men. It's a Sin King move, run. The crowd erupted into panic. Flee. Why isn't Abyss Boss here? But they didn't get far. An invisible force sliced through the air, cutting people in half. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Agonized screams were cut short. Something was moving at godlike speeds, shearing through them effortlessly. It was Samael. Despite his massive size, his speed was uncatchable. Tokugawa and his aide sprinted for their lives. Boss, aren't we going to help them? The aide panted. Tokugawa barked back. Don't talk nonsense. They are just low-level trash here to grind. How can their lives compare to ours? Su Yang watched from a distance, disgust written on his face. Abandoning his teammates to save his own skin, truly shameless. Samael, hunt those two down. Samael obeyed, instantly ignoring the fodder to lock onto Tokugawa. The two men gasped. What? Samael didn't speak. He slammed into the ground, grabbing the aide by the head before he could react. With a brutal swing, he tossed the man high into the air. The screams were deafening as Samael leaped up, jaws wide open. No, don't, crunch. System notification. Wrath King Samael has killed Samabataro Tier 8, level 276. Offered as sacrifice. Max HP plus 50,000. Su Yang watched the panel calmly. 500,000 health? Not a lot, but it adds up. Samael laughed maniacally, his frenzy growing. Kill, kill, kill. Samael conjured a spear of dark energy and hurled it at Tokugawa. Crimson Blood Fang. Tokugawa, out of options, raised his hand. I have to risk it. Heavenly Mirror Shield. The spear slammed into Tokugawa's barrier. Heavenly Mirror Shield absorbs 100,000 damage points. The weapons clashed, and the sound of cracking glass filled the air. A second later, the shield shattered into 1,000,000 fragments. Samael's spear pierced through. Seizing the chaotic moment, Tokugawa desperately scrambled behind Samael. Divine aspect, shadow, star. For a brief moment, he could flicker between the shadows themselves, and the first strike emerging from the void, it dealt a catastrophic 400% damage. His gaze locked onto Samuel like a predator. Slowly, the blade left its sheath. Secret art withering cherry blossom, waning moon. Tokugawa blurred forward, carving a perfect arc of steel around Samuel's body. Samuel let out a roar, not of agony but of pure, unadulterated fury. Cold sweat instantly drenched Tokugawa's back. He trembled, staring at the beast. What is this monster? Samuel didn't hesitate for a second. His hand shot out, crushing Tokugawa in a vice-like grip. A scream tore from the swordsman's throat. Samuel squeezed harder, the pressure so immense that blood burst from Tokugawa's eyes and nose, drenching his entire frame. Like a ragdoll, he smashed Tokugawa against the ground again and again. Daidi Su-yang stepped forward, his voice cutting through the violence. That's enough, Samuel. The command was icy and absolute. We have real work to do. Don't waste time on trash. Samuel looked disappointed but bowed his head instantly. Understood. Your wish is my command. He hurled Tokugawa into the air and in a flash of brutality tore the man into 100 bloody pieces. This was the King of Wrath. Samuel had executed Tokugawa Munenori level 302 rank 9 and offered him to the King of Wrath. Max HP increased by 230,000. Su-yang gazed at the holographic interface with satisfaction. Counting the trash mobs I just cleared, my HP was already nearing 600,000. Now it's over 700,000, he smirked. Almost unfair, isn't it? He stepped forward, pointing a finger at the dimensional gate. There are those in the royal capital who dared to slander your monarch. Go. Teach them a lesson. Samuel roared his compliance and shot into the portal like a cannonball. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep within the Elven Kingdom, a crowd had gathered around the rift, buzzing with anticipation. Isn't someone supposed to enter the secret realm today? Why is it taking so long? This scene looked like the start of a classic Awakening Manhwa event. Who knows? If you ask me, those lowly humans aren't even worthy to step foot here. As the words left his lips, the gate rippled violently. Look. Finally. But what emerged was far from what they expected. Samuel burst forth with a heaven-shaking roar. Traitors to the monarch, you all die. The elven soldiers froze in shock. What the Su-yang didn't follow him through. He stood back in the shadows. I hope you arrogant elves enjoy my little greeting gift. A dark smile played on his lips as he activated the soul brand on Samuel, allowing him to live-stream the carnage. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the High Council was in session. Your Majesty, I have a proposal. Why not send the humans to the Dragon Kingdom to cull the giant dragons? They can level up and we save our resources without lifting a finger. Absolutely not. If humans enter the dragon realm and master the blood dragon reinforcement or spirit dragon magic, they will become a threat far greater than the lizards. That rare divine power is worth more than any resource. Seeing Queen Chris remain silent, they continued. Divine power drop rates are abysmally low, and humans possess a terrifying capacity for learning. If Queen Chris sat on her throne looking utterly bored. None of this mattered. Her mind was fixed on that mysterious hooded figure. Suddenly her thoughts were shattered. Shucks, by a frantic voice echoing through the hall. Your Majesty, emergency. A soldier burst in, gasping for air, terror written all over his face. The barrier passage. The King of Original Sin is attacking. Queen Chris shot up from her throne, eyes wide. What did you say, the King of Original Sin? She barked a command, trembling with rage. Royal Guard Squad 7, intercept and destroy him immediately. The court knelt in unison. As you command. A vein pulsed on Queen Chris's forehead. Why would the King of Original Sin ignore the human territories and come here? Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, Samuel had turned the beautiful city into a hellscape of flames. You insects who dare blaspheme the monarch, perish. The citizens scattered like frightened rats. It's the King of Original Sin, run for your lives. Samuel snatched a soldier from the ground, crushing him effortlessly. Another offering for the altar. Suddenly pillars of blinding light erupted from the palace, piercing the sky. The Royal Guard Squad 7 descended, blocking Samuel's path. By order of the Queen, the King of Original Sin shall fall. Samuel looked at them with pure contempt. You think a swarm of flies can stop me? One guard charged forward, sword raised. This demigod tear blade will shatter your defense. Clang. Samuel caught the strike with a single bare hand. Pathetic. He gripped the blade, locking the guard in place while his other hand curled into a massive fist. Boom! He drove his fist into the guard's gut. The impact was so heavy the soldier coughed up a fountain of blood instantly. Impossible! Samuel tossed him aside and roared, Who is next? The roar shook the very foundations of the earth. The remaining guards exchanged terrified glances. Keep your distance. His attacks seem to ignore all defense stats. Do not engage in melee. For Forbidden Spell, Elemental Starfall. Samuel was about to charge when he felt a massive surge of mana behind him. He paused. The 5 remaining guards channeled their energy into a single point. A colossal torrent of magic coalesced into a sun-like sphere hurtling towards Samuel's exposed back. He didn't even turn around. Boom! The explosion swallowed him whole. The shockwave distorted space itself, drowning the area in a sea of flames. Yet in the center of the inferno, Samuel stood tall. With a casual wave of his hand, he dispersed the fire like it was merely annoying smoke, not a scratch. The guards, blind to reality, cheered. Direct hit. The magic is working. Pour it on until he's ash. But as the smoke cleared, the target was gone. He had vanished into the void. Before they could blink, he materialized behind them. Slash. His claws tore through armor and flesh, cleaving them in 2. "Congratulations," he growled. "You have successfully annoyed me." Suddenly, he drove his own claws deep into his chest. Without a shred of hesitation, blood geysered from the wound. Ignoring the gore dripping down his body, he ripped out his own beating heart. He stared at the organ, opened his maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, and swallowed it whole. Crimson lightning crackled around his body. The end of Wrath. Destroy everything. By consuming the heart of Wrath, he ignited the flames of calamity to scorch the earth. System override. All attributes critically increased, fire damage amplified to catastrophic levels. HP locked above 10% for 3 minutes. A living bomb. Samuel launched himself into the sky. With bare hands, he tore a soldier apart in midair. "Blasphemers shall know only wrath." The remaining elves watched in horror. "What is that monstrosity?" Panic set in. "Stop him. Do not let him reach the royal court." Samuel became a blur of death, his claws reaping lives like wheat. Die. In seconds, dozens lay dead or broken. He didn't stop charging forward like a runaway locomotive. The defenders stared at the holographic interface above his head, eyes bulging. "What is happening? Why isn't the boss's HP bar moving?" Despair crept into their voices. "Does he have an HP lock mechanic? That's terrifying." The commander screamed, "Switch to crowd control, use full restraints, slow him down." "Sora, cage him," they screamed in unison. "Nature's bind." Massive vines erupted from the earth, wrapping around Samuel's limbs. Samuel let them tighten, a cold sneer on his face. "Using wood to suppress fire. The depths of your stupidity are endless." With a single flex, the vines snapped like dry twigs. "Just wait. When the timer ends, I will burn my own life force to swallow this entire capital in ash." But then a suffocating pressure descended. Queen Chris had arrived at the royal court, causing a scene in my home. Her voice was calm, but heavy. "You are not qualified." She kept her eyes closed, but behind her a colossal spectral deity manifested, its gaze fixed on Samuel. The deity raised a massive hand over Samuel. His aura was instantly suppressed. Samuel's eyes widened in genuine shock. What is this power?" Queen Chris looked down at him with icy indifference. "Vanish." A blinding light enveloped him. Even as his body disintegrated, he whispered a final message to Su Yang. "I could not complete the mission. Forgive me, my monarch." The queen's power swallowed him whole. He was utterly helpless against the divine pressure. Moments later, the light faded, and Samuel had been erased from existence, leaving not even dust behind. The surviving soldiers dropped to their knees. "We are incompetent. We could not stop the king of original sin. Please punish us, your majesty." Queen Chris turned her back, walking away. "Stand up. You never stood a chance against a monster like that. Just clean up this mess." "Yes, your majesty." A soldier presented Samuel's tome to Eslian, but reported with a shake of his head that there was no anti-sin divine artifact within, merely some high-grade raw materials. Eslian fell into a deep contemplative silence. "Guard this with your life, do not dare throw it away." Anxiety was etched deep into his features as he muttered, "That king of original sin. The blasphemy he spoke against our monarch. What exactly was it? Our elf kingdom has never had any dealings with the abyss, so why now?" The scene shifts abruptly to a grueling mining operation deep within the elf kingdom's territory. Laborers were breaking their backs extracting materials when a guard's voice cracked like a whip across the air. "Move it faster, stop dragging your feet, or you'll regret it." Meanwhile, a noble sat perched on a high balcony, swirling wine in a crystal glass while observing the chaos below. Truly, I was terrified to my very core. Who would have thought the king of original sin would suddenly manifest right here in the royal capital? The man sitting opposite him, admiring the intricate engravings on his own goblet, chimed in smoothly. "It is a blessing we had Her Highness the Queen to suppress the threat, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." The noble nodded, his expression darkening with arrogance. It is all the fault of those incompetent guards. Useless trash who do nothing but eat and idle around all day. They couldn't even guard a simple teleportation gate. He gazed down indifferently at the elven commoners weeping over the coffins of their loved ones, his voice devoid of empathy. In the end, they are just weak, lowly commoners meant to be protected. It is a great honor that a place of such class as the royal capital wasn't flattened. My only regret is that most of my assets were burned to ash. His companion raised his glass for a toast, a sly look in his eyes. But have you heard the situation in the city center has been a bit unstable lately? The noble raised his glass in a polite return gesture. He scoffed. You mean that new cult, the sect of original sin? They actually declare belief in that monster. Truly the height of stupidity. Rest assured they will be purged soon enough. They won't be able to stir up any real storms. Just then, a maid entered carrying a tray of refreshments. Hearing the noble's dismissal, the guest burst into raucous laughter. True enough. Then let us toast to the great Queen Chris. The noble clinked his glass. To the Queen. The maid heard every word, yet she showed no reaction save for a subtle furrow of her brows. She pursed her lips in silent defiance. The scene shifts to the dilapidated slums of the Elf Kingdom. Inside a ruined drafty house, a group of people huddled around a fire for warmth. One of them stood up, unable to contain his anger. That aristocracy is utterly despicable. They don't even view us as human beings. Another rebel extended his hand toward the fire, his voice trembling. We have to fight tooth and nail just to survive a single day. Why do they get to enjoy everything without paying any price? As their discussion heated up, the maid returned. She walked straight into their midst and declared, You are not wrong. She moved to the center of the room, her voice commanding. The royal nobles have committed the 7 deadly sins, yet they feel no guilt in their hearts because they rely on the protection of the gods. They drown in cruelty, heavy punishment, and hedonism. The girl reached up and pulled off her wig, revealing a cascade of striking white hair. Her name was Gloris. She then removed her contact lenses. The reveal was instant. Her true eyes were heterochromatic, one blue and one red. Gloris brushed her hair back and stated cold, hard facts. If the gods protect such villains, then those deities are nothing but evil gods. A male elf, stirred by her words, stepped forward passionately. We no longer want to live these hellish days. Another rebel approached Gloris, desperation in his voice. But how can we possibly punish those nobles? Gloris stood in the center of their circle, raising both hands as she preached. The evil nobles are shielded by evil gods. They are beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. One of the listeners had an epiphany. So we must seek the power of a god who is their equal. We need a power to judge them and bring down divine punishment. Gloris nodded, her expression fierce. Correct. Only the monarch of the abyss who holds the authority over original sin. Only he can bring true punishment upon them. The elves began to murmur in panic. What? The monarch of original sin. But the king of original sin destroyed our homeland. That means the monarch himself is evil. Even if we destroy the evil king and the evil gods, what do we gain? Gloris listened to their fears, her face unyielding. Her voice turned icy and sharp. Trials always come with suffering. If you cannot overcome pain, how can you expect to change your destiny furthermore? The monarch of original sin embodies the sins of the world. To bear all sin upon oneself is called a crime, but in reality, it is the act of a benevolent god. The monarch is a benevolent god. It turns out everything was just a trial. Having spoken, Gloris drew a sharp dagger. She watched the droplets of blood well up and continued her sermon. The blood of the king leads to sin. Gloris clenched her fist tight, her eyes burning with unwavering resolve. The evil gods shall suffer punishment for their massive sins. The crowd, ignited by her conviction, stood up as one. They raised their hands high, chanting in unison. The blood of the king leads to sin. The evil gods shall suffer punishment for their massive sins. The group dispersed into the night, and Gloris walked away. Alone now, she placed both hands over her heart, closed her eyes, and looked up to the heavens. Monarch who holds original sin, hear Gloris's prayer. Her entire body began to glow with a mystical light. I hope you will bring salvation to us all. As she prayed, her shadow stretched out, but it did not resemble her. It formed the silhouette of a man. A silhouette crowned with power. The scene shifts to the teleportation gate leading into the Elf Kingdom. The area was a wasteland of ruins. A figure in a cloak sat perched high above the destruction. Looking down from his vantage point, he mused, just like the information in Knight Commander Taxus's memories. Although the passage between the Elf world and the Dragon Kingdom isn't restricted, the defense is still incredibly strict. It was Su Yang. He frowned as he analyzed the battlefield from above, calculating in his mind. 6, 7, 8. No. There are 2 more scouts hiding in the shadows. That makes 9 elves total. With my 6th transformation, I don't fear a head-on clash, but tripping the alarm would be annoying. He stood up, his decision made. Forget the tricks, I'll just go for a direct insta-kill. Dark energy exploded around Su Yang, wrapping him in a shroud until only his glowing eyes were visible. This was his form of depravity. After prepping his skill, Su Yang vanished, leaving only a streak of light where he once stood. A sentry down below gasped, Where did the enemy come from? A beam of light tore through the guards before they could blink. Blood sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. Su Yang's form materialized clad in menacing red armor. A pair of crimson horns adorned his head. With the guards liquidated, Su Yang walked casually toward the teleportation gate. Consume soul mark. Automatic return to position after revival and deletion of death memories. It was a failsafe worthy of a top-tier system Manhwa mechanic. Having crossed the gate into the land of dragons, Su Yang removed his helmet. So this is the kingdom of giant dragons. A breathtaking panorama unfolded before him. A vast majestic ocean stretched to the horizon, with mighty dragons soaring freely through the azure sky. Even Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, now this is truly epic. The black dragon emerged from the mark on his arm in a mini form. He looked down at the creature with a grin. Excited, aren't you? You must have smelled the familiar scent of your homeland. The black dragon looked incredibly satisfied, letting out a small cry of agreement. Immediately, Su Yang extended his arm. He called out with command in his voice, Come out, Athos! The black dragon surged forth, growing in size and roaring with pure ecstasy. Athos was finally free. Soaring high above his homeland, Su Yang scanned the heavens, hunting for his next stroke of luck. Below him, his blade was already drawn, thirsting for battle. In a heartbeat, the red dragon was conquered. Su Yang stood triumphantly atop the beast's head before leaping into the void. As the red dragon bowed in submission, skeletal dragons began to rise from the earth like a nightmare. Purple flames danced violently around the undead creature. But as the two dragons stared down, Su Yang ignited his own power, an ocean blue inferno that swallowed his entire being. Suddenly the scene shifted. A bolt of lightning tore the sky apart, nuking the ground in a blinding explosion. Sparks crackled over Su Yang's body as he smirked. That shock made me numb. This lightning massage combo isn't half bad. But look at my hair. It's a disaster. How do you plan to compensate me for this? Before him loomed a massive black dragon wreathed in azure electricity. It glared at him and rumbled. Why is a fragile human standing here? The dragon barely finished its sentence before Su Yang charged sword in hand. He dashed straight for the beast, shouting his reply. There's no deep reason, it's just a quest in this leveling Manhwa system. Suddenly a shadow ripped through the air. It was his own black dragon. It returned, slamming its claws down and pinning the gray dragon to the dirt with a deafening roar. The gray dragon looked up at its oppressor and screamed, Why, you are a majestic black dragon, why do you bow to a human? Have you forgotten the pride of our race? Dust swirled in the chaos as Su Yang seized the opening. He flashed forward, his voice cold. There is no such thing as glory. For dragons like you isn't the only law. The strong eat the weak. Without hesitation, he plunged his greatsword straight into the dragon's chest. Blood erupted like a geyser. The beast howled in agony before collapsing, its massive frame shaking the earth as it fell. Debris flew everywhere as the monster coughed up one last mouthful of blood. With the kill confirmed, Su Yang glanced back at his companion. Come on, let's feast. Man and beast sat amidst the carnage, devouring the dragon's essence. Moments later, Su Yang patted his full belly and burped. That thunder dragon had a huge heart. I can feel it. My compatibility with the lightning element has skyrocketed. Just a little more, and I'll unlock that forbidden lightning curse. The black dragon lay contentedly beneath him, acting as a living mattress, burping in satisfaction. Su Yang lounged on its belly and noted, That makes 10. The Devourer tribute of the Dragonbone Greatsword has hit the limit again. To upgrade it further, I need to slay a Tier 8 Dragon King. But a demigod tier beast? That's currently out of my league. I need to pace myself. Su Yang rested his hands behind his head and opened the interface. Ding, a 5-star hidden mission appeared. The Fallen Holy Divine Dragon. Mission briefing. The Holy Giant Dragon possesses a unique sacred attribute. They are the natural-born kings of their kind. However, this one fell from grace during its infancy. By accidentally swallowing a nameless horror, it was corrupted and exiled by its clan to the barbarous wastelands. Objective: kill the level 350 Fallen Holy Dragon. Rank Scorching Sun tier. Su Yang frowned, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. A holy dragon. Here. Even the Global Beast Taming Association's database has 0 data on this, and I just stumbled upon it. As he read the system Manhwa prompt, his fingers danced across the holographic screen. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. I remember that normal giant dragons are diamond tier even as whelps. They only reach Scorching Sun tier after maturing through countless stages. Even my black dragon with the ancient devourer bloodline was only star tier in its infancy. But this holy dragon, it's already scorching sun tier that's 2 whole realms higher than Atos Airi. Hearing this, the black dragon growled low in its throat, staring at the holographic readout. Su Yang shoved his hands in his pockets and looked up at his partner. What are you jealous? The black dragon lowered its massive head and Su Yang gently patted its snout. Don't worry. I'm not the type to abandon the old for the new. Besides, this mission requires me to kill it. Su Yang's expression darkened with a hint of pity. He pursed his lips. This holy dragon fell because it swallowed something strange. Could it be that piece of rotten meat again? If that thing fell here too? Shaking off the thought, Su Yang stepped forward. Let's move. To the wasteland. The black dragon roared, shooting into the sky with renewed excitement. In no time, Su Yang and the black dragon arrived at a desolate valley choked by thick miasma. Looking down from above, Su Yang whispered, "Not even a blade of grass grows here. This is truly a forbidden zone for the living." He squinted through the dense fog. It seems we've been spotted. The black dragon lowered its head, scanning the ground intently. Suddenly it let out a nervous roar. Su Yang, crouching to observe, asked, "What's wrong?" "That's the first time I've seen you act like this." He touched his lip, calculating. "If I want to fight a max-level scorching sun dragon, the black dragon won't be much help. It might even alert the enemy too early." Decisive as always, Su Yang unsummoned the beast, returning it to the tattoo on his arm. "Go back for now. I'll handle this monster personally." As the words left his mouth, a nightmare emerged from the fog. A dragon with 10 horns and eyes glowing like blood moons appeared. The level 350, scorching sun tier beast. The fallen holy dragon. Stats revealed: HP 14 million. Strength 68,210. Spirit 82,021. Agility 15,043. Staring at the Colossus and its stats, Su Yang furrowed his brow. It's huge. Easily twice the size of my dragon. But looking at these numbers, is this really a challenge? Su Yang pulled up his own status window. A wicked grin spread across his face as he muttered, "With these stats of mine, why do I feel like I am the final boss here? Its health is nearly 5 times lower than mine." The awakening Manhwa interface displayed Su Yang. Class Malin Harvester, level 200, HP, 74,320,000, strength over 100,000. Spirit, 67,000. Agility, 41,000. Physical resistance, 68,000. Magic resistance, 64,000. Closing the window, Su Yang looked back at the dragon. Still a pro always plays it safe. Purple energy began to coil around his left arm. Simultaneously, golden light erupted from his right. He entered harvester form. All stats increased by 20%, mana consumption reduced by 80%, damage increased by 200%. Cost 1 harvest point per second. Current points, 781. This was the fallen form, the authority of the 7 deadly sins. Su Yang glanced at his glowing arms. Against a boss of this caliber, full firepower is the only option. Blitzkrieg tactics. This was the power of extreme dual cultivation. For every 10 points of base strength, physical damage rose by 1.5%. For every 10 points of base spirit, magic damage rose equally. Plus, the Dragon Slayer Heart passive ignores dragon race defenses and increases damage against them by 500%. The scorching sun dragon finally locked eyes with Su Yang. It froze for a split second, stunned by his aura, but instinct took over. With a deafening roar, the beast spun around, whipping its massive tail to crush the intruder. With godlike reflexes, Su Yang caught the dragon's tail with his bare hands. A smirk played on his lips as he taunted the beast. "Brace yourself, big guy." In a display of raw power that defines a top-tier leveling Manhwa, he swung the massive creature like a ragdoll. He leaped into the air, using the momentum to hurl the beast across the battlefield. The scorching sun dragon landed with a heavy thud, yet it recovered instantly, unharmed and enraged. With a roar, the Leviathan charged straight back at him. Its jaws gaped wide, gathering a terrifying concentration of violet light, the dreaded breath of death. But Su Yang wasn't the type to back down from a clash of energy. He raised his hand to the heavens, channeling the abyss itself. Second stage forbidden spell. Dark Flame. Purgatory. A massive chain forged from pure darkness and glowing with ominous light materialized in his grip. The chains shot forward like vipers, wrapping around the Titan and locking it in place with the skill, confinement. The moment the dragon was bound, Su Yang didn't hesitate. He vaulted onto the beast's head, gripping a sword that thirsted for blood, his face hidden behind a dark mask. Ultimate Art Ninefold. Heavy slash. Steel sang through the air in a symphony of destruction. The dragon craned its neck, but it was too late. Its health bar plummeted. 3 critical hits landed in rapid succession, each dealing 170 damage. Su Yang landed with his back to the creature, cool as ice. The relentless barrage triggered a massive explosion, engulfing the beast. Su Yang glanced back with a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. A fallen divine giant dragon boss. Interesting. It had 1,400 hit points, yet I wiped it out instantly. My damage output is becoming honestly terrifying. But the battle wasn't over. It was time to use his next ability, Authority of Gluttony Devour. As he spoke, spectral red fangs materialized in the air, hungry for energy. But looking down at the corpse, Su Yang noticed a twitch. He muttered, "Still not dead." Suddenly, the scorching sun dragon rocketed into the sky. Its massive shadow swallowed the entire battlefield, plunging everything into darkness. Su Yang looked up, eyes widening in genuine shock. "What is that?" The dragon was mutating, its face melting away until only a single colossal eye remained. It looked down at Su Yang and let out a roar, a sound beyond mortal comprehension. Su Yang desperately tried to check its status window, but the system Manhwa interface was glitching. Name, level, race attributes. Health, mana, spirit. Everything was obscured by question marks. The creature's horns elongated grotesquely, and the eye on its forehead began to glow with a sickening purple light. Its body twisted into a patchy nightmare of blue and black corruption. Su Yang scoffed in disgust. "It looks even more repulsive than before, and I can't read its stats. What kind of abomination is this?" The dragon lowered its head, exhaling a bone-chilling mist as that giant eye locked onto him. In a flash, it fired a barrage of razor-sharp spikes straight at Su Yang. Su Yang danced through the air, dodging the projectiles as the ground exploded around him. Fast, he thought, his mind racing. But not fast enough. Suddenly, beneath his feet, dark green runic circles appeared. Spikes erupted from the earth like the jaws of a trap, surrounding Su Yang and cutting off every escape route. Before he could react, chains of flesh and bone slammed tight, immobilizing him. "What the—" He struggled, but he was completely paralyzed, bound hand and foot. Dark aura began to leak from Su Yang's body. Then he laughed, a maniacal sound that echoed through the arena. With a flex of pure power, the bone cage shattered into fragments. Su Yang stood revealed, clad in pitch-black armor, his face masked and demonic red horns crowning his head. Seeing its prey escape, the dragon unleashed a torrent of necrotic green fire. Su Yang moved on pure instinct, leaping skyward. The ground where he stood melted into a crater of scorched green earth. Mid-air, he dove toward the dragon, eyebrows raised. "Is that the best you've got? Now it's my turn." Su Yang swung his blade, channeling an inferno into the steel. His eyes blazed with fire. Secret technique, ninefold heavy slash. Violet energy carved into the beast, slash after slash, drawing fountains of blood. Su Yang followed up immediately. Dark flame purgatory. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the arena. Yet as the smoke cleared, the dragon stood firm, merely growling at the annoyance. Su Yang stared in disbelief. "No way. I used a forbidden curse and it only took 25% of its HP. The dragon opened its maw, shrieking a psychic attack of purple lightning and discordant frequencies. Su Yang clutched his head, pain lancing through his skull. "What is this sound? It's scrambling my brain." The system flashed a warning, sanity value reduced by 10%. Spirit and agility dropped by 10%. Su Yang screamed, fighting to stay conscious. "From sanity value, that's a mechanic from Lovecraftian lore. Is this mutant related to the legendary Cthulhu?" Taking advantage of his confusion, the dragon's sharp limbs lashed out, landing a heavy blow. Su Yang, barely blocked with his sword, sent skidding back by the impact. He regained his footing, eyes narrowing. "I can't drag this out. My damage is fine, but this madness effect is lethal. It will kill me. I have to end this before my Fallen Reaper transformation expires." Su Yang raised his hand, black-purple flames igniting on his fingertips. "Let's run it back, dark flame purgatory." Pillars of hellfire erupted, trapping the dragon in a prison of searing heat. The dragon looked up just as Su Yang charged. He unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm. "My compatibility with the lightning element is nearly maxed out. Eat this." He combined the flames with the lightning, creating a storm of destruction. Forbidden spell. Dark lightning obliteration. Su Yang descended like a meteor, electricity crackling in his eyes. "Full firepower, I'm taking your life right now." He unleashed a relentless barrage, a hurricane of blades and magic that gave the beast no room to breathe. Finally, he crashed to the ground, gasping for air. The Fallen Reaper form dissipated, leaving him exhausted. But the dragon was still standing. System alert, target health at 15%. "Damn it," Su Yang panted, forcing himself to stand. "Just a little more. Just one more push." The dragon roared, lunging for the final kill. Su Yang pointed his blade at the oncoming monster, an orange aura enveloping the steel. So you want to settle this in one hit? Fine by me. Your turn, Athos. Unleash the power of the Deathbone. Space tore open, and the black dragon Athos emerged, leading a legion of skeletal wyverns and wailing souls. Su Yang rested his sword on his shoulder, radiating the swagger of a true monarch. The skeletal dragons opened their jaws, gathering necrotic energy into a massive sphere of blue fire. Boom! They fired a beam of earth-shattering power. The enemy dragon desperately wove its horns together, creating a shield to block the devastating attack. Seeing the opening, Su Yang popped the cork on a vial. It's over. He downed a high-grade mana potion, instantly restoring 50% of his mana pool. Cooldown 60 seconds. But I don't need that long. Power restored. Su Yang charged one last time, his blade carving through the monster in a glorious spray of blood. The colossal dragon crashed into the earth, finally defeated by Su Yang's devastating strike. Like a classic moment in a leveling manhwa, the system interface instantly flashed. Creature eliminated. 130 million experience points acquired. 15 million gold coins added to inventory. Item drop: a mysterious chunk of rotten flesh. Su Yang touched down on the ravaged ground, exhaling sharply. Victory was finally his. It had been ages since a battle pushed him to his limits like this. But his eyes narrowed as he inspected the drop. Why this trash again? He grabbed the foul meat, digging into his dimensional storage with his other hand. He examined the lump of flesh closely. It was identical to the rotten meat the black dragon had devoured earlier. Was there a hidden connection between these two disgusting items? Suddenly a blinding light erupted. The two pieces of flesh magnetized and fused together. Su Yang gasped, stepping back. What in the world? The items were resonating with each other. They merged into a single massive chunk of flesh. Su Yang scoffed, disappointment washing over him. No evolution, just a bigger lump. But then his senses screamed a warning as he looked up. The atmospheric mana was in turbulence gathering around him. Su Yang analyzed the situation instantly. A terrifyingly powerful aura was closing in at breakneck speed. Had the commotion summoned a true powerhouse of the dragon race? There was no time to find out. Su Yang commanded Athos return. We are retreating now. The black dragon vanished into the shadows instantly. Moments later, the earth shook as a colossal golden dragon descended. It scanned the empty battlefield and growled. Damn it. Arrived one step too late. Its golden gaze fell upon the dragon corpse Su Yang had left behind. The golden dragon sneered in disgust. Absolutely repulsive. Who struck down this abomination? To kill such a beast meant the attacker was no weakling. But as the golden dragon sensed the lingering mana, its eyes widened in shock. Impossible. This residual energy. It belonged to him. The dragon shook its head, refusing to believe the truth. It could not be. Meanwhile, space distorted at the Elf Kingdom's border. A cloaked figure emerged from the void. A guard shouted, "Halt, identify yourself." Su Yang ignored the threat, raising his arm to reveal the glowing dragon crest. Listen closely, Athos. The mana density in this realm is unique, similar to an awakening manhwa setting. Take a breather for now. But even as he spoke, azure flames erupted from his back, and the terrifying shadow of the black dragon materialized once more. Su Yang's eyes went cold as he gave the order. Unleash the bone dragons. Target the elven royal capital. Instantly, skeletal monstrosities flooded the sky, their roars shaking the heavens. Thunder crashed as the undead legion descended. The peaceful city became a living hell. Elves scattered like ants, screaming in terror. Run. Save yourselves. It is the apocalypse. Cowering behind a massive boulder, an elven commander barked orders into a communication stone. Royal guards, intercept them. Do not let them breach the walls. But the soldiers were paralyzed by the lightning storm. It is too powerful. We will be incinerated. The commander raged. You useless trash. Charge now, or I will execute you myself. On the ground, a soldier convulsed amidst a pile of corpses, foam spilling from his lips. His screams were blood-curdling. Ah, the pain. It is poison. The air is toxic. Another soldier grit his teeth as his vision faded, eyes rolling back. Evacuate the toxic zone. Where are the mages? Suddenly a blade of light cleaved the sky, shattering a bone dragon in an instant. Eslian had arrived, but the shattered bones snapped back together like magnets. The beast was whole again. Eslian cursed, spitting on the ground. Damn these undead abominations. They simply refused to stay dead. He glared at his trembling subordinates, his voice grim. A summon is only as strong as its master. There is a necromancer hiding nearby. Scour the area. Find the rat controlling them. Sir, yes sir, the squad roared. Far away, Su Yang watched the chaos with a smirk. Not bad. The elven royal guards actually have some backbone. He glanced at the dragon sigil on his hand. The glow was dimming. The black dragon's energy was nearly spent. He chuckled. I suppose this little housewarming gift ends here. Next time the destruction will be permanent. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. His killing intent flared as he spun around. Show yourself. Gloris emerged from the shadows, hands raised. Easy now. I come in peace. Su Yang did not lower his guard. Who are you? She stared back, her expression unreadable. Su Yang's mind raced. He could not sense a shred of mana from her. It was like she did not exist. Ignoring his question, she asked, You hail from the abyssal void, do you not? Su Yang stiffened. How did she see through his disguise so easily? He narrowed his eyes, voice dripping with ice. And if I am? Gloris revealed a pulsating artifact in her palm, her eyes pleading with him. I have a request. I need your help with something important. She stepped closer and desperate. Please, deliver this letter to the abyss for me. Su Yang scoffed, looking at the glowing item. Give me one good reason. Why should I be your courier? For all I know, that is a weapon meant to wipe out the abyss. You want me to be an accomplice to genocide? Gloris shook her head frantically, trying to explain. I cannot force you, she whispered. But if you refuse, I will wait an eternity for the next demon to pass through. Su Yang paused. Who is the recipient? Her voice trembled with reverence. The monarch of original sin, the supreme ruler of the abyss. As she spoke, a colossal dark avatar manifested behind her. Su Yang stepped back, aura flaring. That shadow. It was identical to the entity guarding the Elf Queen. The pressure was suffocating. This energy. It bypassed the demigod stage entirely. This was divine realm power. Just who was this woman, and how was she connected to the Queen? The massive shadow loomed over him. Do you still question her intent? Su Yang grit his teeth. If you are this powerful, why not deliver it yourself? A being of your level could cross dimensions instantly. Gloris clasped her hands behind her back ears, twitching innocently. Oh, you are mistaken. I have no power at all. I am just an ordinary weak elf. Su Yang almost laughed out loud. Ordinary? If she was ordinary, then the monsters he fought were insects. That would make the top rankers of this world look like toddlers. He turned to leave, tired of the riddles. But Gloris called out to his retreating back. There are chains that bind me to this place. I am a prisoner of fate. I can only interact with the outside world through proxies. It has always been this way. Su Yang halted. Bound, that made no sense. The dimensional rift was fully stabilized. Even a god could traverse it now. Unless she was sealed by a higher power. What kind of force could trap a deity? He closed his eyes, calculating the risks. Fine. I will take your request. But if this is a trap, you will regret it. Gloris bowed deeply, presenting the artifact with trembling hands. You have my eternal gratitude. Suddenly shouts echoed from the forest. The energy spike is this way. Move. Gloris turned to him, urgency in her eyes. You must vanish now. Su Yang glanced back. And what about you? She smiled, a sad, serene expression. Do not worry about me. Just go. Su Yang nodded once. Very well. And in a blur of motion he was gone. With a thunderous flap of its wings, the skeletal dragon soared straight into the heavens. Gloris watched it ascend, muttering to himself, a skeletal giant dragon that brings back some distant haunting memories. Ashley and her elite subordinates arrived moments later, but the area was completely desolate. One of the knights shouted, The signal came from right here. Where did he disappear to? The energy signature definitely originated from this spot. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the opulent palace of the Spirit Kingdom, where Marita walked respectfully beside the Queen. Your Majesty? Queen Chris gripped her staff tightly, her voice grave. Marita, do you understand the true significance of those skeletal giant dragons? Marita bowed her head in reverence. The only being capable of commanding such monstrosities is the one who brought calamity and terror to both the spirit world and the Dragon Kingdom. Its true name has been lost to the sands of time. Both our races refer to it simply as the Ancient Devourer. Queen Chris clenched her teeth, a fire of rage burning in her eyes. To think that legendary existence has truly returned from the abyss. The scene shifted to the sacred grounds. Standing before the towering holy tree, Chris narrowed her eyes and asked, Marita, how much time remains until the divine birth? Marita, ascending the steps behind her, answered without hesitation. 3 months, Your Majesty. The Queen stood silent before the ancient wood, her brow furrowed as her mind raced. Previously, to investigate the sudden disappearance of the Lorens and the divine artifacts, Marita had established a spiritual connection with the holy tree. Beyond the oracle foretelling a frenzied slaughter, she had received a secret revelation about the deity's awakening. The Queen placed one hand over her heart and extended the other toward the glowing bark. As she resonated with the holy tree, she proclaimed, The deity shall be reborn from this wood, guiding the spirit world to purge the sins of the abyssal demons once and for all. A smirk curled her lips as she continued. For centuries the deity never vanished. It merely slumbered within the tree. Once awakened, we spirits shall become the absolute rulers of the three realms, the godless dragon kingdom and the human world. In the end, they will all kneel before us. A twisted, sinister smile distorted her beautiful features. Hearing this worry clouded Marita's face. But your majesty, what does the oracle truly mean by purging demons? The queen turned her gaze sharp and piercing. We both know the truth. The deity has returned to eliminate the very existence that terrifies the holy tree and cause the Lorens to vanish. She gripped her staff, walking forward with purpose. Humanity cannot possibly defeat the monarch of original sin within 3 months, nor can they ascend to the divine rank in such a short window. Overlooking the sprawling city of the spirit kingdom, she declared, "In 3 months true glory shall descend. The abyssal demons, the human world, and even the ancient devourer will tremble before the divine light." The scene shifted instantly. A spatial portal manifested, and Su Yang sprinted toward it. In this manhwa recap, every second counted. Finding the outpost deserted, Su Yang thought, "There were guards stationed here when I first arrived. Why have they suddenly vanished into thin air? Is this her doing?" With no time to waste, Su Yang stepped into the portal without hesitation. Judging by the aura, it doesn't seem to be a trap. Priority is to leave first. As Su Yang traversed the spatial tunnel, something peculiar caught his attention, causing him to frown deeply. Emerging on the other side, he found himself in a different human city. Helicopters roared overhead, and countless surveillance drones buzzed in the sky like swarms of insects. Shielding his eyes, Su Yang analyzed the situation. These defensive lines are purely for monitoring. They are utterly useless against a real demon invasion. If I hadn't intercepted the West Tower and the others, the human world would have collapsed long ago. He vanished, moving with ghostly speed through the shadows. Moments later, Su Yang stood at the entrance to the abyss. Suddenly, the sigil Chloris had entrusted to him began to glow with a radiant light. Before he could react, the sigil detached from his hand and shot forward. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, muttering in confusion at the strange phenomenon. Why is the letter moving on its own? He shook his head. Whatever. My class advancement is the priority. I'll deal with that later. In this leveling, manhwa power always came first. He retrieved the dragon heart and commanded, "System, submit the 7th Awakening quest." The interface flashed instantly, verifying 7th class advancement quest. 5-star quest, the Demon Lord's Dragon Feast, complete. Life rating increased. Base attributes boosted by 50%. Su Yang's body surged with raw energy. Arcs of electricity crackled around his back. The system continued, reward 5,000 free attribute points. Level cap broken. Increased from 200 to 250. Consumed 1.3 billion experience points. Level increased from 200 to 202. Su Yang brushed his hair back and sighed at the numbers. 300 million XP for just 2 levels, maxing out is going to be a serious grind. But going from Awakening to 7th class in under a month, that speed is actually insane. As his mind wandered, a new notification chimed. Passive skill enhanced. Converts 15% of strength into spirit. Converts 25% of strength into spirit. Converts 15% of spirit into strength. Passive extreme dual cultivation. Every 10 points of strength increases damage by 1.5%, then 2.5%. Same applies to spirit. Su Yang. Level 202. Class Soul Reaper. HP 75 million. Strength 72,134. Spirit 54,212. Agility 32,000. Su Yang clenched his fist, feeling the power. My damage cap increased from 10 times to 20 times. My base stats alone surpassed the Solar Gluttony rank. With my equipment equipped, I could probably one-shot an 8th class entity with full firepower. He smirked to himself. Just a little more. 8th class, 9th class, and then I will replace the Monarch of Original Sin. Just then the system beeped. Quest item verified. Hidden quest complete. Golden light flooded his vision as a new path opened. Unlocking class evolution. The God Blasphemer. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. A hidden class evolution. The system continued its barrage of notifications. Hidden quest completed. Unlocking advanced class, the God Blasphemer. New ability acquired, Blasphemous Blade. Capable of manipulating the unknown rotting flesh and transforming it into a mutated weapon. A crimson light illuminated the chunk of rotting meat sitting in his inventory space. The system description expanded, revealing its terrifying potential. Blasphemous Blade Effect 1. Extreme Flesh Corrosion. Inflicts flesh blasphemy on the target, draining 2% of their maximum HP every second. Effect 2. Spiritual Corruption. Inflicts Spirit Blasphemy, draining 1% of spirit power every second. New ability Blasphemer form. Merge with the blade to enter a transcendent state. First, the health cost doubles. Second, the effect of the profane blade is amplified twofold. The target's stolen vitality vanishes instantly and is not transferred to the user. Third, with every passing second, the profane form devours 1% of my mental energy. Once that energy hits zero, escaping this cursed form becomes impossible. Su Yang's upper body was now encased in a terrifying suit of armor, Mao forged from white bone. An overwhelming aura surged from his frame. In his grip lay the crimson profane blade, his eyes glowing with the same blood-red hue. He stared intensely at the weapon, analyzing its stats before muttering to himself. Based on my current burst damage strategy, this should be enough to instantly obliterate 95% of all targets. Comparatively speaking, losing 2% of my health per second is a negligible price to pay. It might even help stall the enemy's rhythm. However, in prolonged battles against tankier bosses or those with special resistances, the continuous health drain will become a significant burden. Su Yang paused, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheek as the realization hit. The real problem is the mental energy drain. If that hits zero, it's basically a sanity wipe. I'd turn into a raving lunatic, completely devoid of reason. That is a truly terrifying outcome. This profane form must be used with extreme caution. With a thought, he dismissed the skeletal armor, and the blood-red blade, his expression cold. Now where can I find a lucky volunteer to test this new toy? The scene shifts to the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the Abyss Floor 56. A thug was forcing the head of a half-spider girl against a rough corner. He smirked, his voice dripping with malice. Hold still. Stop struggling, or I'll end you right here. The spider girl, despite the threat, fought back with desperate strength. Let me go, you filthy pervert. The thug slammed her against the wall, his twisted desires written all over his face. He licked his lips. You've been wandering the abyss for so long. That spider body of yours is starting to look pretty good to me. As fate would have it, Su Yang was passing by. Seeing this pathetic display of bullying, he summoned his skeletal armor and gripped his blade. His voice cut through the shadows. I never realized the members of the Shiva Guild were this disgusting. The thug whipped his head around, his eyes narrowing sharply at the intruder. But before he could even react, a blur of motion flashed past him. Su Yang's blade pierced clean through the man's shoulder. The Shiva Guild member screamed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Su Yang stood over him, eyes glowing crimson, blood splattered across his cheek. His voice was freezing cold. I'll use you to test the effects of the profane blade. He looked down at the wretch groveling on the ground. Get up and run. I'll give you exactly 1 minute to escape. The spider girl watched, eyes wide with relief and awe. The Shiva thug stared back at Su Yang in pure terror. What kind of monster is this? I can't sense his aura at all. It's like staring into a void. Without a second thought, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted blindly into the darkness. This guy's power is insane. I can't win. I have to run. As he ran, he desperately chugged potion after potion, discarding the empty vials on the path. Panic set in. Damn it! What the hell is happening to me? My health keeps dropping. My mental energy is tanking. Why aren't the potions working fast enough? How long does this bleed effect last? And my mana? My sanity? It's all draining away. What kind of cursed skill is this? Veins bulged on his face, his eyes rolling back into his skull. He clutched his head, screaming. My head! It feels like it's going to explode. Su Yang watched calmly from the shadows behind him. 20 seconds left. His mental energy is about to hit zero. Let's see the result. Instantly, the Shiva thug collapsed. But the nightmare was just beginning. Writhing red tentacles burst from his wound, growing at a terrifying rate. They twisted and pulsed. Moments later, the thing that was once a man stood up. His body was now a grotesque mass of crimson tentacles. Su Yang and the spider girl watched from a distance. Su Yang approached the abomination and analyzed the outcome. As expected, total loss of sanity followed by a mutation into a mindless monster. Disgusting, but effective. With a casual swing, he cleaved the creature in two from head to toe. The mutated body instantly dissolved into a pile of foul sludge. Su Yang frowned, muttering to himself. Strange. Normally, when a player dies, they respawn at the demon idol. Does being killed by the profane blade strip them of the right to resurrect? Su Yang knew the mechanics well. In this world, much like a typical system, Manhwa death was rarely the absolute end. Typically, upon death, a player is transported to the job change sanctuary, to revive, losing only experience points and levels as a penalty. But true death, I've seen it before. Those incinerated by the dragon-speak flames of the black dragon Athos never returned. They were deleted by the system's correction. After leaving the Black Dragon Fortress, I sealed the Black Dragon's skills. It makes cleaning up enemies harder, but it keeps me out of unnecessary trouble. After all, I am the only one who has ever tamed the Black Dragon. The mighty beast swooped down, carrying him into the sky. Su Yang gazed at the sword in his hand. The power of this blade alters the very structure of life through a spiritual curse, severing the target from their system faction. It leads to true annihilation. It's not as crude as a system deletion, but valuable nonetheless. For enemies that can't be fought conventionally, this blade is a perfect solution. I might even be able to dual-wield effectively. Later, he returned to his sanctuary. Lilith threw her arms around him immediately. "Welcome home, Master. Where did you go this time?" Su Yang smiled. "I visited the Dragon Kingdom and took a detour to the Elf Kingdom." Lilith gasped. You weren't detected. That sounds incredibly dangerous." Su Yang patted her head. "Don't worry, I was careful. By the way," he looked at her curiously, "in the elf world, are there many elves with silver hair?" Lilith, pouring tea, paused in surprise. "Silver hair? I don't think I've ever seen that before." Su Yang pressed on. "What about eye color? Like emerald green?" She replied, "Only elves with royal blood possess green pupils. The purer the royal bloodline, the more vivid the green. To have emerald green eyes? That would be reserved for the queen or the high priestess." Su Yang fell into deep thought. Royal blood. That girl's aura was undeniably noble. He glanced at Lilith across the table. Speaking of nobility, Lilith herself was a genuine princess. Her posture while drinking tea was the picture of elegance. 10 out of 10. Just as he admired her, she spat out the tea. "Hot, too hot," Su Yang sighed. "Make that a 9 out of 10. Su Yang waved goodnight and retreated to his quarters. He walked down the corridor, maids bowing respectfully as he passed. His silhouette moved alone through the silent halls. He stopped before an open gate. Taking out a barrier scroll, he activated it. Anyone with lower mental strength is barred from entry. As his body faded, Su Yang initiated the link to his dark avatar. Su Yang sat upon the abyssal throne, his gaze burning with anticipation at the object in his hand. The moment of truth had finally arrived to unveil the secrets hidden within this letter. Particles of light began to converge into a singular point. The energy coalesced, manifesting into a physical form right before his eyes. Su Yang blinked in surprise. A solid entity. The spirit bowed with absolute reverence. "Great ruler of the abyss, the monarch who commands original sin, your presence confirms it. You are indeed a true god." Su Yang projected an aura of dominance. "I sensed your arrival. State your name and your purpose here." The entity replied, "My name is Glorus. I am the connection between the human realm and the spirit world, the administrator of growth and nature." Su Yang's mind raced. Severa. That was the royal surname of the 7 spirits, but the name Glorus. She looked up with desperate eyes. "I beg you, my lord, please help me kill Glorus." Su Yang paused. The phantom in the dragon spirit secret realm had mentioned this. According to the inscriptions on that mysterious stone tablet, could this spirit goddess Glorus have betrayed him? He recalled the phantom's final request before it dissipated. She was pleading now. "I came here seeking your salvation. I implore your vast power to help me slay my other self." Su Yang masked his shock at this abrupt request. Glorus continued, "Supreme Monarch, as a true god who descended from another dimension, you know the balance. Beyond order, there is chaos. That is the domain of the evil gods. Calamity, misfortune, despair. And now a vile entity known as the Mother Tree has descended into the sacred tree of the spirit world. It is nurturing a doppelganger, an alter ego that serves the Mother Tree. Her goal is to replace me, seize total control of the spirit world, and then invade other realms. Her power grows by the second fed by the sacred tree. If unchecked, both the human world and your abyss will be overrun by the evil gods of chaos. Please, lend me a hand." Su Yang mentally facepalmed. He suspected she was related to the queen, but this was a whole new level of trouble. She was a literal goddess talking about other dimensions, evil gods, and chaos. He had never heard of this lore in any manhwa recap. How was he supposed to answer? He took a breath. "Stay calm. As long as I don't break character, no one will notice." She came to him for help, which meant he held all the cards. He couldn't let her lead the conversation. This was a golden opportunity to gather intel. He deepened his voice, sounding regal. "I have a question for you." Su Yang cut straight to the core. "Glorus, have you ever met the Fixer?" The question struck her like a physical blow, leaving her stunned. Seeing her reaction, he pressed on. "Never seen him." The air in the throne room grew heavy and stagnant. She replied with trembling honesty. Great monarch, I dare not hide anything, but I truly do not remember. The other self within the sacred tree split from my body. She likely took that portion of my memories. Su Yang thought, amnesia. That's a pretty clumsy plot device. Was there a massive conspiracy hidden inside that giant tree? His voice dropped an octave. If I intervene, how will you repay me? Gloris presented a scroll. I am willing to sign a divine contract. I will become your dependent. I will manage the spirit world in your name and offer you 70% of all faith power gathered there. The offer caught Su Yang off guard. 70%. That was incredibly generous. He stood up, his shadow looming over her. But once I recover, I could simply conquer your world myself. Give me one good reason to help you now. She bowed her head lower. From what I can see, you are currently in a weakened state. Extremely weakened. You possess the godhood, but not the power of a true god. With the mother tree's buff, my other self might be more than you can handle. Su Yang leaned in, his face inches from hers. Are you threatening me? Gloris averted her gaze. I dare not. I am merely stating objective facts. If you lose, this entire swamp will become fertilizer. Sacrifice to the mother tree. Please consider this carefully. Su Yang felt a vein pop. Was his weakness to buff really that obvious? What did 1/3 recovery even mean then? This was tricky. Su Yang asked, how much power do you have left, and what is the plan to kill her? Gloris reported, my power is nearly drained. I only retain the authority of my godhood. I cannot fight directly, but I can use a new identity to establish the Church of Original Sin within the spirit world. Once we gather enough faith power, it should allow you to descend fully into my world. Then you can crush her before she fully awakens. Su Yang smirked. Sounds like a classic leveling Manhwa strategy. She continued, I cannot last much longer. If you agree to save us, accept this contract. He took the scroll. Very well. I accept your terms. Gloris beamed with relief. I thank you for your salvation. As he opened the scroll, Su Yang felt something profound. He had never seen this before, yet he understood it instantly. This was a contract between gods. It was woven with the laws of the universe, impossible to forge. The terms read, Igloris Severa voluntarily become your dependent, subordinate to the monarch of original sin. I will manage the spirit world and offer 70% of the faith power monthly, assisting in the destruction of the evil god. Su Yang nodded. It matched her verbal offer. But he noticed a crucial clause. The monarch of original sin could terminate the contract at any time. She was showing full sincerity. Su Yang paused. Why is the signature line blank? Do I need to sign it? There was only a colon waiting for a name. Gloris placed her hand over her heart, waiting for the connection. The scroll dissolved into particles of light circling him. The contract was sealed. Su Yang blinked. Did the system just bug out because his title Monarch of Original Sin matched the contract? Was this a free pass? Were there hidden side effects? He snapped his fingers. Too much info to process alone. See to get in here. The subordinate appeared instantly. She listened and asked, Master, you mentioned a godhood. Our powers are granted by you. If we haven't condensed a godhood, how can we possess one? I do not understand. Su Yang quickly fabricated an excuse. I just woke up from an eon of slumber. My memories are still chaotic. It's natural you're confused. She bowed deeply. I have been disrespectful, failing to consider your condition. Please punish me. He waved her off. Dismissed. Once alone, Su Yang exhaled sharply. Close call. I almost blew my cover. It seems rank 9 is barely scratching the surface of true divinity. Even a powerhouse like Sita was leagues away from being a true god. Gloris's warning wasn't a bluff. If he wasn't careful, he'd get wrecked in the spirit world. Su Yang manifested a sphere of dark energy. Intel gathering was over. It was time to progress the Sin artifact quest. Darkness swirled around the subterranean throne, condensing into a terrifying form. Su Yang commanded, Resurrect King of Greed Mammon. The miasma knit together, and Mammon's figure emerged from the void. He looked at his hands. I live again. Mammon knelt. Heaven's praise be to the Supreme Monarch. The system Manhwa interface flashed open. Name King of Greed Mammon. Rank Demigod. HP 120 million. Strength 152,271. Spirit 295,632. Agility 114,313. Talent Greed of Mammon. Authority activated, destroys one piece of equipment from the enemy's treasury and steals an item of equal rank. Su Yang's eyes widened. Now that is broken. Mammon, the monarch of greed, ruled the 200th floor. Though his raw physical power paled in comparison to Samael, his spirit attribute was legendary, boasting nearly 300,000 points. But his true value lay in his unique authority. Bowing low, the demon lord asked with trembling reverence, How may this humble servant satisfy your desires, my liege? Su Yang's command was cold and absolute. Mammon, open your treasury. The demon didn't hesitate. At once, master. A massive gate groaned open, spilling blinding light into the abyss. Behind the demon lord, the entrance to the vault revealed itself. Welcome, Mammon proclaimed, gesturing grandly. To the horde of greed. Please take whatever you wish. The chamber was a blinding ocean of gold with mountains of treasures radiating an aura of absolute opulence that would make kings weep. Su Yang strolled through the riches with a bored expression. Shall I recommend a masterpiece? Mammon offered nervously. No need, Su Yang replied, cutting him off. I'll choose myself. His mind raced, analyzing the loot. Mostly radiant sun and bright moon tier gear. An impressive collection accumulated over eons, but for a player at my stage in this leveling manhwa, these stat boosts are meaningless. Suddenly a peculiar glint caught his eye. A solitary drawer on a high cabinet pulsed with energy. What is that? Su Yang demanded. Mammon retrieved the box, revealing its contents with trembling pride. Your eyes pierce the truth, my liege. This is the crown jewel of my collection. The system window flashed demigod-tier artifact, the Gift of the Void. It was a treasure that only a god's gaze could unveil. Requirements 50,000 spirit. Effect plus 8,000 spirit. Passive skill. Void Walk. It grants the wearer a state of absolute stealth. Before initiating an attack, the user becomes completely undetectable by any sensor or skill. In the world of an awakening manhwa, this was the ultimate cheat code. This effect is absolute against anyone with less than 1.5 times the user's base spirit. Mana cost 1,000 per second. Active skill, Void Concealment. The user enters the void itself, becoming intangible and immune to all damage, even from demigods. Mana cost 200,000 per second. Su Yang weighed the ring in his hand, calculating the odds. My base spirit is 54,000. I barely meet the requirements. With my current mana pool, I can maintain stealth for 30 minutes, or endure the absolute defense for 8 seconds. It's the ultimate tool for both assassination and survival. Perfect. Mammon rubbed his hands together, his voice dripping with sycophancy. To satisfy the monarch is my greatest honor. Is there anything else you desire? No, Su Yang said, turning away. His eyes went cold as ice. You have outlived your usefulness. A blast of crimson energy erupted toward the demon lord. My liege, Mammon cried out in shock. You just revived me. Why kill me again? Su Yang held a swirling sphere of destruction in his palm, offering no mercy. Just become my experience points. Return to the darkness and await my next summon. Mammon bowed his head in defeat, realizing his fate. I obey your will. The energy sphere obliterated the demon instantly. System alert. You have defeated the monarch of greed, Mammon. Demigod rank. Received 11.4 billion XP. Level increased from 202 to 217. Loot obtained Essence of Greed. Consuming this increases spirit by 10,000. Source of Greed. Origin of Mammon grants immunity to abyss corruption for the first 200 floors. Eye of Greed increases luck attribute. Significantly boosts drop rate for rare items. Su Yang stared at the interface, calculating. Only 15 levels this time. My leveling speed has hit a bottleneck. The drops are static, just the same 3 items from the boss loot table. The screen remained disappointingly empty of any surprises. Was that it? Su Yang sighed, shaking his head. It seems the goddess of luck has abandoned me today. No Godslayer weapon appeared. The chaotic energy is depleted. I won't revive the Greed King again for now. Su Yang turned to leave the dungeon. There are other ways to farm XP. He snapped his fingers casually. System consumed 1/6 of Dark Origin power. Judgment of Death activated. Target rank 8, Demon of the Deep Abyss. Executed. Received 10.6 billion XP. Level increased to 227. Back in his sanctuary, Su Yang downed a mana potion and wiped his lips. He stood up, power radiating from his frame. My spirit has nearly reached 70,000. With the Harvester mode bonus, even a 9th Circle demigod mage like Augustin wouldn't be able to detect me now. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Tokugawa, there is nowhere left for you to hide. Atu and Asan are already moving. It's time you joined your friends in hell. Attempting to backstab me was the last mistake you'll ever make. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Nation's headquarters, cracked Tokugawa smashed his fist onto the table, pulverizing a glass cup. Damn it all! That cursed tyrant king. Where did he even come from? Tokugawa trembled with rage. I've died 4 times. Now I've lost over 100 levels because of him. It's humiliating. And why does Dragon Xia get to ally with the elves? I did everything to sabotage them. I tried to frame Dragon Xia to make them the elves' enemy. I wanted to borrow a knife to kill a man. The shards of glass turned to dust in his grip. When the Western Tower attacked the elf delegation in Dragon Xia, the elves should have declared war. Instead, they offered high-tier secret realms as a peace offering. And that bastard Tang Jian, he hasn't died once, he keeps leveling up. It's not fair. A knock interrupted his tantrum. Lord Shogun, I have urgent intelligence. Tokugawa growled. Enter. The guard hesitated. My lord, are you injured? We heard a crash. Skip the pleasantries, Tokugawa snapped. Report. Yes, sensors have detected a new high-tier secret realm manifesting at the border with Dragon Xia. Initial scans confirm a demigod-tier boss inside. Tokugawa's eyes lit up with greed. The location, is it on Sakura soil? Or Dragon Xia's? The guard gulped. It's in the neutral zone, but the coordinates favor Dragon Xia slightly. Tokugawa slammed his hand down. The elites of Dragon Xia are busy in the elf world. That dungeon belongs to us. The scene shifted to the tense border. The bridge was packed with awakened from both nations, a powder keg waiting to blow. Sparks flew as gazes locked. Dongshan level 306 Feng Shui Grandmaster of the Dragon, Xia Immortals stepped forward, his aura flaring. Sakura dogs explain your presence. Okita Kagoro, level 285 Samurai General of the Shogunate, smirked arrogantly. Explain we're here to raid a dungeon. Got a problem with that. And Anne stepped up, hands on her hips. Don't play dumb underworld guild laws, this coordinate belongs to Dragon Xia. A Sakura lackey scoffed. Since when do little girls get to speak among men? Know your place. A hidden blade shot from his sleeve, whistling through the air. And Anne froze the cold steel, reflecting death in her eyes. Elder Dong caught the blade with just 2 fingers. His eyes burned with righteous fury. Attacking a young woman, you dare call yourself a warrior? The thug scoffed, flashing a thumbs down in mockery. But karma strikes fast in this leveling Manhwa. A beam of energy pierced his skull before he could blink. The instant death for an 8th rank. Terror gripped him. Is this old man a 9th rank legend? Elder Dong slammed his hand down, summoning a radiant formation. A towering energy barrier materialized, separating the factions. His voice boomed like thunder. Cross this line and you face my wrath. Tokugawa stepped from the shadows, a snake-like smile on his face. Long time no see, Dongshan. And this must be the war god's daughter, Lady Tanganan. Elder Dong didn't flinch. Shogun Tokugawa, why bring an army to our doorstep unless you seek war? His tone was colder than ice. Tokugawa's killing intent exploded. Begone! The shockwave blasted the guards away like leaves in a storm. A protector shielded Annan just in time. Lady Tang, stay back. Without the war, God Longxia is defenseless. His arrogance knew no bounds. Hand over the girl or I'll send you all to the afterlife right now. Elder Dong scoffed at the threat. With your pathetic level, don't make me laugh. Send the 9th rank monsters hiding behind you instead. You defy me to the end, Tokugawa roared. Let's see who can save you. Suddenly a spike pierced his chest from nowhere. Kill them. All. He froze, staring at the wound. Who did this? He unleashed his ultimate move, 99-layer tearing slash. The earth shattered under his fury. But there was no one there. Cold sweat dripped down his face. From impact to my counterattack, only half a second passed. Impossible. Not even the war god could escape my sword domain, yet his blade had sliced nothing but air. How did they dodge? Is this your assassin, Longxia? Elder Dong frowned, equally shocked. Not ours. I didn't even sense their presence. This was a mastery of stealth beyond comprehension. Lies, Tokugawa checked his status. Great stealth but weak damage. You think this scratch can kill a shogun? But his face went pale. Why is my HP plummeting? He crushed an S-rank recovery scroll. Purify heal. But the system gave no response. It's not working. Is this a forbidden curse? He screamed at his supports. Buff me, use every dispel and heal you have now. Healing light flooded the area. But his health bar kept dropping. Blood pooled beneath him as a grotesque tentacle burst from his chest. Why isn't it stopping? What kind of demonic skill is this? The tentacle constricted him like a python. His own soldiers backed away in horror. Lord Shogun, what are you becoming? Tokugawa howled as tentacles erupted from his eyes and mouth. He had become a monster. The appendages lashed out, impaling his own troops. A healer screamed as a spike lunged for her face. No! Boom! A massive blast struck the abomination's waist just in time. The dust settled to reveal Izanagi. Level 300. 9th rank on Muji. This is a forbidden curse of the highest order. Even my supreme dispel failed. There is only one choice. His eyes turned cold. We must kill the Shogun. Once he dies, he will respawn purified. The mutated Tokugawa roared, smashing tentacles toward them. Take him down. Watch out. chains wrapped around the beast, and Anne trembled. "Elder, what do we do?" "Elder." Dong smirked. "Sit back. Let the dogs bite each other." Izanagi pulled a talisman. Summoning Art Golden War God. A titanic golden avatar descended from the heavens. The avatar's fist slammed down with the weight of a mountain. The ground pulverized, but from the debris, the monster still stood. Tokugawa was going critical. His self-destructing chains flew from all sides, pinning him down. "Hold him." A blade flashed in the chaos. The tentacles and chains were severed in one strike. Target acquired. A clean line appeared down the center of his body. Blood sprayed like a geyser. Then the mighty shogun dissolved into a puddle of black sludge. Silence fell over the battlefield. Okita stepped forward, trembling. "Where is the body? Why did he melt?" Izanagi contacted the resurrection shrine. His face turned ashen. "What, he's not respawning? Check the other shrines. No trace of his soul anywhere." They all looked at the black slime on the ground. The horrifying truth sank in. Shogun Tokugawa is permanently dead. All eyes turned to Izanagi. "Don't look at me, I tried to save him. We had a plan, but who knew he couldn't respawn?" He pointed a shaking finger at the border. "It was Longxia. They did this. They used a dark art to erase his existence." And then stepped forward, furious. "Bullshit, you killed him yourself." "We didn't even see the assassin," Izanagi sneered. "He died on your border. Who else could it be? Deny it all you want. This is an act of war." Elder Dong narrowed his eyes. "What is your play, Izanagi?" "You'll find out soon enough." Return to Kyoto. The enemy army withdrew. "Elder, I have a bad feeling about this." "So do I, child. That fox is scheming something." Back at the headquarters in Kyoto, Okita knelt. "What is the plan?" "New shogun, Tokugawa is gone. I am in command now." His eyes gleamed with malice. "His death is a tragedy, but also a weapon. It will be the hammer that crushes Longxia." Okita was confused. "How so?" "Think about it. If the world believes Longxia can bypass the system and permanently kill players, they become the world's enemy. No matter how strong their system Manhwa heroes are, if the entire world unites against them out of fear, they will fall." Okita grinned. "Brilliant. Fear is a powerful motivator, just like the terror caused by the Crimson Moon and the Withered Roar, capable of inflicting absolute permanent death upon any job class. Furthermore, if we simply spread the rumor that Dragon Shia possesses a power similar to the Withered Crimson Moon, they will instantly become public enemy number one. Even if they can't prove Dragon Shia did it, the mere suspicion will cripple their nation and prevent them from recovering their former glory. Listen well. I will broadcast the news of Regent Tokugawa's assassination and his permanent death to the entire world. At the same time, we will preserve and publicly display Tokugawa's remains. This exhibition will show the world the horror, the dread, and the sheer terror Dragon Shia represents. If Regent Tokugawa has a spirit watching from the afterlife, and sees that his death led to the total annihilation of Dragon Shia, I am certain he would understand and bless our actions." The moment the news of Tokugawa's death hit the airwaves, it triggered a global earthquake of panic. The entire world was shaken to its core, whispering in fear about Tokugawa's demise. To separate truth from fiction, intelligence agents and high-level, awakened ones from various nations secretly infiltrated the Sakura Nation. At the Yu Guild gathering, Yu smirked. "So those Sakura Nation demons finally have their day of reckoning." Yu hissed, "Keep your voice down, don't let others hear." And Yu was busy stuffing his face. "Man, this Odin is actually pretty distinct." Rongxia rolled her eyes. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Keep it up and you'll turn into a ball." Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion group, Zhou Tai whispered to Jia Yue, "Everyone seems quite relaxed. General Manager, why did we have to bring them along?" The manager replied calmly, "Given the tension between our two nations, an unannounced visit like this requires the absolute best preparation and security. Yu Yun has the best reputation among all A-rank guilds in Sky Spirit City. They are the most suitable choice for bodyguards." Yu Yun turned back, speaking politely. "Thank you for your kind words, sir. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety." Suddenly, Ling Er approached them, hesitating. "I heard Su Yang is in your guild. How is he doing right now?" The members of the Yu Yun Guild froze at the mention of that name, and Yu swallowed his food. "I haven't seen him since we bumped into each other at the dungeon entrance. I have no clue where that kid went." Yu added gloomily, "His name in the guild list is grayed out. We can't contact him at all." Ling Er's face fell heavy with disappointment. "Is that so? I thought... Never mind, it's nothing." And Yu handed a skewer to Ling Er. "I heard some wild rumors. May I ask, is there something going on between you and Su Yang?" She stammered, face flushing. What? No, I don't. Seeing Ling flee, her companion chased after her. Come on. Come on. Come chat with big sister, let's talk about happy things. Ling snapped. You're so annoying, who asked you to care? Jia Yue thought to himself. Ever since her crushing defeat against Su Yang, the young miss has poured her soul into beast taming, continuously subduing several giant dragons. All of it was preparation for a rematch with Su Yang. However, Su Yang vanished mysteriously after the incident in the Elf Kingdom, leaving the young miss in a constant state of unrest. Su Yang, the rising star of Sky Spirit City, hailed as the peerless genius of the new generation in Dragon Xia. Where on earth is he now? Rongshu pointed ahead. Look, we've arrived at the spiritual hall. And you and Ling glanced over. A grand solemn funeral was underway with a massive portrait of the man in the center. They peered into the coffin and there lay the corpse of Tokugawa. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. Yu couldn't even bear to look. That is absolutely disgusting, Yu Yun was baffled. To display something like this to the public, isn't this going too far? Ling felt a chill run down her spine. The heavenly secret group was shaken. A death this grotesque. It's like a twisted scene from a dark awakening manhwa completely unrecorded in history. Jia Yue realized the truth. Is this their goal? First spread rumors to smear us, then use these shocking visuals to manipulate public opinion, turning Dragon Xia into the target of global criticism. Jotai was skeptical. Batista no Mitsumairo. The leaders of other nations aren't idiots. Will they really believe this one-sided narrative from the Sakura nation? If Dragon Xia truly had the power to inflict permanent death on awakened ones, why would we hide it until now? Jia Yue warned. The truth isn't the most important thing right now. The problem is convincing the major powers that there is even a possibility Dragon Xia possesses such a capability. If we can't prove our innocence, even a 1% doubt will lead to suppression from all sides. Exploiting War God Tang's absence to pull a stunt like this. Truly a cunning and vicious conspiracy. Late at night, the funeral home fell silent. The air inside was cold and desolate, but in a hidden corner the Izanagi group was celebrating. Dragon Shi has become the object of everyone's hatred. Soon the whole world will condemn them, and the Sakura nation will take their place as the dominant power. A subordinate flattered him. It is all thanks to Lord Izanagi's brilliant plan. You will undoubtedly become the supreme leader of the Sakura nation. Izanagi drained his wineglass. If we can destroy Dragon Xia, and simultaneously wipe out the remnants of the Tokugawa faction, it's killing two birds with one stone. Only a genius like me could devise such a masterstroke. Once we slowly erode Dragon Xia's territory, world domination will be within my grasp. Suddenly a subordinate rushed in panic, written all over his face. Bad news, my lords. Bad news. Izanagi glared at him. What is it? Why are you panicking like a headless chicken? Where is your dignity? The man slammed his head on the floor. Report D-demons have attacked the room where Lord Tokugawa's body is kept. The situation is chaotic. Please, give us your orders. The entire banquet table froze. Izanagi slammed the table, standing up. What? He shouted. How many demons are attacking? The subordinate stammered. Oh, only 2 people. Izanagi kicked the man in the chest. Only 2 demons and you're this panicked. Aren't there plenty of guards stationed there? Do you lot only know how to eat rice? Kicked to the ground, the man reported. But those 2 demons are terrifyingly strong. The guards are no match for them. One of them. He even sprouted 6 black wings. Izanagi's face darkened. 6 black wings. Could it be? West Tower. Arrogance. The others trembled in fear. About the regent's body. This is a disaster. What should we do? Izanagi's mind raced. According to the lore of the demon holy city, demons lose power after leaving the abyss and cannot stay in the human realm for long. Therefore, if we just avoid the battle temporarily, the West Tower demon will be forced to retreat. However, showing too much weakness could be disadvantageous for our future diplomacy. After all, the world's eyes are on us. He barked an order. If those demons are trying to inspect Tokugawa's body, then let the Tokugawa Royal Guard handle it. Let them die protecting the honor of the Tokugawa house. The rest of you follow me and wait for the right moment. Someone whispered in awe. Borrowing the hands of demons to eliminate the Tokugawa remnants. Truly ruthless. Meanwhile, at the scene, Su Yang had teleported in. He instantly realized their scheme. The Sakura nation actually wants to incite the whole world against Dragon Xia. You've got some serious guts. Everyone must bear the weight of their own actions. I won't let others claim credit for my kill, but I also won't let Dragon Xia take the blame for me. Giant dragons soared through the sky while corpses littered the ground below. West Tower reported, I don't see any top-tier powerhouses from the Sakura Nation. These cowards are hiding like turtles in their shells. Su Yang let out a cold snort. That fits their nature perfectly. He then looked down at a guard playing dead on the floor. Hey, get up. Do you really think playing dead works on me? The man trembled violently. Don't kill me, Su Yang demanded. Where is your current boss? Why did he send small fry like you to die here? The man spilled everything. The acting regent, that bastard Izanagi, ran away. He ordered the Tokugawa house to fight you alone. We are nothing but sacrificial pawns to him. Su Yang thought to himself. Izanagi looks like another villain cut from the same cloth as Tokugawa, perhaps even more insidious and shameless. How does the Sakura Nation manage to breed such trash leaders? Su Yang turned to the demon. Can you sense Izanagi's location? She replied. I can't sense anything. It's possible he never participated in the invasion of the abyss, so he has no demonic trace. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, realizing the hunt was just beginning. It seemed the main protagonist wouldn't be showing his face today. But duty called, regardless of their absence. Seeing him effortlessly lift his blade, the enemy asked in a panic. What are you planning to do to my summon? A violent spray of crimson answered for Su Yang. Vile red tentacles suddenly burst from the summon's flesh, followed by a gut-wrenching roar. The beast writhed in agony, blood trickling from its maw. Su Yang offered a cold reminder. You should be grateful. I have no interest in slaughtering the innocent, but that mercy only applies to humans. The massive dragon was now completely consumed by the grotesque tentacles. Su Yang glanced at his companion. Let's move out. We are done here. She hesitated, suspicious. That is it. I thought you were going to unleash a massacre. Su Yang explained with a shrug. Those people have no direct quarrel with me, so there is no need to dirty my hands. She narrowed her eyes. What about the rats hiding in the shadows spying on us? You are just going to ignore them, but he already had his next move calculated. A faint smirk played on his lips as he walked away. No need. It is just a feeling of nostalgia. It really hasn't been that long. Yet, why does it feel like a lifetime has passed? Meanwhile, Yu Yun's squad cowered behind a nearby wall. She turned to report to Jia Yue. They are finally gone. The other members collapsed to the ground, terror draining their strength. I thought I was a goner. We were inches from being discovered. For a split second, I swear I saw my grandmother waving from the afterlife. Rongshui frowned, puzzled. Why would these demons cause such chaos in the Sakura Nation? What is their endgame? Ling Er offered her analysis. This is just my speculation, but those villains, especially that masked devil, seem to harbor a deep personal rage against the Sakura Nation. What do you mean, think about it? The condition of that earth dragon mirrors Tokugawa's corpse perfectly. It proves the demon killed Tokugawa, yet the Sakura Nation pinned the blame on the Dragon Nation. Perhaps that accusation insulted the demon's pride. He felt humiliated. That is why he appeared to teach the Sakura Nation a lesson they will never forget. She stepped out, blocking the remaining dragon's path. Two elders immediately stepped in front of Jotai to shield him. It sounds like a wild fantasy, but with demons, logic often flies out the window. Jia Yue nodded grimly. Regardless of the truth, the Dragon Nation's suspicion has been cleared. That is the only good news we have. Miss, step back, we will handle this monstrosity. Ling Er began channeling her mana. Save your breath. A powerful enemy stands before us. How could I possibly retreat? Her voice was steel as she commanded them. We attack together. Understood. Meanwhile, deep underground, the dragons had surrounded the secret chamber. Izanagi stared at the screen, trembling with pure rage. How did it come to this? Veins bulged on his forehead as he hissed in venom. My plan. Has it truly been exposed? Why is reality crumbling around me? Why did that demon have to interfere? If he hadn't meddled, everything would have played out exactly according to my script. But why suddenly the cold bite of steel pressed against his neck? Izanagi froze. He slowly turned his head. Okita, have you lost your mind? What is the meaning of this? Izanagi looked at the grim faces behind him, and a chill ran down his spine. What is with that look? Explain yourself, Okita spoke with ice in his voice. The conspiracy is out in the open. The Sakura Nation must now answer to the world, especially to the Dragon Nation. As the mastermind and the highest authority in the land, you alone must bear the weight of this sin. Speak, acting shogun. Izanagi could not accept his fate. Why my dominance? My ambition. Has it all turned to ash elsewhere after a fierce battle? Ling Er's squad stood victorious. They finally annihilated the mutated Earth Dragon. They brought the truth back to the Dragon Nation. Within hours, every nation on Earth knew of the Sakura Nation's vile plot. Attempting to frame the Dragon Nation was a fatal error. Izanagi was detained as the prime culprit awaiting judgment at the Divine Temple. The Sakura Nation's international reputation plummeted instantly. From that moment, humanity realized the true terror of the Abyss demons. It was far worse than any nightmare. Their twisted methods could transform humans into monsters, stripping them of the ability to resurrect. A fate worse than death. Fortunately, the Lord of Original Sin had not fully recovered, and the demons could not freely leave the Abyss just yet. Otherwise, the situation would be catastrophic. Thus, conquering the Abyss became the absolute priority, almost like the main quest in a leveling manhwa. Su Yang watched the chaos unfold with a satisfied look. Everything went exactly as I predicted. The Sakura Nation won't dare cause trouble for a long time. Thank you for the intel. It was incredibly useful. Bailing's voice was soft and warm. I am just glad I could be of help to you. How have you been? It has been so long. Is the Elf Kingdom still giving you grief? He reassured her. Don't worry. My current hideout is impenetrable. They will never find me. And even if they do, I don't fear them in the slightest. She blushed, her voice dropping to a whisper. That is good to hear, but please stay vigilant. By the way, when the dust settles, will you come back to see me? I have things I need to tell you. Su Yang nodded. Understood. Bailing beamed with joy. Then it is a promise. Su Yang sat alone, lost in thought. I have spent so long in the Abyss, sometimes I think like a demon more than a man. Only these connections remind me that I am still human. Hiko spoke up from behind him. Is Lord Tokugawa truly dead? Su Yang didn't sugarcoat it. Yes. And he will never resurrect again. So even if you return, no one will make things difficult for you now. She hesitated, her eyes downcast. But you are not just going to let me go like that, are you? You need to wait until your business here is finished, right? He raised an eyebrow. Sharp. Have you figured out my next move? Hiko shook her head. No, just a rough guess. If you don't want to say, I won't pry. I will wait patiently. But if the time comes and you still don't want to let me go, I think that wouldn't be a problem either. What do you say? Su Yang gave a dry laugh. Let's talk about that later. He silently evaluated her. She looks innocent and pure on the surface, but she is far from simple. Night fell over the city, wrapping it in silence. Li Ya walked the streets alone, deep in thought. I have been in the Abyss for a while now. The demons haven't made a move, but I cannot let my guard down. Su Yang. His position in the Abyss. He seems to hold a transcendent status. Does he possess a special item or a skill to control the demons? It feels like the plot of a system manhwa where I can't read the main character at all. I need to find Hiko and discuss our future plans immediately. At that moment, Hiko was walking Su Yang to the door. Please come visit me more often. I want to talk to you more, he nodded. All right. See you next time. Li Ya hid behind a wall, eyes wide with shock. Since when were Hiko and Su Yang so close? Did something scandalous happen? While I was away, Hiko called out to her. Su Yang is gone now. You can come out, sister. Caught red-handed, Li Ya froze. She stepped out awkwardly. You two, when did your relationship progress to this stage? Hiko answered innocently. Just now, Su Yang and I did so many things together. Li Ya's mind went to the gutter. Just now? You mean, you two just finished? Hiko listed their activities earnestly. He said he was tired lately, so I gave him a shoulder massage. Then we played games, and even poker. After that we discussed monster taming theories. Su Yang taught me so much. Li Ya listened, her soul almost leaving her body. I didn't expect doing things meant that. She let out a long breath. I suppose. You aren't that kind of girl after all. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Li Ya composed herself and warned Hiko. Listen to me. You should keep your distance from Su Yang. Whatever his reasons, humans and demons cannot coexist. Demons are our mortal enemies, creatures of absolute evil. I cannot accept anyone associating with them and bringing disaster to the human realm. She tried to explain. I understand your fear, but Su Yang, he isn't a villain, especially considering he saved our lives. Li Ya let out a heavy sigh, her expression conflicted. I am grateful for his mercy, but being held captive like this, it's not the freedom I desire. Simsa descended the stairs, her steps light. But sister, if we really wanted to leave, Su Yang wouldn't stop us. Seeing the confusion, she clarified with a dark suggestion. Couldn't we just self-destruct to trigger a respawn? Death would simply return us to the class change temple for resurrection, albeit with a penalty of a few levels. Li Ya looked stunned, realizing the grim logic. That isn't technically wrong, but that method is too extreme. Shizi smiled mysteriously. Besides, I stayed behind voluntarily. I'm deeply intrigued by Su Yang, whether it's his method of taming the Black Dragon, or the man himself. I haven't had a proper chance to converse with him, and I refuse to let this opportunity slip away. Leah thought to herself, I've heard the rumors. The young miss of the Asita family possesses a terrifying intellect. And indeed she's right. In this abyssal plane aside from Su Yang, the only person immune to the crushing pressure, Xie Chu, is you. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, a massacre was unfolding. Terrifying arcs of energy sliced through the air, sending limbs and bodies flying in a grotesque display of violence. The devastation came from the perfect synchronization of Su Yang and his black dragon. He decided the grinding session was over. While mass farming mobs with the authority of the Monarch of Original Sin was satisfying, he needed to maintain his edge in actual combat. Currently, Su Yang stood at level 245. Suddenly a tremor ran through his soul, cold sweat breaking out. His consciousness was forcibly connecting to his abyssal demon form deep within the extreme abyss. The system is summoning me on its own initiative. A wave of intense anxiety and anticipation washed over him. Could it be? His consciousness shifted to his demonic avatar hovering in the void as a bold speculation took root. The time for the descent has arrived. It's only been 9 days. Have they already accumulated enough faith power? If this succeeds, it will mark a historic moment in this Manhwa recap. For the first time, I will wield the true, unbridled power of the Monarch of Original Sin. I'm actually looking forward to this. Meanwhile, in the Elven Kingdom, a majestic voice boomed, "Those of royal blood are destined to end in sin. Those who indulge the evil gods shall face the ultimate judgment." Below, a crowd gathered around a crucifixion stake where a battered figure was bound tight, covered in wounds. A spectator sneered. The Laurent family is infamous for their heinous crimes, depravity, kidnapping, and pillaging. Especially that second son. He hunts the weak for sport. He is filth incarnate. In the name of original sin and lust, we shall castrate his ability to commit such atrocities. Let blood be his punishment. We will never tolerate the wicked, or allow evil to rise within the temple again. Gloris watched in silence, her mind racing. Even I didn't expect the situation to escalate this quickly. Is this a blessing? Or a curse? She steeled her resolve. No. There is no turning back now. A subordinate approached. Let us begin. A massive formation ignited, surrounded by 7 pillars. Standing at the center, the chant began, "Summon, my supreme and high ruler. Accept the blood of your believers. Accept the power of our faith." Blades slashed down in unison. Gloris stood amidst the carnage, absorbing the surging energy. "O ruler of the deep abyss, monarch who governs original sin, heed my call. Let your glory spread across this polluted world." Instantly the sky turned pitch black, casting a shadow over the entire city. Golden miasma began to seep from the ground, infiltrating every corner of the capital. In the distance, a colossal pillar of light erupted. Pedestrians froze, eyes wide with confusion. What in the world is that? Some sensed danger immediately. Report to the queen at once. But others, intoxicated by the energy, opened their arms greedily. Finally, the Divine One is descending. A massive dimensional gate cracked open in the sky. The interior was an infinite void of darkness. The cultists dropped to their knees, chanting fervently, "We welcome the monarch's descent, long live the emperor." A crimson light flashed, and a monstrous claw emerged, gripping a dark sphere. The hand extended, fully revealing the abyssal demon form of Su Yang. Swirling black aura shrouded him, amplifying his terrifying mystique. Gloris bowed her head, trembling under the weight of his presence. Last time his spiritual projection didn't carry much pressure. But now, even a mere shadow of his avatar is enough to make me struggle for breath. Is this the suppressive force of the world will against a god? She forced herself to speak. "Great monarch, I beg your forgiveness. The gate of faith is unstable. It can only exist for 1 minute. I thought I had accumulated enough divine power, but I was woefully mistaken. Please forgive your servant's ignorance, my king." Su Yang stood high above his gaze, sweeping over the city like a god judging ants. Su Yang muttered, "1 minute, huh? Come to think of it, I've never unleashed the true power of the Monarch of Original Sin in this leveling Manhwa world. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity." He vanished in a blur of speed. Gloris cried out, "Monarch!" In an instant, Su Yang hovered over the city center, his immense energy output turning the day into an apocalyptic night. Feel the despair of the abyss. The elves below stared up at the massive black sphere of energy in horror. It's a demon. The demons are attacking again. He's charging an attack. Deploy the defensive barrier. Hurry! Su Yang continued to channel his catastrophic power. The barrier materialized just as the sphere of dark energy crashed down, but it shattered like glass in an instant. The system notifications flooded his vision. You have slain Elf Noble level 195. You have slain Elf Noble level 214. You have slain Elf Noble level 236. You have slain Elf Guard level 200. You have slain Elf Guard level 200. Su Yang summoned his weapon. The crimson sword materialized in his grip. As he raised the great sword of the Monarch, an oppressive aura crushed the surroundings. He swung his hand down, signaling the end. A gigantic projection of the crimson sword plummeted from the heavens, obliterating the second layer of defense. Buildings crumbled into dust, the earth split wide open, and the sacred tree was sliced cleanly in two. Su Yang mused. I expected some resistance, but this is even weaker than I anticipated. If a mere avatar can cause this level of destruction, I wonder what my full power would look like. One in my prime state. Faraway pillars of light shot into the sky. Other elves watched in confusion. What is that thing that was a supreme tier holy barrier? And it shattered upon contact. What kind of monster is that? Realizing their strongest defenses were useless paper, the elven elites launched a counterattack, firing beams of energy into the sky. You filthy heretic, you dare destroy my royal capital and harm the holy tree today, you shall die. Release the forbidden spells, burn him to ash. A sea of magical fire roared toward Su Yang, but a crimson aura exploded from his body, swallowing the flames. Su Yang summoned his power. Sin of Sloth. A sphere of light erupted, blinding the area. The elves desperately cast wide-area nullification shields. The elves were paralyzed with shock. My forbidden spell, it was nullified. My weapons aren't responding. What kind of sorcery is this? Smoke drifted from Su Yang's lips as he prepared the next judgment. They looked up, frozen in terror. His eyes glowed with abyssal malice. Pride. The word alone was a hammer blow. Instantly the elves collapsed, vomiting fresh blood as gravity seemed to crush their internal organs. He glanced down at the ruined city. My time is nearly up. His gaze locked onto a glowing object beneath the severed holy tree. Is that the divine egg? It was destined to hatch in 3 months and be born with the full power of a god. In the original timeline of this awakening manhwa, that thing would descend into the abyss to hunt me down while I was still in a weakened state. He raised his massive sword. Better to kill the illness before it spreads. With a thunderous boom, he hurled the sword directly at the egg. Back at the altar, Gloris coughed up blood from the strain. A believer shouted, "High Priestess!" She gritted her teeth, face pale. "I'm fine. Maintain the ritual at all costs." Suddenly, she looked up, eyes widening in disbelief. Did he succeed? The voice of Su Yang echoed in the void. Just like that, the struggle ended. As the sword pierced the egg, Su Yang realized the essence of dark origin power on his spear had vanished into thin air. What in the world just happened? Su Yang froze as he spotted a figure beside the egg. When did she get there? Marita embraced the egg, whispering, "How pathetic." A savage smile twisted her lips as she mocked a weak and fragile true god. "You are merely the perfect sacrifice for my mother goddess." Absorbing the power from the egg, her entire body glowed with a toxic green aura. Marita declared arrogantly, "This is my domain now. Your authority means nothing here." The egg beneath her shattered, erupting into a roaring green inferno. From the wreckage, a blade radiating blasphemous mystery emerged. Marita seized the weapon, her power spiking instantly. The pressure she released was suffocating. Su Yang analyzed the situation. So that is the blasphemous blade. Does that mean the embryo inside was connected to that piece of rotting flesh? Do you still not understand? She sneered, triumph in her eyes. Die. This is the blessing bestowed by the mother goddess. A surge of green energy exploded from her slash, transforming into a deadly arc of light rushing toward him. Su Yang scoffed, "Mother goddess. She looks more like a parasite on a rotting holy tree to me." Their powers collided in midair, triggering a massive explosion that shook the space where he stood. Cracks began to fracture the barrier box surrounding them. Su Yang gritted his teeth. Her destructive power is insane. She has fused with the realm's power and has the home field advantage. Her strength is not to be underestimated. Marita raised her hand, and a mystical azure aura illuminated the darkness. Calling upon the authority of nature, gigantic roots erupted from below. The prison of 10,000 trees formed a cage, trapping him instantly. Marita revealed, "I sensed your existence the moment you descended. In the past, you may have been terrifyingly powerful. But look at you now. Are you really this weak? You should have stayed in the abyss, yet you dared to disrupt the blessing of my mother goddess. Once I destroy this shadow form of yours, I will march into the abyss and drag your main body out as a sacrifice to the great mother goddess. Perhaps then she will grant me your true god divinity as a reward, allowing me to finally break free from the chains of this world." As Marita clenched her fist, the wooden cage crushed inward, tightening its grip on Su Yang's body. She floated in the air, controlling the roots of the divine tree. Su Yang questioned, What is this vile energy? It turns out the core of the holy tree was corrupted long ago. That so-called mother tree faith has been rotten for ages. But you want to absorb my divinity, you are far too arrogant. Su Yang triggered the sin of wrath, and black aura exploded outward. Dark energy rained down like a meteor shower across the city. Marita froze, forced to use her blade to deflect the incoming barrage of darkness. The black energy coalesced into a single overwhelming beam of destruction. A catastrophic explosion erupted, blasting her out of the sky. Bruised and battered, Marita realized that even the residual power of a true god was troublesome. Su Yang sighed with regret. It seems this is as far as I can go today. Is my time up already? His voice turned cold. You should count yourself lucky. If my time wasn't limited, you would have died here today, Marita replied calmly. I could say the same to you. The next time we meet, I will sacrifice you to the mother goddess. The body of the abyss demon began to dissipate into the sky. Marita coughed up a mouthful of blood, admitting he is a true god after all. Even a mere shadow possessed such overwhelming might. I must quickly find my other half and devour it to restore my full power. Just then, Chris arrived and asked, What is going on here? Have you merged with the divinity? Marita answered. The situation was critical. I had no other choice. She raised her hand, commanding the massive branches to fulfill their duty. The ruined city began to reconstruct itself. Buildings rose from the debris, restored to their former glory by the covering branches. Chris gasped. She repaired the royal capital of Marita in an instant. You truly are. Marita cut her off. I am simply fulfilling my divine duty. Now, I must go find the missing half of my body. The spirit world will remain under your governance. Chris thought to herself, this deviates from the original plan, but even a weakened, revived god has enough power to annihilate the human world. However, now is not the time. We must wait until the demons of the abyss are completely eradicated. Only then will the spirit race dominate the three realms. Elsewhere, a fierce explosion erupted. Gloris kept her head down next to her unconscious comrades. She thought desperately, did we fail? What did that monster Marita do to the holy tree? She must be hunting for me right now. I absolutely cannot let her achieve her goal. The Monarch of the Abyss needs time to recover after this battle. I have to stall for time until he is fully restored. Next time, we must succeed. Back at the roundtable conference, the leaders watched the entire scene unfold on the big screen, the image frozen on Marita wielding the sword. Meanwhile, Su Yang had returned to the dwelling of the Abyss Demon. The atmosphere was grim. Sitting on his throne, he analyzed the situation seriously. The spirit realm now has that unknown mother goddess. The situation has changed. With Sin Monarch's current strength, victory is not guaranteed. There is even a risk of total defeat if I rely on normal recovery speeds. It is unclear how long it will take for the new body to reach its peak state. I have three paths before me. 1, I can simply wait. Wait for the Monarch of Original Sin to recover his power, then use absolute strength to crush that witch. But that could take too long, and the enemy might attack before then. The second path is to speedrun to the 9th circle, and kill the Monarch of Original Sin. After killing him, the system will link me to a higher, stronger boss. The rank of the Monarch of Original Sin is that of a true god. If there is an existence ranked higher than a true god, deleting her would be child's play. Then there is the third path, destroy her, using the repaired power of the Crimson Sword. But that requires a massive amount of Red Moon cores. I saw the requirement earlier. Exactly 80,000 cores. That is double what I needed for the West Tower. Where am I supposed to find that many? Su Yang reverted to his base form and returned to the grind. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have slain an 8th tier archdemon. Experience plus 860 million. Ding. Level increased from 245 to 248. He continued his frenzy, slaughtering monsters left and right. Giant beasts collapsed, blood spraying from their chests as sword lights danced in a deadly web. He sliced through the remaining mobs. Su Yang was pushing his limits, needing only 2 more levels to ascend from legend to the godhood stage. This was another massive leap in his journey. Beyond the stat and skill explosion, passing the class advancement trial would grant him divinity power. Glancing at the horde of monsters rushing him, he confirmed his strategy. This endless grinding is exactly what you would expect from a classic leveling manhwa. Su Yang grinned with anticipation. 8th circle. I am coming for you. The bloodbath continued. The system spammed notifications. Ding. You have slain an 8th circle archdemon. Experience plus 790 million. Ding. You have slain a 9th circle demon king. Experience plus 2.3 billion. Ding. Level has reached 250, the limit of the 7th circle. 8th circle quest unlocked. He stood before a statue surrounded by gathering demons. He commanded Livia. I want to use the Temple of Transition. Remove all irrelevant personnel. She bowed. Understood. Looking at Su Yang, Livia was shocked. In just a few short months, this brat's power has skyrocketed. He must have received immense blessings from the Monarch. But how can a mere mortal be so favored? Who exactly is he? His cold voice cut through the air requesting class advancement. The system display flashed checking level. Level 250 reached. 7th circle limit met. Class advancement initiated. Please select your class advancement difficulty. Su Yang didn't hesitate for a second. 5 stars. Obviously. It was a feat no living soul had ever achieved, an 8th tier mission with 5-star difficulty. Even the legends standing at the apex of this world like Tang Zhan and Augustus only dared to challenge the 7th transition. But if Su Yang could pull off this impossible 8-star miracle, he would become the first god among men. The system window flashed open. This was the ultimate leveling Manhwa challenge. Mission 8th transformation. Prove your strength to the world. Prerequisites. 1 solo kill an 8th tier primal demon. 2 solo kill an 8th tier awakener. Su Yang let out a dry laugh. Perfect. A trial before the actual trial. And the difficulty was already defying the laws of heaven. No wonder this path was empty. The gap between the 7th and 8th tier wasn't just a number. It was a fundamental difference in existence. Absolute suppression of the very soul. The most critical difference: 8th tier entities wielded the power of divinity. For a 7th tier mortal to defeat a godlike being, it wasn't just hard. It was suicide. But that's exactly why I chose it. This was the only path to true apotheosis. He descended into the dark abyss. A monster charged, wielding the skeletal remains of a dragon. Another screeched from the air, diving for the kill. The beast on the ground raised its claws to strike. Su Yang didn't flinch. He simply extended his hand. Perish. He sidestepped the attack and seized the creature's limb. Crunch. Bone turned to dust. Blood sprayed like a fountain as his blade sang through the air, delivering a second strike. Su Yang sighed. Even with my stats, the level suppression is this bad. He grabbed the terrified beast's face. With a sickening tear, he ripped its head clean off its shoulders. He wiped the gore from his cheek. Target 1 neutralized. Now for the second course, the trash from the kingdom of Shiva. Nearby, a wet chewing sound echoed in the darkness. A demon sat before a massive corpse, gnawing on raw flesh. Disgusting. This tastes like rot. He cursed under his breath. It's all that damned representative's fault. Why is he hunting us like dogs? We didn't do anything. If I ever find that bastard, I'll tear him limb from limb. He spat out a chunk of gristle. He had been reduced to a scavenger, feeding on demon blood just to survive. I can't stay here. This place is a grave. The scent of blood will bring the horde. He stood up to leave. Cold steel pierced his chest. Blood painted the ground crimson. The man trembled, clutching the wound. You... Su Yang withdrew his blade, eyes cold. Were you looking for the representative? The man collapsed, life fading. Why hunt us to extinction? We have no quarrel. Su Yang looked down at him. Don't blame me. Blame your leaders Atoll and Amino. Realization dawned in the dying man's eyes. Wait, you're Su Yang, the butcher of Dragon Xia who slaughtered the elven prince. Su Yang's killing intent spiked. Oh, you know my name. Then I definitely can't let you live. Not that I planned to anyway. The man scrambled away in terror. Monster, someone save me. Su Yang scoffed. My blasphemous blade has already marked you. Run all you want. But the man kept running. And running. Su Yang blinked, actually impressed. Okay, is he lucky, or is his spirit stat just insanely high? He was just a speck on the horizon now. Su Yang sprinted after him. How is he not dead yet? That blade should have stripped his powers. Su Yang caught up and delivered a thunderous punch to the face. Sit down. The man crumbled. Su Yang drove his sword into the body to finish the job. Just die already, would you? The target finally died, looking rather pathetic. The system chimed. Analyzing compatibility. Selecting appropriate divinity trial. Selection complete. Mission 8th transformation. 5-star difficulty. Trial of the Death Divinity initiated. Location marked on map. A new location appeared, the Dead Paradise. A realm where cursed phantoms roamed and the undead ruled supreme. Enter the abyss, the system commanded. Investigate the truth. Inherit the power of death. Su Yang mused. The divinity of death. Fitting for a system Manhwa protagonist. I already know 2 ways to inflict true death. One was the Black Dragon Athos's Hellfire, but that power was borrowed and limited. It was unreliable against high-tier foes. The second was his blasphemous blade. It stripped a user of their class, turning them into a powerless civilian. No respawn. Permanent deletion. Su Yang frowned. I wonder if the enemies in this trial possess that same ability. But even at max difficulty they shouldn't exceed the 9th-tier demigod realm. He checked his reserves. I have enough power for one decisive strike. He stepped toward the portal. This is my first step toward godhood. Failure is not an option. Blinding light swallowed him. Boom. The gates slammed shut. Meanwhile, reality tore open elsewhere. Purple lightning crackled around a mysterious cross-shaped object. It hovered in the sky, devouring the surrounding darkness before vanishing into the void. The scene shifted to the frozen wastelands of northern Siberia. Su Yang trudged through the blizzard. Every step was a battle against the elements. Not a soul in sight, he muttered. Not even monsters. Is the cold killing everything? Snow crunched under his boots. He stared at the looming gate of darkness. Or is it because of the dungeon? A system warning flashed red. Warning. Divine protection is nullified in this area. Resurrection is impossible. Su Yang's eyes widened. Permadeath for real. Are they serious? Most sane people would abandon the quest right there. But Su Yang. He wasn't exactly sane. You think fear will stop me? He stepped forward without hesitation. If I fear death, I don't deserve to be the strongest. His aura flared, melting the snowflakes around him. Welcome to Dead Paradise. A desolate graveyard reeking of decay. Crack. His boot snapped a dry branch, the sound echoing like a gunshot. He examined a withered tree adorned with blood-red cloth. Investigate the truth. Does that mean a puzzle? Suddenly, the earth trembled. Rotting hands burst from the soil. Zombies clawed their way out, screaming, "Blood, fresh blood!" Su Yang drew his blade. Ugh, classic horror movie tropes. You guys are trying too hard. He cut them down, but 2 more rose to take their place. Infinite spawns. Su Yang clicked his tongue. I don't have time for small fry. He activated his speed skill, blitzing past the horde to find the boss. He glanced back at the slow-moving army. Too slow. He skidded to a halt. This was it. The boss room. An ominous altar sat in the center, dark energy swirling into a sphere, and guarding it. A level 260 high priest, the soul of the Dead Paradise. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. A tier 8 boss. This thing's stats dwarfed any common demon found in the abyss. Sending it to the afterlife would be child's play, but the quest requirements demanded patience. Suddenly the creature turned. Burning red eyes stared back from a face as void as a black hole. He flinched. Had he been spotted? Impossible. His void walk state should grant total invisibility against anyone with less than 1.5 times his perception stats. This guy was merely at the 8th transition, yet his base spiritual power eclipsed Su Yang's own. The boss raised a crucifix, chanting an ancient incantation as energy erupted from the altar's core. Su Yang scoffed effortlessly, parrying an incoming blade. The priest conjured a protective barrier, but it was futile. The protagonist slashed down, his voice thundering, "Shatter!" The shield disintegrated into dust. As fragments floated in the air, Su Yang stared at the glowing sigil on his palm. The black dragon Athos had manifested. Its massive frame filled the chamber, freezing the priest in sheer terror. The priest frantically blocked a breath of fire from the dragon. But Athos looked sheepish. A loud gulp echoed. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Did this creepy boss actually admire his pet? The priest dropped to his knees in worship. Su Yang was baffled. "Why are you bowing to my dragon?" he demanded. "And what exactly is that soul gem you're holding?" The boss babbled in an archaic tongue, waving his hands wildly. Su Yang couldn't understand a word of this gibberish. Suddenly the black dragon reared its head high. "I Athos," Su Yang called out. The dragon's eyes blazed like twin infernos. Su Yang massaged his temples in frustration. But then the priest spoke in perfect human tongue. "My liege, is something the matter?" Su Yang blinked. "You speak human now." He glanced back at Athos. "No." The dragon had devoured the translation bead. Through their bond, the ability had transferred to Su Yang instantly. Using the soul contract, he projected his voice. "Explain everything about this place. Now." The priest bowed low. "As you command. I shall hide nothing from you." This territory once belonged to the majestic Dragon Kingdom. A spatial anomaly tore this dead land from reality, sealing it away as an isolated secret realm in a different dimension. This was the domain of the great ancient devourer. The priest explained, trembling. "Your black dragon. I can feel the aura. He is a direct descendant of that legendary bloodline. There is no mistake." Su Yang nodded, finally understanding the creature's reverence for Athos. "Okay," he continued, "but what's the story behind that soul gem?" The priest confessed immediately. "That gem contains the ancient devourer's power to consume and enslave souls. I was merely attempting to mimic its divine abilities. I required a medium to harness the soul energy." Su Yang rubbed his chin in thought. It all made sense now. This entire dead land, Soul-devouring walking corpses, the divinity of death. It was all connected. He flashed the black dragon sigil. Take us to the deepest part of the secret realm. Lead the way. Your will is my command, the priest said reverently. With Su Yang riding atop Athos and the priest trailing behind, they arrived at a massive stone gate. My liege, we have reached the destination. Behind this lies the ancient guardian. Only dragon blood can unlock it. Please be cautious. Su Yang glanced at Athos. The dragon growled in understanding and pressed a massive claw against the stone. Energy surged and the colossal gates groaned open. Su Yang strolled inside with the confidence of a king scanning the chamber as torches flared to life along the walls. The flames illuminated a row of towering giants guarding the inner sanctum's soulless Titan guardians. The priest shouted a warning. These stone statues are powered by soul energy. Their core is the rune on their foreheads. You must strike there. Suddenly the statues awakened with a grinding noise. One Titan raised a massive battle axe ready to crush the intruders. The axe slammed into Athos's scales, triggering a blinding explosion. But Su Yang was already moving. He appeared behind the Titan in a blur. Shatter! Seeing their comrade fall, the other Titans seemed to communicate in fear before swarming him. Su Yang smirked. Quite the welcome party. He raised the bone dragon sword high. Nopen. A single devastating slash reduced the army of giants to rubble. Su Yang didn't even break stride. We've wasted enough time. Move. The priest scrambled to obey. Right away. The priest broke into a cold sweat. He thought this was just a lucky kid with a dragon, but this was a hidden god walking among mortals. Thank the heavens he hadn't tried to fight him earlier. He would have been reduced to dust. They halted before a grotesque beast. That is the ancient devourer. It clamped a small dagger in its jaws. Su Yang sensed something profound. The aura radiating from that dagger was otherworldly. His instincts screamed that this artifact was the true secret of the dead paradise. But then, the beast's eyes ignited with hellfire. It unleashed a roar that shook the foundations of the dungeon, locking its gaze on the black dragon. Su Yang tensed up. My knees Sonjiothos. The dragon braced itself for a duel of destiny. The priest looked at Su Yang in panic. Great lord, aren't you going to assist him? Su Yang shook his head. Athos spoke to me through our link. This is his trial of succession. He must face it alone. His eyes held absolute trust in his companion. Besides, Su Yang added coolly, Athos is far stronger than that soulless husk. As predicted, the black dragon slammed the beast into the ground, sinking its fangs into the flesh. The devourer spat the dagger like a projectile. It spun through the air, but Athos snatched the blade mid-flight with a precise claw and drove it straight into his opponent's heart. Athos ripped the blade from the creature's thick hide. The light faded from the beast's eyes as it crumbled into dust. Su Yang stepped forward, applauding. Magnificent work. Oh, Athos. A window popped up just like in a classic system manhwa. Item Hunter's God-slaying dagger. Rank unknown. A weapon imbued with death divinity, once used by apostles to hunt the very gods themselves. It inflicted a true death, the simultaneous destruction of body and soul. Eternal silence. Its effect, fated death, consumed a specific amount of death divinity. Once marked, the target's divine life protection was stripped away. Resurrection was impossible. Furthermore, it possessed the soul extraction attribute. Any being slain by this blade would have their soul harvested and converted into pure power. As the dagger landed in his hand, Su Yang grinned. This is it, the ultimate killing tool. With this, even a god could be erased from existence. Meanwhile, deep in the 700th floor of the Black Abyss, a blinding light pierced the darkness. A holy angel had descended. Filthy sinners, the angel boomed. Accept your purification, the demons shrieked in terror. It's a holy angel run alert, Lord Mugalivia. But a hand of light reached out. Holy light purification. In a flash, the demons were incinerated. Walls of holy fire and webs of swordlight carved through the cavern, leaving nothing but corpses in their wake. The angel stood amidst the carnage, arrogant and untouched. He slammed his staff down, shattering the bedrock of the 700th floor. But from the dust of the impact, a silhouette emerged from the smoke. The demoness of the West Tower sneered. Just a four-winged pigeon. Her eyes glowed crimson. You have some nerve causing a scene in my abyss. The intruder didn't flinch. I am Anfeng of the Third Holy Legion. Your monarch's location has been compromised. The archangel is descending to... The chant of purification was cut short. Sita materialized like a phantom behind him, her blade descending in a merciless arc. One of Anfeng's wings was sheared off instantly. He scrambled backward, desperate to put distance between himself and death. Anfeng grit his teeth, admitting his fatal negligence. But Sita only sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. Are you joking? Even a lowly ant should know its limits before a mountain. Her mockery struck a nerve. Fury ignited in his eyes as he roared, "Do not look down on me, you wretched devil!" Holy energy surged as he gripped the cross of judgment, expanding it into a colossal fortress of light to shield him. In his other hand, the air warped as he summoned the ultimate weapon, the spear of retribution. With a thunderous crash, the spear drove the cross downward, aiming to crush Sita into oblivion. Yet she looked utterly bored with this child's play. The authority of pride flared to life, manifesting an impenetrable spherical barrier around her. Meanwhile, outside the abyss gate, the atmosphere was heavy enough to crush bone. Suddenly, a brilliant golden radiance pierced the gloom, leaving the sentries trembling. What in the world is that energy? Inside the barrier, Anfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. His resurrection statue had been prepared just in time. Seeing his radiant form, the desperate soldiers could only think one thing. Has the Almighty finally sent a seraph to save our wretched souls? I can feel his aura. It dwarfs even High Priestess Tiafemia. Humanity is saved. But beneath his holy facade, Anfeng's mind raced with calculation. I assumed the Monarch of Original Sin would be weak. With the fallen angel's power suppressed, I was certain I could slaughter them. I never imagined she would possess this level of overwhelming might. The spatial tunnel created by the Silver Cross was flickering, still dangerously unstable. I cannot count on reinforcements from the Holy Court just yet. I have to survive this nightmare on my own. He produced a mystical box sealed tight with ancient talismans. In the name of the Holy Court, let the salvation of karma begin. Seal. Release. The paper talismans disintegrated, and the box burst open. Countless crimson demon souls shrieked as they poured out, flooding the area. The soldier watched, paralyzed by the sudden shift from holy light to chaotic red. What is happening? Anfeng's voice boomed like a god. In the depths of despair, I grant you hope. In the grip of fear, I grant you sanctuary. He began the incantation. In the midst of calamity, I grant you peace. In the cycle of karma, I grant you salvation. I shall lead this world back to divinity, back to the light, back to true faith. Anfeng spread his wings, ascending into the sky like a deity. You shall have the honor of becoming my first apostle in the mortal realm. The soldier's fear melted into mindless devotion. He knelt, his will completely overwritten. I swear eternal loyalty to Lord Anfeng until death takes me. Anfeng commanded coldly, Go, harvest more believers for your god. As you wish. Meanwhile, near the statue where Su Yang stood, the protagonist was assessing his growth. The 8th class transfer is finally complete. With my current stats, I could probably solo an entire crusade army and walk away without a scratch, right? The system window flashed open, displaying numbers that defied logic. Su Yang. Level 305. Strength 166,234. Spirit 144,871. Agility 56,211. Resistances maxed. Recovery maxed. His eyes widened. After the 8th transfer, the system Manhwa's divine power finally unlocked. I never expected the blasphemous blade and the dark orb to be imbued with divinity as well. It seems this dark orb really is the crystallized power of a monarch of original sin. But this divinity, it's bizarre. Notifications flooded his vision. Divinity of death quality exceeds the dimensional limit of this world. Intensity unknown. Quantity 35. Source, God-slaying dagger. Divinity of blasphemy. Quality exceeds the dimensional limit of this world. Intensity unknown. Quantity infinite. Source, blasphemous blade. Divinity of original sin. Quality true God. Intensity 2. Quantity 5. Source, dark orb. Su Yang fell into deep thought. Both death and blasphemy operate on a tier beyond this reality's comprehension. That implies that wielding these authorities makes me superior even to the so-called true gods of this realm. Just what kind of existence have I become? Suddenly a voice interrupted his monologue. Grand Walker. He turned. What is it? Sita appeared with urgent news. A 4-winged seraph from the Holy Court has descended. It's a long story. To put it in terms your leveling Manhwa lore would understand, the Holy Court is heaven and the abyss is hell. Since ancient times, these two forces have been locked in an eternal war. That sums up the situation. Su Yang nodded. Well, that makes things incredibly simple. Sita continued. I already shattered the original passage connecting the Holy Court and the abyss. However, they must have utilized a divine artifact to tear open a dimensional rift. I can easily slaughter their vanguard forces, but if the main army of the Holy Court descends, the outcome becomes unpredictable. Su Yang weighed his options. From my perspective, having the Abyss demons wiped out is actually a fantastic development. However, there is one non-negotiable rule in this Manhwa recap. The Monarch of Original Sin cannot be allowed to fall to anyone else. That kill belongs to me. A predatory smirk curled on his lips as the realization hit him. Sita looked at him bewildered. Why are you smiling like that? Su Yang gripped his blade, his eyes gleaming with battle lust. Oh, nothing. My hands are just itching for violence. I was just thinking. I need a volunteer to test this blade. Let's see if this weapon really has what it takes to butcher a god. And that angel seems like the perfect test subject.